which led to the withdrawal of American troops about a year ago. The Taliban has confirmed the attack. They also say it's a violation of international principles. Back to you.
It was a thorn in the side of this country for many decades.
Yeah.
Jay, thank you.
Now to the latest in the deadly flooding in eastern Kentucky. Flood watches are in effect as more rounds of rain continue this morning. At least 37 lives have been lost, and the governor says hundreds are still unaccounted for. But he hopes that number will go down as power and cell service is restored.
The Kentucky National Guard has released this new video of survivors being pulled to safety. The Guard has conducted more than 1,000 rescues so far. Some areas are so isolated that it can be challenging to reach everyone, even with a Black Hawk helicopter.
The National Guard has also been delivering badly needed supplies. 25,000 are still without water, and 44,000 are under boil advisories. The University of Kentucky men's basketball team announced that tonight they will have an open practice and host a telethon raising money for the Red Cross.
We now head west with severe flooding spreading across Southern California. Paths into both Death Valley National Park and the Mojave National Preserve are closed after dangerous flooding damaged roads, and several drivers were stranded in the San Bernardino National Forest after heavy rain caused mudslides along Highway 38. Heavy rains and flash flooding swept through several states in the Southwest, from southern Nevada to parts of Arizona.
In Northern California, the McKinney fire is the largest in the state so far this year, burning more than 55,000 acres. It is currently 0% contained. Our Miguel Almaguer is on the ground.
Oh my God, I can feel the flames from here.
The apocalyptic landscape's now commonplace. Homes in ruins, trees becoming flamethrowers. This is the scene as firefighters struggle to save anything they can. Raging near the Oregon border, the McKinney fire, now the biggest wildfire in California this year, is more than 85 square miles of pure destruction, nearly the size of Baltimore, already claiming 2 lives, a pair trapped in their car when flames overtook them.
My house is gone, all my furniture, all my clothes.
The inferno is burning so hot, this massive 40,000-foot column of smoke is creating its own weather system. Lightning storms inside of it sparking new fires and fanning the blaze in multiple directions. With 2,000 already forced out of their homes, authorities are urging residents to drop everything and evacuate. But even as flames creep closer to Wairika, doctors Rick and Venus Swenson aren't going anywhere yet.
We made the decision to stay for the hospital in case the hospital needed us.
As the blaze explodes across mountain ranges, deputies called to rescue 60 desperate hikers on the scenic Pacific Crest Trail. The Golden State red hot and once again going up in flames.
New this morning, trip tensions boiling over. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's expected visit to Taiwan causing a rift between U.S. and China relations. In a warning, China said the U.S. was playing with fire. The White House hitting back with a message of their own, warning them not to respond with military provocation. For more on this, let's turn now to Rhoda Kwan. She is live in the Taiwanese capital of Taipei. Rhoda, good morning. How serious are these warnings from China?
Morning. The important thing to note about what China has been saying this past week about the Pelosi trip is that it's not that different from what China has always said every time there's been a development between Taiwan-US relations. If we look at what President Xi told President Joe Biden last Thursday, that playing with fire metaphor he has used before, he said the same thing to President Joe Biden in November 2021. So if we look at what China has actually been saying this past week, it's been saying that there will be serious consequences, but it hasn't made any specific threats. So we don't know how China is going to react if Pelosi does land in Taipei tonight, if local media reports turn out to be true. But there are no signs that it's going to be the dramatic escalation that some has touted it to be. Back to you guys.
Kwan for us in the Taiwanese capital of Taipei. Rhoda, thank you.
WNBA star Brittany Griner is back in Russian court today. Since her last hearing, her case has seen a dramatic escalation on the diplomatic front, with the Biden administration offering Russia a prisoner exchange. Russia has yet to give a firm answer to the proposal. For the latest, we turn to Claudio Luvango. And Claudio, good morning. What do we know about this week's hearings now that Griner's trial is winding down?
Good morning, Francis. Well, the defense, Griner's defense hasn't confirmed this yet, but we expect him to call, among other witnesses, to the stand also the custom officer from the Russian airport where Griner was arrested in February, who also drafted the report on those vape canisters containing cannabinoid oil for which she was arrested, and she's standing trial for trafficking drugs into Russia, because they say that that report was full of legal errors and also unfounded. At the same time, as you mentioned, we're still waiting for an answer from the Russian authorities on that alleged proposal by the Biden administration to exchange both Griner and Paul Whelan, a former U.S. Marine and also security consultant who was arrested in Russia in 2018 with Viktor Bout, the notorious Russian arms dealer. We haven't had an answer yet. Well, let's see whether that comes in the next few days. Back to you guys.
So, right, a lot of diplomacy here at stake for the world watching the fate of Brittany Griner. Claudio, thank you.
Deshaun Watson will be sidelined for the Cleveland Browns' first 6 games. A disciplinary officer hired by the NFL suspended the quarterback without pay for violating the league's personal conduct policy. The ruling also requires Watson to only use team-directed massage therapy for the rest of his career. Watson was sued by 24 women who accused him of sexual misconduct. Both the NFL and the Players Association have until Thursday morning to appeal the ruling, although the NFLPA said that Sunday that they would accept the decision. In a statement, Browns owner Dee and Jimmy Haslam said Watson is remorseful for the situation and the team will continue to support him.
All right, now to your weather and more rain for hard-hit Kentucky and surrounding states. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman is here. Michelle, good morning. They need all the help they can get. I don't know if they're going to get it soon.
I know. It's such a sad, sad situation, and we are looking at that rain still falling. We do have the threat for rain later on tonight once again, and it's not going to take much to see some flooding. So that's why we do have a flood watch in effect for parts of West Virginia into southern Ohio, eastern Kentucky, and western Virginia. We also have flash flood warnings. That's where you see this red box here. I'll show you why, because when I put on radar, you can see we had some really heavy downpours this morning, some really strong thunderstorms, especially from Illinois into portions of Kentucky. That's western Kentucky. Where you see these darker colors, the reds, the yellows, the oranges, that's where we're seeing the really torrential downpours and also seeing that lightning. And then tonight, into this afternoon, into tonight, we're going to see severe weather once again. Where you see the yellow, that's the greatest threat for severe weather. We could see winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour and some hail. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, we're so hot once again in the south. We're looking at temperatures in the triple digits, the 90s, 102 in Dallas. And we're starting to heat up once again in the northeast. Temperatures in the 90s along the I-95 corridor. We're looking at 91 in Boston and 90 in New York City. All right, guys, we're going to be near 100 degrees in Boston by Thursday, into the upper 90s in New York City. We'll talk about that heat in just a few minutes.
We got to enjoy what we got now based on this. Okay,
yeah.
Thanks, Michelle.
Sure.
In today's News by the Numbers, PGA golfers will now tee off for nearly $429 million in prize money this season. The record purse comes after the tour handed down multiple suspensions to golfers who signed with the Saudi-funded Live Golf.
200 items from Elvis Presley's personal jewelry collection are hitting the auction block in August. While there are no blue suede shoes, Priscilla Presley did provide extensive sets of rings, watches, and more to the auction.
The Atlanta Braves' most lucrative deal yet, signing a $212 million 10-year contract with Austin Riley.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Dateline Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
It is primary day in Missouri, and it's not entirely clear which Senate candidate has the support of former President Trump. In a statement, Mr. Trump gave his complete and total endorsement of Eric. Well, here's the problem. The Republican primary race includes 3 Erics, including 2 of the leading candidates, Eric Greitens and Eric Schmidt. Both quickly took credit for the endorsement. NBC's Yamiche Alcindor asked Eric Greitens why he thinks this statement is about him.
I had a conversation with the president, and I thanked him for his endorsement. You've seen Donald Trump Jr. came out and said, we are all getting behind Eric Greitens. Yes.
NBC reached out to Mr. Trump's team for comment. They did not provide any clarity, only saying that the endorsement speaks for itself.
Okay. As the midterm season heats up, candidates are using a new tool at their disposal, TikTok, to reach young voters. Our Hallie Jackson takes a look.
Sure, you've seen the dances, the lip syncs, the trick shots, but it's a different kind of content starting to trend on TikTok ahead of the midterms. Political campaigning.
This is the year we find out if TikTok can affect a U.S. election.
Ken Russell's a Democrat running for Congress in Florida. He's jumping on viral challenges and trending audio to get views and to get a message out.
Really, whatever news is happening in the day, a lot of things that I see on TikTok that I want to either respond to, but it's a blend of humor and wit and accessibility.
Take this stitch, for example. Russell dropping it.
Hey, are you registered to vote there?
To remind people to register to vote. Seen by 6 million people and counting. Labeled absolutely unhinged by one meme account. With Russell responding, campaign promise, less hinges. And he likes the back and forth with people in his comments.
For them to hear someone that is an elected official or someone running for office who actually hears them, responds, and takes their concerns into a policy concept, it's very engaging for people.
Not everyone's so into this TikTok trend. In a different race in Florida, Republican Senator Marco Rubio is on attack about it, going after his Democratic opponent, Congresswoman Val Demings, for her campaign's videos on the app, which is owned by a Chinese company, ByteDance.
The evidence suggests China is also snooping on TikTok users.
A new Rubio ad online accuses Demings of posting TikToks, quote, despite major security concerns, and says Marco Rubio fights back against communist China. Val Demings makes TikToks. The senator was asked about candidates who use the app.
It's reckless, irresponsible, and in my view, unexplainable.
His campaign tells NBC every time Demings shares a TikTok, she irresponsibly encourages Americans to use a platform that leaves their personal information more vulnerable to China. TikTok has said all its American user data is stored in the U.S. and backed up in Singapore, not China.
All right, thanks to Hallie for that report.
After the break here, it is sure to be the cat's meow. Fancy Feast unveils its perfect new restaurant for humans.
And join the rebellion with our first look at the new Star Wars spin-off, Andor.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this? The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Harry Styles!
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Empire is choking us so slowly. We're starting not to notice. What I'm asking is this. Wouldn't you rather give it all to something real?
It's a new look at a galaxy far, far away in the trailer for Andor. The Star Wars spinoff is a prequel to 2016's Rogue One. It lands on Disney Plus in September.
The hottest new restaurant here in New York is strictly for cool cats. It's already a favorite for kittens everywhere. Fancy Feast is branching out into human food. Yep, the cat is out of the bag. The Purina brand is opening up a new pop-up for 2 days later this month. Gatto Bianco is an Italian-style trattoria. There we go. I would have to ask Francis, how do you say this? Trattoria? With a specialty menu designed by Fancy Feast's in-house chef and a Michelin star-winning chef as well. So chef reservations open on August 4th. Look, if I can't even say this place and there's cat food involved, I'm out.
Well, I'm with you. I had to really look into this and do some research. Yeah. They're not serving any cat food to humans. They're just taking the cat food, they say, and inspiring human menus in this. Still, I'm not a cat person. Maybe cat people were curious to see the human form of what they're eating. I just can't. Sorry.
Garfield had it right. Yeah. Just eat lasagna.
Right, lasagna.
Just lasagna. Yeah.
They'll have that at the trattoria.
At the trattoria? Trattoria, whatever. All right, there you go.
All right, get ready for temperatures to rise again this week. Coming up, Michelle Grossman has the latest alerts.
And the man from Texas, he was the first Capitol rioter to face trial, gets the longest prison sentence thus far.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Mystery in Paradise.
There's my sweet little sister on the news.
A series of secrets to be discovered.
This investigation takes you into the swinger lifestyle.
Dateline's hottest July ever. Fridays at 10/9 Central.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told. No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back on this Tuesday. Well, we're starting to heat up once again, especially in the middle of the country today. 21 million people impacted from Minneapolis to Omaha, Wichita, into Little Rock. And we're looking at temperatures into the triple digits.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told. No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Mystery in Paradise.
There's my sweet little sister on the news.
A series of secrets to be discovered.
This investigation takes you into the swinger lifestyle.
Dateline's hottest July ever. Fridays at 10/9 Central.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Dateline Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
In Washington, a federal judge sentenced a convicted rioter who tried to storm the Capitol on January 6th to more than 7 years in prison. Guy Reffitt of Texas was armed with a gun and zip ties. In court, he called himself an idiot and said he no longer wants to associate with militia groups.
In today's Groundbreakers, the U.S. Senate has unanimously voted to confirm Lieutenant General Michael Langley to be the head of U.S. Africa Command. He is now the first black four-star general in the history of the Marine Corps, which was founded in 1775. Since November of last year, Langley has served as general of Fleet Marine Force Atlantic. He has also served in Somalia and Afghanistan.
The legacy of Bill Russell continues to stand larger than life. The basketball icon is also being remembered as a champion of civil rights. NBC's Ann Thompson has more.
Bill Russell, the backbone of the world champion Boston Celtics.
Bill Russell never backed down, on the court or off it. While winning an unmatched 11 NBA titles in 13 seasons with the Boston Celtics, he used his fame and stature to fight for civil rights.
I did what I thought I could do
to help change it.
It is very easy to hide your head in the sand. You know, when you make money and things are going well for you, you don't want to risk it. But he was willing to put everything on the line to use his position to move our society forward.
He led a walkout of black Celtics players when they were refused service at a Kentucky restaurant in 1961, joined Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. in the March on Washington, supported Muhammad Ali, then called Cassius Clay.
9 top Negro athletes meet with Cassius Clay to discuss his anti-draft stand.
His activism so impressing Jackie Robinson, Russell was asked to be a pallbearer at the baseball legend's funeral. Boston in the 50s and 60s, Russell described as a flea market of racism. The star was taunted and heckled, his home vandalized. 4 decades later,
Bill Russell, the man, is someone who stood up for the rights and dignity of all men.
President Obama giving Russell the Presidential Medal of Freedom and a thank you.
He just said that it was guys like me that made it possible for him to be president.
Today in Boston, there is a statue of Russell, not at the Boston Garden, but in City Hall Plaza, a champion for all. Ann Thompson, NBC News.
He truly is a legend. I'm glad he's getting all this, finally getting the attention that he so rightly deserves after all these years.
Yeah, and it's so important for all of us to teach our young ones, too, whenever they go by. My kids were right by that statue a couple of weeks ago. So important to know what it means.
Yep, tell that story of Bill Russell. Thanks for watching Early Today. I'm Philip Mena.
I'm Frances Rivera. Have a great Tuesday.
This is a great and defining truth about our nation and our people. We do not break. We never give in. We never back down.
A primetime announcement from President Biden. Al-Qaeda's top leader is taken out by a drone strike 11 years after taking over for Osama bin Laden. We're live with details ahead.
More than 36 people have died in Kentucky floods, with more rain in today's forecast and rescue attempts going around the clock.
24 women accused him of sexual misconduct. Now NFL star quarterback Deshaun Watson will be sidelined for 6 games. Is this a fair judgment?
It's primary day in multiple states across the U.S., and we're now seeing the growing impact of TikTok's strength in reaching voters.
And if you haven't heard of General Michael Langley yet, you will. He's the first black 4-star general in the U.S. Marines' 246-year history. Early Today starts right now.
Good Tuesday morning. I'm Philip Mena.
Glad you're with us. I'm Frances Rivera. Breaking overnight, a high-stakes U.S. operation takes out one of the world's most notorious terrorists. The head of Al-Qaeda and a key architect of the 9/11 attacks was killed in a U.S. drone strike over the weekend in Afghanistan. President Biden confirmed the death of Ayman al-Zawahiri last night, saying justice has been delivered. NBC's Jay Gray is in D.C. with the latest. And Jay, good morning. This operation was months in the making.
Yeah, Francis, it really was. And look, the reclusive al-Qaeda leader had been on the run since he escaped U.S. forces in 2001. His whereabouts really unknown until U.S. intelligence located him earlier this year. Senior administration officials saying authorities spent months identifying al-Zawahiri's patterns to avoid civilian casualties in the strike. The official says it was so precise it killed him on a balcony at his safe house in Kabul without harming any family members in the building. President Biden detailed the operation last night.
After carefully considering the clear and convincing evidence of his location, I authorized a precision strike that would remove him from the battlefield once and for all. We make it clear again tonight that no matter how long it takes, no matter where you hide, if you are a threat to our people, the United States will find you and take you out.
Al-Zawahiri was on the FBI's most wanted list for decades. He formed an alliance with Osama bin Laden in 1998. And that same year, he was indicted for a series of embassy bombings that killed more than 200 people, including 12 Americans. He was also closely linked to the bombings of the USS Cole in October of 2000, and he was a main architect in the September 11th attacks. He became leader of al-Qaeda after U.S. forces killed bin Laden in 2011. In his final video, al-Zawahiri continued calling on Muslims to attack America. While al-Zawahiri's death is a major victory for the Biden administration, it does raise some questions. Officials say his presence in Kabul was a violation of the 2020 peace agreement between the Taliban and the U.S., which led to the withdrawal of American troops about a year ago. Now, the Taliban has confirmed the airstrike, and they have gone on to say in a written statement that it is a violation of international principle. Francis?
Okay, Jay Grayforce. Jay, thank you.
Let's turn now to eastern Kentucky, where more rain is hitting already devastated communities. Flood watches are in effect after entire towns were already washed out. And the death toll has grown to at least 37, with fears that number will continue to rise. NBC's Jesse Kirsch has exclusive access to the National Guard and their rescue efforts.
In eastern Kentucky, flood survivors getting food, water, even diapers by air. The National Guard delivering supplies, including donations to thousands of people still largely cut off from the world more than 4 days after deadly floodwaters tore eastern Kentucky apart. Some areas so isolated, even this Black Hawk helicopter couldn't easily reach this community, where a main road was obliterated.
You can see there's a home down there tucked between the hills, and we're told that the roadway has been completely cut off. They need food and water, and this helicopter is going to bring it to them.
The deadly once-in-a-thousand-year floods destroyed bridges, ripped down power lines, and snapped homes like toothpicks. Overhead, it's clear much of the water has receded, but the desperate searches continue.
I don't think we still know how big this situation is. It could go on for a couple weeks. It could go on for a month.
At least 37 killed, the death toll likely to climb. Among the lives lost, 4 children, all siblings. The governor said they'll be finding bodies for weeks.
We aren't going anywhere.
The National Guard already rescuing more than 1,000 people by air, including an 83-year-old woman and her family trapped in their attic.
I did not think we would survive.
Christy Turner's 2 kids and husband barely escaped the floodwaters. She and her father-in-law were trapped on the porch when the waters ripped her home from its foundation.
I was just thinking, how am I going to survive? How am I going to not drown? How am I going to be able to hold myself up?
12,000 people remain without power, 25,000 without water, and 44,000 under boil advisories. All as more rain continues soaking the region, making cleanup for survivors even harder. Some areas hit with another round of flash floods.
Everything had already been destroyed. It couldn't destroy much anymore.
Our thanks to Jesse for that report.
We now head west with severe flooding spreading across Southern California. Paths into both Death Valley National Park and the Mojave National Preserve are closed after dangerous flooding damaged roads, and several drivers were stranded in the San Bernardino National Forest after heavy rain caused mudslides along Highway 38. Heavy rains and flash flooding swept through several states in the Southwest, from southern Nevada to parts of Arizona.
In Northern California, 2 people have been found dead in a burnt-out car as the McKinney fire continues to rage, 0% contained. It's the state's largest wildland fire this year, currently at more than 55,000 acres. The Forest Service says a number of buildings have been destroyed and more than 4,000 structures are currently at risk.
President Joe Biden has signed off on another $550 million in military aid for Ukraine. It includes 75,000 rounds of artillery shells and advanced missile systems for mobile launch trucks. This is the 17th U.S. assistance package to Ukraine, totaling nearly $9 billion since Russia invaded in late February. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin already briefed the Ukrainian defense minister about the aid on Friday.
WNBA star Brittany Griner appeared in a Russian court again today. Griner's defense attorneys were expected to question an expert witness and later intend to submit new evidence, although it's not clear what that new evidence is. The defense has also petitioned the judge that Griner's belongings be examined in court. She's been held on cannabis charges in Russia since February 17th. In just the past few days, her case has seen a dramatic escalation on the diplomatic front, with the Biden administration offering Russia a prisoner exchange. Russia, though, has yet to give a firm answer to that proposal.
For the first time in the 246-year history of the U.S. Marines, the U.S. Senate has unanimously voted to confirm Lieutenant General Michael Langley as the first black four-star general in the history of the Marine Corps, which was founded in 1775. General Langley will head up U.S. African Command, overseeing all U.S. troops on the continent. He is a more than 35-year veteran of the Corps. Since November of last year, Langley has served as General of Fleet Marine Force Atlantic. He also served in Somalia and Afghanistan.
Former President Trump threw some last-minute confusion into today's Missouri Senate primary. In a statement, Mr. Trump gave his complete and total endorsement of Eric. Problem is, the Republican primary race includes 3 Erics, including 2 of the leading candidates, Eric Greitens and Eric Schmidt. Both of them quickly took credit for his endorsement. NBC's Yamiche Alcindor asked Eric Greitens why he thinks he was the Trump-backed Eric.
I had a conversation with the president, and I thanked him for his endorsement. You've seen Donald Trump Jr. came out and said, we are all getting behind Eric Greitens. Yes.
We did reach out to Mr. Trump's team for comment. They didn't provide any clarity, only saying that the endorsement speaks for itself.
As midterm season heats up, candidates are using a new tool at their disposal, TikTok, to reach young voters. Our Hallie Jackson takes a look.
Sure, you've seen the dances, the lip syncs, the trick shots, but it's a different kind of content starting to trend on TikTok ahead of the midterms. Political campaigning.
This is the year we find out if TikTok can affect a U.S. election.
Ken Russell's a Democrat running for Congress in Florida. He's jumping on viral challenges and trending audio to get views and to get a message out.
Really, whatever news is happening in the day, a lot of things that I see on TikTok that I want to either respond to, but it's a blend of humor and wit and accessibility.
Take this stitch, for example. Russell dropping it.
Hey, are you registered to vote?
To remind people to register to vote. Seen by 6 million people and counting. Labeled absolutely unhinged by one meme account. With Russell responding, campaign promise, less hinges. And he likes the back and forth with people in his comments.
For them to hear someone that is an elected official or someone running for office who actually hears them, responds, and takes their concerns into a policy concept, it's very engaging for people.
Not everyone's so into this TikTok trend. In a different race in Florida, Republican Senator Marco Rubio is on attack about it, going after his Democratic opponent, Congresswoman Val Demings, for her campaign's videos on the app, which is owned by a Chinese company, ByteDance.
The evidence suggests China is also snooping on TikTok users.
A new Rubio ad online accuses Demings of posting TikToks, quote, despite major security concerns, and says Marco Rubio fights back against communist China. Val Demings makes TikToks. The senator was asked about candidates who use the app.
It's reckless, irresponsible, and in my view, unexplainable.
His campaign tells NBC every time Demings shares a TikTok, she irresponsibly encourages Americans to use a platform that leaves their personal information more vulnerable to China. TikTok has said all its American user data is stored in the U.S. and backed up in Singapore, not China.
And our thanks to Hallie Jackson for that report.
As we mentioned earlier, more rain is in the forecast for Kentucky and its surrounding states. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman is tracking all of that for us. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning to you both. And we're watching some heavy storms this morning, seeing lots of lightning, really heavy downpours. So we do have some flood risks this morning. Where you see the green, that's a flood watch. That is through this morning. And then the red are flash flood warnings. We're going to see them pop up in and out this morning. The orange over there is a severe thunderstorm warning. So we're seeing some severe thunderstorms even at this hour. That's going to dissipate after sunrise, and then we're going to see another round later on today. But you could see some heavy rain moving into portions of western Kentucky from Illinois, also from Ohio into West Virginia. And we're looking at another round later on this afternoon. That's going to return to the upper Midwest. So the risks here are for winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour, some damaging hail, also the chance of a tornado. Could see some heavy rainfall as well. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. Still sizzling in the south, temperatures in the 90s, the 100s, 101 in San Antonio. And we're heating up too in the northeast. Temperatures along the coast looking at in the 90s, 92 in Philadelphia, 90 in D.C., and 93 in Richmond. All right, we are track dangerous heat. We're looking towards 100 degrees by Thursday in the northeast.
We can't get a break. All right, Thank you, Michelle. Early today is back in a minute with the longest sentence yet for a Capitol rioter.
And NFL star Deshaun Watson suspended over sexual misconduct allegations, while critics are blasting the punishment.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning.
Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Mystery in Paradise.
There's my sweet little sister on the news.
A series of secrets to be discovered.
This investigation takes you into the swinger lifestyle.
Dateline's hottest July ever. Fridays at 10/9 Central.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning.
Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark.
How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like?
With our NBC News exclusive. Ms. Lester,
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Leading the news in Washington, a federal judge sentenced a convicted rioter who tried to storm the Capitol on January 6 to more than 7 years in prison. Guy Reffitt of Texas was armed with a gun and zip ties. In court, he called himself an idiot and said he no longer wants to associate with militia groups.
Deshaun Watson will be sidelined for the Cleveland Browns' first 6 games. A disciplinary officer hired by the NFL suspended the quarterback without pay for violating the league's personal conduct policy. And now the NFL has until Thursday to appeal. NBC's Sam Brock has the latest.
At Browns practice, business as usual for Deshaun Watson. But off the field, shockwaves and disbelief after a disciplinary officer hired by the NFL and its Players Association suspended the quarterback 6 games without pay, concluding he engaged in sexual assault and conduct that puts at risk the integrity of the NFL. 24 women, all massage therapists, filed civil lawsuits for sexual assault. The disciplinary officer relied on the testimony of 4 of them. In her ruling, she stated while Watson's behavior does not fall into the category of violent conduct, the allegations of nonviolent sexual conduct against him are more egregious than any before reviewed by the NFL. Online, outrage. I just don't think Deshaun Watson should play another game in the NFL. Another person writing, he got suspended 1 quarter for every woman he sexually assaulted. That's insane. Both the league and Players Association have 3 days to appeal.
One of the things the NFL likely will do is see what the reaction has been. What do the columns say in the various newspapers? What are they saying on the sports talk shows?
The final decision comes down to the commissioner. Watson has denied all wrongdoing. No criminal charges were filed, and every civil case except one was settled.
He wants to be the best version of himself. I believe that wholeheartedly.
Watson and the Players Union have previously stated they don't plan to appeal the decision and would like the NFL to do the same. Sam Brock, NBC News, Miami.
Next on Early Today, taking a big swing, PGA's record-setting prize pool as it cranks up the fight against the LIV Golf Tournament.
And Elvis fans are all shook up as the King's jewelry collection hits the auction block.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful?
Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want us to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year. We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
In today's News by the Numbers, PGA golfers will now tee off for nearly $429 million in prize money this season. The record purse comes after the tour handed down multiple suspensions to golfers who signed with Saudi-funded Live Golf.
200 items from Elvis Presley's personal jewelry collection are hitting the auction block in late August. While there are no blue suede shoes, Priscilla Presley did provide extensive sets of rings, watches, and more to GWS Auctions.
And the Atlanta Braves have penned their most lucrative deal yet, signing a $212 million 10-year contract with all-star third baseman Austin Riley.
A shark encounter in Maryland ended up in a daring rescue, but not the kind you might be thinking of. Beachgoers in Ocean City rushed to help a struggling shark who had drifted on shore. It was tangled up in fishing wire. The group grabbed the shark, removed the fishing hook from its mouth, and then, of course, making sure to snap a picture of it before releasing it back into the ocean, because pick or it didn't happen. Right?
Yeah, those guys have no fear, though.
But in that case, it'd be like, sure, you grabbed the shark. Sure, you did. Grab the sunscreen. Michelle is tracking in yet another heat wave next.
And a McMuffin bust. Why breakfast turned into the most expensive meal of the day, or the week, or the month for an Australian traveler.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Harry Styles!
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
The hottest new restaurant in New York is strictly for cool cats. Already a favorite for kittens everywhere, Fancy Feast is branching out into human food. Yep, the cat is out of the bag. The Purina brand is opening up a new pop-up for 2 days later this month. Gatto Bianco is an Italian-style trattoria with a specialty menu designed by Fancy Feast's in-house chef and a Michelin star-winning chef. Reservations open on August 4th.
I don't know, maybe because I'm not a cat person, I don't get it. Not into it.
Yep.
Well, from one cool cat to another, let's bring in NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman with your Tuesday forecast. Hi, Michelle.
I love that. Hi there, guys. Not speaking of cool, we're going to heat up. We're really heating up in the middle of the country. We're looking at 21 million people impacted from Minneapolis to Omaha, Wichita into Little Rock. In Minneapolis, you're on an excessive heat warning. We're looking at temperatures into the 90s, into the triple digits. So you factor in the humidity. It's going to feel like 102 in Minneapolis, feeling like 102 in St. Louis. We'll be right back.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive. It was Lester.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
In today's top stories, California and Illinois have joined New York in declaring health emergencies over the spread of monkeypox. The proclamations will help speed up the administration of vaccines, contact tracing, and other prevention efforts. Later today, the White House will elevate the issue by naming Bob Fenton as National Monkeypox Coordinator. Fenton helped lead the country's mass vaccination effort for the COVID-19 as the acting administrator for FEMA.
Nearly all abortions are now illegal in Kentucky. An appeals court has reinstated the state's trigger law banning most abortions. It also allows a law to take effect that bans the procedure after 6 weeks before most women even know they are pregnant. Last month, a judge blocked the bans while courts decided if they violate the state's constitution. Planned Parenthood's president called the order devastating and cruel. The ruling will now go to the Kentucky Supreme Court.
After backlash from people in the disability community, Beyoncé will change a lyric from her Renaissance album in a track titled Heated. The song, which was co-written by Drake, used a slur against people with disabilities. In a release statement, the singer said that the word was not meant to be used in an intentionally harmful way and will be replaced.
An Australian traveler is not loving it after getting hit with a hefty fine for smuggling McMuffins from Indonesia. It might just be the most expensive McDonald's breakfast ever. 2 egg and beef sausage McMuffins along with a ham croissant cost nearly $2,000. Darwin Airport officials say that Zinta the Labrador is the one who sniffed out this contraband last week. You see, Australia has beefed up biosecurity measures after an outbreak of foot and mouth disease was detected in Bali. And now you better finish it up before you leave the country.
Yeah, I would say he probably regrets not downing that in the plane before hitting customs right after.
I mean, usually you do regret it right after you've downed that.
Right, but in a different kind of way.
That's exactly right.
Okay, this is Hollywood's latest bromance. It's a match made in country hip-hop heaven. Rapper Post Malone took a swing at a different genre of music, posting his cover of Brad Paisley's I'm Gonna Miss Her on TikTok. Sounds good. The video quickly gained over 15 million views. And also high praise for the country icon himself. Paisley commented that he liked Malone's version better than his own. The Circle's singer responded by telling Paisley he, quote, owes him a beer. I love it. Every time you get these two people together, different genres crossing over, it's always a hit.
Yeah, Post Malone said he wants to do a country album. And here we are, all right. 2 unforgettable people here on one unforgettable ride. A Tennessee officer spotted this 84-year-old woman walking down a busy highway. She was on her way to a hair salon, trying to get a perm. It was less than a mile away. Her name is Elizabeth Good. They hopped in the back, and Good was done. She got to the salon on time. Have a good day. See you tomorrow.
I love it.
Good morning, I'm Jill Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, justice. One of the world's most wanted terrorists taken out. President Biden announcing the killing of al-Qaeda leader Ayman al-Zawahiri, once Osama bin Laden's right-hand man and the mastermind behind the 9/11 attacks.
Justice has been delivered, and this terrorist leader is no more. This is a great and defining truth about our nation and our people. We do not break. We never give in. We never back down.
We have team coverage with more on the U.S. airstrike that took him down, plus what it means for the U.S. and the world. Race against time in Kentucky this morning, a dire situation growing worse by the minute. Historic flooding claiming dozens of lives, and with hundreds still missing, more deaths expected. More on the devastation and the new concerns this morning. Also, the chance of some relief ahead in the forecast. Plus, the dramatic video of people stranded in their flooded homes, pulled to safety by helicopter. We'll talk to one of those rescuers this morning. Decision Day this morning, voters in 5 states heading to the polls for today's primary elections. We'll focus in on the key races to watch and what the outcome could tell us ahead of the November midterms. And steps to save. More Gen Zers say they're struggling with money management. But don't worry, we have some tips for you. We'll talk to a TikTok influencer, your rich BFF, Vivian Tu, about what you can do to grow your wealth early. I feel like we've had so many conversations about how there just isn't financial literacy education that helps you get to that step on your own.
I think the advice will help all generations, no matter who you are.
Exactly, and no matter if you're on TikTok or not. We begin, though, this morning with breaking news out of the White House and the killing of the leader of al-Qaeda in a U.S. drone strike in the Afghan capital, Kabul, over the weekend.
President Biden made the announcement last night. Ayman al-Zawahiri had been in charge of the terror group since 2011. He took over from Osama bin Laden, who was killed by U.S. forces during a raid in Pakistan. He was widely known as being bin Laden's right-hand man and one of the main architects of 9/11. The president confirmed his death, speaking to the nation from the White House.
Justice has been delivered, and this terrorist leader is no more. People around the world no longer need to fear the vicious and determined killer. It's my hope that this decisive action will bring one more measure of closure. No day shall erase them from the memory of time. Today and every day.
We have full coverage this morning. In just a few moments, we'll talk to NBC News military analyst, retired Lieutenant General Steph Twitty. But first, NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian and NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett, who is at the White House. So, Maura, let's start with you. Talk to us about how all this came about, and do we know just how personally involved was the president in this operation?
This was the result of a months-long operation by the CIA, Joe. And this all happened over the weekend while, if you might remember, the president had just tested positive again in his rebound positivity and has been isolating at the White House since Saturday morning. The attack happened just before 10 p.m. Eastern Saturday night, so early morning Sunday hours in Afghanistan. A senior official says that the U.S. used an unmanned drone and Hellfire missiles to target the third-floor balcony of a residential apartment building in Kabul. And so this was something that, like I said, was a months-long operation, but the president himself made that personal decision just about a week ago. He explained some of his calculus in his announcement last night.
After carefully considering the clear and convincing evidence of his location, I authorized a precision strike that would remove him from the battlefield once and for all. And 1 week ago, after being advised that the conditions were optimal, I gave the final approval to go get him. And the mission was a success. None of his family members were hurt, and there were no civilian casualties.
Biden went on to say that he wanted this to be a message to any groups or individuals that might threaten Americans, going on to say, quote, "We will find you and take you out." Joe.
So, Ken, tell us a little more about al-Zawahiri. We know he was a key plotter on 9/11. What all was he responsible for? In 21 years after 9/11, what's the significance of his death?
Joe, he was one of the intellectual founders of al-Qaeda, and his roots in jihad go back even before the 9/11 attacks. He was responsible, for example, for a brutal attack on the ruins in Luxor, Egypt, that killed children. And he helped Osama bin Laden found al-Qaeda and mastermind the 9/11 attacks. He was more of the brains behind the operation, while bin Laden was the inspirational leader. And then when bin Laden was killed in 2011, he took over the organization and, by all accounts, was not a terribly effective leader, perhaps was not suited for the role of leading such a sprawling organization. And, you know, while he was the head of it, ISIS splintered off, and the al-Nusra front in Syria kind of distanced itself from al-Qaeda. And al-Qaeda, you know, was the subject of withering pressure from the United States. And Zawahiri essentially disappeared. So that's what's so remarkable about this is when I talked to my intelligence sources, this was the hardest of hard targets. He was literally gone from the radar, even more deeply than Osama bin Laden. So the fact that his family suddenly resurfaced in the capital of Afghanistan was a major breakthrough. And this was incredible detective work by the CIA going back not just months, but 21 years. Teams of people worked for years on this, patiently gathering intelligence that culminated in that precise strike over the weekend, Joe.
So, Maura, we know the Taliban's been in charge of Afghanistan since the botched U.S. troop withdrawal last year. Secretary of State Antony Blinken has criticized the group for sheltering the leader of al-Qaeda. What else is Secretary Blinken saying?
Well, we're seeing a lot of frustration from the Secretary of State because we all remember that somewhat chaotic exit from Afghanistan last year and a lot of uncertainty around what that would become of the Taliban in the area, right? And so Secretary Blinken releasing a statement overnight criticizing the Taliban, saying, by hosting and sheltering the leader of al-Qaeda in Kabul, the Taliban grossly violated the Doha Agreement and repeated assurances to the world that they would not allow Afghan territory to be used by terrorists to threaten the security of other countries. They also betrayed the Afghan people and their own stated desire for recognition from and normalization with the international community. Now, a senior administration official said that Taliban Haqqani network leaders did know of his presence there in Kabul, and so this just proves to be more problematic for relations with the Taliban and the U.S. going forward, Joe.
And, you know, Ken, the Biden administration obviously is touting this as a major victory. Help us understand, how much influence did al-Zawahiri and al-Qaeda really have in recent times, especially with the emergence of other organizations like ISIS?
Well, U.S. officials, intelligence officials, have been saying for years now that al-Qaeda no longer had the capacity to mount a complex attack on the United States, nor does ISIS for that matter. The international terrorism has really diminished as a threat in the face of other challenges. But this is significant because many people believe this sort of proves the case that the U.S. can respond, quote unquote, over the horizon in Afghanistan. This was a strike conducted with, according to U.S. officials, no Americans on the ground. So all done with satellites and signals intelligence and human sources. It's rather remarkable that they did it. Now, as Maura was pointing out, it also underscores, though, that al-Qaeda leaders came back into Afghanistan after the United States pulled out. So many Republicans today are criticizing that and saying it was a huge mistake to get out of there. But in terms of how Biden is framing it, it's a victory because they were able to conduct this strike from a distance, and he says they'll continue to do that as they need to in Afghanistan.
All right, Maura and Ken, thank you for kicking us off this hour. We appreciate it.
Let's now bring in retired Lieutenant General Steph Twitty. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. First off, just with that backdrop, who he was to this organization, and also with those details Ken gave about how difficult it was to track him down, I'm wondering your reaction to this announcement.
Well, great to be on the show. First of all, this is an extraordinary victory by the members of our counterintelligence community. If you go back to 1998, Al-Zahir was responsible for the bombings of the U.S. Embassy in Tanzania, the U.S. Embassy in Uganda. He was responsible and the mastermind behind the bombing of the USS Cole. And of course, he was one of the masterminds of the bombing of 9/11. And so very extraordinary. We've been trying to capture him or kill him for over 20 years. So this is a great day for our country.
In recent years, how dangerous have al-Qaeda been to the West, especially when you compare it with other groups like ISIS?
Yes, well, make no mistake about it. Yes, they have been fractured, but they're still dangerous. They still have about anywhere between 30,000 or 50,000 members. They're all over the globe, very much so in Africa and the Arabian Peninsula. And so they still have the ability to reach out and touch and do harm across U.S. interests and across our allies. And oh, by the way, what we must watch out for in the coming days is they will probably install a new leader here in the next coming days. And you can look for them to try and retaliate for this attack.
Now, this drone strike is the first known U.S. intervention in Afghanistan since that chaotic troop withdrawal last year. Now, we know the Taliban, of course, has been in charge since then. But as we were just discussing, the U.S. has now accused them of breaking an agreement to not allow any extremist groups to operate there. Are you concerned that groups like al-Qaeda, any other extremist groups, could flourish again there? And is there anything we can do to stop that?
Well, absolutely, I'm concerned. The Taliban is complicit. If he was hiding amongst their midst there in downtown Kabul, then we know that they're complicit. And I am concerned that there will be other terrorist groups that may continue to brew within Afghanistan. This over-horizon capability that the U.S. put together, we have to stand behind that, make sure that we have the good intelligence that we need, the SIGINT, the HUMINT, all the intelligence that we need to bring to bear. Given that we don't have U.S. troops on the ground, we have to rely on this capability now.
Lieutenant General Twitty, we always appreciate your time and your expertise. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Now to the latest on the floods devastating communities in eastern Kentucky and West Virginia. This morning, flood alerts still remain in effect in both states as the rain continues to fall. Some areas are already seeing 2 inches of rain just this morning. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear says at least 37 people have been killed in the floods, while hundreds more are still unaccounted for. President Biden has approved a major disaster declaration for Kentucky, but the road to recovery could be long. Entire towns are still submerged, others completely cut off, and more rain is still on the way. We have team coverage this morning. We're going to check in with NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman in just a moment. But we begin on the ground with NBC News correspondent George Solis, who joins us now from Jackson, Kentucky. George, so the real concern this morning, they got more rain overnight. More is expected today. That raises the threat of even more flooding. What's the situation like there right now?
Yeah, good morning, Joe. There is some cautious optimism that the worst is over.
but only just. You can imagine many are still heartbroken over the destruction they are seeing, over the loss of life. Unfortunately, it's a number that continues to increase. As you mentioned, 37 lives lost, and unfortunately that number is expected to go higher. There's also hundreds that are still unaccounted for, and even hundreds more that are displaced. As you can see, the river behind me right now, there is a swift moving current. We've been watching debris that has been flowing from homes, people's property. They've lost everything. And this morning, we are expecting an update from the governor in about an hour to give us some new numbers.
So, George, I mean, these floods and rains, they've been going on for days now, on top of all the destruction, on top of the loss of life. I mean, this is an ongoing trauma for this community. How are people coping right now mentally?
Yeah, Joe, you can imagine it is a lot to ask of people right now to process what they are seeing, what they have been going through. Many people in many instances have lost everything. Some people at this point are still waiting to be rescued. The National Guard on the scene doing everything they can to get those people out of harm's way before any of those waters move in, even as waters start to recede. The heat, another concern as the temperatures start to rise here. Now, I did speak with a grandmother who walked me through her harrowing experience surviving this flood. It is truly heartbreaking. Take a listen.
It came pouring into the doors, and we had like 5 minutes to get out, and it flooded over 5 feet and took everything we had, and I've been there 8 years.
So sorry. So you lost everything?
Yeah. Everything. We lost everything. Our clothes. I couldn't do anything else. We got the grandkids out.
You said it's just you and your 2 grandchildren?
Yes. Yeah.
Where are you staying now?
We've been sleeping in the car.
Mother, very thankful to have made it out with her 2 grandchildren, and we are expecting to hear more stories of this throughout the day. But again, people here just in a show of support and solidarity.
I want to ask you more about that. I mean, we know time and time again the worst brings out the best in people, and we keep hearing how this community is rallying together to help those in need. What are some of the things you're hearing from the people there in Eastern Kentucky?
Yeah, Joe, people more united than ever. People here resilient, and they are showing that. Just yesterday, we noticed a number of pop-up groups handing out food and water, complete strangers. One group from about 2 hours away here, just making it a point to help out their fellow neighbors. They don't know anybody here. They just said they had to do something. So they gathered food. They've been collecting donations from the community, and everyone eager to help out. Some of these gestures making people emotional, understandably. Take a listen.
Everybody is in this together right now.
Yeah, it's true.
And it's times like this we need to pull together like we're doing and help one another. Because that's all we have is to lean on one another right now.
Are you proud of your community, proud of the people of Kentucky?
I love Eastern Kentucky. They're the best people. I'm sorry. We're going to help each other. We're going to be strong. Eastern Kentucky people are strong. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else.
Again, it's just so heartbreaking to hear what these people have been through today. As the sun comes up, more cleanup expected to begin, more search efforts underway. Something the governor mentioned that I want to note today. He mentioned cell phone service, which is so crucial, is starting to return here in the area, which they hope will hopefully lead to more reunions in the coming days.
Right.
Joe and Savannah?
That's a little bit of good news right there. George Solis, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
For more now, we're joined by John May. He's the chief of the Wolfe County Search and Rescue Team. John, thank you so much for joining us this morning and just incredible work you are doing. We so appreciate your time. I know you're working hard. I mean, first, I just want to ask what this experience has been like for you. This is, of course, one of the most important pieces here, search and rescue, the search for human life. What have you been seeing firsthand?
Yeah, well, thanks for inviting me on. It's certainly been a difficult few days here in Eastern Kentucky. We received the phone call around 4:30 a.m. on Thursday morning that a large flooding event had occurred in Breathitt County. So we dispatched our team, and, you know, we didn't have much damage here, so I really wasn't sure how bad it was going to be. But you know, once we arrived on scene, we met up with some of the Breathitt County search and rescue team members, and the river was, you know, unbelievable. I mean, it was rolling. large debris coming down the river, just really, really scary. And we knew we were going to be in, for a long day, several days and weeks, honestly.
I have to ask you about this dramatic rescue video posted by your team. A lot of people have probably seen this now. I know you were involved with this effort. It shows an 83-year-old woman who's being plucked up from the roof of a home by a helicopter. I understand you were one of the rescuers who got that woman to safety by entering her home and getting her to the roof. There it is. There's that video. Tell us what that was like. How did you do this? Walk us through the process of getting people out in situations like this where it has to be from their roofs.
Sure, absolutely. This was about the third or fourth rescue operation that we did that morning. So it kind of gives you an idea about how deep the water was around these homes. In this particular case, when the call came in, they advised that there was 5 residents stranded in the attic. So we grabbed the chainsaw off of our search and rescue vehicle and put it in our boat and started up. It was about 2.5, 3 miles up the river, so it wasn't easy to get to. Trying to gain access there while dodging homes and trailers floating down the river. We had to get into the wooded areas many times with our Zodiac to avoid that. But once we got on scene, there was another house right next door that had 2 small children in it as well that we were having to deal with. But the Black Hawk came in and they lowered a medic down to the roof of the house. And we were trying to get them out of a hole, like a vent in the attic, but due to their age and the height of that hole, they couldn't come out. So we took our boat to the back side of the home and actually knocked out a large window and cleared all the glass and debris from that, and then asked those residents one at a time just to come down to a lower level and come to that window, and we would pull them into our rescue boat. So we did that multiple times, and then we would drive them basically up the side of the house and then let them climb up the roof to where you can see the crewmen from the Kentucky National Guard sitting there. And it was a slick roof. I mean, we were nervous about people climbing up a tin roof, and they were barefoot. So we had a safety line set up, but it was a little unnerving.
Wow. What is that moment like when you have actually been able to make it in and make contact with somebody who has been stranded there? What's it like when you're able to get them out?
Yeah, just thankful we could get to them. They were relatively, that was a large home, a brick home. So I felt pretty good about their safety, about that house not coming off the foundation at that particular time. But some of the other homes that we got to just before this one, there was a mobile home that was completely flooded over. And the 2 residents you can see a guy wire coming off that telephone pole right there. They were actually hanging on to a guy wire just like that, up to their neck in water. We just grabbed them and pulled them into the boat. The lady was hypothermic, shivering, very cold. The gentleman had a fairly large laceration on his arm from floating debris. And you just kind of do it and then you repeat it. You take those people to shelter and then you go back up the river, fight your way back up and try to find the next family. And, the National Guard was hovering overhead. We can't thank them enough. I mean, they were kind of helping us point out where we needed to go. And then if we found someone like this, they came in and took them out, which was safer than us taking them back down the river, because it was pretty dicey up and down that river for certain.
Oh. John May, incredible work you are doing. It sounds like such a coordinated effort that you guys are all working through here to save these families. That video is just stunning, and just imagining you living it. Thank you so much for joining us. We so appreciate your time this morning.
No problem.
Good luck with your efforts. Absolutely.
Have a good day.
You too.
Incredible stories just playing out over and over again. And the threat of flooding still continues for parts of Kentucky this morning, with strong storms still sweeping through the area.
Yeah, for more on that and what you can expect in your forecast, we're going to check in, of course, with meteorologist Michelle Grossman. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Good morning. So good to see you guys. And yeah, we're watching that flood risk continuing. We're looking at really heavy downpours. I've been watching them since 1 a.m. and they sort of pop up. They have really heavy rain with them. So let's take a look at what's happening right now. We have a flood watch. That's in parts of eastern Kentucky, also southern Ohio, into West Virginia, also portions of western Virginia. Now, the good news is right now we're looking dry in portions of eastern Kentucky. That's what we expect for today. We may see another round of rain tonight and then a little break tomorrow before rain returns on Thursday. But we're looking at really heavy rain moving through Illinois into portions of Indiana, also the western part of West Virginia. Look how heavy that rain is. It pops up really fast. We do have flash flood warnings. That's where you're seeing the red boxes, and that's going to come in and out as we go throughout the day. We do expect this to die down somewhat before we see some more storms later on today. So we're expecting some flooding. We're expecting the chance of some flash flooding as well. Where you see this pink, that's your moderate risk, so that's the highest risk. And that's because we're seeing those really heavy downpours. Where you see those green, reds, the oranges, the yellows, especially that purple color, we're seeing really strong storms and really, really heavy downpours. Again, it's like that sponge that you squeeze out. And this is just moving off to the south and also the east. Now, by this afternoon into the evening hours, we're watching another round of storms moving back to the upper Midwest. We're expecting winds gusting to 60 miles per hour. Could see some damaging hail. Could even see a tornado. That risk is low, but it's still there. We saw a tornado yesterday, a possible tornado in portions of West Virginia. The National Weather Service will go out and examine that today. But again, we're expecting a lot of rainfall once again, especially again where you see those darker colors, the reds, the oranges, the yellow. So Big Rapids down to Fort Wayne, Indianapolis, you could see some heavy rainfall. Now, we need to talk about the dangerous heat because George sort of touched upon this, but a lot of people in Kentucky still do not have power. They don't have air conditioning. And we're really going to start to heat things up, especially in the middle of the country today. And then this is going to move off to the east by tomorrow. Even New York City, you're going to be into the upper 90s by Thursday. Boston, you're going to be close to 100 degrees. So 25 million people under a heat alert that's stretching from Minneapolis. You're under excessive heat warning through Omaha, Wichita, Tulsa, into Little Rock. Where you see the orange, that is your heat advisory. We're looking at temperatures once again climbing into the 90s, into the triple digits. You factor in that humidity because it's high again. That's what's adding to some of these storm totals. We're looking and we're going to feel like 102 in Minneapolis, feeling like 108 today in Omaha. It's going to feel like 101 in Nashville. Then as we go throughout tomorrow, notice this moves off a little bit to the east. So now you get into Richmond feeling like 96. And then I'll end it quickly here because I want to show you Thursday. We're going to really heat up in the East Coast. New York City, 96. And Boston, you're going to be near 100 degrees at 99. You factor in the humidity, it's going to feel worse than that. Back to you guys.
It's coming back. All right.
Yeah. All right. Lots to keep watching for. Thanks, Michelle. Sure. Shifting to politics now. It's primary day across the country. Voters in several key swing states are set to make their voices heard as November's midterms near. That also means cue
election music. There it is. Today, 5 states are holding elections with issues like abortion access on the ballot. Plus, could the January 6th hearings have any impact on key primary races? NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray joins us now with a preview. Mark, good morning. So we've seen candidates in both Arizona and Missouri's GOP Senate primaries competing for endorsements from former President Trump. We've seen throughout this primary season, sometimes that endorsement pays off, sometimes it doesn't. In those 2 states, how important is that endorsement, do you think?
You know, Joe, in those 2 states, it probably does help more than it hurts. And usually where it has actually helped are in open races. We did see where Donald Trump's endorsement and intervention ended up backfiring in Georgia when he was trying to run against Republican Governor Brian Kemp. But in this race, that in Arizona governor, for example, to succeed term-limited Governor Doug Ducey, it's an open contest, and Trump has thrown his endorsement for Carrie Lake, a former TV anchor who's very conservative. And then also in Arizona Senate, we've seen him endorse Blake Masters. And in Missouri, but I also, Joe, it's important to sometimes note this Trump endorsement game can be a little bit of a farce. There have been times where Donald Trump has rescinded his endorsement. There have been times where he's endorsed only at the very end when it looks like someone's going to win. And then yesterday, Donald Trump decided to endorse Eric in general in Missouri, either Eric Greitens or Eric Schmidt, the attorney general from Missouri, kind of hedging his bets there. And so sometimes when we kind of try to talk about the power of Donald Trump's endorsement, it sometimes is kind of a pointless exercise because he's just endorsing just Eric in general. And we have to kind of guess which Eric he's actually referring to.
So do the Erics. They're guessing too.
Yeah, that's a good one. All right, Mark. Let's talk about issues here. In Kansas, we're seeing something really important play out. Voters will be the first in the country there to have a say on abortion access at the state level after Roe v. Wade was overturned. What should people know about this constitutional amendment that's set to be decided on in today's election?
Yeah, Savannah, in 2019, Kansas's state Supreme Court ruled that there was a right to an abortion in the state. And once Republicans ended up padding their majorities after the 2020 elections, the state put this ballot referendum, a constitutional amendment, on the ballot for August. And it's important to note that they did it in August and not the general election, where some observers actually think this actually helps the side that wants to restrict abortion rights. And on the referendum for this constitutional amendment, either you vote yes, and that is to have a new constitutional amendment that says that there is not a right to abortion in the state constitution, or you end up voting no, that I want to keep it the status quo as is. The no sides are the abortion rights supporters, the yes sides are the abortion rights opponents, and it really has turned into a very big and close battle, and this might be the most important contest we watch all night tonight.
And Mark, you know, the fallout from the January 6th hearings is lingering over all this, not to mention really last year's impeachment vote. So in Washington state, you've got 2 House Republicans. They voted to impeach former President Trump. They're now facing primary challengers. What are you watching for in those races?
Yeah, in addition into Washington state, Joe, you also have in Michigan, where another Republican incumbent who ended up voting for Donald Trump's impeachment, Peter Myers, also receiving a Trump-backed challenge as well. So it's a total of 3. But in Washington state, it's really interesting because you end up Jamie Herrera Butler, the Republican congresswoman, as well as Dan Newhouse, as you mentioned, are both receiving primary challenges. But in Washington state, it's a little bit interesting. They have a top 2 primary system. And so the top 2 candidates, regardless of party, ended up advancing in the November election. And so while they're getting these challenges from these Trump-backed candidates, it's most likely we're not going to see that resolution until November, that you end up having these members of Congress in Washington who voted for the impeachment advance to the general election against the Trump-backed opponent.
All right, Mark Murray breaking it all down for us. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Mark. And coming up on Morning News Now, continuing coverage on the death of al-Qaeda leader Ayman al-Zawahiri. We have reaction from around the world.
Plus, will she or won't she? The latest on House Speaker Pelosi's tour of Asia, including a possible stop in Taiwan, when we come back.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations? We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
We're back now with the latest from Capitol Hill as the Senate prepares to vote on key legislation.
Democrats are looking to pass their spending bill by the end of the week after Senator Joe Manchin threw his support behind it last week. NBC News senior congressional reporter Scott Wong joins us now to break it all down. Hey, Scott, good morning. So let's start with that bill in the Senate. We know Joe Manchin has voiced his support for it, but we're still waiting on somebody else. We got to hear from Arizona Senator Kyrsten Sinema, another moderate. What's at stake here for Democrats, and does the bill stand a chance to pass if Sinema were to vote against it?
Yeah, it's kind of like whack-a-mole. They get Joe Manchin on board, and then all eyes are suddenly on Kyrsten Sinema. Look, if Kyrsten Sinema is a no, this bill has no chance of passing, really. Democrats need to hold the line. They need all 50 votes in order to get this across the finish line. They likely will need the assist from Vice President Kamala Harris as well. That being said, there is a lot for Kyrsten Sinema to like here. There is billions of dollars in investments for climate change. Look, Arizona is being ravaged as much of the West is as well by wildfires for the last several years. So that is a top priority for Kyrsten Sinema. She also is central to this deal on prescription drug prices, lowering prescription drug prices and letting Medicare be able to negotiate those prices. And so she has skin in the game already. And that certainly has been a pet issue for her and something that she has her fingerprints all over. And so there's a lot to like here. Democrats are feeling very bullish, but again, Kyrsten Sinema has been fairly silent on the matter of this reconciliation bill. All eyes will be on her and what she has to say about this Manchin-Schumer deal later this week.
And Scott, we have another big issue overseas. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's potential visit to Taiwan is certainly heightening tensions between China and the U.S. What's the latest on her trip there? Do we know? Is she going?
All eyes are on Nancy Pelosi as well. China is really ratcheting up its rhetoric in advance of a potential visit. The Speaker's office has been quiet about whether or not she is going to go. We do know she's in Asia. They were in Singapore, and she led that delegation to Singapore yesterday. But now you are seeing tensions really rising in the region. Chinese are conducting military exercises along the Taiwan Strait. Now Russia has weighed in on the situation and warned the U.S. that her potential visit could really escalate the situation. They are saying that her visit would be purely provocative. And so we will know in the next, 24 to 48 hours here whether or not they decide to descend into Taiwan. But clearly, tensions are extremely high. And, this has been a pet issue for Pelosi and Chinese human rights and defending Taiwan. And so as she sort of heads into the twilight of her career, Taiwan has certainly been a priority and a very important issue for the Speaker.
All right, Scott Wong, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
To international headlines now as the world reacts to the killing of al-Qaeda leader Ayman al-Zawahiri.
NBC News correspondent Claudio Labanga joins us now from Rome with that and more. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Well, let's start off in Kabul, where the Taliban has increased security in the area where a U.S. airstrike has killed Ayman al-Zawahiri over the weekend. Earlier this morning, the Taliban soldiers have seen patrolling the area, even though there is no visible damage there. As we mentioned earlier, a Taliban spokesperson has condemned the attack, calling it a violation of international principles. And moving on to Canada, where Prime Minister Justin Trudeau tweeted out, "The death of Ayman al-Zawahiri is a step toward a safer world. Canada will keep working with our global partners to counter terrorist threats, promote peace and security, and keep people here and at home and around the world safe." And finally, on to Saudi Arabia, where the foreign ministry has put out a statement saying Zawahiri is considered one of the leaders of terrorism that led the planning and execution of heinous terrorist operations in the United States and Saudi Arabia. Back to you guys.
All right. Thank you, Claudia. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Claudia. And coming up, are your kids going to bed early enough? When we come back, more on the link between sleep and your child's mental health, including just how long kids should be sleeping for.
Also, robots as friends. Yeah, how artificial intelligence is being used to combat loneliness for older adults. You're watching Morning News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Dateline Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Back now with our weekly mental health check-in, and we are talking about a new policy in some schools that's focused on the mental health crisis among kids.
Plus, how lack of sleep could impact your children's memory and mental health, and why some stress could actually be good for your brain. We've got a lot to cover this morning. Let's bring in Dr. Soumya Dave, psychiatrist and author of What a Happy Family, for more on all these headlines. Doctor, always great to have you with us. So in past years, and what we're kind of used to, students can have an excused absence from school if they're sick, if they're injured, something like that. But now schools are also giving excused absences for mental health days. Right now, there are 12 states that allow this. Talk us through what this looks like and why it's important.
Sure. So we know that we are in the midst of a mental health crisis in our youth. Dr. Vivek Murthy, our Surgeon General, he actually issued an advisory warning about kids' mental health not too long ago. So we know kids need more support, and a change like this has the potential to do so much. So most of all, it opens up and normalizes that mental health struggles can impact school performance, just like a fever or a cold or anything else like that can. It decreases the stigma surrounding talking about this in the first place and allows kids to say, I'm not okay. I need some extra help. What can I do about this? Now, I imagine the way every child will use that day will vary depending on what makes them feel better. But anything that can provide more support to our kids who have experienced so much and continue to, I think is a step in the right direction.
Let's keep the focus on kids here. There's a new study that says sleeping less than 9 hours could affect kids' memory and their mental health. How much sleep is enough? And then what kind of mental health issues did researchers report finding in those kids who didn't get enough sleep?
Sure. So this was a study done by University of Maryland researchers, and they looked at over 8,300 kids ages 9 and 10. And what they found is that those who slept less than 9 hours a night had decreased gray matter in their brains. So that means less volume in the areas of the brain responsible for attention, concentration, behavior inhibition. Now, kids are more scheduled and stressed than ever, but the American Academy of Pediatrics does recommend 9 to 12 hours of sleep at least for kids who are ages 6 to 12. So always important to prioritize that as much as possible.
All right, I'm really interested to hear what's going on with this last one. We've heard that it's good to try to reduce stress as much as possible in our lives, but now researchers say some types of stress could actually be good for brain functioning. What does that mean? What type of stress? How much?
Sure. So this was a study done by researchers at the University of Georgia. And what they found is that short levels of gradual exposed stress can be beneficial. And what that means is that that type of stress can increase resilience. It can be protective against developing depression. It can help us develop coping skills for future adversity. And I like to distinguish between acute stress and chronic stress. So acute stress is really that short-term stress where we can see an endpoint, like studying for an exam or some kind of deadline coming up. Chronic stress, on the other hand, is that prolonged stress that keeps going on. And that type of stress, when it's there, it can negatively impact everything, our immune system, our mood, our social relationships. So it's really about that balance, and it can be different for different people and in different situations.
Dr. Soumya Dave, always great to have you with us. Thank you so much. We love this segment. Now, loneliness has been described as an epidemic, with the pandemic making the problem worse for many seniors.
Now a new partnership is offering a solution for older adults in one state, a talking robot companion.
Did you hear about the claustrophobic astronaut? Apparently, he just needed a little space.
Meet LEQ, an artificial intelligence-driven robot.
She's the first AI that initiates interactions. You don't even need to talk to her. You need to answer her when she talks to you.
LEQ, remind me that I have to go shopping.
Have a good trip. Buy yourself something nice and try not to miss me too much.
She helps users be healthy, engaged, and informed, all while mimicking human empathy.
It will create a friendship based on the things that I say, not anything that it's pre-programmed to do.
Designed for older adults seeking companionship, LEQ proactively suggests activities and motivates users to adopt healthy habits.
The daily feedback we get is mainly around LEQ being seen as a roommate or a best friend, that they feel like she really acknowledges them and really takes an interest in how they're doing.
In the U.S., nearly 1/3 of all seniors live by themselves. A study by Harvard University's Joint Center for Housing Studies predicts that the number of single-person households with seniors 80 and over is expected to more than double in this generation. Isolation during the pandemic highlighted just how harmful loneliness can be.
The Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, CMS, released a report with AARP that really actually aggregated the impact of isolation on older adults. They showed it was the equivalent to smoking almost a pack of cigarettes a day.
New studies show that 61% of older adults complain that they're lonely and isolated. And we often live far away. Even if we do our best, we're the best son or daughter we can be. We're not with our parents all the time.
Now, the New York State Department of Aging is bringing LEQ into the homes of more than 800 seniors in New York, a national first. Monica Perez is one senior who has been beta testing LEQ. She says the robot has made her step outside her comfort zone and interact more.
I love it when I tell her that I'm going to lunch, and then she asks me when I'm coming back and who I'm going with. And then when I come back, she'll ask me how I enjoyed it. She gets me to be more active, to get out more, to socialize more.
LEQ has many engaging features like trivia, stress reduction exercises.
LEQ, let's have coffee.
Even virtual coffee tours.
Let's share it in a little cafe somewhere in the virtual world. Where in the virtual world do we want to go? Dublin, Jerusalem, or Athens?
She's multimodal. She has context and remembers previous discussions, and they change her behavior going forward. You know, we're not built to be alone as humans. We are social creatures. We don't think LEQ replaces human contact. Human contact is better. From a loved one, it's even much better. But for the periods people are alone, and that might be many hours a day, LEQ is better than the alternative.
Glad to hear that your back pain is gone. I'm going to celebrate with a little dance.
LEQ tells some great dad jokes there. So more of these companion robots are actually being developed around the world. One in France is called Buddy, performs similar tasks to LEQ. Another is called Pepper. It's been tried out in care facilities in Japan and the UK. So expect this to become more common in the coming years. Not a bad idea.
No, and it's cute.
It's cute. It is cute. I like how, too, somebody also says, okay, get out of the house now. Leave me alone.
Yeah, oh, so funny though, but try not to miss me too much. It's adorable. It totally does seem like a friend. It's sweet. What a great concept. All right, coming up, more Gen Zers are turning to TikTok for financial advice.
When we come back, TikTok influencer Your Rich BFF is here with some tips on how you can start saving money.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this? Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive. My name is Lester.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
NBC News, streaming free now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
Welcome back. We're all familiar with the old saying, time is money, right? Well, according to a recent survey, Gen Zers don't really have the time or the money.
Yeah, a Bank of America report found that a whopping 46% say they're struggling to achieve their financial goals with their current income. So where can they start if they do want to take better control of their finances?
Or where can any of us start, for that matter? Our next guest, who you might have seen on TikTok as your rich BFF, love the name, is here to give us some tips and tricks and help us answer that question.
Yeah, joining us now is CEO and founder of Your Rich BFF, Vivian Tu. Vivian, good to have you with us. Thanks for joining us here in person. So, I mean, we hear Gen Zers struggling to meet their financial goals. So first of all, why is that? And then what's the biggest advice you give them to try and take control of things?
Yeah, absolutely. So our generation, transparently, is a little bit disenfranchised, right? We have the highest college pricing. Housing prices have astronomically exploded, but wages have stagnated. So people are having a really, really hard time making ends meet. And back in the day, our parents are talking about the American dream, where they were able to buy a home for $47 and a handshake. I think the really important rule for young people to remember is that you can only save and invest as much as you earn. At the beginning of your career, as soon as you come out of school, it's really, really important to focus on maximizing as much income as humanly possible, whether that be progressing through your current day job and your career or taking on a side hustle to create other income streams. It's really, really important to maximize what you're taking home so that you can make smaller cuts and lower your costs, but it's really, really important to increase the revenue that's coming in.
So let's talk about how. Let's say you're just graduating college, you're going to be getting a salary for the first time. What's maybe one, two, a couple big things that somebody should do with that money they're taking home? How can they maximize it?
Yep. Right away, I would recommend saving 3 to 6 months of living expenses. I recognize that this isn't possible for everybody, but it's really, really important to have this because if your car breaks down or the pipe in your apartment leaks, this is where it's going to be really important for you to have that emergency fund. After that, I would say do your very best to try and pay off high interest rate debt. This means anything over 7%. Largely, these offenders are credit cards. Those are 20 to 25% APR, and that interest will compound very, very quickly. So suddenly that $100 sweater you bought that you couldn't really afford at the time is now an $125 sweater that you still can't really afford. So do our very best to pay off high interest rate debt as soon as possible. And then with that, I would say tap into some of the benefits offered to you as a young person in the workforce. A lot of us do have access to a 401k or a 403b, and many, many companies do offer matching to an extent. So suddenly you put in $1, your company matches that, and now it's $2 in an account and you have free money. And this is the only instance where it is truly free, risk-free money.
Yeah.
So I would say recommend investing in retirement accounts such as a 401k, or even on your own if you don't have an employer that sponsors that. An IRA or a Roth IRA are good choices as well.
And I can tell you, as someone who is not in Gen Z, that pays off down the road. I did that young, and now it's paying off. So know that is good
Joe's ready
advice.
to retire.
There you go. Not quite that much yet, but it does add up. I want to ask you about investing, because that is something I think a lot of people are worried about. There's a recent Morning Consult poll found 35% of U.S. teens and adults don't invest in the stock market because of a lack of knowledge. I mean, it is intimidating. So what are some smart investment Gen Zers can make so they better understand the markets?
Yeah.
Yep. Absolutely. I think there's this culture around us, right, that we're constantly searching for the perfect investment, whether that be a perfect company or a perfect stock to buy into. And that is really, really hard to do as a retail investor. I remember my days on Wall Street. We have access to Bloomberg terminals that are giving us live, up to the second information. You have technology at your fingertips, and for retail investors, that's not so easy to do. It's much, much smarter for most of us at home to invest in ETFs or mutual funds that track a broader index. If you want to take into account your age and how long you have before retirement, a target date retirement fund is also a really, really wise choice. And last but not least, if you are truly so lost, you are not feeling comfortable about making these decisions yourself, just get a robo-advisor. There are so many now that are offering low fees, and you essentially take a quiz about your money goals. They gauge your risk tolerance, and then will build a portfolio for you. Yes, is there a fee? Is it significantly less than getting a human financial advisor? Also, yes.
There you go. All right. Very good.
Great advice.
Vivian,
so important. There's just not enough financial literacy education. Thank you so much. We love having you.
Thank you for having me.
And coming up, spending money while also saving the environment.
Up next, what you can do as a climate-conscious consumer to reduce your carbon footprint. You're watching Morning News Now.
Dateline Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
NBC News, streaming free now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Beyonce has changed a song lyric on her new album Renaissance after facing some backlash from fans for the use of a derogatory word. Disability activists criticized her for using an offensive ableist term in her song Heated, calling out that it's often used in a negative context toward people with disabilities. Beyonce responded in a statement that the word was not used intentionally in a harmful way and will be replaced. Back in June, singer Lizzo received the same backlash for using the same word on her song Girls. The singer apologized and removed the word from her albums. I think we've seen twice there in just a matter of a month or two, both quickly responding and making changes.
Exactly.
Which is good to see.
It sure is. All right, now the issue of climate change has been all around us in recent weeks. I mean, we've seen it in the extreme weather we're experiencing, from deadly wildfires to these heat waves to these deadly floods.
So as Congress considers making a massive investment in green energy, many Americans are wondering, what can I do to make a difference today?
Well, joining us now on set is Brahim Al-Husani. He's the founder and managing partner of Full Cycle. Good morning. It's so good to have you with us. This is such an important conversation. We're so happy to be having it with you. So consumers have this power based on what they buy, how that's going to drive things. What's your advice for shoppers who want to make sure that their dollars are going somewhere good when it comes to the environment?
It's a great question, Savannah. Thanks for asking. So the biggest thing that we can do, obviously, is vote for candidates who have a green platform, because that really gives us the footprint that we need to tackle such a global issue. You know, another very important thing that we can do is choose where we bank. Most people never think about the fact that our deposits, the way banks make money is they lend against our deposits. And a lot of these banks lend towards fossil fuel projects in the trillions. And we don't know that. And so our money is basically acting against our values. There are certain banks, like Aspiration Bank, for example, that commits not to do that, plus plants trees every time we use our debit or credit card. You know, First Republic also does the same thing. Bank of the West does the same thing. They've committed no longer to fund fossil fuel expansions. These are small things that we can do. We can also choose to buy less or no fast fashion anymore and participate in this new trend of thrifting, where we're using previously loved items over and over again. And maybe in my generation, that was considered something taboo to do, but now it's completely mainstream. In fact, as a badge of honor for people to do that. And there's always these diamonds in the rough and
retro looks that are always in.
And
exactly.
the hunt for them is fun.
Yeah, that's super helpful.
Let's talk about transportation, because that's the largest source of greenhouse gas emissions in the U.S. The EPA says it makes up 27% of all emissions. Obviously, cities are built with cars in mind. So what do we do to get around that? What are some of the best things we can do?
Great question. So when they say that figure, that includes obviously air travel and shipping, you know, but cars are a massive one, and it's lovely that the new Inflation Reduction Act is giving a $7,500 credit towards EVs. And there's 46 electric vehicles now on the market. You don't just have to spend $100,000 on a Tesla. You can buy a $35,000 Chevy Bolt if you wanted, plus get the $7,500 credit. Sitting senators in the U.S. drive Bolts, and they're super happy with them. Obviously, there's a new technology now where we can take our waste and turn it into jet fuel. That's considered carbon neutral. So some airlines are now using carbon neutral jet fuel. So people, I don't think, understand how carbon intensive flying is. We did a calculation where if it takes the equivalent of eating meat and dairy, which is extremely carbon intensive, eating it for 6 years is equivalent to flying one way from London to Los Angeles.
Wow. Oh my
so,
goodness.
you know, so traveling locally makes a big difference. Doing it in an EV makes a huge difference.
Oh my gosh. Such great tips there. And just so good to know that people can take little things that they can go do on their own. Brahim Al-Husani, thank you so much. We
Thank
appreciate
you for having
your
me.
time.
Very nice
Good to have you with us.
Yeah.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, justice delivered. That's the message from President Biden after the U.S. kills Ayman al-Zawahiri, a key planner of the September 11th attacks and Osama bin Laden's second in command.
No matter how long it takes, no matter where you hide, if you are a threat to our people, the United States will find you and take you out.
What we're learning this morning about the drone strike that did take him out and the planning that went into the operation. Devastation, dozens confirmed dead and hundreds still missing this morning in Kentucky as search and rescue missions continue 5 days after the flooding began. We'll take a look at the challenges rescuers are facing and the race against time to help stranded survivors. Controversial trip. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is set to visit Taiwan today as China issues a stern warning saying there could be serious consequences if she does. What we're learning about the speaker's trip this morning and the military buildup in the region ahead of her possible arrival. Plus, another world. There's online shopping, and now there's shopping in the metaverse. We're going to show you how it works and if this kind of shopping spree in the digital world could become the new normal. I guess that's another way to maybe save the environment we were talking about moments ago.
Yeah,
get clothes that aren't actually clothes.
Yeah, clothes for your avatar.
There you go.
If you want to spend the money on them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They do cost money, real money. All right, we'll get to that in a little bit. We're going to begin this hour with breaking news, the assassination of al-Qaeda leader Ayman al-Zawahiri and the reaction to his death.
Yeah, in a speech last night, President Biden said al-Zawahiri was killed in a U.S. drone strike in Kabul, Afghanistan over the weekend. He's widely known as one of the masterminds of 9/11, as well as being Osama bin Laden's right-hand man and eventual successor. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander has been following this and joins us now. Hi, Peter. Good morning.
Hey, Savannah and Joe. Good morning to both of you. The United States has been trying to kill Ayman al-Zawahiri for more than 2 decades now. The notorious terrorist, the successor to Osama bin Laden, as you noted, one of the architects of 9/11. And according to the U.S., even within recent weeks, he had been creating videos urging his followers to attack the United States and his allies. His death this morning, significant. It is a major victory for the Biden administration nearly a year after the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan.
Justice has been delivered, and this terrorist leader is no more.
President Biden overnight still in isolation from COVID, announcing the U.S. has killed al-Qaeda's leader Ayman al-Zawahiri in a drone strike in Kabul, Afghanistan.
If you are a threat to our people, the United States will find you and take you out.
The strike was carried out at 9:48 Eastern Time Saturday, early Sunday morning in Afghanistan, when senior officials say the U.S. government used an unmanned drone and Hellfire missiles to target the third-floor balcony of a residential apartment building in downtown Kabul. 2 people briefed on the matter tell NBC News the operation was conducted by the CIA, punctuating months of planning. U.S. intelligence officials say had been tracking Zawahiri since early this year when he and his family moved to the Kabul safe house, the president giving the go-ahead 1 week ago.
None of his family members were hurt, and there were no civilian casualties.
After succeeding Osama bin Laden as al-Qaeda's leader in 2011, Zawahiri appeared in videos taunting the U.S. and its allies, calling on Muslims to attack America. A ruthless force behind al-Qaeda's operations, Zawahiri helped plan 9/11, as well as the 2000 attack on the USS Cole in Yemen that killed 17 Americans. And before that, the 1998 U.S. embassy bombings in Kenya and Tanzania. Zawahiri's death comes as the U.S. prepares to mark 1 year since its chaotic and deadly exit from Afghanistan. By then, the Taliban had made an agreement with the U.S. that it would not provide safe harbor to terrorist groups like al-Qaeda. The Secretary of State saying overnight that the Taliban has grossly violated that agreement. 2 senior Taliban leaders tell NBC News Zawahiri moved to Kabul within 5 or 6 months of the foreign fighters leaving. And a senior administration official says senior Taliban Haqqani network leaders were aware of his presence there.
And this morning, we're learning new details about the precise planning that went into this operation. Senior officials saying that President Biden was presented with a model of that apartment building in the center of Kabul during a meeting that took place in the Situation Room on July 1st. Very few officials, we were told, were made aware of this mission before it took place and before the president gave the green light last week. Joe and Savannah.
All right, Peter, thank you so much.
Now to flood-ravaged Kentucky and more rain there this morning. Flood alerts are in effect in both Kentucky and neighboring West Virginia, with some areas already seeing up to 2 inches of rain today. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch is in Lost Creek, Kentucky, with the latest.
This is just one example of the devastation caused by floodwaters in eastern Kentucky. Thankfully, we did not see more flooding overnight, but we know this morning of another 9 people who died in this horrific natural disaster.
Overnight, severe weather hammering the heartland yet again.
We're in the middle of it right now.
A reported tornado on the West Virginia-Pennsylvania border damaging several homes as eastern Kentucky continues recovery from floods that killed at least 37 people.
Hundreds of unaccounted for people minimum, and we just don't have a firm grasp on that. I wish we did.
Now it's a race against time to help stranded survivors. NBC News had exclusive access as the National Guard made urgent deliveries in mountainous areas where roads have been wiped out.
Even once the Guard finds the people they're trying to help, another challenge for the pilot, figuring out where they can safely land in this hilly part of the state.
It took 3 attempts, but finally we touched down. The Guard dropping off food, water, diapers, and more.
Thank you.
Volunteers helping gather donations.
When you look at the amount of people that don't have food and water, I'd say it is in the thousands, I would think.
And there are more harrowing stories of survival. Missy Crevetti's grandma, uncle, and brother captured on video as they narrowly made their escape in shoulder-deep water, all thanks to a stranger's kindness.
There's going to be a lot of loss up there, but there are a lot of happy endings because of neighbors helping neighbors.
One family telling us this is where their house used to be. That's before the floodwaters took it all the way down there with 2 people trapped on the porch.
I'm very grateful. I know that we lost our house, our camper, and we lost 2 vehicles as well, but those are just material things. You know, we all survived, and that's the main thing.
But some families aren't so lucky, now mourning those they lost, like Rita Hall, the great-grandmother remembered as fun-loving and strong with a heart of gold. And 82-year-old Nellie Mae Howard, loved ones saying she was the backbone of our family.
And Kentucky's governor says some survivors may be dealing with water issues for months to come. Back to you.
All right, Jesse Kirsch, thank you so much.
And now we're tracking those storms in the Midwest and also triple digits in other parts of the country.
Yeah, meteorologist Michelle Grossman is here. A lot to watch this week.
There's a lot, and you have to think about the heat in Kentucky. They don't have power, mold issues, right, with all that humidity, too. It's going to be a long while before there's recovery there. Yeah, we are tracking things heating up once again. We had all that heat in the Northwest last weekend. This has moved to the east, and now it's going to move further to the east as we go throughout the late week as well. So taking a look in the middle of the country, 25 million people under a heat alert, mostly a heat advisory. That's in the orange, but Minneapolis under an excessive heat warnings. We're looking at temperatures climbing into the 90s, into the triple digits once again. It's like deja vu, right? We talked about it for 4 weeks straight. Well, we're going to do it once again. We're feeling like 108 by this afternoon in Omaha. It will feel like 102 in Minneapolis, feeling like 102 also in St. Louis. Same story as you head to D.C. The Mid-Atlantic starting to heat up, also the Northeast into the 90s. You will be at 90, but feeling closer to the mid-90s. As we go throughout tomorrow, once again, temperatures into the 90s at triple digits. Humidity so high. We've had such high humidity. It's not going anywhere. And that's going to give you that heat index of feeling like 103 in Cincinnati, feeling like 104 in Paducah. Now, look what happens by Thursday. Boston, you're going to be close to 100 degrees. That's without the humidity. That's your daytime temperature. You factor in that humidity, it'll feel worse than that. New York City, 96, 93 in Burlington. The good news is by Friday and Saturday, we get that relief once again. So Buffalo, you're into the 70s. By Saturday, 85. Then New York City into the 80s. So it's a short-lived warm-up, not like what we had last time. Now, this heat is going to prompt some more fire danger today. Where you see that red, that is a red flag warning. Along with that low humidity, we could see more wildfires and also some winds gusting up to 40 miles per hour. That's really tough when you have that risk for wildfires. Also, if you're fighting this fire. So the McKinney fire, here's the latest, 55,000 plus acres burned. And with those winds blowing, you guys, when you are out there fighting that fire, it's so erratic and it's so hard to contain. And that's why we're still at 0% containment after 4 days, I think. Yeah.
Oh,
that's the wind makes it hard. All right.
Fire season. All right. Thank you so much, Michelle. Now, tensions are rising this morning between the U.S. and China amid House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's trip across Asia. Her potential visit to Taiwan has now sparked a military buildup by China, which has U.S. military personnel in the area sounding the alarm. NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Andrea Mitchell has the latest for us.
Good morning. All indications are that barring a last-minute change, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is on her way to Taiwan this morning on a military jet. In the face of Beijing's strong warnings of very serious consequences and military saber-rattling not seen in decades, claiming it violates Chinese sovereignty over Taiwan agreed to by the U.S. more than 40 years ago.
Speaker Pelosi, will you be going to Taiwan?
The House Speaker touring Asia this week with a big question mark in her itinerary, leaving room for an anticipated stop in Taiwan today, despite White House concerns it could lead to a military confrontation with China, deliberate or accidental. Publicly, the administration warning China not to overreact.
If the Speaker does decide to visit and China tries to create some kind of crisis or otherwise escalate tensions, that would be entirely on Beijing.
In the past few days, China launching the most aggressive military exercises in 25 years, accusing the U.S. of interfering in its internal affairs. Taiwan responding. The U.S. sending the aircraft carrier Ronald Reagan to the region.
It's not so much that there might be a direct attack, but it raises the stakes of miscalculation and confusion, which could also lead to unintended consequences.
Pelosi would be the first House Speaker to set foot in Taiwan since Newt Gingrich in 1997. But she's been a hawk on Taiwan for decades. 3 years ago, tweeting this news report of herself and 2 other Congress members in Tiananmen Square in 1991.
We've been told for 2 days now that there's freedom of speech in China.
Unfurling a banner in tribute to those who died there 2 years earlier and facing down police. 2 weeks ago, President Biden had warned the U.S. military did not want Pelosi to go.
I think that the military thinks it's not a good idea right now.
But on this issue, she's apparently willing to split with the president, backed by many other Democrats and leading Republicans.
Once it was pretty clear she wanted to go there and intended to go there, you can't pull that trip down because the Chinese Communist Party sends out some third-rate propagandist to threaten her or to threaten the United States of America.
The question now, if the speaker is about to approach Taiwan on a U.S. military plane, how will the Chinese Air Force respond? Already in anticipation of her visit, global markets are down today, fearing a crisis, and because Taiwan is the world's biggest producer of computer chips, including its exports to China.
Andrea Mitchell, thank you.
Back here in the U.S., the issue of abortion is on the ballot in today's primary election in Kansas. Voters there will decide on an amendment to the state's constitution that could end the right to abortion access in that state. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns has the latest on the vote and the impact it could have on states across the country.
Hey, Joe, good morning. Right now, Kansas is the epicenter of the battle over abortion rights. The folks voting here today will be among the very first in the nation to cast a ballot on this issue since the fall of Roe. And what Kansans do today, how they vote, and how many show up will be a bellwether for what's to come in the midterms in November. This primary day, Kansans who oppose abortion, hoping their prayers are answered, holding a vigil overnight ahead of a critical election where Kansans will be first in the nation to vote on abortion since Roe v. Wade was overturned. Right now, the state constitution protects abortion access here, but on the ballot, the Value Them Both Amendment, which would take away those protections if passed. Abortion rights activists say the amendment will pave the way to a total ban.
If we lose the constitutional protection in Kansas, we know what's coming. This will open up the path for the legislature to ban abortion, to create new restrictions that really target abortion care.
Not just in Kansas, but in the entire region, as surrounding states have already banned the procedure.
Where could people go to seek care? What would be the next closest option for folks?
We're going to be sending patients to Denver, to New Mexico, to Illinois.
But supporters of the amendment say a ban isn't the goal. Does this amendment pave the pathway to a ban potentially?
It paves the way for future conversations to be able to happen. I want to see a future where Kansans are involved in the discussion, where unelected judges don't decide for the rest of us the right kinds of limits on abortion in our state.
Today's vote making Kansas a battleground and a bellwether over whether abortion access will drive voters to the polls in this year's midterm elections. The full-blown get-out-the-vote effort drawing fresh boots on the ground.
I've loved the pro-life movement my whole life. I feel like this was just a time to step up as someone in Kansas, that it's an important time for us.
You've never been involved before. Why this time?
I think this vote is very, very important for Kansas voters.
And so far, early in-person voting up more than 200% from 4 years ago. Recent polling showing the vote will be close. Both sides praying for a win in this high-stakes battle the nation is watching. And in a sign of what's at stake and the whiplash that some Americans are facing against the battle at the ballot box here. This morning, residents in Kentucky are waking up to news over the battle in the courts there. Overnight, a judge reinstating a trigger law banning abortion. Joe?
All right, Dasha Burns, thank you.
And coming up, the latest on the drone strike that killed the leader of al-Qaeda. More on how the operation unfolded and what his killing means for groups like the Taliban.
Plus, a group of veterans and activists has been camped out for days on Capitol Hill. They're calling on Senate Republicans to back a bill to help veterans exposed to toxic burn pits. Where that fight now stands next.
We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it.
This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open.
Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive. My name is Lester.
Harry Styles!
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
International headlines now. One official is sounding a global alarm on the spread of nuclear weapons. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us with that and more. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Well, we start off with a stark warning by the UN Secretary General, who said that we are only one step away from nuclear annihilation. General Antonio Guterres gave the warning at a meeting to prevent the spread of nuclear weapons in New York yesterday. This comes after North Korea has conducted its 7th nuclear test and Russia has done multiple attacks on Ukraine. In a letter to the conference, Russian President Vladimir Putin said there can be no winners in a nuclear war and no such war should ever be started. Moving on to India, where the first confirmed monkeypox death in Asia has occurred. The 22-year-old man has recently traveled to the United Arab Emirates, where he initially tested positive. The Indian government has isolated 21 people who had come in contact with him, but none of them are showing symptoms. He makes the 4th known fatality from the current outbreak. And finally, onto one unfortunate passenger flying from Bali to Australia, who found themselves paying a hefty fine of almost $2,000 after not declaring 2 egg and sausage McMuffin sandwiches in their luggage. Sorry, this is too funny. In their luggage. It comes as Australia is taking measures to address an outbreak of foot and mouth disease confirmed in Bali. A biosecurity dog sniffed out the sandwiches, which were then sent to be tested. Now, there's a couple of takeaways from here, guys. I don't think it takes a sniffer dog to sniff out a sausage McMuffin. And secondly, it was sent out for testing, and after expensive lab testing, it turned out to be a real sausage McMuffin.
Right. Wow.
Back to you guys.
Did he get to eat it? I hope it was good.
Claudio, I don't know if you've ever broke on us like that. You couldn't get through that one. All right, thanks, Claudio.
I'm sorry, it's too funny. It's too funny.
All right, more now on our top story. A U.S. drone strike that targeted and killed the leader of al-Qaeda in the Afghan capital of Kabul. Earlier this morning, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan spoke to our colleagues on the Today Show, who asked if this attack showed that Afghanistan has become a safe harbor for terrorists.
Well, I think it's strange to call it a safe harbor when we just took out the leader of al-Qaeda sitting on his balcony in Kabul. So, no, it does not signal that to me. What it signals to me, Savannah, is that the president has made good on his word when we left. He said the United States did not need to keep sending thousands of American men and women to fight and die in Afghanistan after 20 years of war to keep this country safe. He said we would be able to continue to target and take out terrorists in Afghanistan without troops on the ground. And over this weekend, with this swift and decisive action that he ordered, he delivered on that promise. He made good on what he said, and the United States continues to maintain the capacity to hold at risk any terrorist who plots against us from Afghanistan or anywhere else without having thousands of troops on the ground.
To put a fine point on it, do you believe the Taliban government knew that Ayman al-Zawahiri was living there? And what will you do, if anything, to hold the Taliban government accountable, if so?
We believe that there were senior members of the Haqqani network who are affiliated with the Taliban who did know that Zawahiri was in Kabul. There may have been other members of the Taliban who did not know. We have already been engaged with the Taliban, and I'm not going to preview any further actions that we will take to ensure that the Taliban lives up to its commitments not to allow any external plotting from Afghanistan, but rest assured the United States will be vigilant on that.
Let's bring in NBC News Chief Foreign Correspondent Richard Engel. Richard, I'm glad we can have you to talk more about this. We just heard from Jake Sullivan there saying that some people associated with the Taliban, he believes they knew where al-Zawahiri was. You were in Afghanistan during that chaotic U.S. troop withdrawal. You spoke with Taliban officials. What did they tell you back then about harboring terror groups? And are you hearing anything that they're saying now about this strike?
So this strike, and I think we're seeing this from the administration, really calls into question the effectiveness of the American withdrawal. The United States said, President Biden said, and by the way, President Trump made the initial agreement. So both administrations agreed on this policy that the United States would pull out troops from Afghanistan, and that if there was any problem, if al-Qaeda returned or ISIS returned or some other terrorist group started to gather in Afghanistan, that there could be these so-called over-the-horizon strikes, that drones and U.S. intelligence would handle any problems as they came up. And you heard Jake Sullivan, he's pointing to what happened over the weekend with the CIA drone strike in Kabul as evidence that that policy was a success. But it raises the question, why was Ayman al-Zawahiri in Kabul to begin with? The Taliban swore to President Trump and swore to President Biden and put it in writing and signed several agreements, collectively known as the Doha Accords, that they would never allow al-Qaeda to come back. But they're very confident. I could see that during the fall of Kabul. I've seen that on subsequent trips. They are extremely arrogant. They believe that the Taliban, forced out the United States, drove out the world's biggest superpower, and that now no one can tell them anything. They are graced by God, they believe. They are on a religious, historic mission, and who is the United States? The United States, which had to pull out of the country under fire, who is the United States to tell them any different? So it shows a tremendous amount of arrogance, confidence, whatever you want to call it, from the Taliban, that less than 1 year after making this agreement with the two U.S. administrations, they were confident enough, bold enough to host the al-Qaeda leader for months right in the center of Kabul. So I think it does raise serious questions about the long-term stability of that country and the kinds of people who are operating in Afghanistan. Yes, the United States was able to find Ayman al-Zawahiri, but he is a very well-known figure. The U.S. has been tracking him for decades now. Will they have as much success tracking smaller figures, new figures, people that they don't already know?
Richard, can you just help us understand how significant is the death of al-Zawahiri?
Well, I think it's very significant that it took place in Kabul for the reasons we just discussed. I think it's not as significant on a operational level. You had Osama bin Laden, who was the figurehead of the organization. He was the charismatic leader. He was the one who had finances, connections, could bring in support, allow al-Qaeda to establish franchises, little sort of offshoots all around the world. Ayman al-Zawahiri was not, by all al-Qaeda accounts, a friendly person. He was not a charismatic person. He could not attract people around him. He was an angry religious cleric who was deep in medieval dogma. And he was very convincing to Osama bin Laden. He became Osama bin Laden's personal physician, right-hand man, and helped actually write much of al-Qaeda's philosophy and some of its ideology. But he wasn't really, especially over the last several years, the day-to-day commander of the organization. The baton is being passed, and is being passed now more quickly to a younger generation.
Richard Engel, thanks so much for joining us this morning. We do appreciate it.
Now on Capitol Hill, a group of veterans, many who served in Afghanistan and Iraq, along with their families and other activists, have been camped out for days. They're urging Senate Republicans to back a bill that would expand health care benefits to veterans who've gotten sick from exposure to toxic burn pits while serving overseas. For some context, an earlier version of that bill passed both houses of Congress with bipartisan support back in June, winning 84 votes in the Senate. But now 25 GOP senators have withdrawn their support over what they're calling a policy dispute. Among the demonstrators was comedian Jon Stewart, who's been a staunch advocate for this legislation. Take a look.
Ground Zero in New York City was really a burn pit. It was the original burn pit. It was all these hazardous materials that had been lit by jet fuel. And the only difference between 9/11 and Ground Zero and the burn pits that these men and women face is that burn pit was from an attack. Right, that's top of the day. Our country did it to them. I mean, honestly, this is the lowest hanging fruit of a functioning society. If we can't do this, the rest of us have no shot. Do you understand why this is important? This is the canary in the coal mine for the lowest bar.
Joining us now is Rosie Torres. She's the executive director and co-founder of Burn Pits 360, and her husband, Captain Leroy Torres, served in Iraq with the U.S. Army. Rosie, thank you so much for joining us this morning, and I want to start with something that I heard you tell our colleague Andrea Mitchell yesterday on MSNBC, that when you were headed to D.C., you thought it would be to celebrate the passage of this bill, not protesting a lengthy delay that, quite frankly, took a lot of us by surprise. What do you make of this whole situation, and specifically the GOP lawmakers who've withdrawn their support, who've flip-flopped here?
Right. Thank you for having me. We did initially come here with the idea and the hope that we would finally, after 13 years and longer for others, call this a victory. But we were blindsided. We were stabbed in the back by these 25 GOP senators who decided that playing, partisan politics on the backs of dying veterans was more important. So it's disgusting to me to sit here and just outright, we're angry. It's a sad thing to witness as veterans are sleeping on the steps of the Capitol, begging our government, our Senate, to grant them what they rightfully so, they fought for it, they defended our freedom. They're not asking for much.
Rosie, I'm wondering if you can tell us more about your husband, Captain Leroy Torres. I mentioned that he served, of course, for us. Tell us about him, about his time, and then I know these burn pits have specifically impacted him and his health. Tell us about that.
Yeah, right. It's I miss him, so I'm a little teary-eyed right now. You know, Leroy served in the Army. He was at Camp Anaconda, where they had the largest burn pit. I tend to always hold on to the memories of the life before war. You know, this strong man, this healthy man. He also served as a Texas State Trooper for 14 years. And as a result of being deployed and now being his body plagued with these horrific illnesses, he ended up being forced to resign from his job. They fired him as a result of not wanting to accommodate him. Most recently, he won a case at the United States Supreme Court against the state of Texas. And these are just some of the things that our families are going through, right? Not just Leroy, but all the other men and women. Leroy, you know, served proudly. He would do it all over again if he had the opportunity. But it's such a heart-wrenching experience for my children, for my family, to have to watch him, like so many others, stripped of his dignity, of all the things he loved and worked so damn hard for. And we're here for that reason, right? We're here for Leroy and for all the other men and women who are no longer here and those that are suffering.
Absolutely. A sacrifice not only he's made, but your entire family, your kids as well. Rosie Torres, thank you so much for your time. And of course, thank you to your husband and all the brave men and women who serve our country. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Coming up, WNBA star Brittany Griner is back in a Russian courtroom again this morning.
Yeah, we've got the latest from today's hearing as U.S. officials try to negotiate her release. You're watching Morning News Now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Mystery in Paradise.
There's my sweet little sister on the news.
A series of secrets to be discovered.
This investigation takes you into the swinger lifestyle.
Dateline's hottest July ever. Fridays at 10/9 Central.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
And we're back with new developments in the trial of WNBA star Brittany Griner in Russia.
Yeah, Griner's trial on drug charges is back in session this morning, and prosecutors are laying out their case, calling a narcotics expert who analyzed cannabis found in Griner's luggage to testify. Griner pleaded guilty to drug charges last month, but maintains she accidentally packed cannabis oil in her luggage and had no intention of bringing it into Russia.
NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea joins us now from London. So, Kelly, what is the latest on the trial? Do we know how soon the prosecution is expected to wrap up its case?
Well, Joe, today was a pretty technical day in court. There was a lot of discussion about the substance that Brittany Griner has admitted she brought into the country, that a small amount of cannabis, which was in a vape canister. And really, the defense was trying to poke holes in the prosecution's case and the prosecution's expert witnesses, and saying that they basically examined these canisters incorrectly and can't really say how much cannabis was inside. So a pretty technical day all in all. But really the big headline from today was that we may actually hear a verdict by Thursday. Now, that hasn't been confirmed. There's no set calendar in this trial, but the court has been continued. The trial has been continued until Thursday, and it appears as though that might be what's next, is a possible verdict. Joe and Savannah.
Now, what's the latest on that proposed prisoner swap? Also, we know Secretary of State Antony Blinken had a phone call with Russia's foreign minister to discuss Griner and Paul Whelan last week. Has Russia given any official response here?
Well, the Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov said today that they will not engage in megaphone diplomacy. They're not going to talk about this publicly. They're not going to deal with prisoner exchanges in the media. And that's been sort of the line all along. But the White House has said once again, look, there's an offer on the table, and essentially the ball is in Russia's court. Take a listen.
We want to see Brittany Griner home. We want to see Paul Whelan home. They are wrongfully detained. We have been very clear about that. We put forward a substantial offer. There was a counter offer that was made, which we don't see it as a serious counter offer. Clearly not going to negotiate from here. We are taking this very seriously, and this is a top of mind for this president, and we want to see them come home.
Now, neither side is talking about what that counteroffer may have been. Russia certainly isn't saying anything about a possible counteroffer. Neither side confirming either what has been widely reported, the suggestion that the key player in this is the arms dealer, the so-called merchant of death, Victor Bout. So this is something that is still ongoing. No confirmation on either side that a deal is imminent, that's for sure. Joe, Savannah.
I mean, Kelly, surrounding all this is the fact that we know acquittals are really rare in Russian criminal prosecutions, less than 1% of cases. Russian officials have already said if they do make a deal, Griner wouldn't be released until the judicial process was completed. So, I mean, is that kind of what we're waiting on here, despite the best efforts of her attorneys, that this process has to be done before we even get to that point of a possible deal?
Well, that's exactly right. And, you know, Brittany Griner's attorneys really have been trying to lay the groundwork for a lenient sentence. They're sort of going on the assumption that this will be a conviction. It's just a matter of how quickly it will happen. Will it be stretched out for the entire second half of the year? As we know, Brittany Griner has been, her detention in Russia has been extended until late December. Or will it end more quickly, as was suggested today, that potentially there's a verdict on Thursday, and then the discussions, serious discussions, can get underway when it comes to on prisoner swaps. But Russia has maintained all along, we are not, their line has been, we're not going to get involved in the legal process. The legal process in Russia has to play out. It's only after that that they'll discuss any potential prisoner swaps. And as I said, guys, that could happen quicker than we expected. We'll see what happens on Thursday.
All right, Kelly, thank you so much.
Thank you. Now, one of the NFL's top quarterbacks, Deshaun Watson of the Cleveland Browns, was suspended for 6 games yesterday over allegations of sexual misconduct. But the suspension by a special judge may not be the last word. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock explains.
Deshaun Watson, on the heels of the richest guaranteed contract in NFL history and riding a wave of controversy, is looking right now at a 6-game suspension and no fine. That's at this moment. But it could change with the NFL having the final say. At Browns practice business as usual for Deshaun Watson. But off the field, shockwaves and disbelief after a disciplinary officer hired by the NFL and its Players Association suspended the quarterback 6 games without pay, concluding he engaged in sexual assault and conduct that puts at risk the integrity of the NFL. 24 women, all massage therapists, filed civil lawsuits for sexual assault. The disciplinary officer relied on the testimony of 4 of them. In her ruling, she stated while Watson's behavior does not fall into the category of violent conduct, the allegations of nonviolent sexual conduct against him are more egregious than any before reviewed by the NFL. Online, outrage. I just don't think Deshaun Watson should play another game in the NFL. Another person writing, he got suspended 1 quarter for every woman he sexually assaulted. That's insane. Both the league and Players Association have 3 days to appeal.
One of the things the NFL likely will do is see what the reaction has been. What do the columns say in the various newspapers? What are they saying on the sports talk shows?
The final decision comes down to the commissioner. Watson has denied all wrongdoing. No criminal charges were filed, and every civil case except one was settled.
He wants to be the best version of himself. I believe that wholeheartedly.
Watson and the Players Union have previously stated they don't plan to appeal the decision and would like the NFL to do the same. For comparison, Calvin Ridley, the wide receiver for the Atlanta Falcons, was just suspended for an entire season for betting on football. DeAndre Hopkins, a star wide receiver for the Arizona Cardinals, got 6 games for performance-enhancing drugs, the same suspension that Deshaun Watson has right now. Sam Brock, NBC News. Back to you.
Coming up, interest rates might be rising, but there are still ways to save.
Yeah, from buying a car to staying on top of your credit card expenses, we'll show you how to take some burden off your wallet. That's next.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright. Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy? I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Dateline Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Dateline Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright. Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy? I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Welcome back. As I'm sure you remember, last week, the Federal Reserve raised interest rates for the 4th time this year. But even as the cost of borrowing goes up, there are ways to stretch your paycheck and increase your savings. NBC News senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders has some tips and tricks to take advantage of those rising rates with some easy hacks. Hey, Carrie, good morning.
Well, good morning. You know, when the Fed raised the interest rates again, that was all designed to either slow down or stop inflation. But of course, it also has direct impacts on our daily lives. So, for instance, if you have a mortgage, a car loan, you're carrying debt on your credit card, you're either feeling or going to begin feeling the impacts of this rising interest rate. So, what can you do? Well, there are some things you can do that don't cost you any money, and it's important to perhaps know what to do at a time when it seems like everything is more expensive. When interest rates rise, it's time to strategize, and that starts with the credit cards in your wallet. According to Bankrate, the average rate is now over 17%. If you do have credit card debt, you can move that balance to a 0% balance transfer card to avoid paying interest for a few months up to more than a year. another option, lower your rate, and often all you have to do is pick up the phone and ask.
Go in with some ammunition in the form of offers you've seen at other sites, and then use that to frame the conversation.
LendingTree found that 70% of people who asked for a lower rate actually got one, with an average reduction of nearly 7%. Tiffany Williams is a mother of 3 who struggled with debt. She's now reduced her rate multiple times.
The more you do it, the more you get used to it, and you start kind of becoming a little bit more demanding once you realize that it's your money, not someone else's.
After you reduce that rate, financial experts say make sure your credit card is working for you.
Look at your year-end credit card statement from last year. This will give you a review of where you spent the most money, whether it was on travel, dining out, groceries. Then you can look for a credit card that offers more rewards for that specific spending category.
If you're looking to buy a house, there are also ways to cut costs on your mortgage. First, make a bigger down payment. The less money you borrow, the less interest you'll pay. Remember that you can refinance later once rates drop. And don't forget to shop around.
A lot of people will just go with a lender that they first found or that was recommended to them, but interest rates can vary by as much as 1% point from lender to lender, and that could translate into tens of thousands of dollars over the life of your loan.
Doing your homework is also critical for car loans. Experts say with rising rates and limited inventory, this probably is not the best time to buy. But if you need new wheels now, try to lock in a lower pre-approved rate for financing instead of what the dealer offers. Getting a co-signer can also help lower your rate. And what kind of car you pick off the lot matters. According to Edmunds, the average APR for a 2022 Subaru Legacy is 3.7%. A new Hyundai Sonata Hybrid will take you up to 4.5%, while a Nissan Altima is almost 7%. Experts say the key in inflationary times is perhaps the hardest, but live below your means. Savannah?
Right, there you go. That's an easy one to remember. Carrie, thank you so much.
More financial news now. The federal government is reportedly expected to lose billions of dollars on student loans.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and more. Hey, Silvana.
Hey guys, good morning. Yeah, so a government watchdog says the Department of Education could end up losing nearly $200 billion on federal student loans made over the last 25 years. That's partly due to pandemic-era relief programs pausing bills for borrowers. Most of those people haven't made payments on their debt in more than 2 years, and interest hasn't accrued on their balances. The Biden administration is considering whether to forgive some portion of federal student debt and is reportedly leaning toward $10,000 in relief for most borrowers. Apple is dropping mask requirements for corporate employees at most locations. That's according to an internal memo seen by The Verge. The note says workers can continue to wear a mask if they feel more comfortable doing so. The move comes as cases of the highly transmissible BA.5 COVID variant are rising. Apple started requiring some employees to return to the office in April, but stopped short of implementing a full hybrid model, which would mandate 3 days of in-person work per week. And Spotify is adding separate buttons to play or shuffle your playlists and albums, but only if you're a premium subscriber. If you're using the free ad-supported version, you can still only listen to an album or playlist in the order Spotify chooses. Last year, Adele pressured the streaming platform to drop the shuffle button from albums, arguing they should be listened to in order as artists intended. Savannah and Joe, I'll send it back to you.
Power of Adele. All right, Silvana.
Exactly.
Thank you so much.
I kind of agree with
She's
that.
got a lot
also,
of it.
by the way. Like the Beyonce one, the transitions are great.
Right.
Yeah. All right.
Yep.
Thanks, Silvana. Now, a tragic mystery in the air continues to confound investigators this morning. 2
co-pilots took off from a North Carolina airport for a work-related flight, but after an emergency landing, they opened the door to find only one was on board.
Yeah, NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us this morning with more on this bizarre set of circumstances. Hey, Sam.
Absolutely. Savannah, Joe, good morning. This was a small 10-person plane. There were only 2 people on it, the co-pilots. Now, whether Charlie Crooks fell or jumped out of the plane, that does remain a mystery, but he likely dropped more than 3,000 feet, found in the tree line about 30 miles from Raleigh-Durham Airport. This morning, mounting questions about exactly what unfolded in the skies above North Carolina.
We've lost our right wheel.
A mid-flight emergency forcing this small plane to skid down the runway near Raleigh Friday after the aircraft lost a wheel.
Guess we're going to put it on the belly.
Investigators say when the twin-engine plane finally came to a stop, Charles Hugh Crooks, one of its two pilots, was missing.
We do have one subject who is not on the aircraft.
Gone without a trace. Now, police believe Crooks, the 23-year-old co-pilot, either jumped or fell from the plane without a parachute on a work-related trip. Audio that has been released from inside that cockpit includes no mention about him exiting the aircraft. But adding to the questions surrounding the incident, the Wake County First Response Team now telling NBC News that according to their 911 call center, the pilot did reach out to authorities to say that somebody had left the plane.
Received a call that pilot had notified them that somebody had exited the aircraft. We also knew that that aircraft was in progress of having an emergency landing.
Now, the NTSB and FAA are both investigating, examining wreckage and collecting information about what led to Crooks' fateful fall. It took more than 80 first responders scouring the area 4 hours to find his body in the tree line of a suburban neighborhood.
Somebody had reached out to one of our officers who was already searching in that area to let them know that they had heard something in their backyard earlier.
Cade and Hugh Crooks say their son had nurtured his aviation dream from childhood.
He was never happier than when he was talking about his flying.
And they're now left shattered by his sudden loss.
The world was very much a better place with him in it.
There's a Charlie-sized hole missing that, we'll never be able to fill.
As the family right now, of course, grieving, the FAA, guys, is taking the lead on the investigation. They told our station in Raleigh-Durham that right now they are planning on interviewing the surviving pilot. But as of last night, they had not done so yet. But of course, he is really the only person in this situation that could provide insight into what actually happened. Joe and Savannah?
All right, Sam Brock, thank you so much.
I hope those parents can get some answers. Coming up, a new I can't even know what that's supposed to say. A new to take a trip to the mall.
Take on a trip to the mall. Right from the comfort of your home. Well, this is the one we talked about already. Shopping in the metaverse.
We're going to the metaverse.
After the break.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark.
How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like?
With our NBC News exclusive. It was Lester. Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Ooh. Now to our series Inside the Metaverse, buying virtual items that you can't physically hold or touch because they only exist in the virtual world. is actually turning into a big business.
That's right. And major retailers are investing real money. So is this the future of shopping?
NBC News senior consumer investigative correspondent Vicki Nguyen is here to help us make sense of it all.
Yeah, good morning. It is hard to understand until you kind of see how it works and experience it, which is what we did. If you don't know what the metaverse is, you're not alone. But a lot of major name brand companies are now betting big. They're already selling their wares in these virtual worlds. So log on with me. I'm going to take you on a tour of the metaverse retail experience. How would you like to hang out with friends, attend concerts with stars like Travis Scott, Post Malone, and Ariana Grande, take yoga classes, and you guessed it, shop right from home? You can in the metaverse, a virtual online world.
I've purchased and acquired thousands of digital pieces of clothing.
Kevin Clark is an avid metaverse shopper. This is his avatar. He spends about 4 hours a day in the digital world.
This is just one of the many outfits that I have. I spent probably $5,000 to $8,000 just in the last 2 years.
That's money Kevin spent on clothes he only wears in the metaverse. Senior media and tech correspondent Julia Borston reports on the metaverse for CNBC.
Why do you think people want to spend real money on digital assets, things they can't have in real life?
People are spending real money in the metaverse. They want to have an experience that's more like their real life experience, or in some ways, maybe even better.
Big name brands like Nike, Tommy Hilfiger, Hyundai, and Chipotle getting in early. One study predicts the metaverse will have $2 trillion in e-commerce value by 2030. Design firms are building polished metaverse storefronts like this one, provided exclusively to NBC News by interior architects. They say national brands hope to use these virtual spaces to attract real customers. So how does it work? For most users, it starts here on your phone or here on a computer. My metaverse journey begins on Roblox, a virtual world popular with pre-teens, but don't be fooled by the cartoonish appearance. There are more than 40 million daily active users, and this is where millions of dollars in virtual commerce is happening. Here I am. My tour guide is Shu Min Wee, a senior product manager at Roblox. That's her avatar, and there's mine. We start our virtual shopping spree at Gucci.
Okay, so
right.
We are in the store, and much like a real life store, we have all of Gucci's different items really nicely merchandised. You'll see on the walls, they have some of their homeware. The skateboards are on the wall, as well as the Blondie bags for sale, menswear, t-shirts as well.
What I like about this is it feels like you're actually in a store with these products around you, even though they're virtual. I try on a few items. So I just bought a pair of sunglasses. Let's see what I look like. Next, we head to the Van store where you can design and purchase sneakers. Look I'm designing my own shoe. After our shopping spree, I spend about $10 real for virtual items that can only be worn by my avatar inside Roblox. Look at my little avatar. We're actually voguing, if you recall, Madonna fans out there. A big draw of shopping in the metaverse is the accessibility of luxury brands.
Just like buying a Gucci bag in the real world is a status symbol, buying a virtual Gucci bag is also a status symbol for your avatar.
Here in the Decentraland metaverse, users can roam a massive virtual land where they can peruse art galleries, purchase NFTs, and make transactions using cryptocurrency on the blockchain. Running right into the stores just as I would in real life. That's my Decentraland avatar in one of the many storefronts throughout the platform. So I'm going to put on the mask that I just bought. Check it out. I have my new mask on. And these aren't all virtual products. For example, the NFT watch here, if I purchase it in the metaverse, I also get sent a real watch. The cost, about $700. Does it boggle your mind?
It is amazing how much money people are spending. I personally would still rather have a physical good, but if people are spending a lot of time in the metaverse, maybe it makes sense.
As for Kevin, he says his digital wardrobe has real life value.
It's going to last. It's going to have the same quality forever. I can hand that down to my kid.
I mean, think about that, an avatar with virtual goods that you give to the next generation in real life. Another interesting feature in the metaverses that we saw, each of them allowed users to create and sell their own fashion designs and make real money. Kevin, that user you saw there, he says he's made thousands of dollars off of pieces of clothing that he designed and sold. So I totally understand that application. You know, the creativity aspect of it, selling things, actually earning money.
But tech stuff isn't perfect. I mean, how easy or hard is it to actually do this, get to these places, and make it work?
Fair question. We did have some glitches in our experiences for sure. So that was helpful to have a guide. You know, Roblox told us when we had those, that's very uncommon when, you know, for it to happen in real life. Some of the clothes didn't fit, but that's kind of like real life too. You try some things on, they don't fit your body, right?
You mean larges aren't universal in the metaverse?
Not even in the metaverse. But you don't age in the metaverse. And then I will say, the one little barrier for Decentraland for us was like, you have to know cryptocurrency.
Yeah.
So if you want to buy things, you also have to get on board with the blockchain.
All right.
Yeah.
So
there you go.
But I know, there's a lot.
Ding, ding, ding.
Thank you,
Lots of
Vicky.
words there that people might be like, huh? All right, we are. Vicky, thank you. That was
Appreciate
fun.
it. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, justice. One of the world's most wanted terrorists taken out. President Biden announcing the killing of al-Qaeda leader Ayman al-Zawahiri, once Osama bin Laden's right-hand man and the mastermind behind the 9/11 attacks.
Justice has been delivered, and this terrorist leader is no more. This is a great and defining truth about our nation and our people. We do not break. We never give in. We never back down.
We have team coverage with more on the U.S. airstrike that took him down, plus what it means for the U.S. and the world. Race against time in Kentucky this morning, a dire situation growing worse by the minute. Historic flooding claiming dozens of lives, and with hundreds still missing, more deaths expected. More on the devastation and the new concerns this morning. Also, the chance of some relief ahead in the forecast. Plus, the dramatic video of people stranded in their flooded homes, pulled to safety by helicopter. We'll talk to one of those rescuers this morning. Decision day this morning, voters in 5 states heading to the polls for today's primary elections. We'll focus in on the key races to watch and what the outcome could tell us ahead of the November midterms. And steps to save. More Gen Zers say they're struggling with money management. But don't worry, we have some tips for you. We'll talk to a TikTok influencer, your rich BFF, Vivian, too, about what you can do to grow your wealth early. I feel like we've had so many conversations about how there just isn't financial literacy education that helps you get to that step on your own.
I think the advice will help all generations, no matter who you are.
Exactly, and no matter if you're on TikTok or not. We begin, though, this morning with breaking news out of the White House and the killing of the leader of al-Qaeda in a U.S. drone strike in the Afghan capital, Kabul, over the weekend.
President Biden made the announcement last night. Ayman al-Zawahiri had been in charge of the terror group since 2011. He took over from Osama bin Laden, who was killed by U.S. forces during a raid in Pakistan. He was widely known as being bin Laden's right-hand man and one of the main architects of 9/11. The president confirmed his death, speaking to the nation from the White House.
Justice has been delivered, and this terrorist leader is no more. People around the world no longer need to fear the vicious and determined killer. It is my hope that this decisive action will bring one more measure of closure. No day shall erase them from the memory of time. Today and every day.
We have full coverage this morning. In just a few moments, we'll talk to NBC News military analyst, retired Lieutenant General Steph Twitty. But first, NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian and NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett, who is at the White House. So, Maura, let's start with you. Talk to us about how all this came about, and do we know just how personally involved was the president in this operation?
This was the result of a months-long operation by the CIA, Joe. And this all happened over the weekend while, if you might remember, the president had just tested positive again in his rebound positivity and has been isolating at the White House since Saturday morning. The attack happened just before 10 p.m. Eastern Saturday night, so early morning Sunday hours in Afghanistan. A senior official says that the U.S. used an unmanned drone and Hellfire missiles to target the third-floor balcony of a residential apartment building in Kabul. And so this was something that, like I said, was a months-long operation, but the president himself made that personal decision just about a week ago. He explained some of his calculus in his announcement last night.
After carefully considering the clear and convincing evidence of his location, I authorized a precision strike that would remove him from the battlefield once and for all. And 1 week ago, After being advised that the conditions were optimal, I gave the final approval to go get him. And the mission was a success. None of his family members were hurt, and there were no civilian casualties.
Biden went on to say that he wanted this to be a message to any groups or individuals that might threaten Americans, going on to say, quote, "We will find you and take you out." Joe.
So, Ken, tell us a little more about al-Zawahiri. We know he was a key plotter on 9/11. What all was he responsible for in 21 years after 9/11? What's the significance of his death?
Joe, he was one of the intellectual founders of al-Qaeda, and his roots in jihad go back even before the 9/11 attacks. He was responsible, for example, for a brutal attack on the ruins in Luxor, Egypt, that killed children, and he helped Osama bin Laden found al-Qaeda and mastermind the 9/11 attacks. He was more of the brains behind the operation, while bin Laden was the inspirational leader. And then when bin Laden was killed in 2011, he took over the organization and, by all accounts, was not a terribly effective leader, perhaps was not suited for the role of leading such a sprawling organization. And, you know, while he was the head of it, ISIS splintered off, and the al-Nusra front in Syria kind of distanced itself from al-Qaeda. And al-Qaeda, you know, was the subject of withering pressure from the United States. And Zawahiri essentially disappeared. So that's what's so remarkable about this is when I talked to my intelligence sources, this was the hardest of hard targets. He was literally gone from the radar, even more deeply than Osama bin Laden. So the fact that his family suddenly resurfaced in the capital of Afghanistan was a major breakthrough. And this was incredible detective work by the CIA, going back not just months, but 21 years. Teams of people worked for years on this, patiently gathering intelligence that culminated in that precise strike over the weekend, Joe.
So, Maura, we know the Taliban's been in charge of Afghanistan since the botched U.S. troop withdrawal last year. Secretary of State Antony Blinken has criticized the group for sheltering the leader of al-Qaeda. What else is Secretary Blinken saying?
Well, we're seeing a lot of frustration from the Secretary of State because we all remember that somewhat chaotic exit from Afghanistan last year and a lot of uncertainty around what that would become of the Taliban in the area, right? And so Secretary Blinken releasing a statement overnight criticizing the Taliban, saying, by hosting and sheltering the leader of al-Qaeda in Kabul, the Taliban grossly violated the Doha Agreement and repeated assurances to the world that they would not allow Afghan territory to be used by terrorists to threaten the security of other countries. They also betrayed the Afghan people and their own stated desire for recognition from and normalization with the international community. Now, a senior administration official said that Taliban Haqqani Network leaders did know of his presence there in Kabul, and so this just proves to be more problematic for relations with the Taliban and the U.S. going forward, Joe.
And, you know, Ken, the Biden administration obviously is touting this as a major victory. Help us understand, how much influence did al-Zawahiri and al-Qaeda really have in recent times, especially with the emergence of other organizations like ISIS?
Well, U.S. officials, intelligence officials, have been saying for years now that al-Qaeda no longer had the capacity to mount a complex attack on the United States, nor does ISIS for that matter. The international terrorism has really diminished as a threat in the face of other challenges. But this is significant because many people believe this sort of proves the case that the U.S. can respond, quote unquote, over the horizon in Afghanistan. This was a strike conducted with, according to U.S. officials, no Americans on the ground. So all done with satellites and signals intelligence and human sources. It's rather remarkable that they did it. Now, as Maura was pointing out, it also underscores, though, that al-Qaeda leaders came back into Afghanistan after the United States pulled out. So many Republicans today are criticizing that and saying it was a huge mistake to get out of there. But in terms of how Biden is framing it, it's a victory because they were able to conduct this strike from a distance, and he says they'll continue to do that as they need to in Afghanistan.
All right, Maura and Ken, thank you for kicking us off this hour. We appreciate it.
Let's now bring in retired Lieutenant General Steph Twitty. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. First off, just with that backdrop, who he was to this organization, and also with those details Ken gave about how difficult it was to track him down, I'm wondering your reaction to this announcement.
Well, great to be on the show. First of all, this is an extraordinary victory by the members of our counterintelligence community. If you go back to 1998, al-Zawahiri was responsible for the bombings of the U.S. Embassy in Tanzania, the U.S. Embassy in Uganda, He was responsible and the mastermind behind the bombing of the USS Cole. And of course, he was one of the masterminds of the bombing of 9/11. And so very extraordinary. We've been trying to capture him or kill him for over 20 years. So this is a great day for our country.
In recent years, how dangerous have Al-Qaeda been to the West, especially when you compare it with other groups like ISIS?
Yes, well, make no mistake about it. Yes, they have been fractured, but they're still dangerous. They still have about anywhere between 30,000 or 50,000 members. They're all over the globe, very much so in Africa and the Arabian Peninsula. And so they still have the ability to reach out and touch and do harm across U.S. interests and across our allies. And oh, by the way, what we must watch out for in the coming days is they will probably install a new leader here in the next coming days, and you can look for them to try and retaliate for this attack.
Now, this drone strike is the first known U.S. intervention in Afghanistan since that chaotic troop withdrawal last year. Now, we know the Taliban, of course, has been in charge since then. But as we were just discussing, the U.S. has now accused them of breaking an agreement to not allow any extremist groups to operate there. Are you concerned that groups like Al-Qaeda, any other extremist groups, could flourish again there? And is there anything we can do to stop that?
Well, absolutely, I'm concerned. You know, the Taliban is complicit. If he was hiding amongst their midst there in downtown Kabul, then we know that they're complicit. And I am concerned that there will be other terrorist groups that may continue to brew within Afghanistan. This over-horizon capability that the U.S. put together, we have to stand behind that, make sure that we have the good intelligence that we need, the SIGINT, the HUMINT, all the intelligence that we need to bring to bear. Given that we don't have U.S. troops on the ground, we have to rely on this capability now.
Lieutenant General Twitty, we always appreciate your time and your expertise. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Now to the latest on the floods devastating communities in eastern Kentucky and West Virginia. This morning, flood alerts still remain in effect in both states as the rain continues to fall. Some areas are already seeing 2 inches of rain just this morning. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear says at least 37 people have been killed in the floods, while hundreds more are still unaccounted for. President Biden has approved a major disaster declaration for Kentucky, but the road to recovery could be long. Entire towns are still submerged, others completely cut off, and more rain is still on the way. We have team coverage this morning. We're going to check in with NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman in just a moment. But we begin on the ground with NBC News correspondent George Solis, who joins us now from Jackson, Kentucky. George, so the real concern this morning, they got more rain overnight. More is expected today. That raises the threat of even more flooding. What's the situation like there right now?
Yeah, good morning, Joe. There is some cautious optimism that the worst is over, but only just. You can imagine many are still heartbroken over the destruction they are seeing, over the loss of life. Unfortunately, it's a number that continues to increase. As you mentioned, 37 lives lost, and unfortunately that number is expected to go higher. There's also hundreds that are still unaccounted for, and even hundreds more that are displaced. As you can see, the river behind me right now, there is a swift-moving current. We've been watching debris that has been flowing from homes, people's property. They've lost everything. And this morning, we are expecting an update from the governor in about an hour to give us some new numbers.
So, George, I mean, these floods and rains, they've been going on for days now, on top of all the destruction, on top of the loss of life. I mean, this is an ongoing trauma for this community. How are people coping right now mentally?
Yeah, Joe, you can imagine it is a lot to ask of people right now to process what they are seeing, what they have been going through. Many people in many instances have lost everything. Some people at this point are still waiting to be rescued. The National Guard on the scene doing everything they can to get those people out of harm's way before any of those waters move in, even as waters start to recede. The heat, another concern as the temperatures start to rise here. Now, I did speak with a grandmother who walked me through her harrowing experience surviving this flood. It is truly heartbreaking. Take a listen.
It came pouring into the doors, and we had like 5 minutes to get out, and it flooded over 5 feet and took everything we had, and I've been there 8 years.
So sorry. So you lost everything?
Yeah, everything. We lost everything. Our clothes. I couldn't do anything else. got the grandkids out.
You said it's just you and your 2 grandchildren?
Yes.
Yeah.
Where are you staying now?
We've been sleeping in the car.
Mother, very thankful to have made it out with her 2 grandchildren, and we are expecting to hear more stories of this throughout the day. But again, people here just in a show of support and solidarity.
I want to ask you more about that. I mean, we know time and time again the worst brings out the best in people, and we keep hearing how this community is rallying together to help those in need. What are some of the things you're hearing from the people there in Eastern Kentucky?
Yeah, Joe, people more united than ever. People here resilient, and they are showing that. Just yesterday, we noticed a number of pop-up groups handing out food and water, complete strangers. One group from about 2 hours away here, just making it a point to help out their fellow neighbors. They don't know anybody here. They just said they had to do something. So they gathered food. They've been collecting donations from the community, and everyone eager to help out. Some of these gestures making people emotional, understandably. Take a listen.
Everybody is in this together right now.
Yeah, it's true.
And it's times like this we need to pull together like we're doing and help one another. Because that's all we have is to lean on one another right now.
Are you proud of your community, proud of the people of Kentucky?
I love Eastern Kentucky. They're the best people. I'm sorry. We're going to help each other. We're going to be strong. Eastern Kentucky people are strong. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else.
Again, it's just so heartbreaking to hear what these people have been through today. As the sun comes up, more cleanup expected to begin, more search efforts underway. Something the governor mentioned that I want to note today. He mentioned cell phone service, which is so crucial, is starting to return here in the area, which they hope will hopefully lead to more reunions in the coming days.
All right.
Joe and Savannah?
That's a little bit of good news right there. George Solis, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
For more now, we're joined by John May. He's the chief of the Wolfe County Search and Rescue Team. John, thank you so much for joining us this morning and just incredible work you are doing. We so appreciate your time. I know you're working hard. I mean, first, I just want to ask what this experience has been like for you. This is, of course, one of the most important pieces here, search and rescue, the search for human life. What have you been seeing firsthand?
Yeah, well, thanks for inviting me on. It's certainly been a difficult few days here in Eastern Kentucky. We received the phone call around 4:30 a.m. on Thursday morning that a large flooding event had occurred in Breathitt County. So we dispatched our team, and, we didn't have much damage here, so I really wasn't sure how bad it was going to be. But once we arrived on scene, we met up with some of the Breathitt County search and rescue team members, and the river was, unbelievable. I mean, it was rolling, large debris coming down the river, just really, really scary. And we knew we were going to be in, for a long day, several days and weeks, honestly.
I have to ask you about this dramatic rescue video posted by your team. A lot of people have probably seen this now. I know you were involved with this effort. It shows an 83-year-old woman who's being plucked up from the roof of a home by a helicopter. I understand you were one of the rescuers who got that woman to safety by entering her home and getting her to the roof. There it is. There's that video. Tell us what that was like. How did you do this? Walk us through the process of getting people out in situations like this where it has to be from their roofs.
Sure, absolutely. This was about the third or fourth rescue operation that we did that morning. So it kind of gives you an idea about how deep the water was around these homes. In this particular case, when the call came in, they advised that there was 5 residents stranded in the attic. So we grabbed the chainsaw off of our search and rescue vehicle and put it in our boat and started up. It was about 2.5, 3 miles up the river, so it wasn't easy to get to. Trying to gain access there while dodging homes and trailers floating down the river. We had to get into the wooded areas many times with our Zodiac to avoid that. But once we got on scene, there was another house right next door that had 2 small children in it as well that we were having to deal with. But the Black Hawk came in and they lowered a medic down to the roof of the house. And we were trying to get them out of a hole, like a vent in the attic, but due to their age and the height of that hole, they couldn't come out. So we took our boat to the back side of the home and actually knocked out a large window and cleared all the glass and debris from that, and then asked those residents one at a time just to come down to a lower level and come to that window, and we would pull them into our rescue boat. So we did that multiple times, and then we would drive them basically up the side of the house and then let them climb up the roof to where you can see the crewmen from the Kentucky National Guard sitting there. And it was a slick roof. I mean, we were nervous about people climbing up a tin roof, you know, and they were barefoot. So we had a safety line set up, but it was a little unnerving.
Wow. What is that moment like when you have actually been able to make it in and make contact with somebody who has been stranded there? What's it like when you're able to get them out?
Yeah, just thankful we could get to them. You know, they were relatively, that was a large home, a brick home. You know, so I felt pretty good about their safety, about that house not coming off the foundation at that particular time. But, you know, some of the other homes that we got to just before this one, there was a mobile home that was completely flooded over. And the two residents were, you can see a guy wire coming off that telephone pole right there. They were actually hanging on to a guy wire just like that, up to their neck in water. You know, we just grabbed them and pulled them into the boat. You know, the lady was hypothermic, shivering, very cold. The gentleman had a fairly large laceration on his arm from floating debris. And you just kind of do it and then you repeat it. You know, you take those people to shelter and then you go back up the river, fight your way back up and try to find the next family. And, you know, the National Guard was hovering overhead. We can't thank them enough. I mean, they were kind of helping us point out where we needed to go. And then if we found someone like this, you know, they came in and took them out, which was safer than us taking them back down the river, you know, because it was pretty dicey up and down that river for certain.
John May, incredible work you are doing. It sounds like such a coordinated effort that you guys are all working through here to save these families. That video is just stunning, and just imagining you living it. Thank you so much for joining us. We so appreciate your time this morning.
No problem.
Good luck
Thanks
with your
for having me
efforts.
on.
Absolutely.
Have a good day.
You too.
Incredible stories just playing out over and over again. And the threat of flooding still continues for parts of Kentucky this morning, with strong storms still sweeping through the area.
Yeah, for more on that and what you can expect in your forecast, we're going to check in, of course, with meteorologist Michelle Grossman. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Good morning. So good to see you guys. And yeah, we're watching that flood risk continuing. We're looking at really heavy downpours. I've been watching them since 1 a.m. and they sort of pop up. They have really heavy rain with them. So let's take a look at what's happening right now. We have a flood watch. That's in parts of eastern Kentucky, also southern Ohio, into West Virginia, also portions of western Virginia. Now, the good news is right now we're looking dry in portions of eastern Kentucky. That's what we expect for today. We may see another round of rain tonight and then a little break tomorrow before rain returns on Thursday. But we're looking at really heavy rain moving through Illinois into portions of Indiana, also the western part of West Virginia. Look how heavy that rain is. It pops up really fast. We do have flash flood warnings. That's where you're seeing the red boxes, and that's going to come in and out as we go throughout the day. We do expect this to die down somewhat before we see some more storms later on today. So we're expecting some flooding. We're expecting the chance of some flash flooding as well. Where you see this pink, that's your moderate risk, so that's the highest risk. And that's because we're seeing those really heavy downpours. Where you see those green, reds, the oranges, the yellows, especially that purple color, we're seeing really strong storms and really, really heavy downpours. Again, it's like that sponge that you squeeze out. And this is just moving off to the south and also the east. Now, by this afternoon into the evening hours, we're watching another round of storms moving back to the upper Midwest. We're expecting winds gusting to 60 miles per hour. Could see some damaging hail. Could even see a tornado. That risk is low, but it's still there. We saw a tornado yesterday, a possible tornado in portions of West Virginia. The National Weather Service will go out and examine that today. But again, we're expecting a lot of rainfall once again, especially again where you see those darker colors, the reds, the oranges, the yellows. So Big Rapids down to Fort Wayne, Indianapolis, you could see some heavy rainfall. Now, we need to talk about the dangerous heat because George sort of touched upon this, but a lot of people in Kentucky still do not have power. They don't have air conditioning. And we're really going to start to heat things up, especially in the middle of the country today. And then this is going to move off to the east by tomorrow. Even New York City, you're going to be into the upper 90s by Thursday. Boston, you're going to be close to 100 degrees. So 25 million people under a heat alert that's stretching from Minneapolis. You're under excessive heat warning through Omaha, Wichita, Tulsa, into Little Rock. Where you see the orange, that is your heat advisory. We're looking at temperatures once again climbing into the 90s, into the triple digits. You factor in that humidity because it's high again. That's what's adding to some of these storm totals. We're going to feel like 102 in Minneapolis, feeling like 108 today in Omaha. It's going to feel like 101 in Nashville. Then as we go throughout tomorrow, notice this moves off a little bit to the east. So now you get into Richmond feeling like 96. And then I'll end it quickly here because I want to show you Thursday. We're going to really heat up in the East Coast. New York City, 96. And Boston, you're going to be near 100 degrees at 99. You factor in the humidity, it's going to feel worse than that. Back to you guys.
It's coming back. All right.
Yeah. All right. Lots to keep watching for. Thanks, Michelle. Sure. Shifting to politics now, it's primary day across the country. Voters in several key swing states are set to make their voices heard as November's midterms near. That also means cue
election music. There it is. Today, 5 states are holding elections with issues like abortion access on the ballot. Plus, could the January 6th hearings have any impact on key primary races? NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray joins us now with a preview. Mark, good morning. So we've seen candidates in both Arizona and Missouri's GOP Senate primaries competing for endorsements from former President Trump. We've seen throughout this primary season, sometimes that endorsement pays off, sometimes it doesn't. In those 2 states, how important is that endorsement, do you think?
You know, Joe, in those 2 states, it probably does help more than it hurts. And usually where it has actually helped are in open races. We did see where Donald Trump's endorsement and intervention ended up backfiring in Georgia when he was trying to run against Republican Governor Brian Kemp. But in this race, that in Arizona governor, for example, to succeed term-limited Governor Doug Ducey, it's an open contest, and Trump has thrown his endorsement for Carrie Lake, a former TV anchor who's very conservative. And then also in Arizona Senate, we've seen him endorse Blake Masters. And in Missouri, but I also, Joe, it's important to sometimes note this Trump endorsement game can be a little bit of a farce. There have been times where Donald Trump has rescinded his endorsement. There have been times where he's endorsed only at the very end when it looks like someone's going to win. And then yesterday, Donald Trump decided to endorse Eric in general in Missouri, either Eric Greitens or Eric Schmidt, the attorney general from Missouri, kind of hedging his bets there. And so sometimes when we kind of try to talk about the power of Donald Trump's endorsement, it sometimes is kind of a pointless exercise because he's just endorsing just Eric in general. And we have to kind of guess which Eric he's actually referring to.
So do the Erics. They're guessing too.
Yeah, that's a good one. All right, Mark, let's talk about issues here. In Kansas, we're seeing something really important play out. Voters will be the first in the country there to have a say on abortion access at the state level after Roe v. Wade was overturned. What should people know about this constitutional amendment that's set to be decided on in today's election?
Yeah, Savannah, in 2019, Kansas's state Supreme Court ruled that there was a right to an abortion in the state. And once Republicans ended up padding their majorities after the 2020 elections, the state put this ballot referendum, a constitutional amendment, on the ballot for August. And it's important to note that they did it in August and not the general election, where some observers actually think this actually helps the side that wants to restrict abortion rights. And on the referendum for this constitutional amendment, either you vote yes, and that is to have a new constitutional amendment that says that there is not a right to abortion in the state constitution, or you end up voting no, that I want to keep it the status quo as is. The no sides are the abortion rights supporters, the yes sides are the abortion rights opponents. And it really has turned into a very big and close battle. And this might be the most important contest we watch all night tonight.
And Mark, you know, the fallout from the January 6th hearings is lingering over all this, not to mention really last year's impeachment vote. So in Washington state, you've got 2 House Republicans. They voted to impeach former President Trump. They're now facing primary challengers. What are you watching for in those races?
Yeah, in addition into Washington state, Joe, you also have in Michigan, where another Republican incumbent who ended up voting for Donald Trump's impeachment, Peter Myers, also receiving a Trump-backed challenge as well. So it's a total of 3. But in Washington state, it's really interesting because you end up Jamie Herrera Butler, the Republican congresswoman, as well as Dan Newhouse, as you mentioned, are both receiving primary challenges. But in Washington state, it's a little bit interesting. They have a top 2 primary system. And so So the top two candidates, regardless of party, ended up advancing in the November election. And so while they're getting these challenges from these Trump-backed candidates, it's most likely we're not going to see that resolution until November, that you end up having these members of Congress in Washington who voted for the impeachment advance to the general election against the Trump-backed opponent.
All right, Mark Murray breaking it all down for us. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Mark. And coming up on Morning News Now, continuing coverage on the death of al-Qaeda leader Ayman al-Zawahiri. We have reaction from around the world.
Plus, will she or won't she? The latest on House Speaker Pelosi's tour of Asia, including a possible stop in Taiwan, when we come back.
Mystery in Paradise.
There's my sweet little sister on the news.
A series of secrets to be discovered.
This investigation takes you into the swinger lifestyle.
Dateline's hottest July ever. Fridays at 10/9 Central.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. And who's this?
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Harry Styles!
NBC News, streaming free now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Harry Styles!
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We're back now with the latest from Capitol Hill as the Senate prepares to vote on key legislation.
Democrats are looking to pass their spending bill by the end of the week after Senator Joe Manchin threw his support behind it last week. NBC News senior congressional reporter Scott Wong joins us now to break it all down. Hey, Scott, good morning. So let's start with that bill in the Senate. We know Joe Manchin has voiced his support for it, but we're still waiting on somebody else. We got to hear from Arizona Senator Kyrsten Sinema, another moderate. What's at stake here for Democrats, and does the bill stand a chance to pass if Sinema were to vote against it?
Yeah, it's kind of like whack-a-mole. They get Joe Manchin on board, and then all eyes are suddenly on Kyrsten Sinema. Look, if Kyrsten Sinema is a no, this bill has no chance of passing, really. Democrats need to hold the line. They need all 50 votes in order to get this across the finish line. They likely will need the assist from Vice President Kamala Harris as well. That being said, there is a lot for Kyrsten Sinema to like here. There is billions of dollars in investments for climate change. Look, Arizona is being ravaged as much of the West is as well by wildfires for the last several years. So that is a top priority for Kyrsten Sinema. She also was central to this deal on prescription drug prices, lowering prescription drug prices and letting Medicare be able to negotiate those prices. And so she has skin in the game already, and that certainly has been a pet issue for her and something that she has her fingerprints all over. And so there's a lot to like here. Democrats are feeling very bullish, but again, Kyrsten Sinema has been fairly silent on the matter of this reconciliation bill. All eyes will be on her and what she has to say about this Manchin-Schumer deal later this week.
And Scott, we have another big issue overseas. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's potential visit to Taiwan is certainly heightening tensions between China and the U.S. What's the latest on her trip there? Do we know? Is she going?
All eyes are on Nancy Pelosi as well. China is really ratcheting up its rhetoric in advance of a potential visit. The Speaker's office has been quiet about whether or not she is going to go. We do know she's in Asia. They were in Singapore, and she led that delegation to Singapore yesterday. But now you are seeing tensions really rising in the region. Chinese are conducting military exercises along the Taiwan Strait. Now Russia has weighed in on the situation and warned the U.S. that her potential visit could really escalate the situation. They are saying that her visit would be purely provocative. And so we will know in the next, 24 to 48 hours here whether or not they decide to descend into Taiwan. But clearly, tensions are extremely high. And, this has been a pet issue for Pelosi and Chinese human rights and, defending Taiwan. And so as she sort of heads into the twilight of her career, Taiwan has certainly been a priority and a very important issue for the Speaker.
All right, Scott Long, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
To international headlines now as the world reacts to the killing of al-Qaeda leader Ayman al-Zawahiri.
NBC News correspondent Claudio Labanga joins us now from Rome with that and more. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Well, let's start off in Kabul, where the Taliban has increased security in the area where a U.S. airstrike has killed Ayman al-Zawahiri over the weekend. Earlier this morning, the Taliban soldiers have seen patrolling the area, even though there is no visible damage there. As we mentioned earlier, a Taliban spokesperson has condemned the attack, calling it a violation of international principles. And moving on to Canada, where Prime Minister Justin Trudeau tweeted out, "The death of Ayman al-Zawahiri is a step toward a safer world. Canada will keep working with our global partners to counter terrorist threats, promote peace and security, and keep people here and at home and around the world safe." And finally, on to Saudi Arabia, where the foreign ministry has put out a statement saying Zawahiri is considered one of the leaders of terrorism that led the planning and execution of heinous terrorist operations in the United States and Saudi Arabia. Back to you guys.
All right. Thank you, Claudio. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Claudio. And coming up, are your kids going to bed early enough? When we come back, more on the link between sleep and your child's mental health, including just how long kids should be sleeping for.
Also, robots as friends. Yeah, how artificial intelligence is being used to combat loneliness for older adults. You're watching Morning News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles!
Back now with our weekly mental health check-in, and we are talking about a new policy in some schools that's focused on the mental health crisis among kids.
Plus, how lack of sleep could impact your children's memory and mental health, and why some stress could actually be good for your brain. We've got a lot to cover this morning. Let's bring in Dr. Soumya Dave, psychiatrist and author of What a Happy Family, for more on all these headlines. Doctor, always great to have you with us. So in past years, and what we're kind of used to, students can have an excused absence from school if they're sick, if they're injured, something like that. But now schools are also giving excused absences for mental health days. Right now, there are 12 states that allow this. Talk us through what this looks like and why it's important.
Sure. So we know that we are in the midst of a mental health crisis in our youth. Dr. Vivek Murthy, our Surgeon General, he actually issued an advisory warning about kids' mental health not too long ago. So we know kids need more support, and a change like this has the potential to do so much. So most of all, it opens up and normalizes that mental health struggles can impact school performance, just like a fever or a cold or anything else like that can. It decreases the stigma surrounding talking about this in the first place and allows kids to say, I'm not okay. I need some extra help. What can I do about this? Now, I imagine the way every child will use that day will vary depending on what makes them feel better. But anything that can provide more support to our kids who have experienced so much and continue to, I think, is a step in the right direction.
Let's keep the focus on kids here. There's a new study that says sleeping less than 9 hours could affect kids' memory and their mental health. How much sleep is enough? And then what kind of mental health issues did researchers report finding in those kids who didn't get enough sleep?
Sure. So this was a study done by University of Maryland researchers, and they looked at over 8,300 kids ages 9 and 10. And what they found is that those who slept less than 9 hours a night had decreased gray matter in their brains. So that means less volume in the areas of the brain responsible for attention, concentration, behavior inhibition. Now, kids are more scheduled and stressed than ever, but the American Academy of Pediatrics does recommend 9 to 12 hours of sleep at least for kids who are ages 6 to 12. So always important to prioritize that as much as possible.
All right, I'm really interested to hear what's going on with this last one. We've heard that it's good to try to reduce stress as much as possible in our lives, but now researchers say some types of stress could actually be good for brain functioning. What does that mean? What type of stress? How much?
Sure. So this was a study done by researchers at the University of Georgia. And what they found is that short levels of gradual exposed stress can be beneficial. And what that means is that that type of stress can increase resilience. It can be protective against developing depression. It can help us develop coping skills for future adversity. And I like to distinguish between acute stress and chronic stress. So acute stress is really that short-term stress where we can see an endpoint, like studying for an exam or some kind of deadline coming up. Chronic stress, on the other hand, is that prolonged stress that keeps going on. And that type of stress, when it's there, it can negatively impact everything, our immune system, our mood, our social relationships. So it's really about that balance, and it can be different for different people and in different situations.
Dr. Soumya Dave, always great to have you with us. Thank you so much. We love this segment. Now, loneliness has been described as an epidemic, with the pandemic making the problem worse for many seniors.
Now a new partnership is offering a solution for older adults in one state, a talking robot companion.
Did you hear about the claustrophobic astronaut? Apparently, he just needed a little space.
Meet LEQ, an artificial intelligence-driven robot.
She's the first AI that initiates interactions. You don't even need to talk to her, you need to answer her when she talks to you.
LEQ, remind me that I have to go shopping.
Have a good trip. Buy yourself something nice, and try not to miss me too much.
She helps users be healthy, engaged, and informed, all while mimicking human empathy.
It will create a friendship based on the things that I say,
not anything that it's pre-programmed to do.
Designed for older adults seeking companionship, LEQ proactively suggests activities and motivates users to adopt healthy habits.
The daily feedback we get is mainly around LEQ being seen as a roommate or a best friend, that they feel like she really acknowledges them and really takes an interest in how they're doing.
In the U.S., nearly 1/3 of all seniors live by themselves. A study by Harvard University's Joint Center for Housing Studies predicts that the number of single-person households with seniors 80 and over is expected to more than double in this generation. Isolation during the pandemic highlighted just how harmful loneliness can be.
The Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, CMS, released a report with AARP that really actually aggregated the impact of isolation on older adults. They showed it was the equivalent to smoking almost a pack of cigarettes a day.
New studies show that 61% of older adults complain that they're lonely and isolated. And we often live far away. Even if we do our best wherever we can be, we're not with our parents all the time.
Now, the New York State Department of Aging is bringing LEQ into the homes of more than 800 seniors in New York, a national first. Monica Perez is one senior who has been beta testing LEQ. She says the robot has made her step outside her comfort zone and interact more.
I love it when I tell her that I'm going to lunch, and then she asks me when I'm coming back and who I'm going with. And then when I come back, she'll ask me how I enjoyed it. She gets me to be more active, to get out more, to socialize more.
LEQ has many engaging features like trivia, stress reduction exercises.
LEQ, let's have coffee.
Even virtual coffee tours.
Let's share it in a little cafe somewhere in the virtual world. Where in the virtual world do we want to go? Dublin, Jerusalem, or Athens?
She's multimodal. She has context and remembers previous discussions, and they change her behavior going forward. We're not built to be alone as humans. We are social creatures. We don't think LEQ replaces human contact. Human contact is better. From a loved one, it's even much better. But for the periods people are alone, and that might be many hours a day, LEQ is better than the alternative.
Glad to hear that your back pain is gone. I'm going to celebrate with a little dance.
And LEQ tells some great dad jokes there. So more of these companion robots are actually being developed around the world. One in France is called Buddy, performs similar tasks to LEQ. Another is called Pepper. It's been tried out in care facilities in Japan and the UK. So expect this to become more common in the coming years. Not a bad idea.
No, and it's cute.
It is cute. It is cute. I like how, too, somebody also says, okay, get out of the house now. Leave me alone.
Yeah, well, it's so funny, though, but try not to miss me too much. It's adorable. It totally does seem like a friend. It's sweet. What a great concept. All right, coming up, more Gen Zers are turning to TikTok for financial advice.
When we come back, TikTok influencer Your Rich BFF is here with some tips on how you can start saving money.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by. As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hand.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
And
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Welcome back. We're all familiar with the old saying, time is money, right? Well, according to a recent survey, Gen Zers don't really have the time or the money.
Yeah, a Bank of America report found that a whopping 46% say they're struggling to achieve their financial goals with their current income. So where can they start if they do want to take better control of their finances?
Or where can any of us start, for that matter? Our next guest, who you might have seen on TikTok as your rich BFF, love the name, is here to give us some tips and tricks and help us answer that question.
Yeah, joining us now is CEO and founder of Your Rich BFF, Vivian Tu. Vivian, good to have you with us. Thanks for joining us here in person. So, I mean, we hear Gen Zers struggling to meet their financial goals. So first of all, why is that? And then what's the biggest advice you give them to try and take control of things?
Yeah, absolutely. So our generation, transparently, is a little bit disenfranchised, right? We have the highest college pricing. Housing prices have astronomically exploded, but wages have stagnated. So people are having a really, really hard time making ends meet. And back in the day, our parents are talking about the American dream, where they were able to buy a home for $47 and a handshake. I think the really important rule for young people to remember is that you can only save and invest as much as you earn. At the beginning of your career, as soon as you come out of school, it's really, really important to focus on maximizing as much income as humanly possible, whether that be progressing through your current day job and your career or taking on a side hustle to create other income streams. It's really, really important to maximize what you're taking home so that you can make smaller cuts and lower your costs, but it's really, really important to increase the revenue that's coming in.
So let's talk about how. Let's say you're just graduating college, you're going to be getting a salary for the first time. What's maybe one, two, a couple big things that somebody should do with that money they're taking home? How can they maximize it?
Yep. Right away, I would recommend saving 3 to 6 months of living expenses. I recognize that this isn't possible for everybody, but it's really, really important to have this because if your car breaks down or the pipe in your apartment leaks, this is where it's going to be really important for you to have that emergency fund. After that, I would say do your very best to try and pay off high interest rate debt. This means anything over 7%. Largely, these offenders are credit cards. Those are 20 to 25% APR, and that interest will compound very, very quickly. So suddenly that $100 sweater you bought that you couldn't really afford at the time is now an $125 sweater that you still can't really afford. So do our very best to pay off high interest rate debt as soon as possible. And then with that, I would say tap into some of the benefits offered to you as a young person in the workforce. A lot of us do have access to a 401k or a 403b, and many, many companies do offer matching to an extent. So suddenly you put in $1, your company matches that, and now it's $2 in an account, and you have free money. And this is the only instance where it is truly free, risk-free money. So I would say recommend investing in retirement accounts such as a 401k, or even on your own if you don't have an employer that sponsors that. An IRA or a Roth IRA are good choices as well.
And I can tell you, as someone who is not in Gen Z, that pays off down the road. I did that young, and now it's paying off. So know that is good
ready
advice.
to retire.
There you go. Not quite that much yet. It does add up. I want to ask you about investing because that is something I think a lot of people are worried about. There's a recent Morning Consult poll found 35% of U.S. teens and adults don't invest in the stock market because of a lack of knowledge. I mean, it is intimidating. So what are some smart investment Gen Zers can make so they better understand the markets?
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. I think there's this culture around us, right, that we're constantly searching for the perfect investment, whether that be a perfect company or a perfect stock to buy into. And that is really, really hard to do as a retail investor. I remember my days on Wall Street. We have access to Bloomberg terminals that are giving us live up to the second information. You have technology at your fingertips. And for retail investors, that's not so easy to do. It's much, much smarter for most of us at home to invest in ETFs or mutual funds that track a broader index. If you want to take into account your age and how long you have before retirement, a target date retirement fund is also a really, really wise choice. And last but not least, if you are truly so lost, you are not feeling comfortable about making these decisions yourself, just get a robo-advisor. There are so many now that are offering low fees, and you essentially take a quiz about your money goals. They gauge your risk tolerance, and then we'll build a portfolio for you. Yes, is there a fee? Is it significantly less than getting a human financial advisor? Also, yes.
There you go. All right, very good.
Great advice.
Vivian,
so important. There's just not enough financial literacy education. Thank you so much. We love having you.
Thank you for having me.
And coming up, spending money while also saving the environment.
Up next, what you can do as a climate-conscious consumer to reduce your carbon footprint. You're watching Morning News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Beyonce has changed a song lyric on her new album Renaissance after facing some backlash from fans for the use of a derogatory word. Disability activists criticized her for using an offensive ableist term in her song Heated, calling out that it's often used in a negative context toward people with disabilities. Beyonce responded in a statement that the word was not used intentionally in a harmful way and will be replaced. Back in June, singer Lizzo received the same backlash for using the same word on her song Girls. The singer apologized and removed the word from her album. Something we've seen twice there in just a matter of a month or two, both quickly responding and making changes.
Exactly.
Which is good to see.
It sure is. All right, now the issue of climate change has been all around us in recent weeks. I mean, we've seen it in the extreme weather we're experiencing, from deadly wildfires to these heat waves to these deadly floods.
So as Congress considers making a massive investment in green energy, many Americans are wondering, what can I do to make a difference today?
Well, joining us now on set is Brahim Al-Husani. He's the founder and managing partner of Full Cycle. Good morning. It's so good to have you with us. This is such an important conversation. We're so happy to be having it with you. So consumers have this power based on what they buy, how that's going to drive things. What's your advice for shoppers who want to make sure that their dollars are going somewhere good when it comes to the environment?
It's a great question, Savannah. Thanks for asking. So the biggest thing that we can do, obviously, is vote for candidates who have a green platform, because that really gives us the footprint that we need to tackle such a global issue. You know, another very important thing that we can do is choose where we bank. Most people never think about the fact that our deposits, the way banks make money is they lend against our deposits. And a lot of these banks lend towards fossil fuel projects in the trillions. And we don't know that. And so our money is basically acting against our values. There are certain banks, like Aspiration Bank, for example, that commits not to do that, plus plants trees every time we use our debit or credit card. You know, First Republic also does the same thing. Bank of the West does the same thing. They've committed no longer to fund fossil fuel expansions. These are small things that we can do. We can also choose to buy less or no fast fashion anymore and participate in this new trend of thrifting where we're using previously loved items over and over again. And maybe in my generation, that was considered something taboo to do, but now it's completely mainstream. In fact, as a badge of honor for people to do that. And there's always these diamonds in the rough and
retro looks that are always in,
And
exactly.
the hunt for them is fun.
Yeah, that's super helpful.
Let's talk about transportation, because that's the largest source of greenhouse gas emissions in the U.S. The EPA says it makes up 27% of all emissions. Obviously, cities are built with cars in mind. So what do we do to get around that? What are some of the best things we can do?
Great question. So when they say that figure, that includes obviously air travel and shipping, but cars are a massive one, and it's lovely that the new Inflation Reduction Act is giving a $7,500 credit towards EVs. And there's 46 electric vehicles now on the market. You don't just have to spend $100,000 on a Tesla. You can buy a $35,000 Chevy Bolt if you wanted, plus get the $7,500 credit. Sitting senators in the U.S. drive Bolts, and they're super happy with them. Obviously, there's a new technology now where we can take our waste and turn it into jet fuel. That's considered carbon neutral. So some airlines are now using carbon neutral jet fuel. So people, I don't think, understand how carbon intensive flying is. We did a calculation where if it takes the equivalent of eating meat and dairy, which is extremely carbon intensive, eating it for 6 years is equivalent to flying one way from London to Los Angeles.
Wow. Oh my
goodness. So traveling locally makes a big difference. Doing it in an EV makes a huge difference.
Oh my gosh. Such great tips there. And just so good to know that people can take little things that they can go do on their own. Brahim Al-Husseini, thank you so much. We
Thank
appreciate
you for having
your
me.
time.
Very nice
Good to have you with us.
Yeah.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, justice delivered. That's the message from President Biden after the U.S. kills Ayman al-Zawahiri, a key planner of the September 11th attacks and Osama bin Laden's second in command.
No matter how long it takes, no matter where you hide, if you are a threat to our people, the United States will find you and take you out.
What we're learning this morning about the drone strike that did take him out and the planning that went into the operation. Devastation, dozens confirmed dead and hundreds still missing this morning in Kentucky as search and rescue missions continue 5 days after the flooding began. We'll take a look at the challenges rescuers are facing and the race against time to help stranded survivors. Controversial trip. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is set to visit Taiwan today as China issues a stern warning saying there could be serious consequences if she does. What we're learning about the speaker's trip this morning and the military buildup in the region ahead of her possible arrival. Plus, another world. There's online shopping, and now there's shopping in the metaverse. We're going to show you how it works and if this kind of shopping spree in the digital world could become the new normal. I guess that's another way to maybe save the environment we were talking about moments ago. Get clothes that aren't actually clothes.
Yeah, clothes for your avatar.
There you go.
If you want to spend the money on them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They do cost money, real money. All right, we'll get to that in a little bit. We're going to begin this hour with breaking news, the assassination of al-Qaeda leader Ayman al-Zawahiri and the reaction to his death.
Yeah, in a speech last night, President Biden said al-Zawahiri was killed in a U.S. drone strike in Kabul, Afghanistan over the weekend. He's widely known as one of the masterminds of 9/11, as well as being Osama bin Laden's right-hand man and eventual successor. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander has been following this and joins us now. Hi, Peter. Good morning.
Hey, Savannah and Joe. Good morning to both of you. The United States has been trying to kill Ayman al-Zawahiri for more than 2 decades now. The notorious terrorist, the successor to Osama bin Laden, as you noted, one of the architects of 9/11. And according to the U.S., even within recent weeks, he had been creating videos urging his followers to attack the United States and his allies. His death this morning, significant. It is a major victory for the Biden administration nearly a year after the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan.
Justice has been delivered, and this terrorist leader is no more.
President Biden overnight still in isolation from COVID, announcing the U.S. has killed al-Qaeda's leader Ayman al-Zawahiri in a drone strike in Kabul, Afghanistan.
If you are a threat to our people, the United States will find you and take you out.
The strike was carried out at 9:48 Eastern Time Saturday, early Sunday morning in Afghanistan, when senior officials say the U.S. government used an unmanned drone and Hellfire missiles to target the third-floor balcony of a residential apartment building in downtown Kabul. Two people briefed on the matter tell NBC News the operation was conducted by the CIA, punctuating months of planning. U.S. intelligence officials say had been tracking Zawahiri since early this year when he and his family moved to the Kabul safe house, the president giving the go-ahead 1 week ago.
None of his family members were hurt, and there were no civilian casualties.
After succeeding Osama bin Laden as al-Qaeda's leader in 2011, Zawahiri appeared in videos taunting the U.S. and its allies, calling on Muslims to attack America. A ruthless force behind al-Qaeda's operation, Zawahiri helped plan 9/11, as well as the 2000 attack on the USS Cole in Yemen that killed 17 Americans. And before that, the 1998 U.S. embassy bombings in Kenya and Tanzania. Zawahiri's death comes as the U.S. prepares to mark 1 year since its chaotic and deadly exit from Afghanistan. By then, the Taliban had made an agreement with the U.S. that it would not provide safe harbor to terrorist groups like al-Qaeda. The Secretary of State saying overnight that the Taliban has grossly violated that agreement. Two senior Taliban leaders tell NBC News Zawahiri moved to Kabul within 5 or 6 months of the foreign fighters leaving. And a senior administration official says senior Taliban Haqqani network leaders were aware of his presence there.
And this morning, we're learning new details about the precise planning that went into this operation. Senior officials saying that President Biden was presented with a model of that apartment building in the center of Kabul during a meeting that took place in the Situation Room on July 1st. Very few officials, we were told, were made aware of this mission before it took place and before the president gave the green light last week. Joe and Savannah.
All right, Peter, thank you so much.
Now to flood-ravaged Kentucky and more rain there this morning. Flood alerts are in effect in both Kentucky and neighboring West Virginia, with some areas already seeing up to 2 inches of rain today. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch is in Lost Creek, Kentucky, with the latest.
This is just one example of the devastation caused by floodwaters in eastern Kentucky. Thankfully, we did not see more flooding overnight, but we know this morning of another 9 people who died in this horrific natural disaster.
Overnight, severe weather hammering the heartland yet again.
We're in the middle of it right now.
A reported tornado on the West Virginia-Pennsylvania border damaging several homes as eastern Kentucky continues recovery from floods that killed at least 37 people.
Hundreds of unaccounted for people minimum, and we just don't have a firm grasp on that. I wish we did.
Now it's a race against time to help stranded survivors. NBC News had exclusive access as the National Guard made urgent deliveries in mountainous areas where roads have been wiped out.
Even once the Guard finds the people they're trying to help, another challenge for the pilot, figuring out where they can safely land in this hilly part of the state.
It took 3 attempts, but finally we touched down. The Guard dropping off food, water, diapers, and more.
Thank you.
Volunteers helping gather donations.
When you look at the amount of people that don't have food and water, I'll say it is in the thousands, I would think.
And there are more harrowing stories of survival. Missy Cravetti's grandma, uncle, and brother captured on video as they narrowly made their escape in shoulder-deep water, all thanks to a stranger's kindness.
There's going to be a lot of loss up there, but there are a lot of happy endings because of neighbors helping neighbors.
One family telling us this is where their house used to be. That's before the floodwaters took it all the way down there with 2 people trapped on the porch.
I'm very grateful. I know that we lost our house, our camper, and we lost 2 vehicles as well, but those are just material things. You know, we all survived, and that's the main thing.
But some families aren't so lucky, now mourning those they lost, like Rita Hall, the great-grandmother remembered as fun-loving and strong with a heart of gold. And 82-year-old Nellie Mae Howard, loved ones saying she was the backbone of our family.
And Kentucky's governor says some survivors may be dealing with water issues for months to come. Back to you.
All right, Jesse Kirsch, thank you so much.
And now we're tracking those storms in the Midwest and also triple digits in other parts of the country.
Yeah, meteorologist Michelle Grossman is here. A lot to watch this week.
There's a lot, and you have to think about the heat in Kentucky. They don't have power, mold issues, right, with all that humidity, too. It's going to be a long while before there's recovery there. Yeah, we are tracking things heating up once again. We had all that heat in the Northwest last weekend. This has moved to the east, and now it's going to move further to the east as we go throughout the late week as well. So taking a look in the middle of the country, 25 million people under a heat alert, mostly a heat advisory. That's in the orange, but Minneapolis under an excessive heat warnings. We're looking at temperatures climbing into the 90s, into the triple digits once again. It's like deja vu, right? We talked about it for 4 weeks straight. Well, we're going to do it once again. We're feeling like 108 by this afternoon in Omaha. It will feel like 102 in Minneapolis, feeling like 102 also in St. Louis. Same story as you head to D.C. The Mid-Atlantic starting to heat up, also the Northeast into the 90s. You will be at 90, but feeling closer to the mid-90s. As we go throughout tomorrow, once again, temperatures into the 90s at triple digits. Humidity so high. We've had such high humidity. It's not going anywhere. And that's going to give you that heat index of feeling like 103 in Cincinnati, feeling like 104 in Paducah. Now, look what happens by Thursday. Boston, you're going to be close to 100 degrees. That's without the humidity. That's your daytime temperature. You factor in that humidity, you'll feel worse than that. New York City, 96, 93 in Burlington. The good news is by Friday and Saturday, we get that relief once again. So Buffalo, you're into the 70s. By Saturday, 85. Then New York City into the 80s. So it's a short-lived warm-up, not like what we had last time. Now, this heat is going to prompt some more fire danger today. Where you see that red, that is a red flag warning. Along with that low humidity, we could see more wildfires and also some winds gusting up to 40 miles per hour. That's really tough when you have that risk for wildfires. Also, if you're fighting this fire. So the McKinney fire, here's the latest, 55,000 plus acres burned. And with those winds blowing, you guys, when you are out there fighting that fire, it's so erratic and it's so hard to contain. And that's why we're still at 0% containment after 4 days, I think. Yeah.
Oh, that's the wind makes it hard.
Fire season. All right. Thank you so much, Michelle. Now, tensions are rising this morning between the U.S. and China amid House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's trip across Asia. Her potential visit to Taiwan has now sparked a military buildup by China, which has U.S. military personnel in the area sounding the alarm. NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Andrea Mitchell has the latest for us.
Good morning. All indications are that barring a last-minute change, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is on her way to Taiwan this morning on a military jet. In the face of Beijing's strong warnings of very serious consequences and military saber-rattling not seen in decades, claiming it violates Chinese sovereignty over Taiwan agreed to by the U.S. more than 40 years ago.
Speaker Pelosi, will you be going to Taiwan?
The House Speaker touring Asia this week with a big question mark in her itinerary, leaving room for an anticipated stop in Taiwan today, despite White House concerns it could lead to a military confrontation with China, deliberate or accidental. Publicly, the administration warning China not to overreact.
If the Speaker does decide to visit and China tries to create some kind of crisis or otherwise escalate tensions, that would be entirely on Beijing.
In the past few days, China launching the most aggressive military exercises in 25 years, accusing the U.S. of interfering in its internal affairs. Taiwan responding. The U.S. sending the aircraft carrier Ronald Reagan to the region.
It's not so much that there might be a direct attack, but it raises the stakes of miscalculation and confusion, which could also lead to unintended consequences.
Pelosi would be the first House Speaker to set foot in Taiwan since Newt Gingrich in 1997. But she's been a hawk on Taiwan for decades. 3 years ago, tweeting this news report of herself and 2 other Congress members in Tiananmen Square in 1991.
We've been told for 2 days now that there's freedom of speech in China.
Unfurling a banner in tribute to those who died there 2 years earlier and facing down police. 2 weeks ago, President Biden had warned the U.S. military did not want Pelosi to go.
I think that the military thinks it's not a good idea right now.
But on this issue, she's apparently willing to split with the president, backed by many other Democrats and leading Republicans.
Once it was pretty clear she wanted to go there and intended to go there, you can't pull that trip down because the Chinese Communist Party sends out some third-rate propagandist to threaten her or to threaten the United States of America.
The question now, if the Speaker is about to approach Taiwan on a U.S. military plane, how will the Chinese Air Force respond? Already in anticipation of her visit, global markets are down today, fearing a crisis, and because Taiwan is the world's biggest producer of computer chips, including its exports to China.
Andrea Mitchell, thank you.
Back here in the U.S., the issue of abortion is on the ballot in today's primary election in Kansas. Voters there will decide on an amendment to the state's constitution that could end the right to abortion access in that state. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns has the latest on the vote and the impact it could have on states across the country.
Hey, Joe, good morning. Right now, Kansas is the epicenter of the battle over abortion rights. The folks voting here today will be among the very first in the nation to cast a ballot on this issue since the fall of Roe. And what Kansans do today, how they vote, and how many show up will be a bellwether for what's to come in the midterms in November. This primary day, Kansans who oppose abortion hoping their prayers are answered, holding a vigil overnight ahead of a critical election where Kansans will be first in the nation to vote on abortion since Roe v. Wade was overturned. Right now, the state constitution protects abortion access here, but on the ballot, the Value Them Both Amendment, which would take away those protections if passed. Abortion rights activists say the amendment will pave the way to a total ban.
If we lose the constitutional protection in Kansas, we know what's coming. This will open up the path for the legislature to ban abortion, to create new restrictions that really target abortion care.
Not just in Kansas, but in the entire region, as surrounding states have already banned the procedure.
Where could people go to seek care? What would be the next closest option for folks?
We're going to be sending patients to Denver, to New Mexico, to Illinois.
But supporters of the amendment say a ban isn't the goal.
Does this amendment pave the pathway to a ban potentially?
It paves the way for future conversations to be able to happen. I want to see a future where Kansans are involved in the discussion, where unelected judges don't decide for the rest of us the right kinds of limits on abortion in our state.
Today's vote making Kansas a battleground and a bellwether over whether abortion access will drive voters to the polls in this year's midterm elections. The full-blown get-out-the-vote effort drawing fresh boots on the ground.
I've loved the pro-life movement my whole life. I feel like this was just a time to step up as someone in Kansas, that it's an important time for us.
You've never been involved before. Why this time?
I think this vote is very, very important for Kansas voters.
And so far, early in-person voting up more than 200% from 4 years ago. Recent polling showing the vote will be close. Both sides praying for a win in this high-stakes battle the nation is watching. And in a sign of what's at stake and the whiplash that some Americans are facing against the battle at the ballot box here. This morning, residents in Kentucky are waking up to news over the battle in the courts there. Overnight, a judge reinstating a trigger law banning abortion. Joe?
All right, Dasha Burns, thank you.
And coming up, the latest on the drone strike that killed the leader of al-Qaeda. More on how the operation unfolded and what his killing means for groups like the Taliban.
Plus, a group of veterans and activists has been camped out for days on Capitol Hill. They're calling on Senate Republicans to back a bill to help veterans exposed to toxic burn pits. Where that fight now stands next.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Dateline, missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told. No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything.
Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive. It was Leslie.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
International headlines now. One official is sounding a global alarm on the spread of nuclear weapons. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us with that and more. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Well, we start off with a stark warning by the UN Secretary General, who said that we are only one step away from nuclear annihilation. General Antonio Guterres gave the warning at a meeting to prevent the spread of nuclear weapons in New York yesterday. This comes after North Korea has conducted its 7th nuclear test and Russia has done multiple attacks on Ukraine. In a letter to the conference, Russian President Vladimir Putin said there can be no winners in a nuclear war and no such war should ever be started. Moving on to India, where the first confirmed monkeypox death in Asia has occurred. The 22-year-old man has recently traveled to the United Arab Emirates, where he initially tested positive. The Indian government has isolated 21 people who had come in contact with him, but none of them are showing symptoms. He makes the 4th known fatality from the current outbreak. And finally, onto one unfortunate passenger flying from Bali to Australia, who found themselves paying a hefty fine of almost $2,000 after not declaring 2 egg and sausage McMuffin sandwiches in their luggage. Sorry, this is too funny. In their luggage. It comes as Australia is taking measures to address an outbreak of foot and mouth disease confirmed in Bali. A biosecurity dog sniffed out the sandwiches, which were then sent to be tested. Now, there's a couple of takeaways from here, guys. I don't think it takes a sniffer dog to sniff out a sausage McMuffin. And secondly, it was sent out for testing. And after expensive lab testing, it turned out to be a real sausage McMuffin.
Right. Wow.
Back to you guys.
Did he get to eat it? I hope it was good. My goodness.
Claudio, I don't know if you've ever broke on us like that. You couldn't get through that one. All right, thanks, Claudio.
I'm sorry. It's too funny. It's too funny.
All right, more now on our top story. A U.S. drone strike that targeted and killed the leader of al-Qaeda in the Afghan capital of Kabul. Earlier this morning, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan spoke to our colleagues on the Today Show, who asked if this attack showed that Afghanistan has become a safe harbor for terrorists.
Well, I think it's strange to call it a safe harbor when we just took out the leader of al-Qaeda sitting on his balcony in Kabul. So, no, it does not signal that to me. What it signals to me, Savannah, is that the president has made good on his word when we left. He said the United States did not need to keep sending thousands of American men and women to fight and die in Afghanistan after 20 years of war to keep this country safe. He said we would be able to continue to target and take out terrorists in Afghanistan without troops on the ground. And over this weekend, with this swift and decisive action that he ordered, he delivered on that promise. He made good on what he said, and the United States continues to maintain the capacity to hold at risk any terrorist who plots against us from Afghanistan or anywhere else without having thousands of troops on the ground.
To put a fine point on it, do you believe the Taliban government knew that Ayman al-Zawahiri was living there? And what will you do, if anything, to hold the Taliban government accountable, if so?
We believe that there were senior members of the Haqqani network who are affiliated with the Taliban who did know that Zawahiri was in Kabul. There may have been other members of the Taliban who did not know. We have already been engaged with the Taliban, and I'm not going to preview any further actions that we will take to ensure that the Taliban lives up to its commitments not to allow any external plotting from Afghanistan, but rest assured the United States will be vigilant on that.
Let's bring in NBC News Chief Foreign Correspondent Richard Engel. Richard, I'm glad we can have you to talk more about this. We just heard from Jake Sullivan there saying that some people associated with the Taliban, he believes they knew where al-Zawahiri was. You were in Afghanistan during that chaotic U.S. troop withdrawal. You spoke with Taliban officials. What did they tell you back then about harboring terror groups? And are you hearing anything that they're saying now about this strike?
So this strike, and I think we're seeing this from the administration, really calls into question the effectiveness of the American withdrawal. The United States said, President Biden said, and by the way, President Trump made the initial agreement. So both administrations agreed on this policy that the United States would pull out troops from Afghanistan, and that if there was any problem, if al-Qaeda returned or ISIS returned or some other terrorist group started to gather in Afghanistan, that there could be these so-called over-the-horizon strikes, that drones and U.S. intelligence would handle any problems as they came up. And you heard Jake Sullivan, he's pointing to what happened over the weekend with the CIA drone strike in Kabul as evidence that that policy was a success. But it raises the question, why was Ayman al-Zawahiri in Kabul to begin with? The Taliban swore to President Trump and swore to President Biden and put it in writing and signed several agreements, collectively known as the Doha Accords, that they would never allow al-Qaeda to come back. But they're very confident. I could see that during the fall of Kabul. I've seen that on subsequent trips. They are extremely arrogant. They believe that the Taliban, forced out the United States, drove out the world's biggest superpower, and that now no one can tell them anything. They are graced by God, they believe. They are on a religious, historic mission, and who is the United States? The United States, which had to pull out of the country under fire, who is the United States to tell them any different? So it shows a tremendous amount of arrogance, confidence, whatever you want to call it, from the Taliban, that less than 1 year after making this agreement with the two U.S. administrations, they were confident enough, bold enough to host the al-Qaeda leader for months right in the center of Kabul. So I think it does raise serious questions about the long-term stability of that country and the kinds of people who are operating in Afghanistan. Yes, the United States was able to find Ayman al-Zawahiri, but he is a very well-known figure. The U.S. has been tracking him for decades now. Will they have as much success tracking smaller figures, new figures, people that they don't already know?
Richard, can you just help us understand how significant is the death of al-Zawahiri?
Well, I think it's very significant that it took place in Kabul for the reasons we just discussed. I think it's not as significant on a operational level. You had Osama bin Laden, who was the figurehead of the organization. He was the charismatic leader. He was the one who had finances, connections, could bring in support, allow al-Qaeda to establish franchises, little sort of offshoots all around the world. Ayman al-Zawahiri was not, by all al-Qaeda accounts, a friendly person. He was not a charismatic person. He could not attract people around him. He was an angry religious cleric who was deep in medieval dogma. And he was very convincing to Osama bin Laden. He became Osama bin Laden's personal physician, right-hand man, and helped actually write much of al-Qaeda's philosophy and some of its ideology. But he wasn't really, especially over the last several years, the day-to-day commander of the organization. The baton is being passed, and is being passed now more quickly to a younger generation.
Richard Engel, thanks so much for joining us this morning. We do appreciate it.
Now on Capitol Hill, a group of veterans, many who served in Afghanistan and Iraq, along with their families and other activists, have been camped out for days. They're urging Senate Republicans to back a bill that would expand health care benefits to veterans who've gotten sick from exposure to toxic burn pits while serving overseas. For some context, an earlier version of that bill passed both houses of Congress with bipartisan support back in June, winning 84 votes in the Senate. But now 25 GOP senators have withdrawn their support over what they're calling a policy dispute. Among the demonstrators was comedian Jon Stewart, who's been a staunch advocate for this legislation. Take a look.
Ground Zero in New York City was really a burn pit. It was the original burn pit. It was all these hazardous materials that had been lit by jet fuel. And the only difference between 9/11 and Ground Zero and the burn pits that these men and women face is that that burn pit was from an attack. Right, that's top of the day. Our country did it to them. I mean, honestly, like, this is the lowest hanging fruit of a functioning society. Like, if we can't do this, the rest of us have no shot. Do you understand why this is important? This is the canary in the coal mine for the lowest bar.
Joining us now is Rosie Torres. She's the executive director and co-founder of Burn Pits 360, and her husband, Captain Leroy Torres, served in Iraq with the U.S. Army. Rosie, thank you so much for joining us this morning, and I want to start with something that I heard you tell our colleague Andrea Mitchell yesterday on MSNBC, that when you were headed to D.C., you thought it would be to celebrate the passage of this bill, not protesting a lengthy delay that, quite frankly, took a lot of us by surprise. What do you make of this whole situation, and specifically the GOP lawmakers who've withdrawn their support, who've flip-flopped here?
Right. Thank you for having me. We did initially come here with the idea and the hope that we would finally, after 13 years and longer for others, call this a victory. But we were blindsided. We were stabbed in the back by these 25 GOP senators who decided that playing, partisan politics on the backs of dying veterans was more important. So it's disgusting to me to sit here and just outright, we're angry. It's a sad thing to witness as veterans are sleeping on the steps of the Capitol, begging our government, our Senate, to grant them what they rightfully so. They fought for it. They defended our freedom. They're not asking for much.
Rosie, I'm wondering if you can tell us more about your husband, Captain Leroy Torres. I mentioned that he served, of course, for us. Tell us about him, about his time, and then I know these burn pits have specifically impacted him and his health. Tell us about that.
Yeah, right. It's I miss him, so I'm a little teary-eyed right now. Leroy served in the Army. He was at Camp Anaconda, where they had the largest burn pit. I tend to always hold on to the memories of the life before war. This strong man, this healthy man. He also served as a Texas State Trooper for 14 years. And as a result of being deployed and now being his body plagued with these horrific illnesses, he ended up being forced to resign from his job. They fired him as a result of not wanting to accommodate him. Most recently, he won a case at the United States Supreme Court against the state of Texas. And these are just some of the things that our families are going through, right? Not just Leroy, but all the other men and women. Leroy, served proudly. He would do it all over again if he had the opportunity. But it's such a heart-wrenching experience for my children, for my family, to have to watch him, like so many others, stripped of his dignity, of all the things he loved and worked so damn hard for. And we're here for that reason, right? We're here for Leroy and for all the other men and women who are no longer here, and those that are suffering.
Absolutely. A sacrifice not only he's made, but your entire family, your kids as well. Rosie Torres, thank you so much for your time. And of course, thank you to your husband and all the brave men and women who serve our country. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Coming up, WNBA star Brittany Griner is back in a Russian courtroom again this morning.
Yeah, we've got the latest from today's hearing as U.S. officials try to negotiate her release. You're watching Morning News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles!
And we're back with new developments in the trial of WNBA star Brittany Griner in Russia.
Yeah, Griner's trial on drug charges is back in session this morning, and prosecutors are laying out their case, calling a narcotics expert who analyzed cannabis found in Griner's luggage to testify. Griner pleaded guilty to drug charges last month, but maintains she accidentally packed cannabis oil in her luggage and had no intention of bringing it into Russia.
NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea joins us now from London. So, Kelly, what is the latest on the trial? Do we know how soon the prosecution's expected to wrap up its case?
Well, Joe, today was a pretty technical day in court. There was a lot of discussion about the substance that Brittany Griner has admitted she brought into the country, that a small amount of cannabis, which was in a vape canister. And really, the defense was trying to poke holes in the prosecution's case and the prosecution's expert witnesses, and saying that they basically examined these canisters incorrectly and can't really say how much cannabis was inside. So a pretty technical day all in all. But really the big headline from today was that we may actually hear a verdict by Thursday. Now, that hasn't been confirmed. There's no set calendar in this trial, but the court has been continued. The trial has been continued until Thursday, and it appears as though that might be what's next, is a possible verdict. Joe and Savannah.
Now, what's the latest on that proposed prisoner swap? Also, we know Secretary of State Antony Blinken had a phone call with Russia's foreign minister to discuss Griner and Paul Whelan last week. Has Russia given any official response here?
Well, the Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov said today that they will not engage in megaphone diplomacy. They're not going to talk about this publicly. They're not going to deal with prisoner exchanges in the media. And that's been sort of the line all along. But the White House has said once again, look, there's an offer on the table, and essentially the ball is in Russia's court. Take a listen.
We We want to see Brittany Griner home. We want to see Paul Whelan home. They are wrongfully detained. We have been very clear about that. We put forward a substantial offer. There was a counter offer that was made, which we don't see it as a serious counter offer. Clearly not going to negotiate from here. We are taking this very seriously, and this is a top of mind for this president, and we want to see them come home.
Now, neither side is talking about what that counteroffer may have been. Russia certainly isn't saying anything about a possible counteroffer. Neither side confirming either what has been widely reported, the suggestion that the key player in this is the arms dealer, the so-called merchant of death, Victor Bout. So this is something that is still ongoing. No confirmation on either side that a deal is imminent, that's for sure. Joe, Savannah.
I mean, Kelly, surrounding all this is the fact that we know acquittals are really rare in Russian criminal prosecutions, less than 1% of cases. Russian officials have already said if they do make a deal, Griner wouldn't be released until the judicial process was completed. So, I mean, is that kind of what we're waiting on here, despite the best efforts of her attorneys, that this process has to be done before we even get to that point of a possible deal?
Well, that's exactly right. And, you know, Brittany Griner's attorneys really have been trying to lay the groundwork for a lenient sentence. They're sort of going on the assumption that this will be a conviction. It's just a matter of how quickly it will happen. Will it be stretched out for the entire second half of the year? As we know, Brittany Griner her detention in Russia has been extended until late December. Or will it end more quickly, as was suggested today, that potentially there's a verdict on Thursday, and then the serious discussions can get underway when it comes to on prisoner swaps. But Russia has maintained all along, we are not, their line has been, we're not going to get involved in the legal process. The legal process in Russia has to play out. It's only after that they'll discuss any potential prisoner swaps. And as I said, guys, that could happen quicker than we expected. We'll see what happens on Thursday.
All right, Kelly, thank you so much.
Thank you. Now, one of the NFL's top quarterbacks, Deshaun Watson of the Cleveland Browns, was suspended for 6 games yesterday over allegations of sexual misconduct. But the suspension by a special judge may not be the last word. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock explains.
Deshaun Watson, on the heels of the richest guaranteed contract in NFL history and riding a wave of controversy, is looking right now at a 6-game suspension and no fine. That's at this moment. But it could change with the NFL having the final say. At Browns practice business as usual for Deshaun Watson. But off the field, shockwaves and disbelief after a disciplinary officer hired by the NFL and its Players Association suspended the quarterback 6 games without pay, concluding he engaged in sexual assault and conduct that puts at risk the integrity of the NFL. 24 women, all massage therapists, filed civil lawsuits for sexual assault. The disciplinary officer relied on the testimony of 4 of them. In her ruling, she stated while Watson's behavior does not fall into the category of violent conduct, the allegations of nonviolent sexual conduct against him are more egregious than any before reviewed by the NFL. Online, outrage. I just don't think Deshaun Watson should play another game in the NFL. Another person writing, he got suspended 1 quarter for every woman he sexually assaulted. That's insane. Both the league and Players Association have 3 days to appeal.
One of the things the NFL likely will do is see what the reaction has been. What do the columns say in the various newspapers? What are they saying on the sports talk shows?
The final decision comes down to the commissioner. Watson has denied all wrongdoing. No criminal charges were filed, and every civil case except one was settled.
He wants to be the best version of himself. I believe that wholeheartedly.
Watson and the Players Union have previously stated they don't plan to appeal the decision and would like the NFL to do the same. For comparison, Calvin Ridley, the wide receiver for the Atlanta Falcons, was just suspended for an entire season for betting on football. DeAndre Hopkins, a star wide receiver for the Arizona Cardinals, got 6 games for performance-enhancing drugs, the same suspension that Deshaun Watson has right now. Sam Brock, NBC News. Back to you.
Coming up, interest rates might be rising, but there are still ways to save.
Yeah, from buying a car to staying on top of your credit card expenses, we'll show you how to take some burden off your wallet. That's next.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright. Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy? I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Welcome back. As I'm sure you remember, last week, the Federal Reserve raised interest rates for the 4th time this year. But even as the cost of borrowing goes up, there are ways to stretch your paycheck and increase your savings. NBC News senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders has some tips and tricks to take advantage of those rising rates with some easy hacks. Hey, Carrie, good morning.
Well, good morning. You know, when the Fed raised the interest rates again, that was all designed to either slow down or stop inflation. But of course, it also has direct impacts on our daily lives. So, for instance, if you have a mortgage, a car loan, you're carrying debt on your credit card, you're either feeling or going to begin feeling the impacts of this rising interest rate. So, what can you do? Well, there are some things you can do that don't cost you any money, and it's important to perhaps know what to do at a time when it seems like everything is more expensive. When interest rates rise, it's time to strategize, and that starts with the credit cards in your wallet. According to Bankrate, the average rate is now over 17%. If you do have credit card debt, you can move that balance to a 0% balance transfer card to avoid paying interest for a few months, up to more than a year. Another option, lower your rate, and often, all you have to do is pick up the phone and ask.
Go in with some ammunition in the form of offers you've seen at other sites, and then use that to frame the conversation. LendingTree found that 70% of people who asked for a lower rate actually got one, with an average reduction of nearly 7%. Tiffany Williams is a mother of 3 who struggled with debt. She's now reduced her rate multiple times.
The more you do it, the more you get used to it, and you start kind of becoming a little bit more demanding once you realize that it's your money, not someone else's.
After you reduce that rate, financial experts say make sure your credit card is working for you.
Look at your year-end credit card statement from last year. This will give you a review of where you spent the most money, whether it was on travel, dining out, groceries. Then you can look for a credit card that offers more rewards for that specific spending category.
If you're looking to buy a house, there are also ways to cut costs on your mortgage. First, make a bigger down payment. The less money you borrow, the less interest you'll pay. Remember that you can refinance later once rates drop. And don't forget to shop around.
A lot of people will just go with a lender that they first found or that was recommended to them, but interest rates can vary by as much as 1% point from lender to lender, and that could translate into tens of thousands of dollars over the life of your loan.
Doing your homework is also critical for car loans. Experts say with rising rates and limited inventory, this this probably is not the best time to buy. But if you need new wheels now, try to lock in a lower pre-approved rate for financing instead of what the dealer offers. Getting a co-signer can also help lower your rate. And what kind of car you pick off the lot matters. According to Edmunds, the average APR for a 2022 Subaru Legacy is 3.7%. A new Hyundai Sonata Hybrid will take you up to 4.5%, while a Nissan Altima is almost 7%. Experts say the key in inflationary times is perhaps the hardest, but live below your means. Savannah?
Right, there you go. That's an easy one to remember. Carrie, thank you so much.
More financial news now. The federal government is reportedly expected to lose billions of dollars on student loans.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and more. Hey, Silvana.
Hey guys, good morning. Yeah, so a government watchdog says the Department of Education could end up losing nearly $200 billion on federal student loans made over the last 25 years. That's partly due to pandemic-era relief programs pausing bills for borrowers. Most of those people haven't made payments on their debt in more than 2 years, and interest hasn't accrued on their balances. The Biden administration is considering whether to forgive some portion of federal student debt and is reportedly leaning toward $10,000 in relief for most borrowers. Apple is dropping mask requirements for corporate employees at most locations. That's according to an internal memo seen by The Verge. The note says workers can continue to wear a mask if they feel more comfortable doing so. The move comes as cases of the highly transmissible BA.5 COVID variant are rising. Apple started requiring some employees to return to the office in April, but stopped short of implementing a full hybrid model, which would mandate 3 days of in-person work per week. And Spotify is adding separate buttons to play or shuffle your playlists and albums, but only if you're a premium subscriber. If you're using the free ad-supported version, you can still only listen to an album or playlist in the order Spotify chooses. Last year, Adele pressured the streaming platform to drop the shuffle button from albums, arguing they should be listened to in order as artists intended. Savannah and Joe, I'll send it back to you.
Power of Adele. All right, Silvana.
Exactly.
Thank you so much.
I kind of agree with
She's
that.
got a lot
also,
of it.
by the way. Like the Beyonce one, the transitions are great.
Right.
Yeah. All right.
Yep.
Thanks, Silvana. Now, a tragic mystery in the air continues to confound investigators this morning. 2
co-pilots took off from a North Carolina airport for a work-related flight, but after an emergency landing, they opened the door to find only one was on board.
Yeah, NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us this morning with more on this bizarre set of circumstances. Hey, Sam.
Absolutely. Savannah, Joe, good morning. This was a small 10-person plane. There were only 2 people on it, the co-pilots. Now, whether Charlie Crooks fell or jumped out of the plane, that does remain a mystery, but he likely dropped more than 3,000 feet, found in the tree line about 30 miles from Raleigh-Durham Airport. This morning, mounting questions about exactly what unfolded in the skies above North Carolina.
We've lost our right wheel.
A mid-flight emergency forcing this small plane to skid down the runway near Raleigh Friday after the aircraft lost a wheel.
Guess we're going to put it on the belly.
Investigators say when the twin-engine plane finally came to a stop, Charles Hugh Crooks, one of its 2 pilots, was missing.
We do have one subject who is not on the aircraft.
Gone without a trace. Now, police believe Crooks, the 23-year-old co-pilot, either jumped or fell from the plane without a parachute on a work-related trip. Audio that has been released from inside that cockpit includes no mention about him exiting the aircraft. But adding to the questions surrounding the incident, the Wake County First Response Team now telling NBC News that according to their 911 call center, the pilot did reach out to authorities to say that somebody had left the plane.
Received a call that pilot had notified them that somebody had exited the aircraft. We also knew that that aircraft was in progress of having an emergency landing.
Now, the NTSB and FAA are both investigating, examining wreckage and collecting information about what led to Crooks' fateful fall. It took more than 80 first responders scouring the area 4 hours to find his body in the tree line of a suburban neighborhood.
Somebody had reached out to one of our officers who was already searching in that area to let them know that they had heard something in their backyard earlier.
Cade and Hugh Crooks say their son had nurtured his aviation dream from childhood.
He was never happier than when he was talking about his flying.
And they're now left shattered by his sudden loss.
The world was very much a better place with him in it. There's a Charlie-sized hole missing that, we'll never be able to fill.
As the family right now, of course, grieving, the FAA, guys, is taking the lead on the investigation. They told our station in Raleigh-Durham that right now they are planning on interviewing the surviving pilot. But as of last night, they had not done so yet. But of course, he is really the only person in this situation that could provide insight into what actually happened. Joe and Savannah.
All right, Sam Brock, thank you so much.
Coming up, a new way to take a trip to the mall.
Right from the comfort of your home, we're taking a deep dive into shopping in the metaverse. That's next.
Mystery in Paradise.
There's my sweet little sister on the news.
A series of secrets to be discovered.
This investigation takes you into the swinger lifestyle.
Dateline's hottest July ever. Fridays at 10/9 Central.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Now to our series Inside the Metaverse. Buying virtual items that you can't physically hold or touch because they only exist in the virtual world is actually turning into a big business.
That's right, and major retailers are investing real money. So is this the future of shopping?
NBC News senior consumer investigative correspondent Vicki Wynn is here to help us make sense of it all.
Yeah, good morning. It is hard to understand until you kind of see how it works and experience it, which is what we did. If you don't know what the metaverse is, you're not alone. But a lot of major name brand companies are now betting big. They're already selling their wares in these virtual worlds. So log on with me. I'm going to take you on a tour of the metaverse retail experience. How would you like to hang out with friends, attend concerts with stars like Travis Scott, Post Malone, and Ariana Grande, take yoga classes, and you guessed it, shop right from home? You can in the metaverse, a virtual online world.
I've purchased and acquired thousands of digital pieces of clothing.
Kevin Clark is an avid metaverse shopper. This is his avatar. He spends about 4 hours a day in the digital world.
This is just one of the many outfits that I have. I spent probably $5,000 to $8,000 just in the last 2 years.
That's money Kevin spent on clothes he only wears in the metaverse. Senior media and tech correspondent Julia Borston reports on the metaverse for CNBC. Why do you think people want to spend real money on digital assets, things they can't have in real life?
People are spending real money in the metaverse. They want to have an experience that's more like their real life experience, or in some ways, maybe even better.
Big name brands like Nike, Tommy Hilfiger, Hyundai, and Chipotle getting in early. One study predicts the metaverse will have $2 trillion in e-commerce value by 2030. Design firms are building polished metaverse storefronts like this one, provided exclusively to NBC News by interior architects. They say national brands hope to use these virtual spaces to attract real customers. So how does it work? For most users, it starts here on your phone or here on a computer.
My metaverse journey begins on Roblox, a virtual world popular with pre-teens, but don't be fooled by the cartoonish appearance. There are more than 40 million daily active users, and this is where millions of dollars in virtual commerce is happening. Here I am. My tour guide is Shu Min Wee, a senior product manager at Roblox. That's her avatar, and there's mine. We start our virtual shopping spree at Gucci.
Okay, so
right.
we are in the store, and much like a real life store, we have all of Gucci's different items really nicely merchandised. You'll see on the walls, they have some of their homeware. The skateboards are on the wall, as well as the Blondie bags for sale, menswear, t-shirts as well.
What I like about this is it feels like you're actually in a store with these products around you, even though they're virtual. I try on a few items. So I just bought a pair of sunglasses. Let's see what I look like. Next, we head to the Van store where you can design and purchase sneakers. Look it, I'm designing my own shoe. After our shopping spree, I spend about $10 real for virtual items that can only be worn by my avatar inside Roblox. Look at my little avatar. We're actually voguing. If you recall, Madonna fans out there. A big draw of shopping in the metaverse is the accessibility of luxury brands.
Just like buying a Gucci bag in the real world is a status symbol, buying a virtual Gucci bag is also a status symbol for your avatar.
Here in the Decentraland metaverse, users can roam a massive virtual land where they can peruse art galleries, purchase NFTs, and make transactions using cryptocurrency on the blockchain. Running right into the stores just as I would in real life. That's my Decentraland avatar in one of the many storefronts throughout the platform. So I'm going to put on the mask that I just bought. Check it out. I have my new mask on. And these aren't all virtual products. For example, the NFT watch here, if I purchase it in the metaverse, I also get sent a real watch. The cost, about $700. Does it boggle your mind?
It is amazing how much money people are spending. I personally would still rather have a physical good, but if people are spending a lot of time in the metaverse, maybe it makes sense.
As for Kevin, he says his digital wardrobe has real life value.
It's gonna last, it's gonna have the same quality forever. I could hand that down to my kid.
I mean, think about that, an avatar with virtual goods that you give to the next generation in real life. Another interesting feature in the metaverses that we saw, each of them allowed users to create and sell their own fashion designs and make real money. Kevin, that user you saw there, he says he's made thousands of dollars off of pieces of clothing that he designed and sold. So I totally understand that application. You know, the creativity aspect of it, selling things, actually earning money. Yeah.
Tech stuff isn't perfect. I mean, how easy or hard is it to actually do this, get to these places, and make it work?
Fair question. We did have some glitches in our experiences for sure. So that was helpful to have a guide. You know, Roblox told us when we had those, that's very uncommon when, you know, for it to happen in real life. Some of the clothes didn't fit, but that's kind of like real life too. You try some things on, they don't fit your body, right?
You mean larges aren't universal in the metaverse?
Not even in the metaverse. But you don't age in the metaverse. And then I will say, the one little barrier too for Decentraland for us was like, you have to know cryptocurrency. Yeah. So if you want to buy things, you also have to get on board with the blockchain.
All right.
Yeah. So
there you go.
I know. There's a lot.
Ding, ding, ding.
Thank you,
Lots of
Vicky.
words there that you don't like. All right, we are. Vicki, thank you. That was
Appreciate
fun.
it. That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Hey there, good Tuesday, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Vicki Nguyen. Right now on NBC News Now, Al-Qaeda leader killed, the world's most wanted terrorist dead after a U.S. drone strike. President Biden announcing 9/11 plotter was killed in Afghanistan. How the U.S. finally tracked him down.
Primary day. Polls open in key swing states right now. What races to watch today? We'll tell you why former President Donald Trump's endorsement is causing confusion in Missouri's GOP's Senate race.
Flood emergency. Homes and schools collapsed. Hundreds still missing, and the death toll rising in Kentucky. How today's weather could make things worse as the National Guard rescues more survivors.
And big deal. Women athletes at colleges across the country cashing in, capitalizing on their names, their images, and their likenesses. Texas Longhorn forward Aaliyah Moore joins us to talk about her new deal and celebrating the 50th anniversary of Title IX.
Thanks for being with us. We begin this hour with breaking news. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi has landed in Taiwan as tensions rise in Asia. Pelosi is the highest-ranking official since House Speaker Newt Gingrich traveled to the island in 1997.
Now, China's military is conducting live fire exercises as a warning against her visit. Today, Pelosi also stopped in Malaysia, posting this picture with U.S. Marines who are stationed there. NBC News Now correspondent Maura Barrett is live at the White House for us and bringing us the latest. Maura, it's good to see you. Major national security implications are on the line here. I mean, what are you hearing on the ground about Pelosi's potential visit to Taiwan? And really, what is the White House saying?
Well, this has been a big question mark for the past few days here at the White House. We had seen that President Biden had warned the U.S. military didn't think it was a good time for the speaker to go and visit Taiwan. Obviously, a lot of warnings, as you mentioned, from the Chinese. The Chinese said that when the two presidents spoke last week or the week before, excuse me, he had warned him that those who play with fire shall perish by it, referring to the speaker's visit. We also heard from the Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson this morning saying that if Pelosi insists on visiting Taiwan, China will take resolute and strong measures to defend its sovereignty and territorial integrity. Now, coming from the White House and the administration, today we did hear from National Security Council spokesman John Kirby, who said that Pelosi's now firm visit, he had said potential visit this morning, was consistent with longstanding U.S. policy and warned China not to turn it into, quote, some sort of crisis or use it as a pretext to increase aggressive military activity around the Taiwan Strait. Remember, the U.S., Nancy Pelosi, by going there, is expressing the U.S.'s support in Taiwan's independence, though China does not recognize that independence, Morgan.
Hey there, Maura. It's Vicky here. We're looking at video of what appears to be the plane landing, Pelosi there in Taiwan. Talk to us about the scene, the reaction from the Taiwanese, because right now we are seeing import-export bans from Beijing as retaliation, also denial of service internet attacks. So they warned China, Beijing warned this could happen, and it is happening.
That's right, Vicky, and I think a lot of that will continue to remain to be seen, especially as she is landing right now. We don't know how long she plans on staying in the country, but kind of all the security measures that you detailed right now are something that we need to be watching. Also of note, especially as the president expects to be celebrating Michigan, for example, enacting the CHIPS bill this afternoon. Taiwan is the largest producer of semiconductor chips, and so obviously that's something that's incredibly important for the U.S. given the supply chain shortage that we've seen. So some of the implications going forward remain to be seen, especially including how China's going to react, right, Vicki?
All right, Maura, what else are you hearing from Taiwanese, the citizens, the residents there themselves? Do they welcome this visit? Is it a sign of good relations between the U.S. and Taiwan?
You know, I personally don't have any reaction right now from the Taiwanese. This is something that, again, like I said, is something we were expecting to potentially happen, but was kind of a question mark. And so we'll be calling and making some requests to see kind of what that reaction is, especially as Pelosi lands in the late hours there.
All right, yes, it is nighttime there. We will be following this closely. Our Maura Barrett, we appreciate it. Thank you. All right, we turn now to the successful mission decades in the making. Al-Qaeda's leader and the man who helped plan the September 11th attacks is dead.
That's right. Two people briefed on the matter tell NBC News a CIA drone strike killed Ayman al-Zawahiri this weekend. He was located months ago at an apartment building in Kabul, Afghanistan. And here's what President Biden had to say about this particular mission.
No matter how long it takes, no matter where you hide, if you are a threat to our people, the United States will find you and take you out.
The White House now releasing this photo of the president discussing al-Zawahiri with his national security team last month. Retired U.S. Army Colonel Jack Jacobs joins us now with more on how the CIA was able to successfully complete this mission. Lieutenant Colonel Jacobs, thank you for being with us. Talk to us about this. U.S. officials had named al-Zawahiri a most wanted person prior to the September 11th attack. So take us through the mission here and how it feels for the CIA to have this outcome.
Well, you know, we've been the intelligence community has been watching this guy for decades, and while the majority of the American public came to the conclusion because of his notoriety that Osama bin Laden was the guy who was on top of everything, Osama bin Laden was just the was the face of al-Qaeda. All the strategic and even tactical planning was conducted by al-Zawahiri, and the intelligence community had been looking at him for a long, long time. He had spent a great deal of time in Pakistan and then moved elsewhere. He's originally from Egypt, and nobody was surprised after we left Afghanistan that he popped up in Afghanistan. He was found in a very well-to-do area of Kabul where diplomats reside, and his family was there as well and been going in and out. The intelligence community continuously briefed the president, who made the decision about a week or 10 days ago that the intelligence community had a green light to target in Kabul at a time of its choosing, and that's exactly what they did. So the president didn't say, "Okay, go now," as the president has done previously, but gave basically an open opportunity for the CIA to conduct the attack.
Colonel Jacobs, we only have a couple minutes here. Morgan speaking to you. The president and his advisors, of course, they're sort of taking a victory lap on this, and they've been talking really specifically about all the planning that went into this strike. Senior officials are telling NBC News that a model of that apartment building that you just described was actually part of the briefing for the president. So what does this tell us about U.S. intelligence efforts as they stand in Afghanistan, as essentially about a year now as after the Taliban takeover?
Well, in special operations, it's common to have a mock-up of the target site all the time. This was unusual in that it was a drone strike, and it did not use an explosive device. It used an R9X, which is a missile that has whirling blades so that there is little or no collateral damage. And in fact, he was killed without anybody else in the building being harmed. And that was at least partially a function of having constructed a model and knowing exactly when and where he would be there so there wouldn't be any collateral damage.
All right, retired U.S. Army Colonel Jack Jacobs, thank you so much, Colonel, for joining us this morning. We appreciate it.
All right, well, a new heat threat moving through eastern Kentucky could further complicate ongoing rescue and cleanup efforts after last week's historic flooding.
That's right. Governor Andy Beshear says the death toll stands at 37 and hundreds of people are still unaccounted for. He's surveying more damage today as FEMA and the National Guard both race to help survivors who are still in need. NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman is tracking the very latest from Kentucky and really across the nation. But first, let's go and begin in eastern Kentucky with NBC News correspondent George Solis. George, I know you've been tracking the movements and what's happened in the aftermath. What are Kentucky residents really saying about not only the devastation, but how their neighbors are helping neighbors and stepping in this time of need?
Yeah, Vicki and Morgan, good morning. People out here absolutely devastated by the loss, not to mention the rising death toll of people, 37 at this hour, and that number unfortunately expected to go up. This community relying on the kindness of stranger. They are relying on their own neighbors to help them through this difficult time right now. 1,300 rescues, and there are still other people that are waiting to be rescued right now. Some people are still trying to get in touch with their loved ones at this point. They haven't heard if they're okay. The good news is some cell phone service is being restored in the area, so those conversations are happening, and we expect more reunions in the coming days. But there are still so many roads out here and bridges that are washed out, so getting to them is very difficult. The National Guard is working around the clock along with other first responders and volunteers. And here, not far from us, we have volunteer groups handing out food and water to their neighbors. We had a chance to speak with a couple of people from this community, some who have lost everything and are just so thankful and moved by the kindness of their community. Take a listen.
And there's a few people up there that we know that ain't got no vehicle, no way to get nothing to eat. The older people, so we've been trying to take meals and food and stuff to them. And water. I lost everything I had. I had to swim out of my house. Yeah. And but you know what? We're going to make it.
We were affected by flooding last year. Our homes were spared, but a lot of our friends, a lot of our neighbors lost a lot of things. This loss is 10 times greater than the loss that we knew then. So we just knew the amount of people that came from outside to help us, we wanted to be able to do that as well.
Yeah, what you're hearing there, people who have come from out of this region, driving more than 2 hours just to be able to do something. People who have been affected by their own natural disaster, to help out, just giving you a sense of how united and how strong this community has become over this devastation. And again, right now, people just counting on catching a break from the weather, although heat right now, definitely a big concern.
It's so important, even, George, that you're there, because both my parents are from Appalachia, and this whole area, we talk about Kentucky, Ohio, West Virginia, the tri-state area. I mean, they have been ravaged by these natural disasters. And you have to remember that part of the country is among the poorest in the nation, right? So there's very little that people often have to give, and yet they are giving it. Yet they are swimming out to get to safety, which I think is really important.
It says so much about the people there. I was reading some of the firsthand accounts, George, and people are saying they're used to having flooding in some of the haulers, but not on this level, this catastrophic, widespread level. Tell us a little bit more about the specific resources that are needed right now. What are state officials preparing for in really the long term, right? There are many more weeks and months ahead to help this region recover.
Yeah, as the weather cooperates, we are starting to get a sense of the long road of recovery ahead. As you mentioned, this is going to take months, if not years, to repair some of the damage. The governor on the ground today surveying more of these areas. Right now, people here, they don't need clothes, they need food, they need water, they need federal assistance. And we know that right now the government is pushing towards getting that for individual counties and areas that were mostly impacted. But above all else, they really just need the support of one another. And again, surveying all of this damage is going to take some time. But again, with the kindness of strangers that we've seen out here, it is incredible. And it's so moving to see what people are doing to help one another. So hopefully, again, the weather cooperates in the coming days. Yes, the heat is going to be a major concern, but as long as they don't get any more rain, they might just be able to start on those long recovery efforts.
Yeah,
guys.
Here's to hoping they get all the resources they need. NBC News correspondent George Solis, thanks so much for being on the ground for us. We do want to turn to the Pacific Northwest, where Oregon officials suspect that 14 deaths were linked to the ongoing and really unprecedented dangerous heat in that region.
Yeah, in California, crews are still battling the largest wildfire of the year. Right now, the McKinney fire has burned 55,000 acres. It's 0% contained. NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman is tracking all of the extreme weather for us coast to coast. Hey, Michelle.
We do continue to watch that flood risk. We're looking pretty good in parts of eastern Kentucky. That's the good news. We get a little break today. Then we see some storms tonight, another break tomorrow, and then we have some more storms on the way on Thursday. But we're watching some really heavy downpours. Where you see the darker colors, that's where we're seeing the heaviest rain. And this is what we're going to track throughout the day. And then another round of severe weather possible later on this afternoon into the evening hours. We're looking at winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Could see some hail. That could cause some damage. We have a low tornado risk, but it's not zero. So we certainly could see a tornado or two, especially where you see this yellow area. So International Falls to Duluth, but really anywhere down to Sioux City, we could see some stronger storms. We're also looking at the chance for some heavy downpours. The atmosphere has a lot of moisture, so we could see some flooding rains in spots 1 to 2 inches, mainly Big Rapids down to Fort Wayne, Indianapolis, over to Quincy and St. Louis. We look at the potential for some heavy rain. Now, we're also tracking the chance of that dangerous heat. Once again, it's starting to ramp up. We have a big area of high pressure, 25 million people at risk from Minneapolis to Omaha down to Wichita and also Little Rock. Notice Minneapolis, you're in excessive heat warning. And this is because we're going to see temperatures climbing into the 90s, into the 100s once again. It's not just that air temperature, though. You add in that humidity. It's going to feel like 102 in Minneapolis, feeling like 108 this afternoon in Omaha, even over to D.C., Mid-Atlantic and the Northeast. We're starting to heat up as well. D.C. today, 90 degrees, but feeling more like 93. The heat stays on tomorrow. Richmond feeling like 96. You're going to feel like 104 in Paducah and 104 in Memphis. And then take a look at Thursday. This is going to be the peak heat for the Northeast and the Mid-Atlantic. Boston, we're looking at 99 degrees, but it's going to feel hotter than that with the humidity. And New York City, you're staying warm too, 96. But notice by Friday and Saturday, we're feeling much better, back into the 80s. This heat is going to ramp up the risk for fire danger once again today. Along with low humidity, winds could gust near 40 miles per hour. So this is going to be something that we're going to watch very closely, not only today, but throughout the rest of the week. Back to you.
All right, it's Decision Day. Let's go to politics. Decision 2022 in the final stretch of those primary contests. Many races testing the power of former President Donald Trump and really his chokehold on the Republican Party.
Polls are now open in 5 states: Arizona, Kansas, Michigan, Missouri, and Washington. We are going to go straight to NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor, who is in Missouri for us. Hey, Yamiche, good to see you. So former President Trump, they're creating some last-minute chaos in Missouri. Let me show you a graphic here. On Monday, Trump said Eric has his complete and total endorsement. The issue is there are two Erics there, Greitens and Schmidt. So they're actually in a dead heat right now heading into today's Senate contest. Yamiche, give us some clarity here. And are the candidates themselves, the Erics, concerned voters are going to be confused by this?
Well, Vicki, this is a baffling and chaotic situation here. During this race for Missouri Republican Senate primary, there are a crowded field of candidates who are trying to replace Roy Blunt in the U.S. Senate. As you noted, there are two Erics in this race. Eric Schmidt is the Missouri Attorney General. He is someone who is a moderate. I've been told even though he was suing to get mask mandates rescinded as Attorney General, he is someone who has tacked right to try to get the endorsement of former President Trump. And then you have Eric Greitens. He is the embattled former governor who resigned after 18 months of being inaugurated. He is someone who there are claims against him of sexual abuse, of domestic abuse. Both of these Erics tweeted yesterday after this endorsement announcement that they were the Eric that former President Trump was talking about. So we can put it up for people.
Awkward.
You had Eric Greitens, who had a graphic ready to say, I'm the person who Trump is endorsing. And then you had Eric Schmidt come out with sirens on Twitter saying, no, I'm the Eric. I've just never seen anything like it. I caught up with Eric Greitens, who, again, is the embattled former governor, and asked him why he's so certain that he's the Eric former President Trump is talking about. Take a listen to that exchange.
What makes you so clear that it's you and not the other Erics in this race?
He was very clear. He wants a MAGA champion. Everybody here knows I've been behind President Trump, stood behind him on election integrity.
Now, Eric Greitens is saying that former President Trump has been very clear, but in fact, we do not have any clarity. The former president has not at all added a last name to that endorsement. We should note, though, that Eric Greitens has the support of Donald Trump Jr., emphasis on the junior there, so we don't know if the father is going to follow the son here. I also have one other thing. There's a third Eric in this race.
Oh, wow.
He is not a leading candidate,
for last,
but
folks.
someone who is literally running for U.S. Senate seat. So there's that.
Yamiche, I gotta say, it's the confidence for me. It's the confidence to not have your last name named and said with his whole chest, it's me. Listen, I have to ask, how are the voters there on the ground reacting to this Eric endorsement? I mean, how much ultimately does it matter? Because, Yamiche, we were talking earlier this week about how this is sort of a litmus test for the former president's hold on power. Is it still good? We've been talking about, will this, permeate sort of to when we watch the other states go? So what are you seeing there? I mean, is this sort of kerfuffle something that they're worried about?
Well, certainly former President Trump is a popular figure here. He is wildly popular in Missouri, and people were waiting. Candidates, voters were waiting to see whether or not former President Trump would even endorse in this race because it is a very crowded field, and his endorsement could make a big difference. But I talked to some voters yesterday who really had different takes here. Some were worried that former President Trump is just having too much of an influence. Others say that while they like former President Trump, he's not going to influence the way that they're voting. Take a listen to what some voters told me yesterday. And how important is a Trump endorsement in this race?
To me, it's not important. I support President Trump.
This man is no longer like a former president to a lot of these people. He is like a god. He is something that they look up to. And to me, a lot of times, maybe he isn't the best person to look up to. That doesn't go to say that he didn't do a lot of good things, especially for the middle class community here. But I think, once again, people are running a little bit too far with his influence.
So there you have it. That voter, I should say, she was an undecided Republican voter, 19 years old. She's pro-choice, and she says the Republican Party needs to be more focused on figuring out sort of how they're going to deal with this privacy issue and women's health care when it comes to abortion rights, also taking care of the middle class when there's inflation and all this economic challenges ahead. She's really worried that, as you said, that former President Trump might have become like a, quote, god in her opinion. So there's a lot of talk here, but I should also just tell both of you, a lot of people are just shaking their heads and laughing, right? People are just wondering what in the world is going on. We have heard at NBC News that this was intentional on the part of Trump to try to confuse people so that he can take credit for whichever Eric wins.
That's a strategy.
Look, a strategy. Not one I've seen before, but it's also so interesting watching how many Republicans are saying, they don't identify with some of the more fringe elements of the things that they've heard. People who are saying that, for example, January 6th wasn't an act of terrorism or domestic terrorism, and they're saying, I'm really now more open than I was before. I mean, when you kind of hear those voters speak, it really shows that there's so much still at stake and yet to see ahead. Yamiche Alcindor, thank you so much for joining us. Meanwhile, rising interest rates making it harder to pay off debt, from credit cards to buying a new car.
Yeah, tips and tricks coming up next on how to stretch your income and still save money even if you are carrying debt. You'll want to see this after the break.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year. We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor. Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We're here to start conversation because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, so all eyes are on the U.S. monthly jobs report coming out on Friday. The U.S. dollar hit a 3-week low against the Japanese yen on Monday.
Yeah, investors are reassessing the future following last week's aggressive rate hike by the Federal Reserve.
Of course, to break it all down, we have CNBC senior markets correspondent, Mr. Dominic Chu, joining us. Dom, tell us, what's the latest data coming out for Friday's monthly jobs report? And really, could it ease those fears we keep talking about a recession?
So what's happening right now is that we may be seeing further signs of that job slowdown, which might be kind of egging on the recessionary narrative that we've been talking about for quite some time. The reason why I say that is because right now, this morning, we got news out of the Labor Department in the form of their jobs turnover and basically job turnover survey, the JOLT survey, job openings, labor turnover. And what it shows is that the number of job openings in America actually fell by a pretty precipitous amount. We fell 605,000 job openings over the course of the last month in June to about 10.7 million. Now, the good news is that at 10.7 million job openings, it still does mean that there's about 1.8 jobs available for every worker who's looking for one right now. That's a good sign, but it is a slowdown. And the reason why it's important is because this is all being read as one tea leaf heading into that big jobs report on Friday. The other one that we're going to see is the weekly jobless claims report that comes out on Thursday. Now, as for the expectation, Morgan, Vicky, about the jobs number coming out on Friday, right now, economists are at least predicting a 258,000 read print for that number. And the reason why that's important is because it would be a slowdown from the 372,000 that we got the prior month. So again, more signs that the labor market is starting to cool off a little bit more, guys.
All right, but still 1.8 jobs for every one person looking for a job. That is promising. Dom, what about investors? We just saw at the beginning of this newscast, Nancy Pelosi touching down there in Taiwan. How is the news of her visit now impacting the markets? Is it?
So it is and it isn't. Okay, so the reason why was earlier this morning, that bit of news did lend a little bit of trepidation for traders and investors out there. We saw a little bit of selling pressure early on in the markets before the markets even opened. And that was all because of the geopolitical risk and all that rhetoric around China and Taiwan and whether this visit by Speaker Pelosi would trigger some kind of a response from China's end. What we did see as the plane landed, as you guys have all seen, is the markets actually tick higher, believe it or not. And the reason why some analysts and traders are looking at it that way is because they're saying if Speaker Pelosi landed and there was no kind of immediate response from China, that might indicate that there wasn't as much tension as was previously feared. So one thing to watch out for is whether or not there is any kind of a real response from China, either in rhetoric, either in a statement, or perhaps in more military activity along the Taiwan Strait. Those things would be that next incremental development that the markets would watch. But for right now, things seem relatively calm. This is not the primary catalyst for any kind of market weakness that we're seeing right now, guys.
Dominic Chu, excellent breakdown as always. Thank you, my friend.
Well, speaking of money, the cost of borrowing it keeps going up. But even with rising interest rates, you could still stretch your paycheck and really increase your savings. Here's NBC News senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders.
The move by the Fed to again raise interest rates is all designed to slow, if not stop, inflation. But at the same time, it has impacts on us, real people. So if you have a car loan, a mortgage, if you're carrying debt on your credit card, today, some tips on how you can perhaps control those costs at a time when it seems like everything is more expensive. When interest rates rise, it's time to strategize, and that starts with the credit cards in your wallet. According to Bankrate, the average rate is now over 17%. If you do have credit card debt, you can move that balance to a 0% balance transfer card to avoid paying interest for a few months, up to more than a year. Another option, lower your rate, and often all you have to do is pick up the phone and ask.
Go in with some ammunition in the form of offers you've seen at other sites, and then use that to frame the conversation. LendingTree found that 70% of people who asked for a lower rate actually got one, with an average reduction of nearly 7%. Tiffany Williams is a mother of 3 who struggled with debt. She's now reduced her rate multiple times.
The more you do it, the more you get used to it, and you start kind of becoming a little bit more demanding once you realize that it's your money, not someone else's.
After you reduce that rate, financial experts say make sure your credit card is working for you.
Look at your year-end credit card statement from last year. This will give you a review of where you spent the most money, whether it was on travel, dining out, groceries. Then you can look for a credit card that offers more rewards for that specific spending category.
If you're looking to buy a house, there are also ways to cut costs on your mortgage. First, make a bigger down payment. The less money you borrow, the less interest you'll pay. Remember that you can refinance later once rates drop. And don't forget to shop around.
A lot of people will just go with a lender that they first found or that was recommended to them, but interest rates can vary by as much as 1% point from lender to lender, and that could translate into tens of thousands of dollars over the life of your loan.
Doing your homework is also critical for car loans. Experts say with rising rates and limited inventory, this probably is not the best time to buy. But if you need new wheels now, try to lock in a lower pre-approved rate for financing instead of what the dealer offers. Getting a co-signer can also help lower your rate. And what kind of car you pick off the lot matters. According to Edmunds, the average APR for a 2022 Subaru Legacy is 3.7%. A new Hyundai Sonata Hybrid will take you up to 4.5%, while a Nissan Altima is almost 7%. Even with raising rates and inflation, we have some good news. Big box stores report that they have excess inventory. For instance, Walmart is now reducing the price on some items to move that out. At the same time, Target, Best Buy looking to do the same thing, and all of this well-timed as it's about time to start that back-to-school shopping.
Thank you, Carrie Sanders. The next evolution of the internet has arrived. But if you're not quite sure what the metaverse is all about, say no more. I'm giving you a look at how it works, who's spending real money on virtual things, and the brands that are betting big that you will follow them into the metaverse. You have to see it to understand it. Take a look. How would you like to hang out with friends, attend concerts with stars like Travis Scott, Post Malone, and Ariana Grande, take yoga classes, and you guessed it, shop right from home? You can in the metaverse, a virtual online world.
I've purchased and acquired thousands of digital pieces of clothing.
Kevin Clark is an avid metaverse shopper. This is his avatar. He spends about 4 hours a day in the digital world.
This is just one of the many outfits that I have. I spent probably $5,000 to $8,000 just in the last 2 years.
That's money Kevin spent on clothes he only wears in the metaverse. Senior media and tech correspondent Julia Borston reports on the metaverse for CNBC. Why do you think people want to spend real money on digital assets, things they can't have in real life?
People are spending real money in the metaverse. They want to have an experience that's more like their real life experience, or in some ways, maybe even better.
Big name brands like Nike, Tommy Hilfiger, Hyundai, and Chipotle getting in early. One study predicts the metaverse will have $2 trillion in e-commerce value by 2030. Design firms are building polished metaverse storefronts like this one, provided exclusively to NBC News by interior architects. They say national brands hope to use these virtual spaces to attract real customers. So how does it work? For most users, it starts here on your phone or here on a computer. My metaverse journey begins on Roblox, a virtual world popular with pre-teens, but don't be fooled by the cartoonish appearance. There are more than 40 million daily active users, and this is where millions of dollars in virtual commerce is happening. Here I am. My tour guide is Shu Min Wee, a senior product manager at Roblox. That's her avatar, and there's mine. We start our virtual shopping spree at Gucci.
Okay, so
right.
We are in the store, and much like a real life store, we have all of Gucci's different items really nicely merchandised. You'll see on the walls, they have some of their homeware. The skateboards are on the wall, as well as the Blondie bags for sale, menswear, t-shirts as well.
What I like about this is it feels like you're actually in a store with these products around you, even though they're virtual. I try on a few items. So I just bought a pair of sunglasses. Let's see what I look like. Next, we head to the Van store where you can design and purchase sneakers. Look at, I'm designing my own shoe. After our shopping spree, I spent about $10 real for virtual items that can only be worn by my avatar inside Roblox. Look at my little avatar. We're actually voguing, if you recall, Madonna fans out there. A big draw of shopping in the metaverse is the accessibility of luxury brands.
Just like buying a Gucci bag in the real world is a status symbol, buying a virtual Gucci bag is also a status symbol for your avatar.
Here in the Decentraland metaverse, users can roam a massive virtual land where they can peruse art galleries, purchase NFTs, and make transactions using cryptocurrency on the blockchain. Running right into the stores just as I would in real life. That's my Decentraland avatar in one of the many storefronts throughout the platform. So I'm going to put on the mask that I just bought. Check it out. I have my new mask on. And these aren't all virtual products. For example, the NFT watch here, if I purchase it in the metaverse, I also get sent a real watch. The cost, about $700. Does it boggle your mind?
It is amazing how much money people are spending. I personally would still rather have a physical good, but if people are spending a lot of time in the metaverse, maybe it makes sense.
As for Kevin, he says his digital wardrobe has real-life value.
It's going to last. It's going to have the same quality forever. I could hand that down to my kid.
I mean, you gotta love his enthusiasm, right? Think about that, an avatar with virtual things you can give to the next generation in real life. Something else that was interesting that we saw in the metaverse, you can actually create and sell your own fashion designs, and then that makes you real money. So Kevin, that user there, he says he's actually made thousands of dollars off of pieces of digital clothing that he designed and sold. So, Morgan, I'll see you in the metaverse sometime, maybe.
I don't know if I'm quite ready for the metaverse,
I hear
but
you.
I mean, look, Gucci handbags and like bespoke designer outfits might get me there.
Okay, yeah, for sure, I can see it.
Look, the huge effort to reunite parents and kids separated at the U.S.-Mexico border, well, it's currently underway.
Up next, some good news for hundreds of families separated under the Trump administration policy. Stay right there.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye. This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year. We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
A tragic mystery in the air continues to confound investigators. 2 co-pilots took off from a North Carolina airport for a work-related flight.
But after an emergency landing, they opened the doors to find just the co-pilot was still on board. Here's NBC News correspondent Sam Brock.
Mounting questions about exactly what unfolded in the skies above North Carolina.
We've lost our right wheel.
A mid-flight emergency forcing this small plane to skid down the runway near Raleigh Friday after the aircraft lost a wheel.
Guess we're going to put it on the belly.
Investigators say when the twin-engine plane finally came to a stop, Charles Hugh Crooks, one of its 2 pilots, was missing.
We do have one subject who is not on the aircraft.
Gone without a trace. Now, police believe Crooks, the 23-year-old co-pilot, either jumped or fell from the plane without a parachute on a work-related trip. Audio that has been released from inside that cockpit includes no mention about him exiting the aircraft. But adding to the questions surrounding the incident, the Wake County first response team now telling NBC News that according to their 911 call center, the pilot did reach out to authorities to say that somebody had left the plane.
Received a call that pilot had notified them that somebody had exited the aircraft. We also knew that that aircraft was in progress of having an emergency landing.
Now, the NTSB and FAA are both investigating, examining wreckage and collecting information about what led to Crook's fateful fall. It took more than 80 first responders scouring the area 4 hours to find his body in the tree line of a suburban neighborhood.
Somebody had reached out to one of our officers who was already searching in that area to let them know that they had heard something in their backyard earlier.
Cade and Hugh Crooks say their son had nurtured his aviation dream from childhood.
He was never happier than when he was talking about his flying.
And they're now left shattered by his sudden loss.
The world was very much a better place with him in it.
There's a Charlie-sized hole missing that, we'll never be able to fill.
Our thanks to Sam Brock for that report. New developments to tell you about today in the effort to reunite migrant families separated at the border.
That's right. The Biden administration task force says they have reunited 400 children with their parents after illegally crossing the southern border under the Trump administration. NBC News Justice correspondent Julia Ainsley joins us now with more. Julia, bottom line is that a lot of work still remains for this particular task force. But what are you hearing about this reunification effort? Are even more families expected to be reunited?
Well, they do say they have 250 in the pipeline, Morgan. That means those are families that they've identified, they were separated, and that they do want to be reunited. The key here to reunification is that the Biden administration, offers these families, many of which the parents have been deported, a chance to come back to the United States and live and work here for at least 3 years so that they're not left with the awful decision of having to stay separated or bring their child back to the very country that they fled in the first place. So now, for 400 families, they've been given plane tickets and the opportunity to come to the United States and bring any family in their home countries who would also be dependent on them, other children perhaps, or an elderly relative. They can also bring them to the United States. The task force had to identify all these people, find them, and then review their applications. And in 400 cases since May, they've been able to reunify them. But we have to point out that over 5,000 families were separated in 2017 and 2018 under Trump administration policies at the southern border. And so for some of them, they say there are about 1,000 still remain unreunited. They're still separated. And so there's a lot more work to be done.
Wow, 1,000 families. We're looking at that graphic there, those numbers. Julia, let me shift gears a little bit to talk about some of your other reporting regarding the Secret Service and the text messages from January 6th. You're finding that the Department of Homeland Security watchdog, they asked for those Secret Service text messages, then they withdrew the request. What's happening there?
Yeah, that's right. This is from an email obtained by Democrats chairing 2 key committees in the House where they're investigating what's going on with this Homeland Security Inspector General. That was the person, that was the office that first alerted Congress that these text messages from around January 6th were missing. Now it seems the investigators themselves have some questions they need to answer because it turns out they asked for the text messages in February of 2021, shortly after the insurrection on the Capitol. When they couldn't get them, they stood down, and then by July they actually sent out a message back to DHS saying, look, this should confirm that we no longer need the text messages of the Secret Service. The committees published that email yesterday, sending shockwaves as to why they would back down on that, especially since later that year they then said that text messages were a key part of understanding the communications and what went on that day, January 6th. So now there's a lot of questions about why the Inspector General of DHS was flip-flopping back and forth over how important these text messages were. And the question is, could some of those messages have been saved or recovered if these inspectors had pushed harder at the time?
Wow, a lot to unpack there. NBC News Justice correspondent Julia Ainsley. Thanks so much for that reporting, Julia.
All right, 50 college athletes signing new partnership deals to make some big money.
Coming up next, we're talking to one of those talented women about her deal with dating app Bumble. Stay with us.
Right now on NBC News Now,
look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want us to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything.
Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
A new deal means big bucks for college athletes. Dating app Bumble is signing 50 students from schools all across the country to honor the 50th anniversary of the civil rights law Title IX.
It's pretty cool. This means women athletes will get equal pay amounts across all of their contracts. This is making use of the new NCAA policy that allows college athletes to earn money for their names, their images, their likenesses. Part of this inaugural class is Texas Longhorn forward Aaliyah Moore, who joins us now. Aaliyah, thanks so much for being here. Talk to us about this deal with Bumble. What does it allow you and your fellow athletes to do, and how are y'all going to benefit going forward?
Hi, well, thank you so much for having me. I'm so happy to be here. It's a great opportunity for just women in general. You know, they picked 50 athletes, obviously 50 years of Title IX. There's just so much exciting things that are coming in the future. And like I said, it's just a big thing for women's sports. Like, you know, in the WNBA, we don't make a ton of money right now. So just having this other avenue to get money for NIL is amazing, and it's just going to open up so many more avenues for women. So I'm so excited for the future.
Aaliyah, first off, let me just say we are really proud of you, and we're really excited for you. You talk about the future. First off, what was your reaction to this news, and really how it would sort of change your day-to-day life? And two, when you talk about the future, what do you hope happens for the possibilities for other women who come behind you?
I was really just excited about it because I was like, this is my first time really hearing about NIL. And I was like, wow, we can make money, you know, basically off of our face, our image, our likeness, all of that stuff. So I was really excited. And I thank God because not many people get this opportunity. So I'm excited. And also being at Texas, that's a great platform. You know, Texas is a great school. So that also helps. But yeah, I mean, I was just excited, overwhelmed, you know, thanking God, like I said, for the opportunity. And I think the future, we're going to break down so many more barriers. We already have now, but just with this NIL, there's just so much good stuff to come.
Well, we wish you a very successful basketball season. Looking forward to seeing what the future brings for you. Thanks so much for your time today. Texas Longhorn basketball forward Aaliyah Morris. Thank you.
Thanks, Aaliyah. Just days after it dropped, there's already backlash against Beyonce's new album.
The lyrics that she is now changing after outrage from the disabled community. That's coming up after the break.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
All right, here's what's poppin' right now, guys. Beyonce is removing an offensive lyric on her latest project, Renaissance. The lyric is considered a slur against those who have cerebral palsy, and it's on her new track called Heated. This is also a word that was used in Lizzo's song, and she recently removed that same word from one of her albums just weeks ago.
Also, Tiger Woods has turned down at least $700 million to join the Saudi-backed Live Golf Series. Now, the commissioner of the golf organization disclosed the high-end offer to Fox News. Woods has previously criticized the golf series because of the tournament format and the potential banning of players from the majors competition. Now, he worries that participating in this series could actually hurt young players' professional growth.
The Spirit Halloween stores, you know those stores that pop up every year. This is where you get your spooky Halloween costumes. They're now entering the film business. The Halloween chain has worked with Strike Back Studios to make a movie about a group of middle schoolers. Sounds like my worst nightmare. Locked inside one of their stores where they encounter frightening evil spirits and possessed dolls. That film is coming out in October. It's already scary enough to be in that store, but now imagine being locked in there at night.
I mean, when I have actually a recurring scary high school dream, which is that I didn't finish calculus and I have to go back and my degree was null and void. Do you have that?
I have that about college, that I show up in class and I haven't been going all semester and I don't know what's happening and I don't know the assignments we're supposed to do. So we both have that recurring.
I think they're nerd nightmares.
Nerdmares. We're having nerdmares.
Yeah, we are having nerdmares. Well, the pandemic is making the loneliness epidemic even worse for a lot of seniors. But now some New Yorkers are part of a pilot program that's test driving a robotic companion designed to help them from feeling isolated. NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer has that story.
Did you hear about the claustrophobic astronaut? Apparently, he just needed a little space.
Meet LEQ, an artificial intelligence-driven robot.
She's the first AI that initiates interactions. You don't even need to talk to her. You need to answer her when she talks to you.
LEQ, remind me that I have to go shopping.
Have a good trip. Buy yourself something nice and try not to miss me too much.
She helps users be healthy, engaged, and informed, all while mimicking human empathy.
It will create a friendship based on the things that I say, not anything that it's pre-programmed to do.
Designed for older adults seeking companionship, LEQ proactively suggests activities and motivates users to adopt healthy habits.
The daily feedback we get is mainly around LEQ being seen as a roommate or a best friend, that they feel like she really acknowledges them and really takes an interest in how they're doing.
In the U.S., nearly 1/3 of all seniors live by themselves. A study by Harvard University's Joint Center for Housing Studies predicts that the number of single-person households with seniors 80 and over is expected to more than double in this generation. Isolation during the pandemic highlighted just how harmful loneliness can be.
The Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, CMS, released a report with AARP that really actually aggregated the impact of isolation on older adults. They showed it was the equivalent to smoking almost a pack of cigarettes a day.
New studies show that 61% of older adults complain that they're lonely and isolated. And we often live far away. Even if we do our best, we're the best son or daughter we can be. We're not with our parents all the time.
Now, the New York State Department of Aging is bringing LEQ into the homes of more than 800 seniors in New York, a national first. Monica Perez is one senior who has been beta testing LEQ. She says the robot has made her step outside her comfort zone and interact more.
I love it when I tell her that I'm going to lunch, and then she asks me when I'm coming back and who with. And then when I come back, she'll ask me how I enjoyed it. She gets me to be more active, to get out more, to socialize more.
LEQ has many engaging features like trivia, stress reduction exercises,
LEQ, let's have coffee.
Even virtual coffee tours.
Let's share it in a little cafe somewhere in the virtual world. Where in the virtual world do we want to go? Dublin, Jerusalem, or Athens.
She's multimodal. She has context and remembers previous discussions, and they change her behavior going forward. We're not built to be alone as humans. We are social creatures. We don't think LEQ replaces human contact. Human contact is better. From a loved one, it's even much better. But for the periods people are alone, and that might be many hours a day, LEQ is better than the alternative.
Glad to hear that your back pain is gone. I'm going to celebrate with the little dance.
More of these companion robots are being developed around the world. One in France called Buddy performs similar tasks to LEQ, and another called Pepper has been tried out in care facilities in Japan and the UK. So expect more of this in the coming years. Vicki Morgan.
All right, thanks, Joe. Well, independent bookstores are now stepping up as a resource in response to some states moving to ban certain books.
Many of these news stores are aiming to provide a diverse selection for their readers. Here's NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin.
At You and Me Books in New York City, owner Lucy Yu wants visitors not just to find a great story, but a sense of home.
I want the vibes to be you're going to someone's living room and you're chilling on their floor, reading a book, sipping some coffee, and talking to people. Are you excited to be in New York?
For you, that sense of home also means seeing some of herself in the book she reads.
How did not having that representation impact your upbringing?
It was a huge impact. I always did find solace in books, but I was always trying to change myself and my story to try to find some common ground between me and the books that I was reading.
You now gets to handpick every book she sells.
That's the one?
Focusing on immigrant stories and writers of color.
I love that this store is all about that.
Yes!
You and Me Books actually opened during the pandemic, a difficult time for small businesses, but it was her own Chinatown community that made her vision a reality.
I opened up the GoFundMe. I had no idea if anyone other than my boyfriend and my mother were going to donate, but I think a lot of people were really hungry for the space.
You's success is part of a larger boom in both numbers and diversity for independent bookstores. Out of the 335 new stores that opened up across the country since January 2020, 107 of those are owned by people of color, according to the American Booksellers Association.
It's this renaissance of reading that we're seeing. It's very much related to the Great Resignation. We've also seen a disruption in the way people think about bookstores.
Libros Book Mobile is another example of reshaping the mold of what a bookstore can be. They put their library on a school bus in Texas.
Our whole idea was to be able to take books to people.
What kinds of stories can people expect on your bus?
We specialize in stories from Latinx authors, characters that are Latino, Latina, Latine. My culture is more than mariachis. My stories are more than border crossings. When you're reading that on the page and you see yourself reflected in those characters and those storylines, it's amazing.
In the aftermath of the nationwide racial reckoning in 2020, the American Booksellers Association established a diversity and inclusion committee, acknowledging the organization hadn't done enough to address barriers of entry for membership. Now the organization hopes this momentum will continue.
And it doesn't tell the whole story because these stores are still really struggling, like so many small businesses that are very much still in the pandemic. I mean, we're really hopeful that this renaissance of reading isn't just temporary.
The organization has seen a 20% increase in membership since January 2020, and an additional 217 bookstores are expected to open up in the next year or so. But Yu says that demand for diverse stories has always been there.
I've always wanted to do this. I've always wanted to share our stories. Now I realize, okay, people want it too. Seeing the demand for ourselves and our stories to be front and center is really just liberating to those that want to start a business like that.
Hey everyone, I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Morgan Radford. Thank you so much for being with us this Tuesday. Right now on NBC News Now, justice delivered. President Biden announcing the U.S. killed the world's most wanted terrorist. What we know about the drone strike that led to the death of the man who oversaw the September 11th terror attacks.
Record fire, California's largest wildfire of the season, explodes along the border with Oregon, destroying homes and forcing more than 1,000 people to evacuate where the firefight stands now.
High tax, what you can do to save some money amid these rising interest rates. We've got some tips on how to manage that skyrocketing inflation.
Plus, into the metaverse, how companies are cashing in, selling products in the digital world that you can't ever hold in real life, but you might want to spend your real money on anyway.
We are following breaking news right now. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi has landed in Taiwan as tensions rise there in Asia.
Pelosi is the highest-ranking U.S. official to visit Taiwan since House Speaker Newt Gingrich traveled to the island back in 1997. NBC News senior congressional reporter Scott Wong joins us now. Scott, Pelosi's visit causing tensions to rise in China, warnings that we have heard. What are you hearing right now about her visit there, and any reaction yet from Beijing?
Absolutely. Speaker Pelosi's plane touched down about 10:45 local time in Taipei. She was accompanied by a number of lawmakers who have been traveling with her on this delegation, including House Foreign Affairs Chairman Gregory Meeks and VA Chairman Mark Takano. The delegation walked down the stairs of the plane, walked onto the tarmac, and were greeted by Taiwanese officials. Now, China already ratcheting up the rhetoric, issuing a fiery statement saying that those who play with fire will be burned. Those remarks are echoing that of President Xi from earlier last week when he spoke with President Biden. The Chinese are saying that they are prepared to conduct military exercises, including live fire drills, later in this week. We are expecting Speaker Pelosi, who, as you mentioned, is the highest-ranking official from the United States to set foot in Taiwan in more than 25 years. We are expecting her to meet with the president of Taiwan, sometime in the next 24 hours. This does look to be an overnight trip since they have landed late into the evening, but clearly tensions are extremely high right now between Beijing and Washington.
Scott, the Washington Post just published an op-ed from Pelosi. What exactly can you tell us about that? What did she say in terms of her reasoning?
Well, Speaker Pelosi wants to make clear in this Washington Post editorial, as well as in a statement that the delegation issued, that they are supportive of Taiwan, Taiwanese democracy. She says in her op-ed, "We cannot stand by as the CCP proceeds to threaten Taiwan and democracy itself." She says, "By traveling to Taiwan, we honor our commitment to democracy, reaffirming that the freedoms of Taiwan and all democracies must be respected." That being said, in her statement with the other lawmakers, they are making adamantly clear that they are not endorsing any sort of change in U.S. policy towards Taiwan and towards what China believes is its ownership of the territory of Taiwan. The United States respects Taiwanese democracy. It recognizes Taiwan when they send delegations to international bodies. However, they have not, the United States has not, for more than 40 years now, endorsed an independent Taiwan separate from China. Nancy Pelosi, in her statement, making that clear that they are not endorsing any sort of, overarching policy change.
Mm-hmm. All right, senior congressional reporter Scott Wong for us. Scott, thank you.
Now let's head over to Decision 2022. Voters heading to the polls in 5 states today. A slate of primary matchups across the country happening right now in Arizona, Michigan, Missouri, and Washington.
And all eyes are on Kansas as well, where the first big test of the ballot box for abortion rights since the Supreme Court overturned v. Wade is facing voters. We have a team of reporters here to break it all down for us. NBC News correspondent Shaq Brewster standing by in Michigan. Let's go, though, and begin with national political correspondent Steve Kornacki, who, of course, is at the big board. Steve, it's great to see you. First, if you can, just walk us through the big picture here, those key races happening today, and really what's at stake? What are voters effectively telling us in their choices today?
Yeah, well, a happy primary day to all of you. First primary day of August, still a number of these to go. But yeah, a number of high stakes races here and some interesting dynamics at work. Let's take you through a few of them. One here, this is in Missouri. This is the Republican primary for the United States Senate in Missouri. Roy Blunt, Republican incumbent, not running again. It's an open seat. It's a very red state, so the winner of this primary expected to have a pretty good shot of winning in November. What's made this interesting at the last minute is you see here Eric Greitens. He's the former governor. He was forced out of office in scandal several years ago, trying to make a political comeback. You've got Vicky Hartzler, a member of Congress, and then Eric Schmidt, the state attorney general. Schmidt has been moving up in the polls, has actually taken the lead in the polls in the final weeks of this campaign. In the last 24 hours, Donald Trump came out and said, I'm going to make an endorsement in this race. And he says, I endorse Eric Greitens, Eric Schmidt. They are now both out claiming that they have Donald Trump's endorsement and thanking him for it. Again, Schmidt has been leading in the polls. We'll see if that has any effect last minute here. But an interesting, unusual dynamic certainly in that race at the last minute. Arizona here, United States Senate race. This is the Democratic side. There's no primary. Mark Kelly, the incumbent's running unopposed. But Arizona is going to be one of the most crucial states this November when it comes to determining which party has control of the U.S. Senate. So today we find out who will be Mark Kelly's Republican opponent. Here are the Republican candidates, and you see Blake Masters here. Blake Masters is running with the endorsement of Donald Trump. And there's another high-stakes Republican primary in Arizona as well. This is for governor. Again, open seat. Carrie Lake, a former newscaster, has been leading in the polls there. She, too, has the endorsement of Donald Trump, and she has endorsed all of Donald Trump's statements about the 2020 election. So it's an interesting dynamic here within the governor's race, but also we talk about Arizona mattering so much to control of the U.S. Senate this November. If Republicans in Arizona field a slate of Trump-aligned candidates who mimic his rhetoric when it comes to the 2020 election, could that affect swing voters in Arizona? Democrats think it could give them a chance to hang on to that Senate seat. We'll see who wins this Republican gubernatorial primary in Arizona. And you mentioned Kansas. This is the first time since that June Supreme Court decision overturning Roe v. Wade that voters in a state are going to weigh in on abortion. You can expect a lot of referendums in a lot of states in the coming months and years. Today, the first one. It's in Kansas. It's a proposed constitutional amendment that would say there is no right to abortion in the Kansas state constitution. One thing to keep in mind here, we think of Kansas as a very red state. It is, but we've got a poll in this referendum. Look close. 47-43 yes in the poll. So this one, 8 p.m. tonight, we should start getting some numbers. Could be an interesting one to watch.
Definitely a lot closer than I would have expected.
That's where Dasha was reporting yesterday.
Really interesting. Steve Kornacki for us there at the big board. Steve, as always, thanks, man.
You got it.
Let's dive a little bit deeper into what's happening in battleground Michigan today, where multiple races in that state will really test former President Donald Trump's influence over those GOP voters.
In one of those races, Representative Peter Meijer, one of the 10 House Republicans who voted to impeach Trump last year, is up against a Trump-backed challenger. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster joins us now from Byron Center, Michigan. Hey, Shaq, I understand you actually did have a chance to catch up with Congressman Meijer and his opponent, John Gibbs, this morning. What did they say? How are they feeling going into the vote today?
That's right, Vicki. And both of them say that they're feeling good, that they're feeling confident heading into election night. Both of them say that their internal polls show each of them ahead. And both of them acknowledge that impeachment and former President Trump is going to have an impact on the results that we see tonight. You mentioned that Congressman Meijer is one of the 10 House Republicans to support the impeachment of President Trump after the January 6th Capitol Hill riots. Gibbs was backed by Trump. He was endorsed by Trump early in this race. He sides with Trump on denying or agreeing that there are false, or agreeing with the false claims that there was meddling or illegalities in the 2020 election. But this is also a race that's seen a lot of attention from national Democrats, including some money from national Democrats pouring money into this race to back Gibbs. I want you to listen to a little bit of what we heard from these candidates regarding that.
I've definitely had some folks who say, listen, I didn't like that vote, but then they also say, I don't want this seat to go to a Democrat. I understand that there's a reason why the DCCC dropped $500,000 to prop up my primary challenger.
I don't know if they're helping or not. I mean, they spent $450,000 attacking me, trying to say I'm quote unquote too conservative for West Michigan. So I don't know what they're doing. They can do whatever they want to. It doesn't matter what they do or don't do.
One thing to consider here is this is an extremely competitive race once we get to the general election. So the winner of this primary will matter, and we'll have a competitive fight ahead as we head into the midterm elections in November.
You mentioned those generals, Shaq. We know that Republican voters today will also ultimately decide who will end up challenging Democratic Governor Gretchen Whitmer come November. So Trump has voiced his support for former conservative commentator Tudor Dixon. What are you hearing from the voters there behind you on the ground about just how much weight Trump's endorsement really carries for them currently?
Well, that was the question I asked many voters, because it was not only that endorsement, it was a relatively late endorsement that we saw from the former president, but even last night he had a tele-town hall with Tudor Dixon telling her supporters to go out and make sure that they went out and vote. I want you to listen to some of the conversations I had with two people who did go out and support Tudor Dixon about the impact that President Trump's endorsement had on their decision. How much did former President Trump's endorsement weigh into your decision?
He doesn't. I mean, I was a Trump supporter, but you just kind of got to read on your own, because you can't always take what everybody says.
Why did his endorsement carry so much weight for you?
Because we were in a good situation when he was in office, and now we're in a really bad situation.
This, of course, is the race to see who is going to take on Democratic Governor Gretchen Whitmer. Polling right now shows that she is ahead in head-to-head matchups with both of these candidates. But remember, this is Michigan. This is a state that former President Trump won in 2016, that President Biden won in 2020. So many people are expecting things to tighten up and get extremely close as we get closer and closer to November, Morgan.
We will be watching. All right, Shaquille Brewster, thanks so much. A decades-long manhunt is over. The leader of al-Qaeda and a mastermind of the September 11th attacks is dead. Ayman al-Zawahiri was killed in a U.S. drone strike over the weekend. President Biden confirming this in his announcement last night that al-Zawahiri was tracked down in Kabul, Afghanistan.
The White House releasing this photo today of the president discussing him with his national security team early last month. Now, you can see a box sitting there on the table. A White House official tells NBC News that a model of al-Zawahiri's safe house was, in fact, inside.
Let's go ahead and start with NBC's Maura Barrett, who's standing by in Washington for us now. Maura, we heard the president stress this operation took time to get it right for this successful outcome. We also talked about that model of the apartment building. What is the message right now from the White House about not just the actual mission, but the significance of taking out this al-Qaeda leader?
Well, this is an incredibly big moment for the White House, as you saw President Biden detail last night, because this is somebody that they saw, the senior White House administration officials say that he was a very strategic leader when it comes to the al-Qaeda operation. He was Osama bin Laden's right-hand man prior to September 11th. And since then, while National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan detailed that maybe he wasn't involved in the day-to-day operations of the group, he was someone that held together a lot of the terrorist group and also coordinated with other groups across the region, a global network, he said, of al-Qaeda terrorists to carry out certain terrorist plots. And so this is a big moment, again, to that he is no longer alive and being able to operate those plots. And so specifically, this is something that not only was just in the works for several months, but it has been years, decades, that the U.S., the CIA specifically, has been tracking his movements. They found out earlier this year, according to a senior administration official, that he, his wife, and his daughter and her kids had been transferred to a safe house in Kabul. And so President Biden detailed that over the weekend, late Saturday night, East Coast time, but early morning Sunday, a U.S. drone sent Hellfire missiles onto the balcony of a third floor residential building where they had seen al-Zawahiri sit before. And they wanted to be sure when they were conducting this attack that only he would be the target. President Biden made it significantly clear last night that no civilians were harmed and none of his family members were either.
Speaking of which, Maura, I mean, questions are sort of now swirling now about what the Taliban, which of course now rules Afghanistan, might have actually known about al-Zawahiri's location. And we're also approaching 1 year since U.S. troops withdrew from that country. So there is an agreement basically saying the Taliban won't support terrorist groups. What is the administration saying about what appears to ultimately be a violation of that?
Exactly, Morgan. So 2 Taliban leaders tell NBC News that they believe the movement happened about 5 or 6 months after U.S. forces left Afghanistan. So that would put us at about just the beginning of this year. A senior administration official confirming that Taliban leaders did know, were aware of his presence in Kabul. So that does directly go against the Doha Agreement, which says that the Taliban will not house extremist leaders. And so that is what appears to have happened. And this is something that is facing a lot of frustration and criticism from the administration. I want you to hear directly from National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby when he was asked about this in an interview on Morning Joe this morning.
We certainly hope that the message has been sent, that we meant it when we said it, that we were going to make sure that we would not allow Afghanistan to become a safe haven for terrorist threats, again, to the homeland. So we hope it does. We hope it does have an effect on them and their behavior. But if it doesn't, Willie, we are still going to stay vigilant. We're still going to stay capable.
Stay vigilant and capable. Capable specifically, he means, and as President Biden laid out in his announcement last night, pointing out that this has been nearly a year since the U.S. forces left Afghanistan, but President Biden in that move had said that they would be continually able to conduct operations like the one that we saw or heard about that happened over the weekend, because this happened with an unmanned drone, which meant that no American forces were on the ground in Afghanistan with this happening, and proves that they could conduct further operations just like that going forward.
All right, NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett live from D.C. Maura, thank you so much. And joining us now is Rukmini Callimachi, a New York Times journalist currently working on a memoir about her decade covering ISIS and al-Qaeda. Rukmini, I want to first thank you so much for joining us. We know that the U.S. has been hunting al-Zawahiri for decades. President Biden saying just last night that justice has been delivered. So what should we ultimately take away, Rukmini, from this mission? I mean, is sort of the where and the how of how this happened the most important fact here?
To me, I think the most interesting aspect of this is the fact that he was killed in Afghanistan, and not just anywhere in Afghanistan, not in some rural hinterland, not in some faraway remote village. He was killed in Kabul, which is a city of 4.5 million, in a VIP district of Kabul. And he was killed on his balcony, we are told, meaning that he felt comfortable enough to come outside in the open. As we heard from our colleague, part of the Doha Agreement was that the Taliban promised to not allow Afghanistan, any part of Afghanistan, to be used as a safe haven for al-Qaeda. That appears to be in clear violation. To me, it defies imagination that somebody as important as Zawahiri would have been able to enter the numerous checkpoints that lead up to Kabul to be able to take safe haven in this location. So for me, it's the place where this happened and what this means about the war on terror.
Right.
Now, I would not catastrophize it. It doesn't mean that if al-Qaeda if its leadership has returned to Afghanistan, that doesn't necessarily mean that there will be a plot against the U.S. Even if they tried, our defenses are much stronger than they were on 9/11. It's unlikely that a coordinated strike like the one on 9/11 would occur again, but it is worrying.
Rukmini, that leads me to my next question, but what a picture you just painted there, that he was on his balcony. What a contrast to Osama bin Laden, who was killed in a very remote place in Pakistan, holed up, with his family around him. That says a lot in that picture you painted. It shows the decade that you spent covering there, your insight. Question a lot of folks have on their minds, though, is potential retaliation. What kinds of things should the U.S. be concerned about, U.S. citizens, either here or abroad?
I think, first of all, we have to wait for a message from al-Qaeda. Al-Qaeda is going to have to respond to this, and I think that the next step is going to be the naming of a successor. We have seen in the past that there have been attempts at retaliation. Again, I think the American homeland and much of Europe also is shielded against the type of coordinated strike that we saw on 9/11. I think that would be very unlikely to happen again. What could happen is something like an Omar Mateen, the person who opened fire in the Pulse nightclub. He was radicalized by ISIS online, as far as we know. To my knowledge, he never traveled to Syria or got actual training from the group. But that was enough in a country like ours, where you can buy weapons quite easily to go and blow up, open fire on a place.
So there's a domestic concern here. Yeah, continue.
Of course. And I would say that the bigger worry is a possible retaliation against American interests overseas in places like Africa. There is a very large Al-Qaeda affiliate that has grown in leaps and bounds. I was in Africa for 7 years in West Africa. At the time when I left, they were considered to be in control of small pockets of northern Mali.
Wow.
Now, basically, all of Mali is considered unsafe because of this group and those allied with it, minus the capital. The same thing in Burkina Faso. The capital is pretty much the only place that people like you and I could go to. Same with Niger. Just a few weeks ago, there was an attack in Togo that we believe is linked to the Al-Qaeda affiliate. So we've seen a metastasizing of these affiliates in far-flung places. And those are areas where an American company or American aid workers or American tourists are much less shielded than they would be in a place like the United States. And that is where I think the potential for danger exists in its most potent form.
Rukmini, we have to go here, but while I have you, this wealth of knowledge and expertise, I do want to ask one more question. What does the Taliban really want here? Because what's fascinating is as we look at a year now since they've been, the ruling power in Afghanistan, they effectively said, no, don't worry, Western powers, things will kind of be normal. We're not going to be too hectic, right? We're someone you can negotiate and work with. And even now, I was listening to a report this morning on the radio, and they were preparing for all of these Western journalists to come in because they ultimately wanted to put their best foot forward. And it sounds almost like they want to be perceived like Vietnam. Once mortal enemies of the United States, now they want to be a little bit friendly. Maybe we can trade. What do they want at this point?
I think that's a really smart question, Morgan. I mean, I think going back to the Doha Agreement, many analysts, much smarter than me, pointed out that it was foolish to think that the Taliban could be trustworthy. This is a group that, of course, has stoned people to death. It has carried out mass executions. You're negotiating with a rogue actor, and at the end, the administration was essentially forced to take their word for this promise. Now, is the Taliban united? Is it a united front? I don't think it is. The Haqqani network, which is the wing of the Taliban that has always been closest to Al-Qaeda, may not necessarily be, in step with other members of its administration. We could be looking here at multiple Talibans. And that, of course, is the problem when you're dealing with an armed group.
Wow.
New York Times journalist Rukmini Callimachi, we really appreciate your time today and your insight. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
We turn now to severe weather. Parts of Illinois and northwest Kentucky are bracing for potential flooding as officials there in eastern Kentucky are still searching for survivors from last week's historic floods. Governor Andy Beshear says 37 people are dead. Hundreds more remain unaccounted for. While some cell service and power outages have been restored, he says the road to recovery will be a long one.
Meanwhile, California's largest wildfire of the year keeps on growing and is approaching the Oregon border. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns has the forecast in just a moment. But let's go ahead and begin with that wildfire threat in California with NBC News' Gadi Schwartz. Gadi, what is the latest on the containment efforts there, and what challenges at this point are those firefighters facing?
Hey, Morgan, yeah, we saw a lot of progress yesterday thanks to a break in some of the heat and a little bit of rain. So fire crews were able to build up some of the fire lines around some of those communities in the fire's path. They're still technically calling this 0% contained, and we didn't see any actual growth. So the fire is holding at about 55,000 acres. But unfortunately today, Morgan, they are expecting the possibility of dry thunderstorms, which not only brings wind, but lightning with little to no actual rain. And we know that about 100 buildings so far have been destroyed. The town of Klamath Falls lost their community center. A grocery store was also destroyed. 2 people so far have been found dead in a car in their driveway. And now crews are actively searching for anyone else that might not have been able to make it out on time. Morgan?
Hey, Gadi, it's Vicky here. This is the largest wildfire California has seen in 2022. You've lived there a long time. I lived there a long time. This fire has only been burning for a few days, but give us some context. How does it compare to some of the other massive fires that we've seen in recent years?
Yeah, Vicky, this one is definitely a massive fire, and it really grew to that 55,000 acres within a matter of 48 hours. So it really shows how quickly a fire can explode. But in the scheme of some of the largest fires in California history, the biggest ones that we've seen recently were back in 2020, the August Complex fire. That one was about 1 million acres. It lost, it was about 1,000 structures it burned. So did the Dixie fire in 2021. That was 1,300 buildings buildings that burned. And then you remember in 2018, the Camp Fire burned about 150,000 acres, so about 3 times the size of the fire that we're seeing right now, and more than 80 people died in that fire. But again, this is the summer months. It is only getting hotter out here, and so time will tell what happens this year.
Seems like wildfire season is all year now. Gadi Schwartz, we appreciate it. Thank you. All right, well, NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is tracking all of the extreme weather for us. He joins us now. Hey, Bill.
Hey, good to see you guys. And this McKinney fire was explosive, and now it's kind of the weather kind of cooperated a little bit. But as long as it's still burning and it's still 0% contained, all it takes is 1 or 2 days of different weather, more favorable conditions, and it can flare right back up. Today is a kind of a borderline day. It's very warm, it's very dry, but at least it's not that windy. So temperatures are about in the upper 80s today for highs, near 90 for the firefighters on the scene. There's about 10 helicopters that are dropping water on this blaze. That's also helping to get the containment. And the winds right now, not that bad. The winds were only in the 10 to 20 mile per hour range for gusts at most. The sustained winds are even less than that. So that's fantastic for the firefighting efforts. And here's a locator on it. You can see where it is there. Highway 96 is the only road closure we have. And we do have about 2,000 people evacuated still because of the McKinney fire. But we are worried about dry-based thunderstorms, as Gadi mentioned. Anywhere in that brown color, that's where we have the chance for that. Mostly in Oregon, a little bit there near Yellowstone. And the critical fire risk where it's also windy today throughout much of Montana. So red flag warnings are up from Lewiston to Billings to Glendive, and of course there right where Mount Shasta is. That's kind of close to where we've been watching the McKinney fire with those strong gusts. And how about the heat? There was so much breaking news out of Kentucky with the flash flooding. We didn't have a lot of time to talk about this yesterday, but we've added up the numbers for July. 93% of the lower 48 warmer than normal. Most intense heat where you see the bright reds from about the southern half of Missouri through Oklahoma, Arkansas, and Texas. Hottest July ever recorded. Abilene, San Angelo, Waco, Houston, San Antonio, Brownsville, and even Tampa, Florida. And the heat is on today, and it's going to be on the move. 25 million people impacted today, easily into the hundreds from Dallas all the way up to Omaha. And guess what, ladies? It is heading to the East Coast. It's a little warm on Wednesday, but Thursday, I think my complaint box will be full. We should be in the upper 90s to near 100.
Oh, man.
All right, we'll keep our notes here. We won't send them this time, okay?
Bill Cairns, thanks so much, Bill. And expenses are going up for Americans all across the country with inflation and rising interest rates.
Up next, NBC's Carrie Sanders with tips on how to stretch your dollars to save money. A lot of good advice. Stay with us.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
All right, so all eyes are on the U.S. monthly jobs report coming out on Friday. The U.S. dollar hit a 3-week low against the Japanese yen on Monday.
Yeah, investors are reassessing the future following last week's aggressive rate hike by the Federal Reserve.
Of course, to break it all down, we have CNBC senior markets correspondent Mr. Dominic Chu joining us. Dom, tell us, what's the latest data coming out for Friday's monthly jobs report? And really, could it ease those fears we keep talking about a recession?
So what's happening right now is that we may be seeing further signs of that job slowdown, which might be kind of egging on the recessionary narrative that we've been talking about for quite some time. The reason why I say that is because right now, this morning, we got news out of the Labor Department in the form of their jobs turnover and basically job turnover survey, the JOLT survey, job openings, labor turnover. And what it shows is that the number of job openings in America actually fell by a pretty precipitous amount. We fell 605,000 job openings over the course of the last month in June to about 10.7 million. Now, the good news is that at 10.7 million job openings, it still does mean that there's about 1.8 jobs available for every worker who's looking for one right now. That's a good sign, but it is a slowdown. And the reason why it's important is because this is all being read as one tea leaf heading into that big jobs report on Friday. The other one that we're going to see is the weekly jobless claims report that comes out on Thursday. Now, as for the expectation, Morgan, Vicky, about the jobs number coming out on Friday, right now, economists are at least predicting a 258,000 read print for that number. And the reason why that's important is because it would be a slowdown from the 372,000 that we got the prior month. So again, more signs that the labor market is starting to cool off a little bit more, guys.
All right, but still 1.8 jobs for every one person looking for a job. That is promising. Dom, what about investors? We just saw at the beginning of this newscast, Nancy Pelosi touching down there in Taiwan. How is the news of her visit now impacting the markets? Is it?
So it is and it isn't. Okay, so the reason why was earlier this morning, that bit of news did lend a little bit of trepidation for traders and investors out there. We saw a little bit of selling pressure early on in the markets before the markets even opened. And that was all because of the geopolitical risk and all that rhetoric around China and Taiwan and whether this visit by Speaker Pelosi would trigger some kind of a response from China's end. What we did see as the plane landed, as you guys have all seen, is the markets actually tick higher, believe it or not. And the reason why some analysts and traders are looking at it that way is because they're saying if Speaker Pelosi landed and there was no kind of immediate response from China, that might indicate that there wasn't as much tension as was previously feared. So one thing to watch out for is whether or not there is any kind of a real response from China, either in rhetoric, either in a statement, or perhaps in more military activity along the Taiwan Strait. Those things would be that next incremental development that the markets would watch. But for right now, things seem relatively calm. This is not the primary catalyst for any kind of market weakness that we're seeing right now, guys.
Dominic Chu, excellent breakdown as always. Thank you, my friend.
Well, speaking of money, the cost of borrowing it keeps going up. But even with rising interest rates, you could still stretch your paycheck and really increase your savings. Here's NBC News senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders.
The move by the Fed to again raise interest rates is all designed to slow, if not stop, inflation. But at the same time, it has impacts on us real people. So if you have a car loan, a mortgage, if you're carrying debt on your credit card, today, some tips on how you can perhaps control those costs at a time when it seems like everything is more expensive. When interest rates rise, it's time to strategize, and that starts with the credit cards in your wallet. According to Bankrate, the average rate is now over 17%. If you do have credit card debt, you can move that balance to a 0% balance transfer card to avoid paying interest for a few months, up to more than a year. Another option, lower your rate, and often, all you have to do is pick up the phone and ask.
Go in with some ammunition in the form of offers you've seen at other sites, and then use that to frame the conversation. LendingTree found that 70% of people who asked for a lower rate actually got one, with an average reduction of nearly 7%. Tiffany Williams is a mother of 3 who struggled with debt. She's now reduced her rate multiple times.
The more you do it, the more you get used to it, and you start kind of becoming a little bit more demanding once you realize that it's your money, not someone else's.
After you reduce that rate, financial experts say make sure your credit card is working for you.
Look at your year-end credit card statement from last year. This will give you a review of where you spent the most money, whether it was on travel, dining out, groceries. Then you can look for a credit card that offers more rewards for that specific spending category.
If you're looking to buy a house, there are also ways to cut costs on your mortgage. First, make a bigger down payment. The less money you borrow, the less interest you'll pay. Remember that you can refinance later once rates drop. And don't forget to shop around.
A lot of people will just go with a lender that they first found or that was recommended to them, but interest rates can vary by as much as 1% point from lender to lender, and that could translate into tens of thousands of dollars over the life of your loan.
Doing your homework is also critical for car loans. Experts say with rising rates and limited inventory, this probably is not the best time to buy. But if you need new wheels now, try to lock in a lower pre-approved rate for financing instead of what the dealer offers. Getting a co-signer can also help lower your rate. And what kind of car you pick off the lot matters. According to Edmunds, the average APR for a 2022 Subaru Legacy is 3.7%. A new Hyundai Sonata Hybrid will take you up to 4.5%, while a Nissan Altima is almost 7%. Even with raising rates and inflation, we have some good news. Big box stores report that they have excess inventory. For instance, Walmart is now reducing the price on some items to move that out. At the same time, Target, Best Buy looking to do the same thing, and all of this well-timed as it's about time to start that back-to-school shopping.
Thank you, Carrie Sanders. The next evolution of the internet has arrived. But if you're not quite sure what the metaverse is all about, say no more. I'm giving you a look at how it works, who's spending real money on virtual things, and the brands that are betting big that you will follow them into the metaverse. You have to see it to understand it. Take a look. How would you like to hang out with friends, attend concerts with stars like Travis Scott, Post Malone, and Ariana Grande, take yoga classes, and you guessed it, shop right from home? You can in the metaverse, a virtual online world.
I've purchased and acquired thousands of digital pieces of clothing.
Kevin Clark is an avid metaverse shopper. This is his avatar. He spends about 4 hours a day in the digital world.
This is just one of the many outfits that I have. I spent probably $5,000 to $8,000 just in the last 2 years.
That's money Kevin spent on clothes he only wears in the metaverse. Senior media and tech correspondent Julia Borston reports on the metaverse for CNBC. Why do you think people want to spend real money on digital assets, things they can't have in real life?
People are spending real money in the metaverse. They want to have an experience that's more like their real life experience, or in some ways, maybe even better.
Big name brands like Nike, Tommy Hilfiger, Hyundai, and Chipotle getting in early. One study predicts the metaverse will have $2 trillion in e-commerce value by 2030. Design firms are building polished metaverse storefronts like this one, provided exclusively to NBC News by interior architects. They say national brands hope to use these virtual spaces to attract real customers. So how does it work? For most users, it starts here on your phone or here on a computer. My metaverse journey begins on Roblox, a virtual world popular with pre-teens, but don't be fooled by the cartoonish appearance. There are more than 40 million daily active users, and this is where millions of dollars in virtual commerce is happening. Here I am. My tour guide is Shu Min Wee, a senior product manager at Roblox. That's her avatar, and there's mine. We start our virtual shopping spree at Gucci.
Okay, so we are in the store, and much like a real life store, we have all of Gucci's different items really nicely merchandised. You'll see on the walls, they have some of their homeware. The skateboards are on the wall, as well as the Blondie bags for sale, menswear, t-shirts as well.
What I like about this is it feels like you're actually in a store with these products around you, even though they're virtual. I try on a few items. So I just bought a pair of sunglasses. Let's see what I look like. Next, we head to the Van store where you can design and purchase sneakers. Look I'm designing my own shoe. After our shopping spree, I spent about $10 real for virtual items that can only be worn by my avatar inside Roblox. Look at my little avatar. We're actually voguing, if you recall, Madonna fans out there. A big draw of shopping in the metaverse is the accessibility of luxury brands.
Just like buying a Gucci bag in the real world is a status symbol, buying a virtual Gucci bag is also a status symbol for your avatar.
Here in the Decentraland metaverse, users can roam a massive virtual land where they can peruse art galleries, purchase NFTs, and make transactions using cryptocurrency on the blockchain. Running right into the stores just as I would in real life. That's my Decentraland avatar in one of the many storefronts throughout the platform. So I'm gonna put on the mask that I just bought. Check it out, I have my new mask on. And these aren't all virtual products. For example, the NFT watch here, if I purchase it in the metaverse, I also get sent a real watch. The cost, about $700. Does it boggle your mind?
It is amazing how much money people are spending. I personally would still rather have a physical good, but if people are spending a lot of time in the metaverse, maybe it makes sense.
As for Kevin, he says his digital wardrobe has real life value.
It's gonna last, it's gonna have the same quality forever. I can hand that down to my kid.
I mean, you gotta love his enthusiasm, right? Think about that, an avatar with virtual things you can give to the next generation in real life. Something else that was interesting that we saw in the metaverse, you can actually create and sell your own fashion designs, and then that makes you real money. So Kevin, that user there, he says he's actually made thousands of dollars off of pieces of digital clothing that he designed and sold. So, Morgan, I'll see you in the metaverse sometime, maybe?
I don't know if I'm quite ready for the metaverse,
I hear
but
you.
I mean, look, Gucci handbags and like bespoke designer outfits might get me there.
Okay, yeah, for sure, I can see it.
Look, the huge effort to reunite parents and kids separated at the U.S.-Mexico border, well, it's currently underway.
Up next, some good news for hundreds of families separated under the Trump administration policy. Stay right there.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
A tragic mystery in the air continues to confound investigators. 2 co-pilots took off from a North Carolina airport for a work-related flight.
But after an emergency landing, they opened the doors to find just the co-pilot was still on board. Here's NBC News correspondent Sam Brock.
Mounting questions about exactly what unfolded in the skies above North Carolina.
We've lost our right wheel.
A mid-flight emergency forcing this small plane to skid down the runway near Raleigh Friday after the aircraft lost a wheel.
Guess we're going to put it on the belly.
Investigators say when the twin-engine plane finally came to a stop, Charles Hugh Crooks, one of its 2 pilots, was missing.
We do have one subject who is not on the aircraft.
Gone without a trace. Now, police believe Crooks, the 23-year-old co-pilot, either jumped or fell from the plane without a parachute on a work-related trip. Audio that has been released from inside that cockpit includes no mention about him exiting the aircraft. But adding to the questions surrounding the incident, the Wake County First Response Team now telling NBC News that according to their 911 call center, the pilot did reach out to authorities to say that somebody had left the plane.
Received a call that pilot had notified them that somebody had exited the aircraft. We also knew that that aircraft was in progress of having an emergency landing.
Now, the NTSB and FAA are both investigating, examining wreckage and collecting information about what led to Crooks' fateful fall. It took more than 80 first responders scouring the area 4 hours to find his body in the tree line of a suburban neighborhood.
Somebody had reached out to one of our officers who was already searching in that area to let them know that they had heard something in their backyard earlier.
Cade and Hugh Crooks say their son had nurtured his aviation dream from childhood.
He was never happier than when he was talking about his flying.
And they're now left shattered by his sudden loss.
The world was very much a better place with him in it.
There's a Charlie-sized hole missing that, we'll never be able to fill.
Our thanks to Sam Brock for that report. New developments to tell you about today in the effort to reunite migrant families separated at the border.
That's right. The Biden administration task force says they have reunited 400 children with their parents after illegally crossing the southern border under the Trump administration. NBC News Justice correspondent Julia Ainsley joins us now with more. Julia, bottom line is that a lot of work still remains for this particular task force. But what are you hearing about this reunification effort? Are even more families expected to be reunited?
Well, they do say they have 250 in the pipeline, Morgan. That means those are families that they've identified, they were separated, and that they do want to be reunited. The key here to reunification is that the Biden administration, offers these families, many of which the parents have been deported, a chance to come back to the United States and live and work here for at least 3 years so that they're not left with the awful decision of having to stay separated or bring their child back to the very country that they fled in the first place. So now for 400 families, they've been given plane tickets and the opportunity to come to the United States and bring any family in their home countries who would also be dependent on them, other children perhaps, or an elderly relative. They can also bring them to the United States. The task force had to identify all these people, find them, and then review their applications. And in 400 cases since May, they've been able to reunify them. But we have to point out that over 5,000 families were separated in 2017 and 2018 under Trump administration policies at the southern border. And so for some of them, they say there are about 1,000 still remain unreunited. They're still separated. And so there's a lot more work to be done.
Wow, 1,000 families. We're looking at that graphic there, those numbers. Julia, let me shift gears a little bit to talk about some of your other reporting regarding the Secret Service and the text messages from January 6th. You're finding that the Department of Homeland Security watchdog, they asked for those Secret Service text messages, then they withdrew the request. What's happening there?
Yeah, that's right. This is from an email obtained by Democrats chairing 2 key committees in the House where they're investigating what's going on with this Homeland Security Inspector General. That was the person, that was the office that first alerted Congress that these text messages from around January 6th were missing. Now it seems the investigators themselves have some questions they need to answer because it turns out they asked for the text messages in February of 2021, shortly after the insurrection on the Capitol. When they couldn't get them, they stood down, and then by July they actually sent out a message back to DHS saying, look, this should confirm that we no longer need the text messages of the Secret Service. The committees published that email yesterday, sending shockwaves as to why they would back down on that, especially since later that year they then said that text messages were a key part of understanding the communications and what went on that day, January 6th. So now there's a lot of questions about why the Inspector General of DHS was flip-flopping back and forth over how important these text messages were. And the question is, could some of those messages have been saved or recovered if these inspectors had pushed harder at the time?
Wow, well, a lot to unpack there. NBC News Justice correspondent Julia Ainsley. Thanks so much for that reporting, Julia.
All right, 50 college athletes signing new partnership deals to make some big money.
Coming up next, we're talking to one of those talented women about her deal with dating app Bumble. Stay with us.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Can you tell us what it was like? Our NBC News exclusive. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
A new deal means big bucks for college athletes. Dating app Bumble is signing 50 students from schools all across the country to honor the 50th anniversary of the civil rights law Title IX.
It's pretty cool. This means women athletes will get equal pay amounts across all of their contracts. This is making use of the new NCAA policy that allows college athletes to earn money for their names, their images, their likenesses. Part of this inaugural class is Texas Longhorn forward Aaliyah Moore, who joins us now. Aaliyah, thanks so much for being here. Talk to us about this deal with Bumble. What does it allow you and your fellow athletes to do, and how are y'all going to benefit going forward?
Hi, well, thank you so much for having me. I'm so happy to be here. It's a great opportunity for just women in general. You know, they picked 50 athletes, obviously 50 years of Title IX. There's just so much exciting things that are coming in the future. And like I said, it's just a big thing for women's sports. Like, you know, in the WNBA, we don't make a ton of money right now. So just having this other avenue to get money for NIL is amazing, and it's just gonna open up so many more avenues for women. So I'm so excited for the future.
Aaliyah, first off, let me just say we are really proud of you, and we're really excited for you. You talk about the future. First off, what was your reaction to this news, and really how it would sort of change your day-to-day life? And two, when you talk about the future, what do you hope happens for the possibilities for other women who come behind you?
I was really just excited about it because I was like, this is my first time really hearing about NIL. And I was like, wow, we can make money, you know, basically off of our face, our image, our likeness, all of that stuff. So I was really excited. And I thank God because not many people get this opportunity. So I'm excited. And also being at Texas, that's a great platform. You know, Texas is a great school. So that also helps. But yeah, I mean, I was just excited, overwhelmed, you know, thanking God, like I said, for the opportunity. And I think the future, we're going to break down so many more barriers. We already have now, but just with this NIL, there's just so much good stuff to come.
Well, we wish you a very successful basketball season. Looking forward to seeing what the future brings for you. Thanks so much for your time today. Texas Longhorn basketball forward Aaliyah Morris. Thank you.
Thanks, Aaliyah. Thank you. Just days after it dropped, there's already backlash against Beyonce's new album.
The lyrics that she is now changing after outrage from the disabled community. That's coming up after the break.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
All right, here's what's poppin' right now, guys. Beyonce is removing an offensive lyric on her latest project, Renaissance. The lyric is considered a slur against those who have cerebral palsy, and it's on her new track called Heated. This is also a word that was used in Lizzo's song, and she recently removed that same word from one of her albums just a week ago.
Also, Tiger Woods has turned down at least $700 million to join the Saudi-backed Live Golf Series. Now, the commissioner of the golf organization disclosed the high-end offer to Fox News. Woods has previously criticized the golf series because of the tournament format and the potential banning of players from the majors competition. Now, he worries that participating in this series could actually hurt young players' professional growth.
The Spirit Halloween stores, you know those stores. They pop up every year. This is where you get your spooky Halloween costumes. They're now entering the film business. The Halloween chain has worked with Strike Back Studios to make a movie about a group of middle schoolers. Sounds like my worst nightmare. Locked inside one of their stores where they encounter frightening evil spirits and possessed dolls. That film is coming out in October. It's already scary enough to be in that store, but now imagine being locked in there at night.
I mean, when I have actually a recurring scary high school dream, which is that I didn't finish calculus and I have to go back and my degree was null and void. Do you have that?
I have that about college, that I show up in class and I haven't been going all semester and I don't know what's happening and I don't know the assignments we're supposed to do. So we both have that recurring.
I think they're nerd nightmares.
Nerdmares. We're having nerdmares.
Yeah, we are having nerdmares. Well, the pandemic is making the loneliness epidemic even worse for a lot of seniors. But now some New Yorkers are part of a pilot program that's test driving a robotic companion designed to help them from feeling isolated. NBC News Now anchor Joe Fryer has that story.
Did you hear about the claustrophobic astronaut? Apparently, he just needed a little space.
Meet LEQ, an artificial intelligence-driven robot.
She's the first AI that initiates interactions. You don't even need to talk to her, you need to answer her when she talks to you.
LEQ, remind me that I have to go shopping.
Have a good trip. Buy yourself something nice, and try not to miss me too much.
She helps users be healthy, engaged, and informed, all while mimicking human empathy.
It will create a friendship based on the things that I say, not anything that it's pre-programmed to do.
Designed for older adults seeking companionship, LEQ proactively suggests activities and motivates users to adopt healthy habits.
The daily feedback we get is mainly around LEQ being seen as a roommate or a best friend, that they feel like she really acknowledges them and really takes an interest in how they're doing.
In the U.S., nearly 1/3 of all seniors live by themselves. A study by Harvard University's Joint Center for Housing Studies predicts that the number of single-person households with seniors 80 and over is expected to more than double in this generation. Isolation during the pandemic highlighted just how harmful loneliness can be.
The Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, CMS, released a report with AARP that really actually aggregated the impact of isolation on older adults. They showed it was the equivalent to smoking almost a pack of cigarettes a day.
New studies show that 61% of older adults complain that they're lonely and isolated. And we often live far away. Even if we do our best, we're the best son or daughter we can be. We're not with our parents all the time.
Now, the New York State Department of Aging is bringing LEQ into the homes of more than 800 seniors in New York, a national first. Monica Perez is one senior who has been beta testing LEQ. She says the robot has made her step outside her comfort zone and interact more.
I love it when I tell her that I'm going to lunch, and then she asks me when I'm coming back and who I'm going with. And then when I come back, she'll ask me how I enjoyed it. She gets me to be more active, to get out more, to socialize more.
LEQ has many engaging features like trivia, stress reduction exercises.
LEQ, let's have coffee.
Even virtual coffee tours.
Let's share it in a little cafe somewhere in the virtual world. Where in the virtual world do we want to go? Dublin, Jerusalem, or Athens?
She's multimodal. She has context and remembers previous discussions, and they change her behavior going forward. You know, we're not built to be alone as humans. We are social creatures. We don't think LEQ replaces human contact. Human contact is better. From a loved one, it's even much better. But for the periods people are alone, and that might be many hours a day, LEQ is better than the alternative.
Glad to hear that your back pain is gone. I'm going to celebrate with a little dance.
More of these companion robots are being developed around the world. One in France called Buddy performs similar tasks to LEQ, and another called Pepper has been tried out in care facilities in Japan and the UK. So expect more of this in the coming years. Vicki Morgan.
All right, thanks, Joe. Well, independent bookstores are now stepping up as a resource in response to some states moving to ban certain books.
Many of these news stores are aiming to provide a diverse selection for their readers. Here's NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin.
At You and Me Books in New York City, owner Lucy Yu wants visitors not just to find a great story, but a sense of home.
I want the vibes to be you're going to someone's living room and you're chilling on their floor, reading a book, sipping some coffee, and talking to people. Are you excited to be in New York?
For you, that sense of home also means seeing some of herself in the book she reads.
How did not having that representation impact your upbringing?
It was a huge impact. I always did find solace in books, but I was always trying to change myself and my story to try to find some common ground between me and the books that I was reading.
You now gets to handpick every book she sells.
That's the one?
Focusing on immigrant stories and writers of color.
I love that this story is all about that.
Yes!
You and Me Books actually opened during the pandemic, a difficult time for small businesses, but it was her own Chinatown community that made her vision a reality.
I opened up the GoFundMe. I had no idea if anyone other than my boyfriend and my mother were going to donate, but I think a lot of people were really hungry for the space.
You's success is part of a larger boom in both numbers and diversity for independent bookstores. Out of the 335 new stores that opened up across the country since January 2020, 107 of those are owned by people of color, according to the American Booksellers Association.
It's this renaissance of reading that we're seeing. It's very much related to the Great Resignation. We've also seen a disruption in the way people think about bookstores.
Libros Book Mobile is another example of reshaping the mold of what a bookstore can be. They put their library on a school bus in Texas.
Our whole idea was to be able to take books to people.
What kinds of stories can people expect on your bus?
We specialize in stories from Latinx authors, characters that are Latino, Latina, Latine. My culture is more than mariachis. My stories are more than border crossings. When you're reading that on the page and you see yourself reflected in those characters and those storylines, it's amazing.
In the aftermath of the nationwide racial reckoning in 2020, the American Booksellers Association established a diversity and inclusion committee, acknowledging the organization hadn't done enough to address barriers of entry for membership. Now the organization hopes this momentum will continue.
And it doesn't tell the whole story because these stores are still really struggling, like so many small businesses that are very much still in the pandemic. I mean, we're really hopeful that this renaissance of reading isn't just temporary.
The organization has seen a 20% increase in membership since January 2020, and an additional 217 bookstores are expected to open up in the next year or so. But Yu says that demand for diverse stories has always been there.
I've always wanted to do this. I've always wanted to share our stories. Now I realize, okay, people want it too. Seeing the demand for ourselves and our stories to be front and center is really just liberating to those that want to start a business like that.
Hey everyone, I'm Vicki Nguyen.
And I'm Morgan Radford. Thank you so much for being with us this Tuesday. Right now on NBC News Now, justice delivered. President Biden announcing the U.S. killed the world's most wanted terrorist. What we know about the drone strike that led to the death of the man who oversaw the September 11th terror attacks.
Record fire, California's largest wildfire of the season, explodes along the border with Oregon, destroying homes and forcing more than 1,000 people to evacuate where the firefight stands now.
Hike hacks, what you can do to save some money amid these rising interest rates. We've got some tips on how to manage that skyrocketing inflation.
Plus, into the metaverse, how companies are cashing in, selling products in the digital world that you can't ever hold in real life, but you might want to spend your real money on anyway.
We are following breaking news right now. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi has landed in Taiwan as tensions rise there in Asia.
Pelosi is the highest-ranking U.S. official to visit Taiwan since House Speaker Newt Gingrich traveled to the island back in 1997. NBC News senior congressional reporter Scott Wong joins us now. Scott, Pelosi's visit causing tensions to rise in China, warnings that we have heard. What are you hearing right now about her visit there, and any reaction yet from Beijing?
Absolutely. Speaker Pelosi's plane touched down about 10:45 local time in Taipei. She was accompanied by a number of lawmakers who have been traveling with her on this delegation, including House Foreign Affairs Chairman Gregory Meeks and VA Chairman Mark Takano. The delegation walked down the stairs of the plane, walked onto the tarmac, and were greeted by Taiwanese officials. Now, China already ratcheting up the rhetoric, issuing a fiery statement saying that those who play with fire will be burned. Those remarks are echoing that of President Xi from earlier last week when he spoke with President Biden. The Chinese are saying that they are prepared to conduct military exercises, including live fire drills, later in this week. We are expecting Speaker Pelosi, who, as you mentioned, is the highest-ranking official from the United States to set foot in Taiwan in more than 25 years. We are expecting her to meet with the president of Taiwan, sometime in the next 24 hours. This does look to be an overnight trip since they have landed late into the evening, but clearly tensions are extremely high right now between Beijing and Washington.
Scott, the Washington Post just published an op-ed from Pelosi. What exactly can you tell us about that? What did she say in terms of her reasoning?
Well, Speaker Pelosi wants to make clear in this Washington Post editorial, as well as in a statement that the delegation issued, that they are supportive of Taiwan, Taiwanese democracy. She says in her op-ed, "We cannot stand by as the CCP proceeds to threaten Taiwan and democracy itself." She says, "By traveling to Taiwan, we honor our commitment to democracy, reaffirming that the freedoms of Taiwan and all democracies must be respected." That being said, in her statement with the other lawmakers, they are making adamantly clear that they are not endorsing any sort of change in U.S. policy towards Taiwan and towards what China believes is its ownership of the territory of Taiwan. The United States respects Taiwanese democracy. It recognizes Taiwan when they send delegations to international bodies. However, they have not, the United States has not, for more than 40 years now, endorsed an independent Taiwan separate from China. Nancy Pelosi, in her statement, making that clear that they are not endorsing any sort of, overarching policy change.
All right, senior congressional reporter Scott Wong for us. Scott, thank you.
Now let's head over to Decision 2022. Voters heading to the polls in 5 states today. A slate of primary matchups across the country happening right now in Arizona, Michigan, Missouri, and Washington.
And all eyes are on Kansas as well, where the first big test of the ballot box for abortion rights since the Supreme Court overturned v. Wade is facing voters. We have a team of reporters here to break it all down for us. NBC News correspondent Shaq Brewster standing by in Michigan. Let's go, though, and begin with national political correspondent Steve Kornacki, who, of course, is at the big board. Steve, it's great to see you. First, if you can, just walk us through the big picture here, those key races happening today, and really what's at stake? What are voters effectively telling us in their choices today?
Yeah, well, a happy primary day to all of you. First primary day of August, still a number of these to go. But yeah, a number of high-stakes races here and some interesting dynamics at work. Let's take you through a few of them. One here, this is in Missouri. This is the Republican primary for the United States Senate in Missouri. Roy Blunt, Republican incumbent, not running again. It's an open seat. It's a very red state, so the winner of this primary expected to have a pretty good shot of winning in November. What's made this interesting at the last minute is you see here Eric Greitens. He's the former governor. He was forced out of office in scandal several years ago, trying to make a political comeback. You've got Vicky Hartzler, a member of Congress, and then Eric Schmidt, the state attorney general. Schmidt has been moving up in the polls, has actually taken the lead in the polls in the final weeks of this campaign. In the last 24 hours, Donald Trump came out and said, I'm going to make an endorsement in this race. And he says, I endorse Eric Greitens, Eric Schmidt. They are now both out claiming that they have Donald Trump's endorsement and thanking him for it. Again, Schmidt has been leading in the polls. We'll see if that has any effect last minute here. But an interesting, unusual dynamic certainly in that race at the last minute. Arizona here, United States Senate race. This is the Democratic side. There's no primary. Mark Kelly, the incumbent's running unopposed. But Arizona is going to be one of the most crucial states this November when it comes to determining which party has control control of the U.S. Senate. So today we find out who will be Mark Kelly's Republican opponent. Here are the Republican candidates, and you see Blake Masters here. Blake Masters is running with the endorsement of Donald Trump. And there's another high-stakes Republican primary in Arizona as well. This is for governor. Again, open seat. Carrie Lake, a former newscaster, has been leading in the polls there. She, too, has the endorsement of Donald Trump, and she has endorsed all of Donald Trump's statements about the 2020 election. So it's an interesting dynamic here within the governor's race, but also we talk about Arizona mattering so much to control of the U.S. Senate this November. If Republicans in Arizona field a slate of Trump-aligned candidates who mimic his rhetoric when it comes to the 2020 election, could that affect swing voters in Arizona? Democrats think it could give them a chance to hang on to that Senate seat. We'll see who wins this Republican gubernatorial primary in Arizona. And you mentioned Kansas. This is the first time since that June Supreme Court decision overturning Roe v. Wade that voters in a state are going to weigh in on abortion. You can expect a lot of referendums in a lot of states in the coming months and years. Today, the first one. It's in Kansas. It's a proposed constitutional amendment that would say there is no right to abortion in the Kansas state constitution. One thing to keep in mind here, we think of Kansas as a very red state. It is, but we've got a poll in this referendum. Look close. 47-43 yes in the poll. So this one, 8 p.m. tonight, we should start getting some numbers. Could be an interesting one to watch.
Definitely a lot closer than I would have expected.
That's where Dasha was reporting yesterday.
Really interesting. Steve Kornacki for us there at the big board. Steve, as always, thanks, man.
You got it.
Let's dive a little bit deeper into what's happening in battleground Michigan today, where multiple races in that state will really test former President Donald Trump's influence over those GOP voters.
In one of those races, Representative Peter Meyer, one of the 10 House Republicans who voted to impeach Trump last year, is up against a Trump-backed challenger. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster joins us now from Byron Center, Michigan. Hey, Shaq, I understand you actually did have a chance to catch up with Congressman Meyer and his opponent, John Gibbs, this morning. What did they say? How are they feeling going into the vote today?
That's right, Vicki. And both of them say that they're feeling good, that they're feeling confident heading into election night. Both of them say that their internal polls show each of them ahead. And both of them acknowledge that impeachment and former President Trump is going to have an impact on the results that we see tonight. You mentioned that Congressman Meyer is one of the 10 House Republicans to support the impeachment of President Trump after the January 6th Capitol Hill riots. Gibbs was backed by Trump. He was endorsed by Trump early in this race. He sides with Trump on denying or agreeing that there are false, or agreeing with the false claims that there was meddling or illegalities in the 2020 election. But this is also a race that's seen a lot of attention from national Democrats, including some money from national Democrats pouring money into this race to back Gibbs. I want you to listen to a little bit of what we heard from these candidates regarding that.
I've definitely had some folks who say, listen, I didn't like that vote, but then they also say, I don't want this seat to go to a Democrat. I understand that there's a reason why the DCCC dropped $500,000 to prop up my primary challenger.
I don't know if they're helping or not. I mean, they spent $450,000 attacking me, trying to say I'm quote unquote too conservative for West Michigan. So I don't know what they're doing. They can do whatever they want to. It doesn't matter what they do or don't do.
One thing to consider here is this is an extremely competitive race once we get to the general election. So the winner of this primary will matter, and we'll have a competitive fight ahead as we head into the midterm elections in November.
You mentioned those generals, Shaq. We know that Republican voters today will also ultimately decide who will end up challenging Democratic Governor Gretchen Whitmer come November. So Trump has voiced his support for former conservative commentator Tudor Dixon. What are you hearing from the voters there behind you on the ground about just how much weight Trump's endorsement really carries for them currently?
Well, that was the question I asked many voters, because it was not only that endorsement, it was a relatively late endorsement that we saw from the former president, but even last night he had a tele-town hall with Tudor Dixon telling her supporters to go out and make sure that they went out and vote. I want you to listen to some of the conversations I had with two people who did go out and support Tudor Dixon about the impact that President Trump's endorsement had on their decision. How much did former President Trump's endorsement weigh into your decision?
He doesn't. I mean, I was a Trump supporter, but you just kind of got to read on your own, because you can't always take what everybody says.
Why did his endorsement carry so much weight for you?
Because we were in a good situation when he was in office, and now we're in a really bad the situation.
This, of course, is the race to see who is going to take on Democratic Governor Gretchen Whitmer. Polling right now shows that she is ahead in head-to-head matchups with both of these candidates. But remember, this is Michigan. This is a state that former President Trump won in 2016, that President Biden won in 2020. So many people are expecting things to tighten up and get extremely close as we get closer and closer to November, Morgan.
We will be watching. All right, Shaquille Brewster, thanks so much. A decades-long manhunt is over. The leader of al-Qaeda and a mastermind of the September 11th attacks is dead. Ayman al-Zawahiri was killed in a U.S. drone strike over the weekend. President Biden confirming this in his announcement last night that al-Zawahiri was tracked down in Kabul, Afghanistan.
The White House releasing this photo today of the president discussing him with his national security team early last month. Now, you can see a box sitting there on the table. A White House official tells NBC News that a model of al-Zawahiri's safe house was, in fact, inside.
Let's go ahead and start with NBC's Maura Barrett, who's standing by in Washington for us now. Maura, we heard the president stress this operation took time to get it right for this successful outcome. We also talked about that model of the apartment building. What is the message right now from the White House about not just the actual mission, but the significance of taking out this al-Qaeda leader?
Well, this is an incredibly big moment for the White House, as you saw President Biden detail last night, because this is somebody that they saw, the senior White House administration officials say that he was a very strategic leader when it comes to the al-Qaeda operation. He was Osama bin Laden's right-hand man prior to September 11th. And since then, while National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan detailed that maybe he wasn't involved in the day-to-day operations of the group, he was someone that held together a lot of the terrorist group and also coordinated with other groups across the region, a global network, he said, of al-Qaeda terrorists to carry out certain terrorist plots. And so this is a big moment, again, to that he is no longer alive and being able to operate those plots. And so specifically, this is something that not only was just in the works for several months, but it has been years, decades, that the U.S., the CIA specifically, has been tracking his movements. They found out earlier this year, according to a senior administration official, that he, his wife, and his daughter and her kids had been transferred to a safe house in Kabul. And so President Biden detailed that over the weekend, late Saturday night, East Coast time, but early morning Sunday, a U.S. drone sent Hellfire missiles onto the balcony of a third floor residential building where they had seen al-Zawahiri sit before. And they wanted to be sure when they were conducting this attack that only he would be the target. President Biden made it significantly clear last night that no civilians were harmed and none of his family members were either.
Speaking of which, Maura, I mean, questions are sort of now swirling now about what the Taliban, which of course now rules Afghanistan, might have actually known about al-Zawahiri's location. And we're also approaching 1 year since U.S. troops withdrew from that country. So there is an agreement basically saying the Taliban won't support terrorist groups. What is the administration saying about what appears to ultimately be a violation of that?
Exactly, Morgan. So two Taliban leaders tell NBC News that they believe the movement happened about 5 or 6 months after U.S. forces left Afghanistan. So that would put us at about just the beginning of this year. A senior administration official confirming that Taliban leaders did know, were aware of his presence in Kabul. So that does directly go against the Doha Agreement, which says that the Taliban will not house extremist leaders. And so that is what appears to have happened. And this is something that is facing a lot of frustration and criticism from the administration. I want you to hear directly from National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby when he was asked about this in an interview on Morning Joe this morning.
We certainly hope that the message has been sent, that we meant it when we said it, that we were going to make sure that we would not let Afghanistan become a safe haven for terrorist threats, again, to the homeland. So we hope it does. We hope it does have an effect on them and their behavior. But if it doesn't, Willie, we are still going to stay vigilant. We're still going to stay capable.
Stay vigilant and capable. Capable specifically, he means, and as President Biden laid out in his announcement last night, pointing out that this has been nearly a year since the U.S. forces left Afghanistan, but President Biden in that move had said that they would be continually able to conduct operations like the one that we saw or heard about that happened over the weekend, because this happened with an unmanned drone, which meant that no American forces were on the ground in Afghanistan with this happening, and proves that they could conduct further operations just like that going forward.
All right, NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett live from D.C. Maura, thank you so much. And joining us now is Rukmini Callimachi, a New York Times journalist currently working on a memoir about her decade covering ISIS and al-Qaeda. Rukmini, I want to first thank you so much for joining us. We know that the U.S. has been hunting al-Zawahiri for decades. President Biden saying just last night that justice has been delivered. So what should we ultimately take away, Rukmini, from this mission? I mean, is sort of the where and the how of how this happened the most important fact here?
To me, I think the most interesting aspect of this is the fact that he was killed in Afghanistan, and not just anywhere in Afghanistan, not in some rural hinterland, not in some faraway remote village. He was killed in Kabul, which is a city of 4.5 million, in a VIP district of Kabul. And he was killed on his balcony, we are told, meaning that he felt comfortable enough to come outside in the open. As we heard from our colleague, part of the Doha agreement was that the Taliban promised to not allow Afghanistan, any part of Afghanistan, to be used as a safe haven for al-Qaeda. That appears to be in clear violation. To me, it defies imagination that somebody as important as Zawahiri would have been able to enter the numerous checkpoints that lead up to Kabul to be able to take safe haven in this location. So for me, it's the place where this happened and what this means about the war on terror.
Right.
Now, I would not catastrophize it. It doesn't mean that if al-Qaeda if its leadership has returned to Afghanistan, that doesn't necessarily mean that there will be a plot against the U.S. Even if they tried, our defenses are much stronger than they were on 9/11. It's unlikely that a coordinated strike like the one on 9/11 would occur again, but it is worrying.
Rukmini, that leads me to my next question, but what a picture you just painted there, that he was on his balcony. What a contrast to Osama bin Laden, who was killed in a very remote place in Pakistan, holed up, with his family around him. That says a lot in that picture you painted. It shows the decade that you spent covering there, your insight. Question a lot of folks have on their minds, though, is potential retaliation. What kinds of things should the U.S. be concerned about, U.S. citizens, either here or abroad?
I think, first of all, we have to wait for a message from al-Qaeda. Al-Qaeda is going to have to respond to this, and I think that the next step is going to be the naming of a successor. We have seen in the past that there have been attempts at retaliation. Again, I think the American homeland and much of Europe also is shielded against the type of coordinated strike that we saw on 9/11. I think that would be very unlikely to happen again. What could happen is something like an Omar Mateen, the person who opened fire in the Pulse nightclub. He was radicalized by ISIS online, as far as we know. To my knowledge, he never traveled to Syria or got actual training from the group. But that was enough in a country like ours, where you can buy weapons quite easily to go and blow up, open fire on a place.
So there's a domestic concern area. Yeah, continue.
Of course. And I would say that the bigger worry is a possible retaliation against American interests overseas in places like Africa. There is a very large al-Qaeda affiliate that has grown in leaps and bounds. I was in Africa for 7 years in West Africa. At the time when I left, they were considered to be in control of small pockets of northern Mali.
Wow.
Now, basically, all of Mali is considered unsafe because of this group and those allied with it, minus the capital. The same thing in Burkina Faso. The capital is pretty much the only place that people like you and I could go to. Same with Niger. Just a few weeks ago, there was an attack in Togo that we believe is linked to the al-Qaeda affiliate. So we've seen a metastasizing of these affiliates in far-flung places. And those are areas where an American company or American aid workers or American tourists are much less shielded than they would be in a place like the United States. And that is where I think the potential for danger exists in its most potent form.
Rukmini, we have to go here, but while I have you, this wealth of knowledge and expertise, I do want to ask one more question. What does the Taliban really want here? Because what's fascinating is, as we look at a year now since they've been, the ruling power in Afghanistan, they effectively said, no, don't worry, Western powers, things will kind of be normal. We're not going to be too hectic, right? We're someone you can negotiate and work with. And even now, I was listening to a report this morning on the radio, and they were preparing for all of these Western journalists to come in because they ultimately wanted to put their best foot forward. And it sounds almost like they want to be perceived like Vietnam. Once mortal enemies of the United States, now they want to be a little bit friendly. Maybe we can trade. What do they want at this point?
I think that's a really smart question, Morgan. I mean, I think going back to the Doha Agreement, many analysts, much smarter than me, pointed out that it was foolish to think that the Taliban could be trustworthy. This is a group that, of course, has stoned people to death. It has carried out mass executions. You're negotiating with a rogue actor, and at the end, the administration was essentially forced to take their word for this promise. Now, is the Taliban united? Is it a united front? I don't think it is. The Haqqani network, which is the wing of the Taliban that has always been closest to al-Qaeda, may not necessarily be, in step with other members of its administration. We could be looking here at multiple Talibans. And that, of course, is the problem when you're dealing with an armed group.
Wow. New York Times journalist Rukmini Callimachi, we really appreciate your time today and your insight. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
We turn now to severe weather. Parts of Illinois and northwest Kentucky are bracing for potential flooding as officials there in eastern Kentucky are still searching for survivors from last week's historic floods. Governor Andy Beshear says 37 people are dead. Hundreds more remain unaccounted for. While some cell service and power outages have been restored, he says the road to recovery will be a long one.
Meanwhile, California's largest wildfire of the year keeps on growing and is approaching the Oregon border. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns has the forecast in just a moment. But let's go ahead and begin with that wildfire threat in California with NBC News' Gadi Schwartz. Gadi, what is the latest on the containment efforts there, and what challenges at this point are those firefighters facing?
Hey, Morgan, yeah, we saw a lot of progress yesterday thanks to a break in some of the heat and a little bit of rain. So fire crews were able to build up some of the fire lines around some of those communities in the fire's path. They're still technically calling this 0% contained, and we didn't see any actual growth. So the fire is holding at about 55,000 acres. But unfortunately today, Morgan, they are expecting the possibility of dry thunderstorms, which not only brings wind, but lightning with little to no actual rain. And we know that about 100 buildings so far have been destroyed. The town of Klamath Falls lost their community center. A grocery store was also destroyed. 2 people so far have been found dead in a car in their driveway. And now crews are actively searching for anyone else that might not have been able to make it out on time. Morgan?
Hey, Gadi, it's Vicky here. This is the largest wildfire California has seen in 2022. You've lived there a long time. I lived there a long time. This fire has only been burning for a few days, but give us some context. How does it compare to some of the other massive fires that we've seen in recent years?
Yeah, Vicky, this one is definitely a massive fire, and it really grew to that 55,000 acres within a matter of 48 hours. So it really shows how quickly a fire can explode. But in the scheme of some of the largest fires in California history, the biggest ones that we've seen recently were back in 2020, the August Complex fire. That one was about 1 million acres. It lost, it was about 1,000 structures that burned. So did the Dixie fire in 2021. That was 1,300 buildings that burned. And then you remember in 2018, the Camp Fire burned about 150,000 acres, so about 3 times the size of the fire that we're seeing right now, and more than 80 people died in that fire. But again, this is the summer months. It is only getting hotter out here, and so time will tell what happens this year.
Seems like wildfire season is all year now. Gadi Schwartz, we appreciate it. Thank you. All right, well, NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns is tracking all of the extreme weather for us. He joins us now. Hey, Bill.
Hey, good to see you guys. And this McKinney fire was explosive, and now it's kind of the weather kind of cooperated a little bit. But as long as it's still burning and it's still 0% contained, all it takes is 1 or 2 days of different weather, more favorable conditions, and it can flare right back up. Today is a kind of a borderline day. It's very warm, it's very dry, but at least it's not that windy. So temperatures are about in the upper 80s today for highs, near 90 for the firefighters on the scene. There's about 10 helicopters that are dropping water on this blaze. That's also helping to get the containment. And the winds right now, not that bad. The winds are only in the 10 to 20 mile per hour range for gusts at most. The sustained winds are even less than that. So that's fantastic for the firefighting efforts. And here's a locator on it. You can see where it is there. Highway 96 is the only road closure we have. And we do have about 2,000 people evacuated still because of the McKinney fire. But we are worried about dry-based thunderstorms, as Gadi mentioned. Anywhere in that brown color, that's where we have the chance for that. Mostly in Oregon, a little bit there near Yellowstone. And the critical fire risk where it's also windy today throughout much of Montana. So red flag flag warnings are up from Lewiston to Billings to Glendive, and of course they're right where Mount Shasta is. That's kind of close to where we've been watching the McKinney fire with those strong gusts. And how about the heat? There was so much breaking news out of Kentucky with the flash flooding. We didn't have a lot of time to talk about this yesterday, but we've added up the numbers for July. 93% of the lower 48 warmer than normal. Most intense heat where you see the bright reds from about the southern half of Missouri through Oklahoma, Arkansas, and Texas. Hottest July ever recorded. Abilene, San Angelo, Waco, Houston, San Antonio, Brownsville, and even Tampa, Florida. And the heat is on today, and it's going to be on the move. 25 million people impacted today, easily into the hundreds from Dallas all the way up to Omaha. And guess what, ladies? It is heading to the East Coast. It's a little warm on Wednesday, but Thursday, I think my complaint box will be full. We should be in the upper 90s to near 100.
Oh, man.
All right, we'll keep our notes here. We won't send them this time, okay?
Phil Cairns, thanks so much, Phil. And expenses are going up for Americans all across the country with inflation and rising interest rates.
Up next, NBC's Carrie Sanders with tips on how to stretch your dollars to save money. A lot of good advice. Stay with us.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark.
How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? You tell us what it was like?
With our NBC News exclusive.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
All right, so all eyes are on the U.S. monthly jobs report coming out on Friday. The U.S. dollar hit a 3-week low against the Japanese yen on Monday.
Yeah, investors are reassessing the future following last week's aggressive rate hike by the Federal Reserve.
Of course, to break it all down, we have CNBC senior markets correspondent, Mr. Dominic Chu, joining us. Dom, tell us, what's the latest data coming out for Friday's monthly jobs report? And really, could it ease those fears we keep talking about a recession?
So what's happening right now is that we may be seeing further signs of that job slowdown, which might be kind of egging on the recessionary narrative that we've been talking about for quite some time. The reason why I say that is because right now, this morning, we got news out of the Labor Department in the form of their jobs turnover and basically job turnover survey, the JOLT survey, job openings, labor turnover. And what it shows is that the number of job openings in America actually fell by a pretty precipitous amount. We fell 605,000 job openings over the course of the last month in June to about 10.7 million. Now, the good news is that at 10.7 million job openings, it still does mean that there's about 1.8 jobs available for every worker who's looking for one right now. That's a good sign, but it is a slowdown. And the reason why it's important is because this is all being read as one tea leaf heading into that big jobs report on Friday. The other one that we're going to see is the weekly jobless claims report that comes out on Thursday. Now, as for the expectation, Morgan, Vicky, about the jobs number coming out on Friday, right now, economists are at least predicting a 258,000 read print for that number. And the reason why that's important is because it would be a slowdown from the 372,000 that we got the prior month. So again, more signs that the labor market is starting to cool off a little bit more, guys.
All right, but still 1.8 jobs for every one person looking for a job. That is promising. Dom, what about investors? We just saw at the beginning of this newscast, Nancy Pelosi touching down there in Taiwan. How is the news of her visit now impacting the markets? Is it?
So it is and it isn't. Okay, so the reason why was earlier this morning, that bit of news did lend a little bit of trepidation for traders and investors out there. We saw a little bit of selling pressure early on in the markets before the markets even opened. And that was all because of the geopolitical risk and all that rhetoric around China and Taiwan and whether this visit by Speaker Pelosi would trigger some kind of a response from China's end. What we did see as the plane landed, as you guys have all seen, is the markets actually tick higher, believe it or not. And the reason why some analysts and traders are looking at it that way is because they're saying if Speaker Pelosi landed and there was no kind of immediate response from China, that might indicate that there wasn't as much tension as was previously feared. So one thing to watch out for is whether or not there is any kind of a real response from China, either in rhetoric, either in a statement, or perhaps in more military activity along the Taiwan Strait. Those things would be that next incremental development that the markets would watch. But for right now, things seem relatively calm. This is not the primary catalyst for any kind of market weakness that we're seeing right now, guys.
Dominic Chu, excellent breakdown as always. Thank you, my friend.
Well, speaking of money, the cost of borrowing it keeps going up. But even with rising interest rates, you could still stretch your paycheck and really increase your savings. Here's NBC News senior national correspondent Carrie Sanders.
The move by the Fed to again raise interest rates is all designed to slow, if not stop, inflation. But at the same time, it has impacts on us, real people. So if you have a car loan, a mortgage, if you're carrying debt on your credit card, today, some tips on how you can perhaps control those costs at a time when it seems like everything is more expensive. When interest rates rise, it's time to strategize, and that starts with the credit cards in your wallet. According to Bankrate, the average rate is now over 17%. If you do have credit card debt, you can move that balance to a 0% balance transfer card to avoid paying interest for a few months, up to more than a year. Another option, lower your rate, and often all you have to do is pick up the phone and ask.
Go in with some ammunition in the form of offers you've seen at other sites, and then use that to frame the conversation. LendingTree found that 70% of people who asked for a lower rate actually got one, with an average reduction of nearly 7%. Tiffany Williams is a mother of 3 who struggled with debt. She's now reduced her rate multiple times.
The more you do it, the more you get used to it, and you start kind of becoming a little bit more demanding once you realize that it's your money, not someone else's.
After you reduce that rate, financial experts say make sure your credit card is working for you.
Look at your year-end credit card statement from last year. This will give you a review of where you spent the most money, whether it was on travel, dining out, groceries. Then you can look for a credit card that offers more rewards for that specific spending category.
If you're looking to buy a house, there are also ways to cut costs on your mortgage. First, make a bigger down payment. The less money you borrow, the less interest you'll pay. Remember that you can refinance later once rates drop. And don't forget to shop around.
A lot of people will just go with a lender that they first found or that was recommended to them, but interest rates can vary by as much as 1% point from lender to lender, and that could translate into tens of thousands of dollars over the life of your loan.
Doing your homework is also critical for car loans. Experts say with rising rates and limited inventory, this probably is not the best time to buy. But if you need new wheels now, try to lock in a lower pre-approved rate for financing instead of what the dealer offers. Getting a co-signer can also help lower your rate. And what kind of car you pick off the lot matters. According to Edmunds, the average APR for a 2022 Subaru Legacy is 3.7%. A new Hyundai Sonata Hybrid will take you up to 4.5%, while a Nissan Altima is almost 7%. Even with raising rates and inflation, we have some good news. Big box stores report that they have excess inventory. For instance, Walmart is now reducing the price on some items to move that out. At the same time, Target, Best Buy looking to do the same thing. And all of this well-timed as it's about time to start that back-to-school shopping.
Thank you, Carrie Sanders. The next evolution of the internet has arrived. But if you're not quite sure what the metaverse is all about, Say no more. I'm giving you a look at how it works, who's spending real money on virtual things, and the brands that are betting big that you will follow them into the metaverse. You have to see it to understand it. Take a look. How would you like to hang out with friends, attend concerts with stars like Travis Scott, Post Malone, and Ariana Grande, take yoga classes, and you guessed it, shop right from home? You can in the metaverse, a virtual online world.
I've purchased and acquired thousands of digital pieces of clothing.
Kevin Clark is an avid metaverse shopper. This is his avatar. He spends about 4 hours a day in the digital world.
This is just one of the many outfits that I have. I spent probably $5,000 to $8,000 just in the last 2 years.
That's money Kevin spent on clothes he only wears in the metaverse. Senior media and tech correspondent Julia Borston reports on the metaverse for CNBC. Why do you think people want to spend real money on digital assets, things they can't have in real life?
People are spending real money in the metaverse. They want to have an experience that's more like their real life experience, or in some ways, maybe even better.
Big name brands like Nike, Tommy Hilfiger, Hyundai, and Chipotle getting in early. One study predicts the metaverse will have $2 trillion in e-commerce value by 2030. Design firms are building polished metaverse storefronts like this one, provided exclusively to NBC News by interior architects. They say national brands hope to use these virtual spaces to attract real customers. So how does it work? For most users, it starts here on your phone or here on a computer. My metaverse journey begins on Roblox, a virtual world popular with pre-teens, but don't be fooled by the cartoonish appearance. There are more than 40 million daily active users, and this is where millions of dollars in virtual commerce is happening. Here I am. My tour guide is Shu Min Wee, a senior product manager at Roblox. That's her avatar, and there's mine. We start our virtual shopping spree at Gucci.
Okay, so
right.
We are in the store, and much like a real life store, we have all of Gucci's different items really nicely merchandised. You'll see on the walls, they have some of their homeware. The skateboards are on the wall, as well as the Blondie bags for sale, menswear, t-shirts as well.
What I like about this is it feels like you're actually in a store with these products around you, even though they're virtual. I try on a few items. So I just bought a pair of sunglasses. Let's see what I look like. Next, we head to the Van store where you can design and purchase sneakers. Look at, I'm designing my own shoe. After our shopping spree, I spent about $10 real for virtual items that can only be worn by my avatar inside Roblox. Look at my little avatar. We're actually voguing, if you recall, Madonna fans out there. A big draw of shopping in the metaverse is the accessibility of luxury brands.
Just like buying a Gucci bag in the real world is a status symbol, buying a virtual Gucci bag is also a status symbol for your avatar.
Here in the Decentraland metaverse, users can roam a massive virtual land where they can peruse art galleries, purchase NFTs, and make transactions using cryptocurrency on the blockchain. Running right into the stores just as I would in real life. That's my Decentraland avatar in one of the many storefronts throughout the platform. So I'm going to put on the mask that I just bought. Check it out. I have my new mask on. And these aren't all virtual products. For example, the NFT watch here, if I purchase it in the metaverse, I also get sent a real watch. The cost, about $700. Does it boggle your mind?
It is amazing how much money people are spending. I personally would still rather have a physical good, but if people are spending a lot of time in the metaverse, maybe it makes sense.
As for Kevin, he says his digital wardrobe has real-life value.
It's going to last. It's going to have the same quality forever. I could hand that down to my kid.
I mean, you gotta love his enthusiasm, right? Think about that, an avatar with virtual things you can give to the next generation in real life. Something else that was interesting that we saw in the metaverse, you can actually create and sell your own fashion designs, and then that makes you real money. So Kevin, that user there, he says he's actually made thousands of dollars off of pieces of digital clothing that he designed and sold. So, Morgan, I'll see you in the metaverse sometime, maybe?
I don't know if I'm quite ready for the metaverse,
I hear
but
you.
I mean, look, Gucci handbags and like bespoke designer outfits might get me there.
Okay, yeah, for sure, I can see it.
Look, the huge effort to reunite parents and kids separated at the U.S.-Mexico border, well, it's currently underway.
Up next, some good news for hundreds of families separated under the Trump administration policy. Stay right there.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you...
Today, the Justice Department filed a lawsuit against the state of Idaho. The suit seeks to hold invalid the state's criminal prohibition on providing abortions as applied to women who are suffering medical emergencies. Under a federal law known as the Emergency Medical Treatment and Labor Act, or EMTALA, every hospital that receives Medicare funds must provide necessary stabilizing treatment to a patient who arrives at an emergency room suffering from a medical condition that could place their life or health in serious jeopardy. In some circumstances, the medical treatment necessary to stabilize the patient's condition is abortion. This may be the case, for example, when a woman is undergoing a miscarriage that threatens septic infection or hemorrhage, or is suffering from severe preeclampsia. When a hospital determines that an abortion is the medical treatment necessary to stabilize a patient's emergency medical condition, it is required by federal law to provide that treatment. As detailed in our complaint, Idaho's law would make it a criminal offense for doctors to provide the emergency medical treatment that federal law requires. Although the Idaho law provides an exception to prevent the death of a pregnant woman, it includes no exception for cases in which the abortion is necessary to prevent serious jeopardy to the woman's health. Moreover, it would subject doctors to arrest and criminal prosecution even if they performed an abortion to save a woman's life, and it would then place the burden on the doctors to prove that they are not criminally liable. The United States therefore seeks a declaratory judgment that Idaho's law violates the Supremacy Clause of the United States Constitution and is preempted by federal law to the extent it is in conflict with EMTALA. The United States also seeks an injunction prohibiting Idaho from enforcing its law against healthcare providers who provide the emergency treatment required by EMTALA. In the days since the Dobbs decision, there have been widespread reports of delays and denials of treatment to pregnant women experiencing medical emergencies. Today, the Justice Department's message is clear. It does not matter what state a hospital subject to EMTALA operates in. If a patient comes into the emergency room with a medical emergency jeopardizing the patient's life or health, the hospital must provide the treatment necessary to stabilize that patient. This includes abortion when that is the necessary treatment. Any state law that prevents a hospital from fulfilling its obligation under EMTALA violates federal law. On the day Roe and Casey were overturned, we promised that the Justice Department would work tirelessly protect and advance reproductive freedom. That is what we are doing, and that is what we will continue to do. We will use every tool at our disposal to ensure that pregnant women get the emergency medical treatment to which they are entitled under federal law. And we will closely scrutinize state abortion laws to ensure that they comply with federal law. I would now like to welcome Associate Attorney General Vanita Gupta, who is the head of our Reproductive Rights Task Force, to the podium to share more details from our complaint.
Thank you, Attorney General Garland. The complaint alleges that Idaho's law is contrary to EMTALA because it presumptively criminalizes all abortions, making it a felony for doctors to provide emergency treatment required by federal law, even where a denial of care will likely result in the death of the pregnant patient. The Idaho law flatly prohibits abortion even where medically necessary to protect the health of the patient. such as where women are experiencing incomplete miscarriage or severe preeclampsia. Specifically, Idaho's law, which takes effect on August 25th, places the burden on physicians to prove at trial, following arrest and indictment, that they are not criminally liable. Physicians can only do so by proving that the abortion they performed was necessary for one of two reasons: to prevent the death of a pregnant woman, or in response to a case of rape or incest that was previously reported to the police, or in the case of a minor, to Child Protective Services. Physicians who do not meet this burden face 2 to 5 years imprisonment and revocation of their medical license. And the law provides no defense whatsoever for when the health of the pregnant patient is at issue. Moreover, under the Idaho law, healthcare professionals such as nurses and lab techs face license suspension and potentially revocation for even assisting with abortions. The law thus places medical professionals in an impossible situation. They must either withhold stabilizing treatment required by EMTALA or risk felony prosecution and license revocation. In so doing, the law will chill providers' willingness to perform abortions in emergency situations and will hurt patients by blocking access to medically necessary health care. The United States, therefore, seeks a declaratory judgment that Idaho's law violates the Supremacy Clause of the United States Constitution and is preempted by federal law where it conflicts with EMTALA. The United States also seeks declaratory judgment that Idaho may not punish medical providers based on their performing an abortion authorized by federal law. And we seek an injunction prohibiting Idaho's enforcement of this law to the extent it conflicts and prevents physicians from providing the emergency treatment that federal law requires. In the wake of Dobbs, the Justice Department established the Reproductive Rights Task Force and to formalize our ongoing work to protect reproductive freedom. One critical focus of the task force has been assessing the fast-changing landscape of state laws and evaluating potential responses to infringements on federal protections. Today's lawsuit against the state of Idaho for its near absolute abortion ban is the first public example of this work in action. The task force's other work includes advising agencies on legal issues that have arisen post-Dobbs, coordinating technical assistance both to Congress and to states on federal constitutional questions, and meeting with members of a broad array of stakeholder groups, including states' attorneys general's offices, members of litigating reproductive justice and provider groups, and members of the pro bono legal community on our collective efforts to protect reproductive care. We know that these are frightening and uncertain times for pregnant women and their providers. And the Justice Department, through the work of its task force, is committed to doing everything we can to ensure continued lawful access to reproductive services. And now I'd like to turn the podium back to the Attorney General, who will take some questions.
Well, apparently I'm going to take some questions.
Sarah Lynn with Reuters, thanks for
Hi,
doing
Sarah.
this.
Of course.
Can you talk a little bit about why you decided to select Idaho as your first legal challenge since the Dobbs decision? And also, there's also been reports about some people in certain states like Texas having trouble accessing medications they need, not just for abortion, but also if they're undergoing a miscarriage and they need that medication. And there's been reports I've been hearing about people who are unable to access that. So are you going to be doing more to ensure that people have access to the medications that they need for reproductive health care?
So on the first question, we have in front of us a statute that seems to us on its face to directly conflict with EMTALA that is about to take effect and that will threaten the health of women who come to the emergency room in a really dire medical situation. When we find that statute appropriate for us to vindicate the rules that Congress established in EMTALA, that's why we're bringing this case. On the second question, we are receiving many reports like the ones you're talking about. The Reproductive Rights Task Force that the Associate Attorney just spoke of is evaluating them and making determinations about what further litigation we'll seek.
Rob.
Hey, thank you very much. Rob Lee here with CBS. Just wondering if you have any further insight into this weekend's drone strike against Ayman al-Zawahiri and any part that you or the Justice Department played in that decision. Any further comment on it?
So I think the President has said pretty much all that I would be at liberty to say. I think the general point that the United States does not forget people who kill American citizens and will find them and punish them no matter how long it takes. Was the point of the President's statement and is the point of the Justice Department's statement.
As we're doing separate topic questions, I'd like to ask you about this call for lawmakers that the Justice Department now get involved in this increasingly kind of concerning news about the missing texts that have been found from the Secret Service around January 6th. Do you expect the Justice Department to get involved, and do you have confidence in the current DHS Inspector General who is investigating this?
All right, so as a general matter, any allegations of wrongdoing about Inspector Generals are handled by what we call SIGI, which is the Council of Inspectors General on Integrity and Efficiency. That's the way those kind of allegations are handled. And without commenting on this particular case, needless to say, the Justice Department's job is to investigate allegations of violations of the criminal law, including allegations regarding matters involving the scope of Inspector Generals.
Are you concerned about the missing text, though? I mean, is that something that's
I don't want to talk about particular cases. With respect to our own investigations, we pursue all facts as far as we need to pursue them, and we'll pursue them with all the tools we have under the criminal law.
On this issue announced today, if I could just ask you real quick, you have enormous respect for the Supreme Court. What's the point of the Supreme Court if DOJ is going to go around and do these kinds of things? Will there be other states like this, you think?
I'm not sure what you mean by what's the point of the Supreme Court.
What,
I could give you a long discussion on the point of the Supreme Court.
But if DOJ is going to go around the Supreme Court
this is not in any way going around the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court said that each state can make its own decisions with respect to abortion, but so too can the federal government. Nothing that the Supreme Court said that the statutes passed by Congress, such as EMTALA, are in any way invalid. It's quite the opposite. The Supreme Court left it to the people's representatives. EMTALA was a decision made by the Congress of the United States. The Supremacy Clause is a decision made in the Constitution of the United States. Federal law invalidates state laws that are in direct contradiction. This has really nothing to do with anything that the Supreme Court said, and certainly nothing to do with going around the Supreme Court.
Thank you all. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Trip. Buy yourself something nice and try not to miss me too much.
She helps users be healthy, engaged, and informed, all while mimicking human empathy.
It will create a friendship based on the things that I say, not anything that it's pre-programmed to do.
Designed for older adults seeking companionship, LEQ proactively suggests activities and motivates users to adopt healthy habits.
The daily feedback we get is mainly around LEQ being seen as a roommate or a best friend, that they feel like she really acknowledges them and really takes an interest in how they're doing.
In the U.S., nearly 1/3 of all seniors live by themselves. A study by Harvard University's Joint Center for Housing Studies predicts that the number of single-person households with seniors 80 and over is expected to more than double in this generation. Isolation during the pandemic highlighted just how harmful loneliness can be.
The Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, CMS, released a report with AARP that really actually aggregated the impact of isolation on older adults. They showed it was the equivalent to smoking almost a pack of cigarettes a day.
New studies show that 61% of older adults complain that they're lonely and isolated. And we often live far away. Even if we do our best, we're the best son or daughter we can be. We're not with our parents all the time.
Now, the New York State Department of Aging is bringing LEQ into the homes of more than 800 seniors in New York, a national first. Monica Perez is one senior who has been beta testing LEQ. She says the robot has made her step outside her comfort zone and interact more.
I love it when I tell her that I'm going to lunch, and then she asks me when I'm coming back and who I'm going with. And then when I come back, she'll ask me how I enjoyed it. She gets me to be more active, to get out more, to socialize more.
LEQ has many engaging features like trivia, stress reduction exercises.
LEQ, let's have coffee.
Even virtual coffee tours.
Let's share it in a little cafe somewhere in the virtual world. Where in the virtual world do we want to go? Dublin, Jerusalem, or Athens?
She's multimodal. She has context and remembers previous discussions, and they change her behavior going forward. We're not built to be alone as humans. We are social creatures. We don't think LEQ replaces human contact. Human contact is better. From a loved one, it's even much better. But for the periods people are alone, and that might be many hours a day, LEQ is better than the alternative.
Glad to hear that your back pain is gone. I'm going to celebrate with a little dance.
More of these companion robots are being developed around the world. One in France called Buddy performs similar tasks to LEQ, and another called Pepper has been tried out in care facilities in Japan and the UK. So expect more of this in the coming years. Vicki Morgan.
All right, thanks, Joe. Well, independent bookstores are now stepping up as a resource in response to some states moving to ban certain books.
Many of these news stores are aiming to provide a diverse selection for their readers. Here's NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin.
At You and Me Books in New York City, owner Lucy Yu wants visitors not just to find a great story, but a sense of home.
I want the vibes to be you're going to someone's living room and you're chilling on their floor, reading a book, sipping some coffee, and talking to people. Are you excited to be in New York?
For you, that sense of home also means seeing some of herself in the book she reads.
How did not having that representation impact your upbringing?
It was a huge impact. I always did find solace in books, but I was always trying to change myself and my story to try to find some common ground between me and the books that I was reading.
You now gets to handpick every book she sells.
That's the one?
Focusing on immigrant stories and writers of color.
I love that this store is all about that.
Yes!
You and Me Books actually opened during the pandemic, a difficult time for small businesses, but it was her own Chinatown community that made her vision a reality.
I opened up the GoFundMe. I had no idea if anyone other than my boyfriend and my mother were going to donate, but I think a lot of people were really hungry for the space.
You's success is part of a larger boom in both numbers and diversity for independent bookstores. Out of the 335 new stores that opened up across the country since January 2020, 107 of those are owned by people of color, according to the American Booksellers Association.
It's this renaissance of reading that we're seeing. It's very much related to the Great Resignation. We've also seen a disruption in the way people think about bookstores.
Libros Book Mobile is another example of reshaping the mold of what a bookstore can be. They put their library on a school bus in Texas.
Our whole idea was to be able to take books to people.
What kinds of stories can people expect on your bus?
We specialize in stories from Latinx authors, characters that are Latino, Latina, Latine. My culture is more than mariachis. My stories are more than border crossings. When you're reading that on the page and you see yourself reflected in those characters and those storylines, it's amazing.
In the aftermath of the nationwide racial reckoning in 2020, the American Booksellers Association established a diversity and inclusion committee, acknowledging the organization hadn't done enough to address barriers of entry for membership. Now the organization hopes this momentum will continue.
And it doesn't tell the whole story because these stores are still really struggling, like so many small businesses that are very much still in the pandemic. I mean, we're really hopeful that this renaissance of reading isn't just temporary.
The organization has seen a 20% increase in membership since January 2020, and an additional 217 bookstores are expected to open up in the next year or so. But Yu says that demand for diverse stories has always been there.
I've always wanted to do this. I've always wanted to share our stories. Now I realize, okay, people want it too. Seeing the demand for ourselves and our stories to be front and center is really just liberating to those that want to start a business like that.
Right now on NBC News Now, targeted. The leader of al-Qaeda killed by a U.S. drone strike in Afghanistan. The new details we're learning about the attack and how it unfolded. Breaking news, Taiwan touchdown. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi arrives in Taipei, touching off a diplomatic showdown with China. The backlash in both Beijing and Washington. And the rush to rescue. Crews in Kentucky are on a desperate search for flood survivors. The dangerous conditions that are making their missions all the more difficult. It's 2 p.m. here in the East, 11 a.m. out West. Thanks for being with us this hour. I'm Zinclair Samoa, in for Aaron Gilchrist. We begin this hour with breaking news out of Washington. You saw it here on NBC News Now just moments ago. Attorney General Merrick Garland announcing new action to protect abortion rights in America. It comes more than a month after the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, allowing states to make their own laws on abortion. Since then, 11 states have banned abortions starting at 6 weeks or altogether. Joining us now, NBC News correspondent Ken Delanian and NBC News legal analyst and former U.S. Attorney Joyce Vance. Thank you both for being with us. So, Ken, first to you, walk us through what the Attorney General just announced a few minutes ago.
Good afternoon, Zinkley. Well, Merrick Garland, in a rare news conference, announced that the Justice Department sued the state of Iowa today, arguing that its abortion law is illegal under the Supremacy Clause in the U.S. Constitution, which says that federal law trumps state law, because it says that provisions in this very strict abortion law conflict with the federal law that requires all hospitals that accept Medicare, which is basically all hospitals, to provide certain emergency treatments and services to everybody. And what this lawsuit and what Garland essentially said was this abortion law is so strict that it would essentially, the doctors would not be able to provide certain emergency medical services that are required under this federal law, under this state abortion ban, that they would be subject to potential criminal charges if they took action that is essentially required of them under federal law. So there's a conflict here. Federal law is supposed to trump state law, and so the Justice Department is asking that this law that there be an emergency stay put to prevent the enforcement of this law, which goes into effect at the end of August.
Right. And Ken, I imagine since the Roe decision, the DOJ has been through immense pressure to take some sort of action on abortion rights. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, they absolutely are. And I think that's why you saw the Justice Department, hold a news conference in sort of dramatic fashion to announce this. This is the first such action under this new abortion rights task force that they've set up, reproductive rights task force. It probably won't be the last. And Garland suggested that they were reviewing a number of complaints from around the country about various state laws that people think may conflict with certain provisions of federal law. And he was also asked by a reporter, aren't you trying to go around the Supreme Court? And he said, absolutely not. The Supreme Court left these decisions about abortions now to the state legislatures, but also to the federal government. Federal government policy, there's a variety of rules around how hospitals and doctors are supposed to provide care, and those remain in place, and the Justice Department is determined to enforce them, Sinclair.
And let's hear a bit of what Merrick Garland just said earlier moments ago.
Idaho's law would make it a criminal offense for doctors to provide the emergency medical treatment that federal law requires. Although the Idaho law provides an exception to prevent the death of a pregnant woman, it includes no exception for cases in which the abortion is necessary to prevent serious jeopardy to the woman's health.
Firm words there. So, Joyce, let's bring you in here. You and I spoke just a few days ago. What is your reaction to all of this right now? And what is in this Idaho law that the DOJ is now challenging?
This is a really important lawsuit. I think this is what happens when you put a civil rights lawyer in the number 3 position at the Justice Department, because it was Associate Attorney General Vanita Gupta who stood alongside the Attorney General and announced that the task force that she leads is taking this action first because Idaho's law is just so desperately bad for pregnant people. In essence, what this law does, Zen Clay, is it turns the exception for women's health into a defense that doctors are forced to plead once they're arrested and prosecuted under Idaho's tough anti-abortion laws that subject them to 2 to 5 years in prison. So you're a doctor. This is the choice you now have to make. Do you provide the patient stabilizing care that EMTALA, the federal law, requires you to provide, stabilizing a woman's health before she's perilously close to death? Do you do that knowing that there's a likelihood that you could be prosecuted? Or do you wait until the woman's health is so serious that she runs the risk of dying before you deliver care? We should not be putting America's medical professionals in this situation. Idaho's law is bad. It conflicts with federal law, and hopefully a court will enjoin it from going into effect.
And Joyce, I mean, I know it's still early, but what kind of reaction would you anticipate from states that are already restricting abortion access? Like, how might they respond?
So red states, states with super Republican majorities feel very emboldened by the Supreme Court's stance. You'll recall that when this first really came on our radar screen, it was last December when the Supreme Court declined to enjoin Texas's law, which permitted vigilante lawsuits to enforce against women who sought abortion care, really to enforce against those who helped them obtain that care. And the Supreme Court, instead of doing what you would expect it to do and enjoining that law, let it go into effect. So now these states feel emboldened to pass a number of measures that are very extreme, like this one in Idaho. When we'll find out just how far the states can go, we'll get an inkling of that from how the Supreme Court responds to this lawsuit that DOJ has filed today.
Really important analysis on that breaking news. Ken Delaney and Joyce Vance, thank you both so much. And we have new details this hour on the drone strike that killed the leader of al-Qaeda, one of the key organizers of 9/11. President Biden telling the nation, quote, "Justice has been delivered."
No matter how long it takes, no matter where you hide, if you are a threat to our people, the United States will find you and take you out.
The U.S. had been trying to kill Ayman al-Zawahiri for more than 20 years. He was second in command to Osama bin Laden during the 9/11 attacks, and he took over Al-Qaeda leader in 2011 after bin Laden was killed by U.S. forces. NBC News military analyst Colonel Jack Jacobs and NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba are standing by. But let's begin with NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley. Matt, it's good to see you. So as we understand it, al-Zawahiri was killed in a drone strike in Kabul, Afghanistan. He and his family alleged to have been hiding there. But how exactly did this strike happen? Walk us through that.
Yeah, I mean, this has been going on for the better part of a year. U.S. intelligence officials learned they located Zawahiri by locating his family in Kabul. And that's how they were able to basically set up a sting operation and wait for Zawahiri himself to finally return home. And there were a couple clues that were able to tell based on the spycraft, apparently, used by Zawahiri's wife to determine that it was her and his family who were staying in this home in a pretty luxurious area of Kabul, where actually a lot of Taliban senior officers have made their homes and where their families live. So then they were able to determine that Zawahiri was back. He didn't leave the home at any time during the surveillance, but they were able to spot him repeatedly going out on the balcony, I guess enjoying the evening air. That was his fatal mistake. And then they were able to use what is a new sort of drone, or one that's only really been around and used since 2017, a fairly secretive new tool in the U.S. military's arsenal. It's called an R9X Hellfire missile. This was shot from a Hellfire drone. And what's interesting about this is that it has no explosives. It is a missile. But instead of explosives, instead of any explosive ordnance in a warhead on the front, it's actually armed with 6 knives. So it actually slams into its target, doesn't explode, but it's able to then contain the explosion and so reduce civilian casualties in the area. And indeed, we heard from the U.S. government that they believe that no one else was killed. It was just Zawahiri himself, not even members of his family who presumably were living in the same home in Kabul. But if this is true, then this is just another example of this very secretive, relatively new weapon being used in combat in a way that hopefully in the future will reduce civilian casualties.
No, that's incredibly important. No civilian casualties reported. And Matt, of course, this is also significant because the Taliban is currently in control of that area. Do we know how long he was in Afghanistan, and is there any indication that the Taliban knew he was there?
That is the big question, Zinkley, because, of course, that was one of the terms of the deal the U.S. made last year when they departed Afghanistan after a 20-year occupation. So now, whether or not the Taliban are able to maintain their commitment that they didn't, provide shelter to any al-Qaeda operatives, that is a question that U.S. policymakers are trying to figure out. It is a big deal for the Biden administration, since the Biden administration had assured Americans that Afghanistan would never again be used as a staging ground for terrorist attacks against the United States or as a haven for al-Qaeda. But here's Jake Sullivan, the National Security Advisor, speaking on that very topic.
We believe that there were senior members of the Haqqani network who are affiliated with the Taliban who did know that Zawahiri was in Kabul. There may have been other members of the Taliban who did not know. We have already been engaged with the Taliban, and I'm not going to preview any further actions that we will take to ensure that the Taliban lives up to its commitments not to allow any external plotting from Afghanistan, but rest assured the United States will be vigilant on that.
So remember, Zinkley, it could be believable that the Taliban didn't know that he was in Afghanistan. But remember, he was in Kabul, in the capital, in a neighborhood where a lot of Taliban leaders make their homes. So that's what makes this a little bit hard to believe. Zinkley?
Important analysis on that drone strike. Matt Bradley, thank you. Now let's bring in NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba. Monica, good afternoon. So in a way, this is full circle for Biden, right? He was in the Situation Room when Osama bin Laden was killed during the Obama administration. There's that iconic image we've seen, and you can see that right now where he's in the control room next to President Obama. So how involved was now President Biden in this 2022 attack?
He was completely involved every step of the way, Zinkley. We understand now from senior administration officials that the president had been briefed on this potential operation for months. All the way back to April is when he learned some key details about how they could possibly take out al-Zawahiri. And he had a lot of questions, apparently, about what would happen, what the implications would be, exactly as Matt was laying out in the previous segment, for any of the people who were around him and whether there would be civilian casualties, which again, the U.S. says there were none. So the president actually, to the point of wanting to know about window placements, door placements, the balcony, what kind of an impact that would have, he had all of these questions. So he posed those to his national security officials, we understand. They went back and got him a lot of those answers. And then on July 1st, he was briefed in the Situation Room with the latest details that included an actual model of this apartment complex and the balcony itself, where we do know and understand Zawahiri liked to go outside, and that is ultimately how he died. So the president at that time even had more questions. He wanted to understand all of the logistics, and it was after that July 1st meeting that then he made the ultimate decision and gave the green light much later, and then the actual operation took place this past weekend. But it was something that the president was very involved in. He had vowed to take these actions, and it's something that, of course, was kept with the utmost secrecy, something that the White House didn't disclose until we learned yesterday afternoon the president would be addressing it. And of course, the other thing, the backdrop to all of this, the president speaking, he's still in isolation, day 4 from that COVID rebound case, and that's why his speech last night had to be outdoors on the Blue Room balcony.
And Monica, quickly, how big of a win is this for the Biden administration, right? We know no civilian casualties are reported, and this was, of course, happening nearly a year after the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan. So how is the administration viewing this?
Well, every president is judged, of course, on promises made and promises kept. And this was a vow that President Biden made last year when he did decide to withdraw troops from Afghanistan, saying that even though there wouldn't be boots on the ground, that the intelligence analysis and work there would still continue, and that was something he said was going to be the priority in terms of counterterrorism efforts, and that it didn't need to necessarily be, in his words, sending our sons and daughters overseas to fight these wars. So the president really did take a victory lap on that last night, saying anyone who seeks to do the U.S. harm will be met with a swift death, basically like what we saw in Afghanistan over the weekend. That's something he will talk about as he heads into the midterms, of course, with very low approval ratings. But this is something the White House you can absolutely expect to be touting, given this was something the president said a year ago he wanted to deliver to the American people.
Monica Alba from Washington, D.C., thank you so much. Now, let's bring in NBC News military analyst Colonel Jack Jacobs. Good to see you. So put this in context for us. He was the world's most wanted terrorist. So just how significant of a mission was this for the CIA and the defense community?
Well, the CIA and everybody else have been looking for him for a long time. He spent a lot of time in Pakistan, as did Osama bin Laden. What's really important here is that we should now recognize that Osama bin Laden, who was the face of al-Qaeda, but al-Zawahiri was the brains behind it all. He was the tactician and the strategist, and he structured just about every operation of any significance al-Qaeda ever did. What this does now is put al-Qaeda in a difficult position of trying to find somebody to replace him, since he was at the head. He and Osama bin Laden were at the head for such a long period of time. Their location in Afghanistan, however, is something of a problem, not just for the United States, but also for al-Qaeda. It's easy for them to get overshadowed by the Haqqani network, to whom they're very, very close, and by the Taliban, who let them live there. At the end of the day, it's entirely possible that they might get totally subsumed under the leadership of the Haqqani network, and that's going to cause the United States and its allies a much bigger problem in the future. Zinkler.
And notably, authorities spent months tracking him, right? You talk about how this has been years in the making. So how exactly do they do that? How precise did that tracking have to be?
Well, it had to be very precise, obviously, but we have the capability of doing that. Once you find out where he is, it's not difficult as time goes on to track him. You heard from Matt that he was living in the middle of Kabul in an affluent area where a lot of Taliban live, stepped out on the balcony from time to time. He wasn't holed up in some compound in the mountains. He wasn't in the passes between Afghanistan and Pakistan. He was right in the middle of town, and very, very easy to pick up, easy to track then as his guard went down. And as you heard, because of our technology, our weapons technology with precision-guided munitions that don't necessarily produce collateral damage, very easy to take out, Zinkler.
And briefly, Colonel, what does his killing mean for al-Qaeda? You called him the brains of the operation.
Yeah, he was the big brains. There are people waiting in the wings, but nobody with the skill and experience of this guy, and nobody with the command that he had over the organization. It is going to be very interesting to see, A, who takes over, and B, what happens to al-Qaeda now. A fragmented organization to start with that may become more fragmented if it's going to try to escape the command of their hosts in Afghanistan.
A lot to follow. Colonel Jack Jacobs, thanks for breaking it down. We're also following breaking news overseas with House Speaker Nancy Pelosi now in Taiwan for a closely watched and controversial visit. Pelosi arrived just a few hours ago after stopping in Malaysia. China had warned that the U.S. will, quote, pay the price ahead of Pelosi's trip. NBC News senior congressional reporter Scott Wong is live on Capitol Hill. Scott, for a while, this trip was on again, off again, but now it's happening. And I know Pelosi just published an op-ed in the Washington Post breaking down her reasoning a bit. But what's she saying? And how is her office responding to these pretty direct threats from China?
Well, she's been wanting to go to Taiwan for quite a while. She was scheduled to go in April and was sidelined by COVID. So this has been on her calendar for quite a bit. What she is saying in her op-ed is that this trip represents America standing by one of its allies, Taiwan, standing for Taiwanese not independence, but standing for Taiwanese democracy, to endorse their free and fair elections, to allow Taiwan to be able to send representatives to world bodies. At the same time, however, Pelosi is making very clear in her op-ed and in other statements that they are not endorsing any sort of change in the United States policy towards Taiwan, that they still subscribe to the one China policy, and that people shouldn't read too much into this trip. However, that is not how Chinese officials are taking it. They see this as undermining long-standing protocol between the United States and China, and obviously have been threatening, military retaliation. They are later this week supposed to be engaging in military exercises, including the possibility of live fire drills. So a very tense situation between the United States and China right now.
And Scott, you've also previously, you and I have talked about the bipartisan support on the Hill for this trip. So how are lawmakers now reacting that it's happening?
Well, they're standing behind Pelosi in this moment. Clearly, she is, on the Democratic island as we speak with her delegation. And so people in the Capitol are supportive of her. Bob Menendez making the point that, nobody should be dictating to the Speaker of the House, to any American, where they should travel. Let's hear from the Foreign Relations Chairman himself.
All I can say is that we cannot have China determine who can and cannot visit Taiwan, when someone can or cannot go to Taiwan. The day that that happens is the day that Taiwan is isolated, and it's game over.
Now, there are no Republicans on this trip with Nancy Pelosi, all Democrats, but Mitch McConnell and Senate Republicans issued a statement a few hours ago saying that they are fully supportive of Pelosi making this historic trip to Taiwan.
A big day on the Hill and in Taiwan. Scott Wong, thank you. Now we turn to Kentucky. New details this hour on the deadly flooding emergency in that state. The death toll now stands at 37, and the governor says he expects that to rise. And as for unaccounted for people, there's no firm estimate, but experts say the number could be in the hundreds. And at this hour, more than 9,000 people are still without power. Search teams are conducting rescue operations. There have been more than 1,300 of those operations since the disaster began. Complicating those search efforts, more extreme weather. The region hit by more rain overnight, and now severe heat is on the way. Meteorologist Bill Cairns is tracking all of that in just a moment, but let's start with NBC News correspondent George Solis in Jackson, Kentucky. George, what are you hearing from residents as they try to cope with this devastation?
Yes, and Clay, it's a lot of heartbreak. It's a 1-2 punch. First, you get the rain. Now you get the heat. Fortunately, cooling centers have been open for those people still without power. As you mentioned, thousands still waiting for water, electricity. Fortunately, there is a lot of community outreach out here. As we drive around, we see a number of organizations and volunteers handing out food and water. But make no mistake, people are devastated, many of them driving to their homes for the first time, seeing what's left, if anything at all. In many cases, they're actually seeing some of their belongings in the creeks, in the rivers, like the one behind me, just items gushing down. And again, right now, people are still trying to get in touch with their loved ones in areas. The governor earlier today said cell phone service has returned for most of the region, but there are still areas where it's spotty. So you can imagine if you're still trying to get in touch with your loved one, it's almost impossible. And yet, as we talk to people around here, we were fortunate enough to speak with one grandmother yesterday who was with her 2 grandchildren. She spoke about escaping these raging waters. Take a listen at some of her heartbreaking testimony.
It came pouring into the doors, and we had like 5 minutes to get out, and it flooded over 5 feet and took everything we had, and I've been there 8 years.
So sorry. So you lost everything?
Yeah, everything. We lost everything. Our clothes. I couldn't do anything else. We got the grandkids out.
You said it's just you and your 2 grandchildren?
Yes. Yeah.
Where are you staying now?
We've been sleeping in the car.
And Clay, we expect to hear more of these stories in the coming days.
George, that's just heartbreaking. They're saying they're staying in their car. I mean, we're seeing these homes flooded behind you. You're talking about people's personal belongings going through the water. I mean, have crews been able to get supplies to people who need them? Because I imagine the need is so great.
Yeah, you have the National Guard trying to get supplies to people who have been in areas where they still can't maybe get a car to. So you have people going by boat, you have people going by jet ski, and then again, on the ground, there are many organizations, including the Red Cross, the Salvation Army, out handing water, in some cases handing out mobile phones to try and let people communicate with one another. So again, all hands on deck effort. And again, right now, the bigger threat is that heat, especially in the next couple of days. And they just hope there is no more water that impacts this region. Zinclay.
George Solis in Kentucky, thank you so much. And for more on this, I want to bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns. Now, Bill, we just heard from George. The flooding is absolutely devastating. And now a heat wave is supposed to be coming. So talk to us about that heat threat in Kentucky.
Yeah, Tinkley, it's a different ballgame when you don't have electricity, when you don't have air conditioning, and you have to try to, those people, poor people in their cars, hopefully someone can give them some housing. But a lot of other people are just in their homes. They have water in their homes. All of a sudden you get the heat and humidity, the mold starts growing. So things just can continue to spiral if you don't have electricity after these floods. So for the first time in a long time, there's no rain in the state of Kentucky. We've had these thunderstorms overnight, really a lot of heavy rain in Illinois, especially near the Effingham area. But Kentucky itself is dry as could be. And as we go throughout the next 5 days, it doesn't look like a lot of rain. So all the rivers, you see the river behind George, even today, it's still, brown and muddy. That was in Jackson. So that's going to go down, and we're not going to worry anymore about the flooding potential. Other extreme weather going on. Of course, we have that McKinney fire. We just found out there were 2 additional fatalities. So now we're up to 4 fatalities from the fire that broke out this past weekend. We're still waiting on a new acreage update. Last we heard, it's right around 55 to about 56,000 acres. It's hot today. It's a little breezy, but it's not horrible for firefighting efforts. They have 10 helicopters on that blaze trying to knock it down, and they have been able to build fire lines protecting the cities. They're still saying it's 0% contained, but their priority has been protecting a city that has about 5,000 people, and it looks like they have done that. So that's what the fire department. Now they'll probably try to go in there and get a little more containment on this blaze, but they did estimate it won't be till the end of this month before they have it completely contained. And this is getting towards the peak of fire season. We get what we call dry-based thunderstorms. Thunderstorms, they have lightning, but it doesn't have a lot of rain, if any rain, and that's where we can get new fires starting. And that's the concern to those areas of Brown, Oregon, also towards Yellowstone, and pretty high fire risk with the windy conditions up in Montana. Now let's talk about that heat that is heading for the Midwest today, the South, the Ohio Valley tomorrow, and then the East Coast on Thursday. Right now, 25 million people under heat advisories, including that area in Kentucky. That's that little orange spot you see there in eastern Kentucky. So that has just been issued. And today, it's hot in Kentucky and other areas, but tomorrow will be worse. Look at Dallas all the way to Wichita. I mean, it just won't end. Oklahoma and Texas, everyone has had enough. August looks to be extremely hot. And as I mentioned, it is on the move. Tomorrow, we see the heat index up to about 103 in Cincinnati, 100 in Nashville. Those areas affected in Kentucky will feel like 100 degrees. And then on Thursday, we'll watch what should be the hottest day of the summer for areas of New England. Boston near 100, Albany, New York near 100 degrees. It hasn't hit 100 in Albany, New York since the 1950s. So we have a chance for some pretty epic heat for interior sections of the Northeast. So, yeah, Tinkley, this doesn't want to give up. This has been a hot summer, and it's going to stay this way, it looks like, right to the end.
And I'll avoid Albany, it sounds like. So, Bill Cairns, thank you for breaking that down for us. And we're also tracking the wildfire emergency in Northern California. The McKinney fire, which started burning just 4 days ago, has exploded, becoming the state's largest wildfire so far this year. And it's also proving deadly. 2 people were found dead in a car, presumably trying to escape the flames. Fire crews report the wildfire is still 0% contained. And voters in several states are casting their primary ballots today. We're live across the country with a look at the key races you need to know. That's next.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Harry Styles!
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour, here's what we're watching right now. California Governor Gavin Newsom declared a state of emergency over the monkeypox outbreak. The declaration comes after similar moves in Illinois and New York. California, Illinois, and New York report 47% of all confirmed monkeypox infections in the U.S. New York is the epicenter with nearly 1,400 confirmed cases as of Monday. InfoWars founder and conspiracy theorist Alex Jones is set to testify in a defamation case against him in Texas after claiming the Sandy Hook school shooting was a hoax. Meanwhile, jury selection begins today in a separate case against Jones in Connecticut. The cases will determine just how much Jones has to pay the parents of the students who died in the Sandy Hook shooting. And a Connecticut man came home to a wild scare over the weekend, discovering a bear in his kitchen. And despite shooing the animal away, the furry fellow returned the next day. The man contacted Connecticut officials, and a crew arrived to humanely capture the bear and relocate it. You could call it a positive ending. And now to Decision 2022. It's a big, very busy primary day. We even put an exclamation point here to prove it. Millions of voters in 5 states are heading to the polls, and we're closely watching key swing states where Republican primaries are testing former President Donald Trump's influence over the GOP. Meanwhile, the fate of abortion rights in Kansas is on the ballot for voters to decide. We have it all covered with correspondents across the country, starting with Dasha Burns. But first, we're going to go to Yamiche Alcindor in Missouri. She's a correspondent with NBC, and it's so good to see you. I know you're outside a polling place in the city of Baldwin, Yamiche, and you're watching the GOP Senate race right there. Tell us about former President Trump's what seems to be 11th hour, a first-name-only endorsement of Eric. We know there are 2 frontrunners named Eric, so can you clear up the confusion there, Yamiche?
Zinkley, I wish I could clear up the confusion, but it is just baffling and more baffling by the hour as former President Trump is not clarifying which Eric he meant to endorse when he sent that endorsement out yesterday saying that he was endorsing Eric, all one word, capital letters, with no last name. Now, we were told at NBC News that this was intentional on the part of the president, but what it's led to really is more chaos in an already tight race. You have Eric Schmidt, who was the Missouri Attorney General. He is claiming that he is the Eric who is being endorsed here. He is someone who it was seen in some ways as a moderate Republican. He was suing at one point to stop mask mandates going into effect here in Missouri. He is also someone, though, who has tried to tack right to win the endorsement of former President Trump. And then you have Eric Greitens. He is the embattled former governor who resigned in disgrace about 18 months after being inaugurated. He is accused of sexual abuse and domestic abuse. Take a listen to what that Eric, the Eric Greitens, the former governor, told me just a few hours, really, within an hour after this endorsement was first released. Take a listen.
It's incredibly clear because he was very clear. He wants a MAGA champion. Everybody here knows I've been behind President Trump, stood behind him on election integrity. I had a conversation with the president, and I thanked him for his endorsement. You've seen Donald Trump Jr. came out and said, we are all getting behind Eric Greitens. Yes.
So there you have it. He's saying that it is clear that he is the Eric that was endorsed. I should note that Donald Trump Jr., the president's son, he is someone who absolutely endorsed Eric Greitens, but the father has not followed suit in the first and last name. I should also note that this is a race where an endorsement by the former president might make a difference because there are a number of people running a crowded field here. That being said, as I said, intentional is what we're hearing, that this is what is happening and why it is playing out this way. I will definitely keep in touch with you to tell you whether or not we get any more information on whether there will be an Eric clarification here. But I'm being told, and NBC is being told, that President Trump wants to be able to say, whichever Eric wins, he had my support. So it's just in some ways indicative of this crazy situation. And lastly, there is a third Eric. He's not a leading candidate, but someone that is just notable because his name is Eric Zinkley.
A candidate, an election of Erics. I don't know if we've ever reported on something like that before, but Yamiche, you touched on it. Can you walk us through what's at stake in this GOP Senate race? Like, what does the GOP nomination mean for Missouri heading into the midterms?
Well, there's a lot at stake here in the Senate race. First of all, these are candidates that are trying to replace Roy Blunt in the U.S. Senate, a Republican who is retiring. There's also the idea of whether or not President Trump's endorsement really means as much as he hopes it means. This is a state where he's wildly popular and where Republicans are absolutely trying to echo his language, his style, to really get in his good graces. That being said, though, the fact that this is such a confusing endorsement situation, I wonder whether or not it's going to impact future races. I also will say that there are a lot of voters here who told me that while they like President Trump, while they want to support him even in 2024, they don't like all the influence that he is having in this race. One young Republican who was undecided told me that she said that some people see President Trump as a, quote, God, her words, not mine. But she's saying that Republican candidates really need to be focused on the issues, whether it's the economy or the middle class, and they need to not try to chase an endorsement, frankly. So a lot at stake here. I will say one other thing, which is I've heard from some Democrats that if Eric Greitens, again, that is the Eric that resigned as governor, if he wins, that this U.S. Senate seat, which is really for Republicans seen as a pretty confident seat, they're pretty confident that they will keep this seat. If Eric Greitens end up being the one who wins this seat, it could put it in play and Democrats could find a way to take this seat back. So a lot to watch here, Zinkley.
A big race in Missouri and Michelle Sindor in Baldwin. Thank you so much. Now, let's head to Phoenix, Arizona, where NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard is watching 4 Republican races, each with a candidate endorsed by Trump. Definitely something to watch. So, Vaughn, let's start with the governor's race and Trump-backed candidate and election denier Kari Lake. You attended her final campaign rally just last night. So what exactly did she say?
You know, Kari Lake is somebody who has become a Trump acolyte, somebody who has echoed the false conspiracy theories perpetuated by Donald Trump after the 2020 election. And perhaps that's why it would be of no surprise that ahead of her own Republican primary, she herself is now claiming that there are fraud and irregularities in this election. But I wanted to let you see part of our exchange last night because she has yet to offer any specific allegations. When I attempted to ask her what those were, this is how she responded.
Your Honor, contending that there's irregularities and there is fraud in this election, at what point does Kari Lake stop and say, am I undermining Americans' faith in our elections?
Kari Lake is going to help bring back honest elections to America.
But you haven't even laid out any fraud or irregularities.
Bonds are about destroying America.
But what fraud is there, Kari? What fraud is there? This is serious.
You want to make this about you?
No, this is about Arizona voters and their faith in this election.
The last person on this planet Earth I would tell about what we discovered is you and MSDNC.
So you know about a crime, and yet you're not reporting it to authorities.
And I'm not telling you about.
I should note that I've reached out to elections officials at Maricopa County as well as the Arizona Secretary of State's office, and they tell me they have received no such concerns or complaints from Lake or her campaign.
A very heated exchange there between you and Kari Lake. So, Vaughn, let's also talk about those other 3 important races that are happening in Arizona with Trump-backed candidates. If those candidates win today, what can we expect heading into the midterms?
I mean, you're looking at a competitive November election here. You know, this is a state that has shown a willingness to vote for Democrats, particularly when Donald Trump is on the ballot. And this time he is not, but he has backed Blake Masters for the U.S. Senate, who is currently the front runner in polls, as well as Mark Fincham for Secretary of State. He'd be in charge of running the elections here. And then Abe Hamadeh for Attorney General. There is the real potential that Donald Trump's candidates could have a clean sweep of these Republican primaries, and their loyalty to Donald Trump would very much be at the forefront of the Republican Party's effort to take these statewide seats and take the U.S. Senate seat from incumbent Democrat Mark Kelly this November, Sinclair.
Vaughn Hilliard in Phoenix, Arizona. Thank you so much. Now, let's go to the city of Gardner, Kansas with Dasha Burns. Dasha, it's good to see you. So Kansas is the country's first ballot test on abortion rights since Roe v. Wade was overturned. Can you walk us through what voters there are specifically deciding today?
Yeah, and Zinkley, the folks voting behind me here, they really feel the eyes of the nation watching because this is really the first big ballot test for the abortion issue. What they're voting on is the Value Them Both Amendment. What this would do if it passed, if people vote yes on this, the amendment would strip the state constitution would strip abortion rights from the state constitution. In 2019, the Kansas State Supreme Court ruled that the Constitution here does protect abortion. this would change that, right? The challenge here, though, is this has been a challenging process for voters to navigate. There has been a lot of information, a lot of misinformation, and at the end of the day, folks are coming out here. They want to make their voices heard, but they've had to navigate all of this, including just yesterday, Zincle, some misleading text messages sent to voters claiming that if they vote yes, that is supporting a woman's right to choose. That is, as I explained, not the case. A vote yes would strip those abortion rights from the Constitution. Still, people are incredibly passionate here. I want you to take a listen to just some of what they said.
I'm a Christian. I would love to see a ban on abortion, but I understand all of the things that go on, you know, and things, life, and you know, how the mother is in, you know, if she's in jeopardy, and I understand all of that.
I want the country to make sure that women have a right to make a choice and that they are able to work with their doctors to make the right medical decision for themselves.
So, did you vote yes or no today?
I voted no today.
I know that a lot of what's taking place today is just kind of the beginning of where Kansas will take this later. But again, in my personal convictions, I want the child to be represented as much as I want the mother to be represented.
Now, Zincle, what we're watching for today is not only what Kansans decide, whether they vote yes or no, but also how many folks show up and turn out, because that could be a really big bellwether to see whether or not this is an issue that drives people to the polls in the midterm elections in November. And I can tell you, just here at this location, typically in a primary like this, like back in 2018, they saw about 300 or so people show up. They're already past 400, and we still have several hours to go before polls close, Zincle.
Well, we know you'll keep us posted. I hear you using your indoor voting polling location voice. So thank you so much, correspondent and friend Tasha Burns. Now, I want to bring in NBC News senior political editor Mark Murray for some big picture analysis here. So, Mark, we've seen candidates in both Arizona's and Missouri's GOP Senate primaries compete for Trump's endorsement. So how important is his backing in those states, and what could it mean for Trump's agenda if his candidates do win?
Yeah, in Republican primaries, it does help to have the endorsement from the former president, particularly in an open field and ones in which it's actually very crowded. And so even if it helps by 3 or 5 percentage points, that has been beneficial. But I will make the argument that in some ways, Donald Trump, whether or not his candidates end up winning or losing, and they have lost, is that the party has moved in Donald Trump's direction. And so we've heard Vaughn's reporting about Carrie Lake, the candidate who's running against her from kind of that establishment lane in the Republican Party, Karen Taylor Robeson, while has not gone as far as Lake has when talking about the 2020 election, has actually ended up saying that 2020 might not have been fair. And so you just see, even from that kind of stuff, how Donald Trump has moved the party, even with the candidates he has not endorsed.
And Mark, with that context, I know 2 House Republicans who voted to impeach Trump are now facing primary challenges in Washington state. What will you be watching in those specific races?
Yeah, it's 2 in Washington state and 1 in Michigan. And these are some of the final Republicans who voted for Donald Trump's impeachment who are facing voters. And in Washington state, it's interesting because we're probably not going to know their fate until November. Washington state has a top 2 primary system where the top 2 vote getters, regardless of party, advance to the November election. And it's very possible you're going to see these Republican members of Congress versus the Trump candidate, not now, but in November.
Mark Murray, thank you so much. And for more in-depth analysis and coverage of primary results, watch the Meet the Press Election Night special with Chuck Todd and Kristen Welker. That's tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now. Up next, the Biden administration has reunited 400 migrant families who were separated under former President Trump's zero-tolerance policy. Most of the parents were deported while their children stayed in the U.S. Now, those parents are getting the opportunity to come here. NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julia Ainsley joins me now from Washington. Julia, more than 5,000 families were separated under Trump, and no records were kept of where the children went. Again, these are kids. So how is the Biden administration identifying them?
That's right, Clay. So what would happen is they would separate children at the border and basically treat them as if they had come across the border unaccompanied. So there was no way to go back and pair which child belonged to which parent, or to tell parents who had been separated where exactly their child had been sent. So it's taken a large effort at first by the part of lawyers working pro bono, and then after President Biden signed an executive order, he established a task force. And we can report today that after about a year of work, a little over a year of work, that task force has been able to reunite 400 families, the majority of whom had actually had a parent deported back to their home country while the child stayed here. In some cases, they were faced with a very hard decision of having to decide whether or not to bring their child back to their home country, the very country they tried to flee in the first place, or remaining separated. Now those parents have been given the opportunity to come to the U.S. for at least 3 years, where they can live and work. But lawyers say they need more. They need permanent status and money, compensation for what they went through.
So while it's an important step, it's not the last one. Julia Ansley, thank you. Up next, holding on to hope. The parents of a journalist and veteran who went missing in Syria 10 years ago share their story with our very own Lester Holt. The exclusive interview next.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Harry Styles!
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Mystery in Paradise.
There's my sweet little sister on the news.
A series of secrets to be discovered.
This investigation takes you into the swinger lifestyle.
Dateline's hottest July ever. Fridays at 10/9 Central.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me give you a hint. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
It's been 10 years since an American journalist and Marine veteran went missing in Syria. Austin Tice disappeared after being detained in 2012, but his parents still believe he's alive. They spoke with NBC's Lester Holt about their push to bring their son home.
He's the longest held American.
It's been a devastating decade for Deborah and Mark Tice. 10 long years without any word from their son, Austin, who went missing in Syria.
Mark and Deborah, I've been speaking to you for years, and you have never, ever wavered on your belief that Austin's coming home. What sustains you?
Mostly my faith.
The freelance journalist and Marine veteran was detained at a checkpoint near Damascus in August 2012.
Oh, Jesus.
The last time he was seen came a month later when this video was posted online.
We have faith that Austin's going to come home, but that it's going to take some action.
The Tices have pushed for action with 3 U.S. administrations.
I have anger with the United States government and frustration.
In May, they met with President Biden and his team.
The president gave a very specific directive. The president said, meet with the Syrians, listen to them, find out what they want, and work with them.
Do you think there's any doubt within the administration that Austin is alive?
No.
No.
There is no doubt.
They believe he's alive.
Yes.
They do.
But 3 months later, no progress. And tonight, the Tices have a message for President Biden.
I would like to tell him, Mr. President, you need to know that no action has been taken on your clear directive.
The very obvious step that needs to be taken is for somebody in the United States government to reach out directly to officials in the Syrian government.
And request the meeting.
The Tices want the U.S. to engage with Syria like they are with the Russians, negotiating to bring home Americans Brittany Griner and Paul Whelan, a strategy that worked to free another Marine veteran, Trevor Reed.
Does the engagement with Russia over Americans give you hope that the administration may be able to focus on others, including your son, in a better way?
Well, I mean, for me, it tells me that it's absolutely possible for our government to interact with the Syrian government.
The Tice family remains hopeful, even as they celebrate another birthday without their son. Austin will turn 40 next week.
We have a kind of peace that he's alive and waiting for us.
Some political candidates are turning to TikTok to court young voters ahead of the midterms. A congressional candidate in Florida even dropping it to encourage Gen Zers to go to the polls. But their opponents argue using TikTok to secure the vote is putting voters' security at risk. NBC News Now anchor Hallie Jackson takes a look.
Sure, you've seen the dances, the lip syncs, the trick shots, but it's a different kind of content starting to trend on TikTok ahead of the midterms. Political campaigning.
This is the year we find out if TikTok can affect a U.S. election.
Ken Russell's a Democrat running for Congress in Florida. He's jumping on viral challenges and trending audio to get views and to get a message out.
Really, whatever news is happening in the day, a lot of things that I see on TikTok that I want to either respond to, but it's a blend of humor and wit and accessibility.
Take this stitch, for example. Russell dropping it.
Hey, are you registered to vote?
To remind people to register to vote. Seen by 6 million people and counting. Labeled absolutely unhinged by one meme account. With Russell responding, campaign promise, less hinges. And he likes the back and forth with people in his comments.
For them to hear someone that is an elected official or someone running for office who actually hears them, responds, and takes their concerns into a policy concept, it's very engaging for people.
Not everyone's so into this TikTok trend. In a different race in Florida, Republican Senator Marco Rubio is on attack about it, going after his Democratic opponent, Congresswoman Val Demings, for her campaign's videos on the app, which is owned by a Chinese company, ByteDance.
The evidence suggests China is also snooping on TikTok users.
A new Rubio ad online accuses Demings of posting TikToks, quote, despite major security concerns, and says Marco Rubio fights back against communist China. Val Demings makes TikToks. The senator was asked about candidates who use the app.
It's reckless, irresponsible, and in my view, unexplainable.
His campaign tells NBC every time Demings shares a TikTok, she irresponsibly encourages Americans to use a platform that leaves their personal information more vulnerable to China. TikTok has said all its American user data is stored in the U.S. and backed up in Singapore, not China. But the Demings campaign says there's an audience on TikTok, telling NBC News they're working relentlessly, they say, to meet voters wherever they are, in person or online, in our fight to defeat career politician Marco Rubio. Adding, while Rubio talks tough on China, he refuses to show up and do the work to help America compete.
And I need you to take this journey with me on this people-powered campaign.
Deming's videos racking up nearly 3 million views on issues like gun violence, LGBTQ+ rights, and abortion access.
The decision is a blow to women's rights to control their own body.
They're not technically ads, since TikTok has banned traditional political advertising, and that's partly why some Republican strategists say TikTok is not necessarily the best option for politicians looking to raise money and register voters.
Reaching them in different channels besides TikTok. That's on YouTube, that's on Facebook, that's on Instagram, that's via text message, that's via email. And so Republican campaigns are focused on those more high impact channels for reaching younger voters and voters of all types.
From car loans to credit card debt, inflation is costing all of us more. But there are some tips to help you save. We'll show you how next.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye. This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Raising interest rates to drive inflation down is making the cost of borrowing money go up. But whether you're getting a loan or trying to pay off debt, there are ways to stretch that dollar. Here's NBC News correspondent Carrie Sanders with some interest rate hacks.
The move by the Fed to again raise interest rates is all designed to slow, if not stop, inflation. But at the same time, it has impacts on us, real people. So if you have a car loan, a mortgage, if you're carrying debt on your credit card, today, some tips on how you can perhaps control those costs at a time when it seems like everything is more expensive. When interest rates rise, it's time to strategize, and that starts with the credit cards in your wallet. According to Bankrate, the average rate is now over 17%. If you do have credit card debt, you can move that balance to a 0% balance transfer card to avoid paying interest for a few months up to more than a year. Another option, lower your rate, and often all you have to do is pick up the phone and ask.
Go in with some ammunition in the form of offers you've seen at other sites, and then use that to frame the conversation.
LendingTree found that 70% of people who asked for a lower rate actually got one, with an average reduction of nearly 7%. Tiffany Williams is a mother of 3 who struggled with debt. She's now reduced her rate multiple times.
The more you do it, the more you get used to it, and you start kind of becoming a little bit more demanding once you realize that it's your money, not someone else's.
After you reduce that rate, financial experts say make sure your credit card is working for you.
Look at your year-end credit card statement from last year. This will give you a review of where you spent the most money, whether it was on travel, dining out, groceries. Then you can look for a credit card that offers more rewards for that specific spending category.
If you're looking to buy a house, there are also ways to cut costs on your mortgage. First, make a bigger down payment. The less money you borrow, the less interest you'll pay. Remember that you can refinance later once rates drop. And don't forget to shop around.
A lot of people will just go with a lender that they first found or that was recommended to them, but interest rates can vary by as much as 1% point from lender to lender, and that could translate into tens of thousands of dollars over the life of your loan.
Doing your homework is also critical for car loans. Experts say with rising rates and limited inventory, this probably is not the best time to buy. But if you need new wheels now, try to lock in a lower pre-approved rate for financing instead of what the dealer offers. Getting a co-signer can also help lower your rate. And what kind of car you pick off the lot matters. According to Edmunds, the average APR for a 2022 Subaru Legacy is 3.7%. A new Hyundai Sonata Hybrid will take you up to 4.5%, while a Nissan Altima is almost 7%. Even with raising rates and inflation, we have some good news. Big box stores report that they have excess inventory. For instance, Walmart is now reducing the price on some items to move that out. At the same time, Target, Best Buy looking to do the same thing, and all of this well-timed as it's about time to start that back-to-school shopping.
Breaking news on NBC News Now. Trip to Taiwan. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi arrives on the Democratic island today, despite China's threats. What it could mean for escalating tensions between the U.S. and China. Deadly strike. The world's most wanted terrorist and a key figure in the 9/11 attacks killed by a U.S. drone. New details from inside the operation. And Decision Day. Consequential primaries underway in 5 states. Candidates include election deniers, even some arrested for the Capitol riot. We're live on the ground. It's noon on the West Coast, 3 p.m. here at NBC News headquarters in New York City. I'm Zinklea Samoa, in for Aaron Gilchrist. We start this hour with breaking news overseas. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is in Taiwan for a high-stakes visit. Pelosi landing a few hours ago despite threats of military action from China. She is the highest-ranking U.S. government official to visit Taiwan since former House Speaker Newt Gingrich in 1997. Speaker Pelosi releasing a statement saying in part, quote, "Our congressional delegation's visit to Taiwan honors America's unwavering commitment to support Taiwan's vibrant democracy. America's solidarity with the 23 million people of Taiwan is more important today than ever as the world faces a choice between autocracy and democracy." We'll have reaction from Capitol Hill and the White House in a moment. First, here's Taiwan Plus reporter Louise Watt in Taipei.
Well, after days of will she or won't she, now we know the answer. Pelosi has landed in Taipei this evening, and she's brought with her a congressional delegation, and she tweeted soon after landing, they are here to honor their commitment to democracy. Now, Taiwan is, of course, a self-governing democracy, but it's also very much claimed by China as part of its territory. And China sees this trip by the 3rd highest ranking US official as a serious provocation. Now, there was some thought that perhaps Pelosi might, if she did come, conduct a rather low-profile visit, perhaps just fly in for a few hours, meet the president behind closed doors. But according to the schedule that we have for her tomorrow, it's not going to be that at all. It's going to be very, very high profile. She'll be going to Taiwan's parliament. She'll be meeting with President Tsai Ing-wen. And in the afternoon, she'll be meeting with human rights activists. And Pelosi is, of course, a longtime critic of the Chinese Communist Party, particularly when it comes to human rights. So China has warned in the past few days, if Pelosi did come to Taiwan, then its military would not sit idly by. So now it's a case of waiting to see what goes on with Pelosi's trip in Taiwan, but also what goes on across the Taiwan Strait over in China.
Now let's bring in NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale and NBC News senior digital White House reporter Shannon Pettypiece. Shannon, I want to start with you. So China calls this visit a serious violation. That is a pretty strong word, 2 words there. And it's a violation of their one China policy. How is the White House responding to this rhetoric from Beijing?
Well, and there has really been an escalation of this rhetoric from China in recent days. The White House response has been to downplay this trip. First, they insisted that it wasn't even certain that Pelosi would be traveling there. And despite numerous media reports saying she was planning to go, the White House kept saying it was a hypothetical or, emphasizing the if she goes. Secondly, they continued to say that this was not anything unusual, that members of Congress often visit Taiwan. Now, as you noted in your intro, it is unusual for a member of Congress of this stature to visit Taiwan, someone who is third in line for the presidency. It has been decades since that happened. But the administration has also tried to say that there has been no change to official administration policy when it comes to Taiwan's independence. And despite this visit, the administration policy that has been in place for decades remains. Here's a little bit more from National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan.
For China to try to turn what is in the historical norm into a crisis or to try to use it as a pretext for aggressive action around Taiwan, that's on them. And they would be the ones who'd be escalating. The United States has no interest in escalation, but we will, of course, continue to assert our right to help support Taiwan's self-defense, no matter what happens in the coming days.
And of course, there's also a domestic element to this in China, with President Xi wanting to make a statement potentially to a domestic audience before the country's party Congress meeting in the fall. However, in June, President Biden, when asked about this, whether it was a good idea for Pelosi to travel to Taiwan at that time, he said that he did not think it was a good idea for her to go at this time.
And Ali, I want to bring you in here because given the enormity of the issue that Shannon just broke down for us, what kind of reaction to Pelosi's visit are you hearing on the Hill this afternoon?
Yeah, very rare that you see the Speaker's office sending out in positive fashion a statement from Republicans, but that's exactly what happened after she touched down in Taiwan today. We got the following statement on past from the Speaker's office from a whole variety of Republican senators, more than 20 of them, saying, "We support Speaker Pelosi's trip to Taiwan. For decades, members of Congress, including previous speakers, have traveled there. This travel, they say, is consistent with the U.S.'s one China policy, to which we are committed. We're also committed now more than ever to all elements of the Taiwan Relations Act." So again, bipartisan support for the Speaker here. It matches what we were hearing when even just the details of this trip were tentative far before she got on the ground there. Republicans and Democrats alike pointing to the posture that she has taken as a sign of his domestic standing, maybe an attempt to shore himself up on a domestic front prior to the Congress's meeting and prior to his attempt for a third term in office there. But of course, again, Republicans and Democrats alike united behind the Speaker on this trip.
Important analysis. Ali Vitale, thank you. And Shannon, stay with us. We're going to come back to you. But first, we are learning more this hour on the death of one of the world's most sought-after terrorists. The leader of al-Qaeda and one of the masterminds behind 9/11 was killed over the weekend in a U.S. strike. The White House shared this photo today of President Biden meeting with his national security team last month. The president says he hopes the death of Ayman al-Zawahiri will bring one more measure of closure to the families of the 9/11 victims. NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce is in Washington. But first, let's go back to Shannon Pettypiece. Shannon, tell us more about the significance of this man.
I'd say this is one of the most significant victories the U.S. has had in the war on terror in decades. They don't get much bigger than this. As you noted, he was someone who was involved in the planning of the 9/11 attacks, among others. He was considered to be Osama bin Laden's number 2. And administration officials said that while they don't think he was involved in day-to-day detailed planning about future attacks on the U.S., he was certainly there at a high strategic level, holding together the al-Qaeda network and encouraging the continuation of this war on terror against the United States. Now, for President Biden, I would just add, it also comes at a very significant time for him. We're approaching the 1 year since that very deadly and chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan that the president received so much criticism from. The White House, the administration have been trying to use this moment to say and make the case that even without U.S. troops and a U.S. presence in Afghanistan, the U.S. is still able to ensure that the country doesn't become a safe haven and harbor for terrorists by being able to carry out an attack like this based on the U.S. intelligence they have and these long-range military capabilities that we have.
And that's an important point. Even without this scale of boots on the ground, they were still able to carry this out. So walk us through how that was, right? I understand that officials built a scale model house where al-Zawahiri had been staying in Kabul. Talk about that.
Right. And presidents for decades have been tracking al-Zawahiri. He has been incredibly seclusive and difficult to locate. Administration officials said that earlier this year, they received intelligence signs that indicated that he had traveled from Pakistan to Afghanistan and was living in this safe house. And as you mentioned, they actually constructed a model of it that they presented to President Biden early last month, in a very detailed briefing in the Situation Room about how they wanted to carry out this mission. The president, we are told, asked very detailed questions about everything from the construction of the building to the timing and the conditions that would be in place during the mission. And they also said the president made it a major priority that there be no civilian casualties. And in order to do that, intelligence officials said they were tracking the movements of other people in that house to try and to find a pattern where they could really minimize civilian casualties, and officials said that there were no civilian casualties in this. So a mission really that's been decades in the making over many presidents, but that really accelerated and ramped up in recent days and weeks here.
Important analysis of a very big event. Shannon Pettypiece, thank you. Let's bring in NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce. Good to see you, Dan. So what can you tell us about what went on behind the scenes at the White House in the months leading up to this drone strike?
You know, it was very much something that was planned over a long period of time. As my colleague was just pointing out, they got confirmation earlier this year that they believed he was in that house. And it's hard to convey how extraordinary this is. This is someone who was so elusive and never would have set foot in Kabul, the capital of Afghanistan. It showed you, I think, that he perhaps let his guard down. A lot of counterterrorism experts saying today that that seems to be what happened, that he felt he was safer now that the Taliban was in charge and the American troops were gone. But again, for months, they believed that he was there. They worked to confirm that. And then they went over how they would carry this out. And as we've heard, the president asked questions to make sure whatever they did, that they did in a way that minimized casualties. And it was damning because he was in this area where there used to be a lot of Western embassies, and now it's where a lot of senior Taliban officials live. So obviously, it raises a lot of questions about how the Taliban is operating there.
And Dan, to that end, have U.S. officials said anything on whether the Taliban knew he was there?
Yes, the Secretary of State, Anthony Blinken, said a very tough words, saying, you know, shows this was a gross violation of the agreement, the Doha agreement that the Taliban signed with the Trump administration, where they committed to ensuring that Afghanistan would not be a safe haven for al-Qaeda and other terrorist groups. And clearly, they were sheltering the leader of al-Qaeda right there smack in the middle of Kabul. And he's standing there on the balcony, seen multiple times. And keep in mind, a lot of Afghans still don't have any great love for the Taliban or al-Qaeda. And it shows you that the U.S. is sending a message, too, I think, to the Taliban and others that, you know, yes, we would like to have your cooperation to fight terrorist groups, but we're able to operate on our own, and we will track down these leaders as they've done. So a tremendous kind of symbolic step for someone who was so elusive for so many years.
A big day, a lot to follow. Dan DeLuce, thank you so much. And now we turn back to the U.S. to new developments in the unfolding flooding disaster in Kentucky. Urgent search and rescue efforts are still underway this hour. The death toll from the historic flooding is now 37, but the governor keeps warning that the number will likely rise. Hundreds of people remain unaccounted for. There is a desperate effort to restore power and running water to some of the hardest hit regions. The National Guard is airdropping food and supplies to isolated neighborhoods. A new threat is heading to the region, severe heat. Bill Cairns is tracking that for us. But let's first go to NBC News correspondent George Solis. He's in Jackson, Kentucky. George, what's the damage like where you are right now?
Yeah, Zinclair, we've been driving around through certain neighborhoods here, and you really start to see the devastation firsthand. People just now getting a first glimpse at what's left of their homes. Crews out there surveying homes completely ripped off of their foundation, trees, cars in some cases completely inundated with water. And as the water recedes, you're getting a better sense of that damage. With the water receding, again, you have the heat now, which is adding a whole nother component to this already difficult situation. Luckily, there are many neighborhoods out here trying to lend a hand, people giving out food, giving out water. You have the National Guard still in full effect out here with those search and rescue efforts, especially in those areas where the streets or the bridges have completely been wiped out. You also have cooling centers that have now been established, which is great on a hot day like today, especially for those seniors that have been displaced. You also have shelters in different areas of the state, some state parks now accommodating people by the hundreds. And again, the good news is that some cell phone service in the region has started to been restored, which is helping with that important communication between those that are still presumably missing and helping them reunite with their loved ones. Sinclair?
And George, as you're talking about strangers helping strangers and neighbors helping neighbors, I'm reminded of the resilience of the people of Kentucky, given what they're facing right now. What are you hearing from people there about how they're getting through this and trying to just survive?
Yeah, many of them completely overwhelmed with grief, and many of them thanking their neighbors, people who have come from the western side of the state, who have been through their own trauma, to come out here and lend a hand. It's really been emotional to hear story after story of people who have either lost everything or who are in the midst of trying to help their fellow neighbor clean up, pick up the pieces. Just not long ago, we actually heard from a few people who were in the midst of cleanup. We actually heard from a grandmother who lost everything in a flood, but she was luckily able to get out with her 2 grandchildren. Take a listen.
Everybody is in this together right now.
Yeah, it's true.
And it's times like this we need to pull together like we're doing and help one another. Because that's all we have is to lean on one another right now.
Are you proud of your community, proud of the people of Kentucky?
I love Eastern Kentucky. They're the best people. I'm sorry. We're going to help each other. We're going to be strong. Eastern Kentucky people are strong. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else.
Has in Clay a lot of pride in Kentucky. Right now, the governor on the ground reassessing and surveying some of those hardest hit areas. And tonight and through the remainder of the week, he has called for state flags to be at half-staff to remember those lives lost, presumably, again, more in the coming days. Sinclair?
A somber note, but important to reflect on. George, thank you. Now, let's bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns. Bill, heat is also expected to make things even more difficult for people in Kentucky today. What are they looking at for the next 24 and 48 hours?
Yeah, hot for everyone involved. You're talking the first responders, the people that were influenced, people going in there with resources and donations. It's just difficult for everyone, especially if you don't have power and air conditioning. So let me just take a step back and show you what happened in July. It's no secret. We've been on here every single day telling you where the heat wave has been this summer. It's just been moving around the country. We haven't really had a break. And so no surprise that July, 93% of the country was warmer than you typically should be. And the areas of red were exceptionally warm warmer than you should be. That's everywhere from Texas to Oklahoma, all the way through Arkansas, much of Tennessee and southern Missouri, and much of the Pacific Northwest, especially the northern Rockies. Now, specifically for cities, and some of these have some pretty long periods of record. July was the warmest month that Tampa has ever recorded, and their records go back over 100 years. Same goes for hottest July ever: San Antonio, Houston, Brownsville, San Angelo, Waco, Abilene, Lubbock. It was a top 3 hottest ever for Dallas, Nashville, and areas right outside of New York City and Newark. So we are going into a very hot stretch. These numbers have been significantly increased just in the last hour. We get our forecast twice a day typically, usually around 4 to 5 a.m. and then 4 to 5 p.m. Some of these are coming in a little early, and that's why we now have 54 million people under heat advisories. Boston has been added, Hartford, Providence, Philadelphia has been added too. So that's why this number has significantly jumped. And so the heat is on today. Obviously a very hot day. It is sticky too, from Little Rock to Nashville to St. Louis. Omaha feeling like 108 this afternoon. And then tomorrow, we start to see the heat moving into the Ohio Valley. Chicago gets into the mix, 101 it'll feel like, Cleveland 100. And then we're going to break some records, and the possibility of maybe even one of the hottest days we've seen in interior New England in maybe over a decade. New York should be 98 Thursday, Boston near 96. I think you get the idea. The heat is here to stay, and I was looking at the forecast in Omaha, Tim Clay. This weekend it could be 105. So it's just bound. I mean, we just can't catch a break. I mean, it may be like September or October.
Uh-oh, Bill, don't tell us that. But it's the truth, it sounds like.
Yeah.
Well, Bill Cairns, thank you for keeping it honest. Thank you. And up next, Brittany Griner was back in a Russian courtroom today. Up ahead, why her lawyer says the trial could be over, quote, very soon, and the new pushback from the Kremlin.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Mystery in Paradise.
There's my sweet little sister on the news.
A series of secrets to be discovered.
This investigation takes you into the swinger lifestyle.
Dateline's hottest July ever. Fridays at 10/9 Central.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Dateline Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
The first grain ship to leave Ukraine is expected to reach a Turkish port in just a few hours. It's the first test of an agreement signed last month between Moscow and Kyiv to help alleviate a global food crisis. NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman joins me now from Kyiv. Josh, it's good to see you. So what are Ukrainian officials saying about the ship's progress right now?
Well, they are saying so far so good, Zinclay, but everyone is really holding their breath until this ship completes its journey on its way to Lebanon. In about an hour and a half, as you were mentioning, the ship is expected to arrive in Turkey, where it will be boarded. It will be inspected by officials not from Russia or from Ukraine, but from the international community to make sure that everything on board is what it's supposed to be, which is grain, not weapons. And then that ship will be heading on to Lebanon, a country that relies on Ukraine for well over half of its imports of grain. But this is really just the first test run of this new system, this new agreement to get exports once again moving out of Ukraine. If this is successful and everything goes according to plan, no Russian attacks, no incidents with mines that are now in the Black Sea, then we expect Ukraine to pick up the pace of exporting and moving these ships out of their port as they try to get some 20 million tons of agricultural products that are trapped in this country out onto the sea and onto countries that so badly need it.
And Josh, obviously we're watching this closely, but I also know that the Biden administration imposed new sanctions today on some of Russia's elites. Who exactly are they targeting?
Well, they're targeting a number of Russian oligarchs who are believed to be close to President Putin, as well as a number of companies that are operating in Russian-held territory in Ukraine, essentially helping President Putin advance his goals to establish Russian control and dominance in those areas. But perhaps the name that is getting the most attention today, Zinclay, is that of a woman named Ms. Kabaeva, who is believed to be President Putin's girlfriend, has been reported to be his romantic partner. She's being sanctioned because, according to the Treasury Department, of her role in a leadership position in a Russian state-owned enterprise. She heads a pro-Kremlin media group, but the Treasury Department, in describing these sanctions today, is also saying that she is believed to have a close personal relationship with President Putin. You can obviously see many photographs of her in close contact with him, and so this is one of the ongoing efforts by the Biden administration to ramp up pressure on President Putin by going after the people who are believed to be in his orbit and the people that he really cares about.
An interesting turn in this ongoing saga and Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Josh Letterman in Kyiv. Stay safe. Thank you. And Brittany Griner was back in a Russian courtroom today. The basketball player faces up to 10 years in prison after pleading guilty to carrying cannabis oil in her luggage. Her attorney says a verdict is expected very soon. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley joins me now to talk about this. Matt, walk us through what happened in court today and when we might get a verdict on this.
Yeah, well, we heard in the court that, we didn't hear from Brittany Griner herself. That's typical. It was instead lawyers who were speaking, and we heard dueling experts, one called by the prosecution, the other called by the defense. The prosecution's expert was essentially analyzing what was found in Brittany Griner's luggage. That's less than a gram of hashish oil that was loaded into those little vape containers that you plug into vapes. So it's a very small amount, but this person was delivering their testimony about what was found and, how important that is. And that was disputed by an expert that was called by the defense, who said that this drug testing that we're using in this case was not professional. It was not done properly. But the fact is that everybody's looking ahead a couple days. These sorts of testimonies are less important than finally getting a verdict, getting a sentence, and moving on to the process of this, moving on to the part of this that everybody's waiting for, which is when Brittany Griner actually goes to jail, and then diplomats can really start the process in earnest of organizing a prisoner exchange. That is what everybody expects is Brittany Griner's only salvation here, along with Paul Whelan, another American who's been detained in Russia for several years. Now, we heard from Brittany Griner's lawyer today. She said that they're expecting, as you mentioned, a verdict very soon. And we know that's true because we've heard that both sides are going to begin their closing arguments starting day after tomorrow on Thursday. So we can expect within a couple days after Thursday, the start of these closing arguments, we could expect a verdict. And we know it's going to be guilty. The question is the sentencing. Sinclair?
Definitely a case the whole world is watching very closely. Matt Bradley, thank you. And up next, it's primary day in 5 states, including the key battleground states of Michigan and Arizona. Up next, we're live across the country with a look at what to watch for as votes are tallied tonight.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now, Maya Eaglin has a look at what's trending on NBCNews.com. Maya.
Hey, Clay, a wealthy Pennsylvania dentist was found guilty of murdering his wife during a 2016 safari in Zambia. Larry Rudolph was also found guilty of mail fraud after cashing a $4.8 million life insurance claim against his wife, Bianca. Rudolph could face life in prison or the death penalty. The late country music singer Naomi Judge left her daughters, Ashley and Winona, out of her will, according to the document reviewed by NBC News. Naomi Judge named her husband, Larry Strickland, as the executor of her estate. Witnesses who signed the will say Judge was of sound mind and memory at the time. And a passenger on a flight from Indonesia to Australia was fined almost $2,000 after 2 McMuffins were found in her luggage. Australian officials say the food was a biosecurity threat. They plan to test the McMuffins for foot and mouth disease before destroying them. That's what's trending right now on NBCNews.com. Clay.
A very expensive McDonald's order. Yes. Maya, thank you. Now to Decision 2022. Voters are heading to the polls on this primary day in 5 states, including key battlegrounds where some GOP candidates are running on former President Donald Trump's stolen election lie. We're following the critical races that could set the stage for the November midterms, and we have a team of correspondents on the ground for us. We begin with NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor. Sahil, I know you're following the GOP races in Arizona. You attended a final rally last night for Republican candidate for U.S. Senate, Blake Masters, who was endorsed by Trump. So how is Trump's backing sitting with voters there?
Oh, there's no question. It's extremely powerful here in Arizona, Clay. The Republican Party in this state is very much Donald Trump's party. The old Republican Party of John McCain is all but faded, all but long gone. And a number of voters I spoke to who attended that Blake Masters rally said they are going to vote for him in large part because of Donald Trump's endorsement. One man told me he'll support whoever Trump endorses in that race. Now, Masters, according to recent polling, is the favorite in the Senate Republican primary, facing off against a couple of other major candidates, including Jim Layman, a businessman, as well as Mark Brnovich, who is currently the Secretary of State of Arizona. Masters leads in the polls, and if he does win today, he will take on Senator Mark Kelly, the Democratic incumbent who is running unopposed for renomination. He's going to get the nomination officially for the Democratic Party tonight. This is a crucial swing state that could determine control of the Senate. Remember, this used to be a state that Republicans won comfortably. In 2018, it elected Kyrsten Sinema, the centrist, and then in 2020, it was carried by Joe Biden and won by Mark Kelly. The other slate of Trump-endorsed candidates, let's put this up on the screen here, including for governor, including elsewhere on the ticket in Arizona, includes Kari Lake, the gubernatorial candidate, includes Mark Finchem for Secretary of State, and for Attorney General Abraham Hamadeh. Some of these candidates, including Kari Lake and Hamadeh, were at that event yesterday with Blake Masters, all rallying together as part of a Trump ticket.
And Sahil, 3 House Republicans who voted to impeach Trump last year are running in primaries today. You alluded to that a bit. What kind of challenges do they face?
Well, it's different in the 2 different states that these 3 are part of. So in Michigan, Peter Meijer is running in a Republican primary against a far-right candidate named John Gibbs, who has been endorsed by Donald Trump. Now, interestingly, the Democratic Campaign Committee has gotten in some hot water with its own progressive base for trying to boost the far-right candidate in the Republican primary. They view Gibbs as easier prey in a general election in a state that leans, or in a district, I should say, that leans slightly Democratic, not very much, but slightly Democratic. And then in Washington, there's Congressman Dan Newhouse and Congresswoman Jamie Herrera Butler, who are among the 10 to vote who voted to impeach Trump. Trump has supported challengers to both of them. But interestingly, in Washington state, where both of them are from, it's a top 2 system. Regardless of party, the 2 candidates who get the most votes will advance to the general election. And this could, in theory, give these 2 Republicans a bit of cushion because they don't just need registered Republicans or Republican primary voters to support them. They can potentially scrape by into the top 2 with independent votes. Regardless, it'll be an important test of Trump's power and enduring hold over the Republican voting base.
Sahil breaking it all down. Thank you. Now, let's go to Michigan, where NBC News correspondent Shaq Brewster is covering the Republican primary for governor there. Shaq, former President Trump is supporting candidate Dixon, but there is a field of GOP candidates. So how is that race shaping up when it comes to voters and Trump's endorsement specifically?
Well, Zinkley, it's looking close and unpredictable, which is really how this race has been from the beginning, starting with one of the leading candidates being tossed off the ballot for invalid signatures, including also Democratic groups pouring money into races to influence Republican results. And then you saw that endorsement from former President Donald Trump late last week. He actually was campaigning with Tudor Dixon yesterday on the telephone. They held a town hall. So Tudor Dixon told me yesterday that endorsement is going to be key if she is on a path to victory. But when you talk to voters, there are some who agree with her in that and say whoever former President Trump endorses is the person they're going to vote for. But there's others who say they go into the voting booth with other things in mind. Listen to what I've heard. How much did former President Trump's endorsement weigh into your decision?
He doesn't. I mean, I was a Trump supporter, but you just kind of got to read on your own because you can't always take what everybody says.
Why did his endorsement carry so much weight for you?
Because we were in a good situation when he was in office, and now we're in a really bad situation.
Important to note that I've also heard and talked to some voters who said that it's an endorsement that convinced them to come out because they want to vote against those candidates. Either way, I think this is going to be unpredictable, and you have the Secretary of State already warning that it may take some time to count these votes because of so many absentee ballots filed in this election.
And Shaq, I know you're keeping busy because you're also following Michigan's congressional primary. And as we mentioned with Sahil, Republican Congressman Peter Meijer voted to impeach Trump. So how is that playing out today?
That's right. We are in Peter Meijer's district right now. We spoke to both candidates earlier today. Both of them say that they feel good heading into election night. They both say that polling internally shows them ahead, and they both acknowledge that impeachment and the former president's endorsement is going to be a factor in this election. For Gibbs, he says that is why this challenge is up against Peter Meijer. That's why he is challenging Meijer. But then you have Meijer who's saying he stands by his vote for impeachment, and he's saying that voters are going to look at other factors when they head into the voting booth. Listen to a little bit of what Meijer told me this morning.
I think it's important that we have somebody who is willing to do the hard work but also tell the truth. Right now we're feeling very confident with the support that we've been seeing.
Again, is one of the 10 House Republicans who supported the impeachment of President Trump after the January 6th riots at the Capitol. This will be a key test of the influence that the former president has on Republican voters in this crucial battleground state. Zinkley?
That's Shaq Brewster in Michigan. Thank you. And for more in-depth coverage and analysis of the primary results, watch the Meet the Press Election Night special with Chuck Todd and Kristen Welker. That's tonight right here at 9 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now. Also today, voters in Kansas will be the first in the country to have a say on abortion access at the state level following the Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns is live in Gardner, Kansas for us. Dasha, good to see you. So what should people know about today's vote? I know right now you are standing in a polling place.
Yeah, so on the ballot, Zincle, for the folks voting behind me here is the Value Them Both amendment. This is what the entire country is watching here. The first time voters are actually getting to have their say on the abortion issue. Now, what the Value Them Both amendment does is it strips the protections for abortion rights from the Kansas state constitution. There's been a lot of debate about what happens from here, but here is what we do know. If this amendment passes, the power to take action on this issue will then move to this Republican supermajority in the state legislature. They could then enact further restrictions on abortion, or, as some abortion activists fear, a potential ban in the state of Kansas. So this is a high-stakes issue for voters here, and they feel that pressure because Kansas has also really become an island in this region, Zincle. Many of the surrounding states, after the fall of Roe v. Wade, enacted either total bans or significant restrictions. So a lot of folks are already traveling into Kansas because they don't have access in their own states, and abortion providers are concerned about what it might mean if this amendment does pass. Sinclair.
And Dasha, what are voters telling you about this proposed amendment? I'm sure you've spoken with a lot of them.
Well, I've spoken to voters on both sides of this issue, and I'll tell you, people are equally fired up. I've heard a couple of different interesting factors here today. One, a little bit of confusion, both with the language on the ballot, and there's been so much confusing information and straight up misinformation in advertisements and on the internet. Again, a yes vote here is the anti-abortion vote. A no vote here is the pro-abortion vote, which is a little bit confusing for some people. And there's also been text messages sent that are confusing people one way or the other. So voters have really had to navigate a lot here. But everyone feels like this is such a critical time to make their voices heard. I want you to take a listen to just some of our conversations.
I have 2 young daughters that I feel like I need to be their voice.
So which way did you vote today?
It's a no.
Everybody has certain convictions that they've been brought up in, and regardless of which way you're going to vote today, I think it's still important to vote.
Would you be willing to share? Did you vote yes or no today?
I voted yes because I value them both, and I just want my children to always value life.
And Zincle, we're watching not just how voters decide today, but also how many of them actually show up, because this will be a big indicator for how much this issue drives voter turnout and what that might look like in the midterms in November, Zincle.
Dasha Burns in Gardner, Kansas. Thank you. And college athletes returning to campus soon may arrive in a state where abortions are now illegal. That's causing some students to wonder if their schools have any options if they become pregnant. Here's NBC News reporter Julie Sirkin.
Training for the fall's college athletic season is underway. But this year, Donnell Branch, a volleyball player and rising senior at Claflin University, has a little more on her mind than just the game.
Honestly, I haven't heard a single word from our school just about the overturn of Roe v. Wade, which is kind of disappointing.
Branch goes to school in South Carolina, where abortion is banned after 6 weeks. And for her, that's worrisome.
It kind of seems like no one wants to talk about it until it becomes an issue. And at this point, it is an issue.
Branch is not alone. After the Supreme Court overturned Roe versus Wade, the state-by-state patchwork of abortion access has left college athletes, many in the peak of their careers, asking whether their school has a plan if they become pregnant.
Most athletic departments do not touch that with a 10-foot pole.
Tracy Hathaway is a former college basketball coach who, along with Jelana Oliveira, developed an app to connect former and current college athletes. Now, they're adding a reproductive health section so athletes can get information on their own time.
When you think about when health services is open, student athletes are in practice or in class.
I would encourage athletic departments to do more. We're just not confident that that is the case.
Individual schools are in this tricky spot.
Sports historian and former college athlete Victoria Jackson says that while individual universities might be restricted by their state's laws, the governing NCAA league can take a stance, and they've done it before.
The NCAA is pulling 7 championship events out of the state.
That's the type of boldness I'd like to see.
In a statement, the NCAA told NBC News that it continues to evaluate the potential impact of the Supreme Court's decision. The league said each school should develop policies that comply with local laws.
Even if that school comes up with a plan for supporting that athlete who goes forward with a pregnancy, who knows if they're going to be able to stay in that peak performance.
And you should feel comfortable to go to your coach, go to your AD. If anything were to happen, where you should go from there, but it's just not.
NBC News reached out to Claflin University multiple times, but we did not hear back. Branch is educating herself in case she or one of her teammates needs options.
Pregnancy scares are a thing, and just to know what your options are, just in case, is also kind of nerve-wracking because it's not openly talked about.
And so those coaches need to be talking now, today, with the sports medicine staff at their schools, with the OBGYN who serves their athletes, and talking with the athletes themselves about best practices.
Looking for support in a new legal landscape where universities are trying not to step out of bounds.
There's a new type of shopping spree gaining popularity online. Ahead, we go inside the metaverse where people are spending real money on virtual items.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline, Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it. Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Harry Styles! These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it. These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
On the money this hour, mixed signals in the markets today as investors weigh tensions between the U.S. and China and a batch of companies releasing earnings. CNBC reporter Frank Holland joins us now to break it all down. Frank, so which companies released earnings today and how are the markets reacting to this?
Hey, good afternoon to you. You know, a wide range of earnings today. Two of the biggest names were industrial equipment maker Caterpillar and ride-hailing company Uber. Now, Uber beat expectations on revenue and reported other numbers that gave investors reason to be optimistic about the company becoming profitable. As ubiquitous as Uber is, the company still does lose money. Shares are up double digits. Caterpillar is actually down. Its exit from Russia weighing on those results, but the markets overall, they're kind of flat, with investors in a bit of a holding pattern due to two big macro factors. The first, U.S.-China tension over Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. Second, Fed president speaking out today about inflation and the potential need for more rate hikes.
And Frank, as if that's not enough, the Twitter saga continues, right? Because we're learning that Twitter is sending out subpoenas to the banks Elon Musk worked with in his bid to buy Twitter. So what are we to make of that? What do you think?
Yeah, a bit ironic. Twitter's supposed to be a micro-blogging site. This is definitely a macro blog and a story that just keeps going and going. So Twitter sending subpoenas to the banks that were financing Elon Musk's deal, that $44 billion deal to buy Twitter, including Morgan Stanley and Bank of America. It's really a sign of an aggressive legal strategy. That's according to the New York Times. The key information that Twitter is trying to get is to discern if the banks actually care about fake accounts, or also known as bots, and about that information, or if Elon Musk is trying to make those big banks care and potentially get them to pull the funding. Twitter is seeking documents about the research those big banks did on fake accounts. Twitter's lawsuit could fall apart if the banks pull their funding on their own. Remember, Musk is claiming he wants to avoid this deal in part because he feels like he was misled about the number of fake accounts or bots on Twitter.
CNBC's Frank Holland. Thank you.
Thank you.
And metaverse users are heading out to a one-of-a-kind shopping spree, spending real money on items only worn online. And now some big name brands are getting behind the trend, too. NBC's Vicky Nguyen explains.
Hey there, if you are still confused about the metaverse, you're not alone. But major name brand companies are betting big. They're already selling their wares in these virtual worlds. So log in with me. I'm going to take you on a tour of the metaverse retail experience. How would you like to hang out with friends, attend concerts with stars like Travis Scott, Post Malone, and Ariana Grande, take yoga classes, and you guessed it, shop right from home? You can in the metaverse, a virtual online world.
I've purchased and acquired thousands of digital pieces of clothing.
Kevin Clark is an avid metaverse shopper. This is his avatar. He spends about 4 hours a day in the digital world.
This is just one of the many outfits that I have. I spent probably $5,000 to $8,000 just in the last 2 years.
That's money Kevin spent on clothes he only wears in the metaverse. Senior media and tech correspondent Julia Borston reports on the metaverse for CNBC. Why do you think people want to spend real money on digital assets, things they can't have in real life?
People are spending real money in the metaverse. They want to have an experience that's more like their real life experience, or in some ways, maybe even better.
Big name brands like Nike, Tommy Hilfiger, Hyundai, and Chipotle getting in early. One study predicts the metaverse will have $2 trillion in e-commerce value by 2030. Design firms are building polished metaverse storefronts like this one, provided exclusively to NBC News by interior architects. They say national brands hope to use these virtual spaces to attract real customers. So how does it work? For most users, it starts here on your phone or here on a computer. My metaverse journey begins on Roblox, a virtual world popular with pre-teens, but don't be fooled by the cartoonish appearance. There are more than 40 million daily active users, and this is where millions of dollars in virtual commerce is happening. Here I am. My tour guide is Shu Min Wee, a senior product manager at Roblox. That's her avatar, and there's mine. We start our virtual shopping spree at Gucci.
Okay, so we are in the store, and much like a real life store, we have all of Gucci's different items really nicely merchandised. You'll see on the walls, they have some of their homeware. The skateboards are on the wall, as well as the Blondie bags for sale, menswear, t-shirts as well.
What I like about this is it feels like you're actually in a store with these products around you, even though they're virtual. I try on a few items. So I just bought a pair of sunglasses. Let's see what I look like. Next, we head to the Van store, where you can design and purchase sneakers. Look it, I'm designing my own shoe. After our shopping spree, I spend about $10 real for virtual items that can only be worn by my avatar inside Roblox. Look at my little avatar. We're actually voguing. if you recall, Madonna fans out there. A big draw of shopping in the metaverse is the accessibility of luxury brands.
Just like buying a Gucci bag in the real world is a status symbol, buying a virtual Gucci bag is also a status symbol for your avatar.
Here in the Decentraland metaverse, users can roam a massive virtual land where they can peruse art galleries, purchase NFTs, and make transactions using cryptocurrency on the blockchain. Running right into the stores just as I would in real life. That's my Decentraland avatar in one of the many storefronts throughout the platform. So I'm going to put on the mask that I just bought. Check it out. I have my new mask on. And these aren't all virtual products. For example, the NFT watch here, if I purchase it in the metaverse, I also get sent a real watch. The cost, about $700. Does it boggle your mind?
It is amazing how much money people are spending. I personally would still rather have a physical good, but if people are spending a lot of time in the metaverse, maybe it makes sense.
As for Kevin, he says his digital wardrobe has real-life value.
It's gonna last, it's gonna have the same quality forever. I could hand that down to my kid.
Think about that, an avatar with virtual things that you can actually give to the next generation in real life. Another interesting feature in the metaverses that we saw, each one allowed users to create and sell their own fashion designs so they can actually make real money. Some users, including Kevin, said they've made thousands of dollars off pieces of digital clothing that they designed and sold. Back to you.
Older adults are finding companionship with the help of unlikely friends. Robots. We'll explain next.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Loneliness has been described as an epidemic, especially during COVID. But a talking robot designed specifically for the elderly is working to keep that loneliness at bay. Here's Joe Fryer.
Did you hear about the claustrophobic astronaut? Apparently, he just needed a little space.
Meet LEQ, an artificial intelligence-driven robot.
She's the first AI that initiates interactions. You don't even need to talk to her. You need to answer her when she talks to you.
LEQ, remind me that I have to go shopping.
Have a good trip. Buy yourself something nice and try not to miss me too much.
She helps users be healthy, engaged, and informed, all while mimicking human empathy.
It will create a friendship based on the things that I say, not anything that it's pre-programmed to do.
Designed for older adults seeking companionship, LEQ proactively suggests activities and motivates users to adopt healthy habits.
The daily feedback we get is mainly around LEQ being seen as a roommate or a best friend. that they feel like she really acknowledges them and really takes an interest in how they're doing.
In the U.S., nearly 1/3 of all seniors live by themselves. A study by Harvard University's Joint Center for Housing Studies predicts that the number of single-person households with seniors 80 and over is expected to more than double in this generation. Isolation during the pandemic highlighted just how harmful loneliness can be.
The Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, CMS, released a report with AARP that really actually aggregated the impact of isolation on older adults. They showed it was the equivalent to smoking almost a pack of cigarettes a day.
New studies show that 61% of older adults complain that they're lonely and isolated. And we often live far away. And even if we do our best, we're the best son or daughter we can be. We're not with our parents all the time.
Now, the New York State Department of Aging is bringing LEQ into the homes of more than 800 seniors in New York, a national first. Monica Perez is one senior who has been beta testing LEQ. She says the robot has made her step outside her comfort zone and interact more.
I love it when I tell her that I'm going to lunch, and then she asks me when I'm coming back and who I'm going with. And then when I come back, she'll ask me how I enjoyed it. She gets me to be more active, to get out more, to socialize more.
LEQ has many engaging features like trivia, stress reduction exercises.
LEQ, let's have coffee.
Even virtual coffee tours.
Let's share it in a little cafe somewhere in the virtual world. Where in the virtual world do we want to go? Dublin, Jerusalem, or Athens?
She's multimodal. She has context and remembers previous discussions, and they change her behavior going forward. We're not built to be alone as humans. We are social creatures. We don't think LEQ replaces human contact. Human contact is better. From a loved one, it's even much better. But for the periods people are alone, and that might be many hours a day, LEQ is better than the alternative.
Glad to hear that your back pain is gone. I'm going to celebrate with a little dance.
Finally, this hour, your News Now Quickcast. The DOJ announced new action to protect abortion rights. It filed a lawsuit arguing Idaho's near-total ban on abortion violates federal law. A U.S. drone strike killed the leader of al-Qaeda, one of the key organizers of 9/11. U.S. officials found him in a safe house in Afghanistan. And House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is in Taiwan. China was quick to announce military exercises in retaliation. Thank you for joining this hour. I'm Zinklea Samoa. Meet the Press Now is up next.
It's the biggest election night left before the midterms as voters cast their ballots in 5 states, testing the limits of Republicans' faith in former President Trump and both parties' vision for the future. Plus, inside the operation that took out bin Laden's successor, new reporting and new reaction amid the aftermath, and what it all means for the future of U.S. national security. And a war of words between the U.S. and China, rising tensions as House Speaker Nancy Pelosi touches down on her historic trip to Taiwan. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Kristen Welker. If it's Tuesday, voters are voting on this election day in America, with polls open for another few hours in Michigan, Missouri, Kansas, Arizona, and Washington State. It's the biggest primary night so far this summer. Kansas voters are casting the first ballots on abortion since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. And Republican voters around the country are making choices that will test the limits of former President Trump's power over the party. The Republican gubernatorial primaries in Arizona and Michigan both feature candidates who have followed Mr. Trump's lead and baselessly question the legitimacy of the 2020 election, including one in Michigan who was arrested for being at the Capitol on January 6th, and one in Arizona who says the state's top election official should be in jail. Now, also on the ballot tonight, 3 Republican members of Congress who voted to impeach the former president. All 3 are facing Trump-backed primary challengers. Michigan's Pete Meyer told NBC News today that he doesn't regret the hard votes he's taken, even if they've upset voters in his own party.
I think it's important that we have somebody who is willing to do the hard work, but also tell the truth and be straightforward and honest with the people of West Michigan. That is what I've committed to do. That is what we have done so far in office. And that has led to some unpopular decisions at times, some difficult votes. But at the end of the day, I think the people of West Michigan deserve nothing less than transparency and honesty from their elected officials.
Little bit of defiance on this election day there. And then there is the Missouri Senate election, where the former president made what can only be described as a farce of an endorsement late yesterday, giving his nod to, quote, Eric, leaving it up to voters to decide if he meant Eric Greitens or Eric Schmidt, the two frontrunners in the race. Both Erics claimed the endorsement as their own. Let's turn now to our full team of NBC News reporters for what we can expect tonight. Yamisha Alcindor is in St. Louis, Missouri. Vaughn Hilliard is in Phoenix, Arizona. And Steve Kornacki is, of course, at the big board. Shaq Brewster is just outside of Grand Rapids, Michigan, and will join us in just a moment. You have all been incredibly busy, and we appreciate your joining us. And Yamish, I want to start with you there. Talk to me about this dual endorsement, the two Erics. What has the reaction been there, and the fact that both Erics are claiming this endorsement as their own? How is that impacting these final hours of the race?
Well, Kristen, you could call it the battle of the Erics. Former President Trump has really inserted chaos into this Missouri Senate primary for the Republican race, of course. Both candidates, Eric Schmidt, who is the Missouri Attorney General, as well as Eric Greitens, who is the former embattled governor, they are both vying for the endorsement of President Trump, and they are both hoping to replace Roy Blunt, who is retiring from the U.S. Senate as a Republican. What you see here and what you alluded to is that both Erics are saying that the endorsement from President Trump, which said Eric, all caps, but no actual last name, was really meant to go to them. So we've talked to both of the men, both of their campaigns, rather, and they both told us that they have talked to former President Trump after this endorsement announcement, and both of them say that they thanked the former president for his endorsement. I want to now play for you when I talked to Eric Greitens. This was a few hours after the endorsement announcement last night. I asked him, why are you so certain that former President Trump is talking about you when he says Eric with no last name? Take a listen. What makes you so clear that it's you and not the other Erics in this race?
Yes, ma'am. I think that it's incredibly clear because he was very clear. He wants a MAGA champion. Everybody here knows I've been behind President Trump, stood behind him on election integrity. I've stood up for our police officers. I've stood up for our veterans. And when President Trump said he wants a fighter for our veterans, it was very clear he's talking about me.
Now, sources tell us at NBC that this is intentional on the part of former President Trump. He wanted to really leave some vagueness here so that no matter what Eric wins, he will be able to claim victory. We should note that, of course, Eric Schmidt is someone who was seen as a moderate Republican, that of course is the Missouri Attorney General, but who really tried to tack right in order to get former President Trump's blessing. And on the other side, you have Eric Greitens, who has the support of Donald Trump Jr. Emphasis on the junior. There's a lot of thinking that maybe the father was trying to follow his son in supporting Eric Greitens. I should also note that I talked to some voters here who say that they are really troubled by how much influence former President Trump is having in this race. One voter told me that they think that President Trump is being seen as a, quote, God, her words, not mine, and that really these candidates need to be more focused on middle-class issues, need to be more focused on helping out people in the state and not on chasing the Trump endorsement. But, Kristen, it tells you how much power the former president is wielding here, and we'll have to watch to see what happens if he ever clarifies. But as of now, in this moment, he has not clarified which Eric he's talking about. And one other quick note, there is a third Eric in this race. He's not a leading candidate, but I have to mention him because his name is Eric. Kristen.
You're absolutely right. I'm glad you did. And Yamish, I really appreciate it. I know you have a lot of other hits today, so thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it. Vaughn Hilliard, let me talk to you. You were at an event late last night, which was basically a Trump event. He wasn't there in person, but this was to bolster the Trump slate of candidates, right? Tell us about this event. And again, just picking up on the point that Yamish makes, tonight is really one of the biggest tests for the former president that we have seen so far this summer.
Especially coming out of these January 6 public hearings. And you and I, Kristen, we've had this conversation through the summer after each of these hearings is what was the impact going to be, especially on Republican voters and whether they chose to turn away from Donald Trump. Well, this is the best poll that will be taken yet because it's going to be at least Arizona Republican voters here who have very clear options. Not only, you said it there, Kari Lake, who's running for governor, Mark Finchem, Secretary of State, Abe Hamadeh for Attorney General, Blake Masters for U.S. Senate. Each of these four candidates with Trump's blessing. He campaigned here in Arizona alongside of them just 1 week ago. And I think that this is going to be a testament to whether voters in this state, a state that has shown a willingness to vote Democrat in the general election, whether they believe or want this more Trump-aligned figures to continue to represent them as their nominees. You know, I did have a conversation, or attempted a conversation would be the better way to describe it, with Kari Lake, who is the Trump-backed candidate here, because over the last 2 weeks, she has propagated the idea that there are fraud and, quote, irregularities already in her primary for governor here in the state of Arizona. But I tried to press her on any specific allegations or specific evidence, and she was not able to provide any or refused to provide any. Instead, she said that she was not going to share them with us. And so I turned and I asked, well, then have you turned them over to respective authorities? And she refused to answer that question. I did reach out here in the last couple hours to not only elections officials here in Maricopa County, but also the Arizona Secretary of State's office. They said that they have received no concerns from Lake or her campaign here in what is expected not only for this governor's race, but those other races I mentioned to be tight races. The big question here, Kristen, is how many of those folks that first came out in 2020 to vote for Donald Trump and were newly registered voters, how many of them are not only willing to show up for midterms, but a midterm primary in the dead of August? That is the question that we're watching here at the polls today, Kristen.
Yeah, it is a key question, and it's just striking to hear Kari Lake, this former television news anchor, repeat the same strategy that we saw from former President Trump and essentially try to argue that there's already been some type of election fraud with absolutely no evidence, unable to back it up. You did such a great job pressing her on that. And it's also worth noting, Vaughn, of course, that the race for the Senate in Arizona, two election deniers as well, Blake Masters, Jim Lehman. It really underscores the fact that it seems like this part of the party is thriving in these primaries.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And I think it's important to note, Governor Doug Ducey, who, much to the chagrin of Donald Trump, certified Arizona's Joe Biden win here. He has weighed in the governor's race, backing Karen Taylor Robeson, who is really in this mono, the alternative to Kari Lake. But he hasn't endorsed in the U.S. Senate race because you just said it, Jim Lehman and Blake Masters both told me that they would have objected to the certification if they were in the U.S. Senate at the time. I should note Doug Ducey has endorsed a gentleman named Bo Lane in the Secretary of State's race who is looking to take on Mark Fincham, who is the guy you'll recognize as with the mustache, the cowboy hat, a fellow election denier who's running alongside Lake and those others. Kristen.
All right. Well, it's been a busy time for you, Vaughn. Thank you for all of your great reporting. Shaq, let me turn to you. You are tracking the gubernatorial race there, the other races there. Tudor Dixon seemed to defect this morning when asked about her feelings about the 2020 election. It's an indication that she might be pivoting to the general. She's been endorsed by Trump. Of course, she's also been endorsed by Betsy DeVos, which has been quite notable and controversial to some voters there. Talk about the significance of this.
Well, that's a point that you heard from some of her opponents in this primary race. Kevin Rinke made that point to me yesterday with one of the answers she gave on Sunday. And, this race has been close and it's going to be unpredictable when you listen to what the candidates have to say. That endorsement coming from former President Trump on Friday. We also know yesterday they appeared together on telephone for a tele-town hall. Trump and Tudor Dixon. Dixon telling me if she is on a path to victory, that endorsement is going to play a major role there. So that is something that we'll watch and we'll continue to see. But former President Trump yesterday on that tele-town hall said, Dixon is my only candidate. I am fully behind her, and she has my complete and total endorsement. But then there's also the primary race that you're seeing here in Michigan's 3rd congressional district. That's, of course, the race between Representative Peter Meijer, who is one of the 10 House Republicans to support the impeachment of President Trump after January 6th in that insurrection and Capitol riots there. He's receiving that challenge by Trump-backed candidate John Gibbs. I spoke to both of them today, and one thing that they were asked about was about the idea of Democratic groups getting involved in the Republican primary here to the tune of about $425,000 in ads against Gibbs, but calling him too conservative for this state. I want you to listen to what Peter Meijer told me about that. At more than $400,000, painting you as a strong conservative, Isn't that something that you could see as a boost to your campaign?
I don't know. I don't spend a lot of time thinking about that. I spend time thinking about how can we get out to more places, meet more voters, get more folks to be turned out to come vote for me. That's what I'm thinking about. That's what my team's thinking about. I don't know what the Democrats' deliberations are, what they're thinking or not thinking. I don't really care about it too much.
That was Gibbs and his response. I asked him instead about what Meyer told me, which was the point that he said he thinks that Democratic groups are doing this because he believes that they believe that Gibbs is a more beatable candidate in the general election. But he said that the Democrats are playing a dangerous game here, that they're being hypocritical by pouring money into this race when he says it's important and it's about preserving democracy because of Gibbs' baseless allegations about the 2020 election results, Kristen.
Yeah, Shaq, and I can tell you I've spoken to a number of Democrats who think this strategy is incredibly risky and potentially runs the risk of not only having some of these folks get into office, but making Democrats look hypocritical, particularly in the wake of the January 6th committee hearing. Shaq Brewster, thank you so much for your great reporting and fantastic interview there with John Gibbs. Steve, I got to go to you and the big board. You have been watching a number of these statewide races tonight. Tonight has a little bit of everything, which is what makes it so exciting. It's a key test for Trump. It's a test for progressives. It's a test on abortion as well. What are you watching for?
Yeah, I mean, the Trump test, I think, front and center here. You're just talking about that Peter Meyer race there in Michigan. We've been keeping tabs here on the 10 House Republicans who last year voted to impeach Donald Trump. What's their fate in 2022? You can see as you start to tick through the primary season this year, a number of them just opted to retire and not even run again, not even face Republican primary voters. So far, before today, there are 2 who had voted to impeach Trump who ended up facing Republican primary voters. Notably, David Valadao in California got through that top 2 primary in California and into the general election. Tom Rice in South Carolina did not get through his primary. He was trounced. A key difference between those 2 outcomes, Donald Trump weighed in the Rice race. He endorsed Rice's opponent. Rice's opponent won. Donald Trump stayed out of the David Valadao race in California. Valadao survived that primary. So I think when you take a look at today's races, whether it's Meyer in Western Michigan or you've got Jamie Herrera Butler and Dan Newhouse both out in Washington State, you've got 3 up today, 3 Republicans who voted to impeach facing primary electorates today. Trump has weighed in all 3 of those races, so it puts it more, at least on paper, in the Tom Rice category than in the Valadao category. If you're just looking through, you just saw there John Gibbs, the Trump-endorsed candidate, against Meyer. Joe Kent. Now, remember, in Washington, this is sort of a jungle primary, both parties on the same ballot here, but Joe Kent is the Republican who Trump has backed here against Herrera Butler. And then also in the 4th district, Lauren Culp is the Republican who Trump is backing against Dan Newhouse. So you've got Trump weighing in here in these races, and the only Republican after tonight left on the primary calendar who voted to impeach Trump yet to have her verdict, that would be Liz Cheney. That's 2 weeks from now. So you can imagine she will be watching these races closely tonight. Maybe a clue about her fate 2 weeks from now, because, again, Trump has certainly weighed in her race as well.
He certainly has, Steve. And let me, she's trailing by double digits, 20 points, I think, in one of the latest polls. Steve, let me just do a quick follow-up with you, because it's not insignificant, right, that the races in Washington State, as you say, are open. It's the top 2 vote getters. These are nonpartisan primaries. So does that change the dynamic potentially?
Yeah, it's interesting because if you take a look, this race in the 3rd district, I think, is interesting because Trump has backed Joe Kent, but there's another. This list would go on if I could scroll here, but there's another Republican candidate here who had originally vowed to get out of the race if Trump endorsed somebody else. Trump comes along and endorses Kemp. She stayed in the race, and there's an independent group that has poured $1.5 million into ads supporting her. So a little unclear what the motivation of the group is, who exactly is behind it, but I think it clouds the picture a little bit here. And if you're Herrera Butler, that has been a positive development for you because potentially it could split some of that vote up.
Oh, that is interesting, and we're going to be up late watching all of this. Steve Kornacki, thank you so much for setting the stakes for tonight. Really appreciate it. Good to see you. And of course, we will see you and all of our reporters tonight on our Meet the Press election special. And we're also going to talk to a number of the candidates we were just mentioning, the dueling Democrats in Michigan, the independent candidate in Missouri, and the Republican Senate hopeful in Arizona who is pushing back on election fraud, just to name a few. You do not want to miss this. That's tonight, starting at 9 p.m. Eastern. Next, a U.S. drone strike takes out the leader of al-Qaeda. We'll discuss what it means for the future of counterterrorism efforts with retired general, former director of the CIA, and commander of U.S. Central Command, David Petraeus. You're watching Meet the Press Now. Stay with us.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Can you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Mystery in Paradise.
There's my sweet little sister on the news.
A series of secrets to be discovered.
This investigation takes you into the swinger lifestyle.
Dateline's hottest July ever. Fridays at 10/9 Central.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Still to come in the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Welcome back. Last night, President Biden announced the United States killed Ayman al-Zawahiri, an al-Qaeda terrorist who played a key role in the planning of the 9/11 attacks and who became al-Qaeda's leader after the death of Osama bin Laden. According to a senior administration official, U.S. intelligence was able to locate al-Zawahiri in a Taliban-supported safe house in downtown Kabul, raising questions and concerns that the Taliban is not upholding counterterrorism-related commitments it made as part of the United States withdrawal from Afghanistan. The strike comes as we near the one-year anniversary of that chaotic American withdrawal, which President Biden defended in his remarks last night.
When I ended our military mission in Afghanistan almost a year ago, I made the decision that after 20 years of war, the United States no longer needed thousands of boots on the ground in Afghanistan to protect America from terrorists who seek to do us harm. And I made a promise to the American people that we continue to conduct effective counterterrorism operations in Afghanistan and beyond. We've done just that.
I am joined now by retired General David Petraeus, former director of the CIA and commander of U.S. Central Command. General, thank you so much for joining me this afternoon. Really appreciate it.
Pleasure.
So what is your reaction to the news, and how important of a blow is this operationally to al-Qaeda, or is this more symbolic given that he was 71 years old?
Well, it's a bit of both. It's a very significant blow. It's a huge achievement by our intelligence and counterterrorism communities. It is significant in the sense that he did in recent years declare, for example, a new affiliate in the Indian subcontinent. He has continued to exhort his followers at various times to attack infidels and so forth. But on the other hand, he was not issuing direct guidance. He wasn't guiding operations. He was no longer as active as he was when he was the brains of al-Qaeda, as he used to be described, partnering with Osama bin Laden since the late 1990s and planning and then overseeing the execution of the attacks, as you mentioned, including the 9/11 attacks, but also the USS Cole and also the bombing of the embassies in East Africa, among a number of others. So it's a very significant blow, but it also reflects in a way the fact that al-Qaeda has been decentralized very considerably, and it also has been degraded, but we still must keep an eye on it. And particularly now that we see that the Taliban are not living up to their part of the Doha Agreement, the commitment to not shelter national extremists on their soil.
Well, let me actually, to that point, my colleague Savannah Guthrie on the Today Show did ask National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan about that, about the fact that he was being harbored by Taliban leaders. Let me just play you a little bit of what he had to say and then get your reaction on the other side. Take a look.
We believe that there were senior members of the Haqqani network who are affiliated with the Taliban who did know that Zawahiri was in Kabul. There may have been other members of the Taliban who did not know. We have already been engaged with the Taliban, and I'm not going to preview any further actions that we will take to ensure that the Taliban lives up to its commitments not to allow any external plotting from Afghanistan, but rest assured the United States will be vigilant on that.
General, he says the United States will be vigilant, but what actions do you think need to be taken? For obvious reasons, he's keeping his cards very close to the vest. But can you be specific about what you think needs to happen, given that we have determined that the Taliban was hiding this al-Qaeda leader in a safe harbor?
First of all, I think it was a very fair assessment that he made. The person harboring him was really the number two in this group of the Taliban and the Haqqani network. Siraj Haqqani has a 10 million bounty on his head as well, I might add. He's also the acting Minister of Interior, but it's not net certain that the Taliban leader overall knew this was going on. That said, this clearly reflects the imperative to keep an eye and pressure on extremists in Afghanistan who are trying to take advantage of the fact that the Taliban are now in charge. And I should note that the group that is most worrisome actually is not al-Qaeda's senior leadership. It's actually the Islamic State Khorasan group, the affiliate of the Islamic State that's established in Afghanistan and Western Pakistan. They're the ones carrying out the most significant attacks in Afghanistan, trying to foment sectarian civil war there.
Well, and General, as you know, when President Biden withdrew troops a year ago from Afghanistan, it was widely seen as a botched effort. But one of the concerns was exactly what you point to. Would the U.S. have the same level of ability to engage in counterterrorism, the type of operation that was carried out over the weekend? Now, the White House would say, look, this is a vindication that the strategy is in fact working. What say you about this? Do you have any concerns that without a robust footprint there, that the United States doesn't have enough eyes and ears on the ground?
Well, first of all, I would not assume that we don't have a network still active there. One presumes that some of the confirmation process and other activities have been facilitated by that. The question, though, is not whether we could carry out single attacks such as this. In fact, I predicted we would be able to carry out over the horizon attacks and operations. The challenge is if you have to carry out a campaign. We don't see a need for that just yet. But as our chairman of the Joint Chiefs said, it only takes 6 months to a couple of years to see these groups reconstitute themselves. And I think the concern, therefore, is over the longer term, not at the immediate time right now. But again, a huge tribute to those in our intelligence and counterterrorism communities for what they have done. This is a very significant blow in the brains behind al-Qaeda for many, many decades.
General, before I let you go, I do have to get your reaction to this breaking news that we are tracking, which is that House Speaker Nancy Pelosi has now landed in Taiwan. As you know, China has had some very strong language warning her not to go. She's there shining a light on the human rights abuses by China, on the situation on the ground. What is your take on her trip? Are you concerned that this might inflame tensions that are already pretty high right now?
You know, there's a lot of different takes on this, but the one that I think is generally broadly agreed is that there will be repercussions as a result of this. There sort of have to be. Again, President Xi is in the final months of his own re-election campaign. In late October, early November, the party Congress will convene and re-elect him for an unprecedented third term. He hoped that everything would be nice and smooth. It has not been, given Russia, given Ukraine, given the economy slowing down, given the real estate developers collapse and so forth. So this will add to that, but the pressure will be on him. He will have to take actions, and I think they won't just be in the near term.
Military actions, General? Military actions? What are? Can you give us?
No.
Okay.
No. You'll see live fire exercises. You'll see demonstrations. I don't think no one wants to see a confrontation, and I think each side has been very careful to avoid that. Even the flight path of Speaker Pelosi's plane went out east of the Philippines to come in from the other side, not the most direct route from Singapore.
General David Petraeus, thank you so much for joining us on a very big news day and for helping us to understand all of these complicated issues. Good to see you. And still ahead, reaction from the U.S. and China to Speaker Nancy Pelosi's controversial and defiant trip to Taiwan. We're going to speak to Andrea Mitchell. You're watching Meet the Press Now. Stay with us.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts. Mystery in Paradise.
There's my sweet little sister on the news.
A series of secrets to be discovered.
This investigation takes you into the swinger lifestyle.
Dateline's hottest July ever. Fridays at 10/9 Central.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful?
Found a way to put that.
Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Welcome back. The major issue on the ballot today in Kansas is abortion, as voters get to choose whether or not their state constitution will explicitly protect abortion rights. But the language could be confusing. Voting yes on the amendment means not protecting abortion, and voting no means protecting the right. It's a vote that could be very, very close. NBC's Dasha Burns has been talking to voters as they make their decision on this critical amendment.
We are probably looking at a pretty tight race here, and regardless of the outcome, this is going to be significant not just for Kansas, but for the entire nation, as the voters voting behind me here are going to be among the first in the country to cast a ballot on this issue since Roe v. Wade was overturned. And in order to get here, voters have had to navigate a lot of information, a lot of misinformation, including just yesterday, misleading text message sent to Kansans claiming that voting yes would protect a woman's reproductive choices, when in fact a yes vote on the Value Them Both amendment would strip the Kansas state constitution of protections for abortion rights and potentially open the door for restrictions or potentially, as many abortion rights activists fear, a ban on abortion in the state of Kansas. Still, the folks that came out here today are determined to make their voices heard. Take a listen to just a little bit of our conversations with voters.
I found it very complicated to try and figure out. We spent a lot of time doing a little bit of research and trying to understand what the amendment actually meant.
I spent some time researching just to make sure we made the right choice. And my husband was just in voting too, and we definitely made the right choice. It was very easy once we did our research.
I wish they would use simple language. I understand they have to use language that can be legal, but for me, it's hard to understand.
What we're looking for is not only whether the yes or no vote wins, but also the turnout here in Kansas. How big of a driving factor is the abortion issue when it comes to getting voters to the polls? I can tell you here in Gardner, Kansas, they are already seeing an increase compared to the last primary in a midterm year, and early voting numbers show a more than 200% increase from 2018.
All right, Dasha Burns, thank you for that. For more on what's at stake in Kansas and tonight's primary races, I'm joined by my panel, Politico White House correspondent and Playbook co-author Eugene Daniels, Republican strategist Brad Todd, and Democratic pollster Margie Omero. Thanks to all of you for being here. Margie, let me give you this question first. What are you watching for in Kansas, and how much weight should we be giving this, given that it is the first time abortion is going to be on the ballot since Roe was overturned?
Well, of course it's important, because it's important to protect the right to an abortion around the country, and this is what polls around the country show a majority of voters support. I think when there's a vote like this, people want to put a lot of importance on it, like it's a special congressional election, like this is the answer to the entire election season. I think we should really focus on Kansas, what this means in Kansas. Kansas is a disproportionately Republican state in August, in November, whenever it is. If abortion rights opponents were confident in their position, why make the ballot language so complicated that people don't know what it is that you saw in the segment, that they don't know what it is that they're voting for? Why put it on the primary ballot when there's bound to be lower turnout and fewer competitive statewide races? So we'll see what happens here, but I think it's important to put it in the context of what it means in the state.
Yeah, I mean, Brad, what about that, given that it is so complicated? And you hear that turnout is already up 200% early voting since 2018. We don't know what those votes are going to say, but it seems like these voters are energized to weigh in on something. What do you make of this?
Well, I think having it in August actually is a good thing, because the ballot's less crowded. Voters can spend a lot more time focusing on it. The airways aren't cluttered with a lot of advertising for other things. So it becomes a much more primary focus of voters going in. And because these things get complicated because the lawyers in the Secretary of State's office make them complicated. That's what constitutional amendment language always is.
They traditionally
all of us on the campaign side always fight them tooth and nail about how to word it. But all this referendum does is say, do you as a Kansas voter want to have control over abortion policy in the state? Do you want to remove it from judges and give it to the people and their elected representatives? And so I think you're going to see a pretty wide coalition support it. Kansas is a state that abortion has divided the Republican Party for years, actually, there. It's been a big issue there, but I think you'll see a lot of people say, yes, we want the voters back in.
Eugene, when I talk to Democrats and I ask them what are they watching for in tonight's races, it's not these battles between Democrats. It's not even the tests for progressives, some of the things that we're watching for. It's this vote in Kansas.
Yeah, because they're hoping that they will get a sense of how the American people feel about this. This is our first test, though, as Margie said, this is about Kansas. I will say, talking to folks over the last couple of days, they tell me that as they're watching and they're looking at how this vote ends up turning out, you're going to see whether or not people think that the Supreme Court went too far with the giving it back to the states and then banning abortion. Because even when you talk to people who say they're pro-life, sometimes people say they're pro-life but pro-choice, where they still want a woman to be able to choose in some instances, for there to be exceptions. And so this will be a test of part of that.
Nationally, polls show an increase. First of all, even before the Supreme Court decision, a majority supported the right to an abortion. That surged after the Supreme Court decision. Motivation among Democrats has surged. Motivation around this issue has surged. The favorability toward the Supreme Court has dropped. I mean, it is poll after poll after poll nationally. It could not be more consistent.
So tonight is a test for abortion. It is also, all of these primaries have been a test of former President Trump's staying power. Is he still a kingmaker? But Brad, boy, tonight may be his biggest test yet. He's endorsed more than 30 candidates. More than 30 of them are election deniers.
Well, it's a big night for primaries in general, but I think people are going to be watching the two races in Washington State with Dan Newhouse and Jamie Herrera Butler in particular.
Two Republicans who voted to impeach President Trump.
Right, two incumbent Republicans. Yep. I think that those two races are going to be largely, they're going to drive opinions about the president's endorsement tonight more than anything else. I think you've also got an interesting race in Michigan in that you have J Street and a lot less progressive pro-Israel groups going against each other in the 13th district. I think two Democratic incumbents, Haley Stevens in Levin, Andy Levin. I think that's perhaps one of the most interesting primaries that we're not talking about tonight. And I think that it'll tell us a lot about where the Democratic Party is. Are they pushing back on their own progressives?
Well, in two governor's
We're
races.
going to talk to them tonight, by the way, both of them. We're going to have on our election night special.
So
on News
in
Now.
two governor's races, Trump has endorsed one candidate and Pence has endorsed another candidate in two of the primaries tonight. I mean, if that's not a test of Trump's power as an endorser, then I don't know what is. And you were talking about the media markets in Kansas. In Kansas City media market, you have the two Erics, and of course that's what Trump just loves chaos. His carefully researched endorsement of anyone named Eric is going to be at play there too.
And you had some wonderful reporting in Politico about what was behind former President Trump's decision to endorse Eric, when the two front runners are Eric Schmidt, and Eric Greitens, of course.
There's somebody else on the ballot named Eric too.
There are three Erics. I shouldn't be living out the third
Choose your own
Eric.
adventure.
I know, but
endorsement.
To some extent, I mean, you have some Republicans saying this is making a mockery of the Trump endorsement at a time, frankly, Eugene, when he's had mixed results in these primaries.
Exactly. And I think that's part of why you're seeing him just go with the Erics, because he's saying, this is going to be for the people to decide, but in this one particular race, right? Because it looks very close, and he does know that he's had these mixed results as we've seen and gone forward and forward. And as he talks about being a winner, he's not someone who ever wants to be seen as a loser. And when he is going against what used to be the establishment, people like Mike Pence, his former vice president, you see tugging in the Republican Party about what it means to be a Republican.
I mean, he picks candidates to endorse, kind of like I pick, my Sweet 16 in college basketball. I don't know. I guess I'm going to pick this person. I mean, that's his sort of level of detail and his mixed results.
Most, right?
That's true. If I had the teams tell me I was great, then that would be the way he would.
I don't know if the process is the same as you go through, but I do think he likes to have a rooting interest in every game.
But does it undercut? Does it make a mockery of his endorsement?
I think only his voters and people who support him most ardently and look mostly to his endorsements, only they can decide that. What we see mostly in primaries is that the president he sort of tabs someone, right? It's a first look. He can cause people to take a look at someone, but they end up making up their own mind as they look at other candidates in the race.
Margie, how big of a test is tonight for progressive candidates? You have Cori Bush, Rashida Tlaib, both facing challengers who are both saying, look, you guys have been very focused on getting headlines more so than the policy and the substance. How critical of a night is this for progressives?
I think on the Democratic side, we don't have the same kind of theatrics that are going on the Republican side. And so it's up for each district and each set of voters to, to decide for themselves. I don't know if you can say that there's, a bigger story to be told based on what's happening on the Democratic side tonight.
What will you be watching for tonight?
The gubernatorial races are really interesting, especially in Arizona and Missouri, right? Because you have people who are election deniers. Actually, in Arizona, both of them on the Republican side are election deniers, pushing President Trump's lie about the election. And in Missouri, Eric Greitens, I used to live in Missouri years ago, and Eric Greitens is scandal plagued, right?
Yes.
And so this is someone who, if wins, Republicans are very nervous about losing.
Very quickly, because we're almost out of time, but one thing that's looming over tonight and the primaries in general is President Biden. And he now has a mixed record. He might be close to getting this big piece of legislation passed that he's been working on, the Inflation Reduction Act, as it is now called. And then he came out last night and announced that he had killed this al-Qaeda leader. Brad, do you think Republicans are reassessing the climate for Democrats, given some of these things?
Absolutely not. 2/3 of the American public thinks that Joe Biden's done it. They disagree with his policies. They don't think he's done a good job on inflation. They don't think he's done a good job on gas prices. They generally don't trust him on foreign policy. I will be glad to have Joe Biden as a referendum in every race we place.
Final word, Marty.
The third one you missed was a drop in gas prices, so the biggest drop in gas prices in a decade. Look, ultimately, if they're not reassessing the climate, they should be, because you have changes, fluctuations, and narrowing of the generic ballot, or Democrats, surging in the generic ballot. You have Senate candidates and gubernatorial candidates, really struggling on the Republican side. And you have election deniers. Those who aren't out front as election deniers in some of these races are just election denier adjacent or election denier avoidant, just trying to avoid the question.
But enough about Stacey Abrams.
This was a great conversation that set us up for a very exciting night. Thanks to all of you, Eugene, Brad, and Margie. Appreciate it. Andrea Mitchell will be here next. Plus, Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal joins us as two of the country's most well-known progressives, as we were just talking about, face primary challenges tonight. You're watching Meet the Press Now. Stay with us.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
It's the best time of the morning, time for that pop start, baby.
Oh, I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Welcome back. Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi arrived in Taiwan earlier today, despite threats from China, whose leaders claim this self-governed island is part of their sovereign territory. China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs condemned the visit, saying it violated the One China principle. And state media reports the Chinese army will conduct 3 days of military exercises and training around the region. In a Washington Post opinion piece published shortly after her arrival, Pelosi defended her visit, citing China's human rights record and its crackdown on Hong Kong. She wrote, quote, "We cannot stand by as the CCP proceeds to threaten Taiwan and democracy itself." Pelosi has received congressional support from both sides of the aisle. Today, 26 Republican senators issued a statement supporting her trip to Taiwan. But the visit has caused a headache for the White House, which has signaled its concern with the visit as the administration now navigates an escalation in tensions between Washington and Beijing. Joining me now is NBC's chief foreign affairs correspondent, Andrea Mitchell, who has been all over this trip. Andrea, thank you for joining me.
No, my pleasure.
You have been sort of tracking the reaction and fallout from the White House, specifically John Kirby, briefing reporters today. What are they saying about this visit?
Well, they keep asking him repeatedly, well, you know, why are you saying that this is not a change? There's obviously tension between the administration and Pelosi over this. We know this informally, but publicly they're saying she's independent, she's a separate branch of government, she has every right to go. Speakers have gone before. Of course, the speaker who went before was Newt Gingrich in 1997. That was 25 years ago. But the fact is, she's always been a hawk on Taiwan. In 1991, famously, she went to Tiananmen Square just, 2 years after the uprising there and after the killings of all of those people, unfurled a banner with two fellow Congress members. The police showed up, they blocked the camera crews, and it was quite an incident. So that shows, again, and just a couple of years ago, 2019, she tweeted that video from 1991 to show her solidarity. That was on the 30th anniversary of Tiananmen. Now, this is still evolving. As we speak, there are reports in official Chinese media that they awakened our ambassador, Nicholas Burns,
oh my gosh,
in the middle of the night to call him in and, quote, demarche him, which in diplomatic terms means, call him on the carpet, read him the riot act over this. And they flew fighter jets right up against the line of what Taiwan claims it's airspace. So live fire exercises that have been happening for a couple of days, which hadn't happened in decades and decades. I was there last time. It was 1995 and 6. And now they're saying there'll be more exercises to come tomorrow.
And what is the potential fallout beyond everything that you're laying out, Andrea? I mean, the United States, and we've been reporting on this, the Biden administration does have some concerns both for Speaker Pelosi's safety and security, but also for the potential diplomatic fallout here. What else could you potentially envision happening in the wake of this?
Well, certainly the concern would be that there'd be some sort of military confrontation. As John Kirby has said, it could be accidental. It could be, misconstrued, one side, the other side, the U.S. caught in the middle. The U.S. has sent warships, notably the Ronald Reagan, that's a carrier group, but also other warships that they're not specifying to the Taiwan Strait. That's a fairly narrow strait. And there are areas there that are very close with the outlying islands of Quemoy and Matsu, just a couple of miles from southern China. It's in Fujian province. In any case, she is going to be meeting at around 8 o'clock Eastern tonight. She's going to be meeting with Taiwan's president, also a woman, by the way, well regarded for her support for democratic principles. Then she meets with the parliament and then has a news conference before leaving at about 5 o'clock Eastern tomorrow. So we're hoping she got a little bit of sleep, because not much, but stuff is still happening.
And just quickly, Andrea, what are you anticipating we'll hear from her in that news conference?
I think she will say that there have been Congress members who have gone before. This is not a change of policy. I support democracy. And basically, the administration agrees that once this leaked out that she was going, and they did not announce it, it was off the record. They didn't announce it until after she landed. But that the concern is that somehow Beijing will get too aggressive, and that will be a major problem, a confrontation between our major economic and military rival, China. It'll make the war in Ukraine look like nothing.
Andrea, thank you. No one knows this stuff better than you. It's so great to see you. Really appreciate it.
Good to be here, Kristen.
All
We're
right.
watching you all night, by the way, with the election coverage.
Yes, yes, and we'll be watching you on Nightly News. Andrea, thank you. We'll be right back.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news. This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine. I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told. No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. As we count down to tonight's primary results, some familiar progressive faces are on the ballot tonight, facing down more moderate challengers. In Michigan, member of the progressive group dubbed the Squad, Rashida Tlaib, is facing 3 challengers, and another so-called Squad member, Missouri's Cori Bush, is facing a moderate state senator in her first re-election bid. I'm joined now by the leader of the Congressional Progressive Caucus, Congresswoman from Washington, Pramila Jayapal. Congresswoman, thank you so much for joining me. Appreciate it.
It's great to be with you.
So as I just laid out, 2 of your fellow progressive colleagues are facing challenges across the country, in fact, tonight, but we named 2 of them, Rashida Tlaib and Cori Bush. Are you worried about their prospects tonight? And what do you say to their challengers who are basically making the case that they are too focused on sort of the core principles of progressivism? They don't speak to a broad enough swath of voters, and they aren't focused on getting things done in Washington.
Well, Kristen, I would just say that these are 2 very effective members of Congress. They represent their districts extremely well. Voters selected them because they represent their districts extremely well. They know their districts, and they brought home enormous benefits to their districts. Rashida Tlaib, for example, has been one of the most effective advocates I know on the issue of water. Her district in Michigan was dealing with lead in water pipes and the inability of people to be able to drink clean water. And she has been relentless in making sure she brought home enormous amounts of money and got those provisions into the American Rescue Plan, and continuing to advocate for even more in the reconciliation bill. Same with Cori Bush, advocating around ensuring that people didn't get kicked out of their homes and that a moratorium continued to ensure that people were not going to be kicked out of their homes. So I think they're going to do well tonight.
Let me ask you, though, because you all wanted to see, of course, the infrastructure bill and then what was called Build Back Better get passed together. That never happened. And so there was movement on infrastructure. And now we see this sort of retooled version of that, the Inflation Reduction Act that was just announced by Senator Schumer and Senator Manchin. Do you have any regrets? And do your fellow progressives have any regrets about not supporting that early on and trying to take action on that earlier, given now the threats to some of your colleagues?
let me just reframe that, because actually we did pass both infrastructure and Build Back Better through the House. And if you remember, when we got the infrastructure bill, there was no Build Back Better bill. We insisted that we had to have that. We drafted out the language in the bill and passed that bill through the House on the promise that the senators made to the President of the United States that they would move forward the president's economic agenda. Progressives have always been for the president's economic agenda. That's why we passed Build Back Better. And this bill that the Senate is now taking up 9 months later, which is part of the president's economic agenda, has many of the components that we insisted were in the House bill.
So you'll support it, Congresswoman? You'll support it? It's not everything.
Absolutely, I'm going to support it. No, and actually, I think we have a lot of unity that while it isn't everything, we need 50 votes in the Senate. And unfortunately, we didn't have 50 votes in the Senate for the president's economic agenda. So we will take what we can get with 50 votes. And every single one of these pieces that is in the Inflation Reduction Act is extremely important and is a big step forward. So yes, I'm going to support it.
And still not clear that you have 50 votes. All eyes are on Senator Sinema. I know she is in a different chamber, but are you hearing anything about her reaction? I was talking to a source close to Senator Sinema who noted the fact that this piece of legislation does include that tax provision that she's opposed to. Are you worried she's going to come out and say, I can't get behind this?
Well, I'm relying on Senator Schumer to bring his chamber and all 50 Democrats along. Senator Sinema did have a lot of input into the provisions that were in the original Build Back Better bill. I hope they're talking to her because, listen, Kristen, we need to get this done for the American people. It's going to reduce costs. It's going to make sure people have health care, and it's going to invest in the urgent crisis of climate change. We got to get this done.
Finally, I have to ask you about this Democratic strategy of propping up some candidates who they believe would be easier to beat in a general election. John Gibbs is the perfect example tonight. He's obviously running against Peter Meyer. Do you support that strategy, or do you think it's too risky or too hypocritical, as some of your colleagues have said?
Well, I don't like the idea of propping up election deniers. I just don't like it. I have to be honest. I don't want to second guess the D-Trip. I haven't looked at their polling. I don't know what kind of a difference, their strategy is going to make. But on a values perspective, I don't like it. And I'll tell you, Kristen, I was one of the very few people that actually thought Donald Trump could win for the presidency back in 2016. Everybody told me I was crazy, but I felt like that could happen because people, unfortunately, buy into this bully tactic and all of the horrible things that he was saying, the divisive things he was saying. So I just don't think we can rely, we can think that we know how voters are going to react. And I think it's dangerous.
And very quickly, because we're almost out of time, in Kansas tonight, do you see this as a critical test for the extent to which the abortion issue may be energizing for voters for Democrats in the fall?
It's definitely something we're going to watch closely. I don't think it's the be all and end all. If it doesn't work out the way we want, because primary elections are tough, not everyone votes. But I think November will be different. But certainly we're watching it closely.
All right, we covered a lot of ground on this election day. Congresswoman Pramila Jayapal, thank you so much for joining us and for your perspective.
Thank you for having me.
And thank you for being with us this hour. And tune in tonight for election results and analysis. Chuck and I will be hosting the Meet the Press Election Night special right here on News Now. It starts at 9 p.m. Eastern. NBC News Now coverage continues with my friend Hallie Jackson right now.
So we're coming on the air just a few hours before House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's wake-up call in Asia after that controversial touchdown in Taiwan that's earning praise from some Republicans. But the White House, less thrilled. The Chinese, super mad. We'll talk about why the speaker's there and why China is threatening, in their words, those who play with fire. Plus, happening right now, the Senate is finally voting on that bill that'll give health care to veterans exposed to toxic burn pits. What one Democrat is telling me about the fight to get this across the finish line and what Jon Stewart is doing now. And new reaction from a top Homeland Security aide tonight on that strike that brought down the leader of al-Qaeda that we told you about as breaking news on this show 24 hours ago. What we're now hearing about the details and the planning inside that mission. Plus, election lies on the ballot in some key primaries tonight, with voters voting, not just a referendum on Donald Trump, but abortion access, too. We're live across the country and bringing you a closer look at so-called crypto candidates in tonight's original. And a new chapter in the saga between Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, lighting up social media. Have you seen this? What new court documents show now about the evidence from their defamation trial later in the show. Hey, I'm Hallie, and while you are sleeping tonight, we think House Speaker Nancy Pelosi will be getting to work, because in the next few minutes, the sun's going to rise in Taipei, and she's got a busy day ahead of her, including meeting with Taiwan's president and maybe throwing ye old proverbial wrench into the U.S. relationship with China. Watch, you're going to see the speaker there. There she is, walking down the stairs, hitting the tarmac to meet with a delegation from Taiwan. And in Taipei, look at some of these pictures. People celebrating her visit. Welcome to Taiwan, Speaker Pelosi. No U.S. official this high up on the food chain has visited Taiwan in 25 years. And there's a reason for that. This is a very delicate relationship here. Taiwan says it's independent. China thinks of it as like a state that it should control. Pelosi saying in an op-ed for the Washington Post, timed to her landing, that now is exactly the time to visit. Because, as she says, the Chinese Communist Party is getting aggressive, and that, in her words, America stands with Taiwan, our democratic partner, as it defends itself and its freedom. Surprise, surprise, China doesn't see it that way, saying those who play with fire will perish by it. And by the way, they just decided to do some military exercises in the Taiwan Strait. And the White House, just in the last hour or so, responding to those threats. Here's John Kirby.
The United States will not seek and does not want a crisis. We are prepared to manage what Beijing chooses to do. At the same time, we will not engage in saber rattling.
Okay, so why does this matter right now to all of us here in the U.S.? Well, first, experts point out that China's leader, Xi Jinping, his stance on Taiwan isn't all that different from how Vladimir Putin sees Ukraine, and you know how that went. The other factor is President Biden. With so much of the U.S. economy tied to China, think about all those supply chain issues. The president's trying to make things less tense. Just last week, the two leaders spoke for a couple of hours on the phone. I want to go to Dan DeLuce now. And Dan, we've talked about how Speaker Pelosi's visit has kind of scrambled the usual D.C. allegiances here. To wit, here's the top Senate Republican doing something we don't often see him do, and that is praise Nancy Pelosi. Watch.
I think it's important that the speaker did go to Taiwan. I don't think the Chinese get to tell members of Congress where they can go.
All right, Dan, so talk to us about the expectation here for Speaker Pelosi's day in Taiwan that's coming up in these overnight hours here in the U.S.
Well, this is a historic visit any way you cut it. I think this is going to be in her biography for sure, towards the top. She's going to get a warm welcome. You can already see signs of that. She's going to meet with the president of Taiwan, and I think we're going to hear more from Beijing. A lot of angry rhetoric already coming out of China, probably more aggressive military activities, exercises. We've already seen fighter jets from China in the Taiwan Strait. All of this is not unprecedented. They have been conducting these kinds of drills and exercises periodically, but obviously this is a kind of tense moment, and they want to send a signal that they very much disapprove of this. It is fascinating to hear the Senate minority leader talking that way, the Republican leader in the Senate. There are members of the Democratic Party also who are very supportive of this. There's a pretty broad bipartisan consensus about being very tough with China. And there's an argument on one side for this that, yes, we should have Pelosi, we should have the speaker visit, because we can't do what we did with Russia. We can't send any kind of mixed signals. We've got to be very clear with China to deter them from making any move on Taiwan. But, of course, huge risks go with this. And I think we're going to hear about this from China for some time. This is not going to blow over.
Talk to me. You're sitting there. I think people will probably know this. You're sitting there in our Pentagon workspace, basically, our workspace at the Pentagon. You've covered the State Department before. Can you give us a sense, as you're talking with people, your sources, insiders, et cetera, of what the concern level is? Because it seems to me like the expectation is not necessarily that China is going to do something crazy dramatic while Nancy Pelosi is on the ground in Taipei, but it'll be once she departs, right? And what happens then? And what happens with these exercises, the potential for a miscalculation, et cetera?
That's right. There's not a feeling of sort of imminent danger at the moment here when you talk to people at the Pentagon. And there's also this feeling that, you know, we've sort of seen some of this before, these kind of Chinese military exercises where they push the envelope, they fly very near Taiwan, they sail their ships near Taiwan and so forth. So they expect more of that. But you're right. It's what happens in 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 months. There's a big party Congress coming up in China. They're expected to renew the leadership of Xi there. But what happens after that? And there could be some economic pressure we could see. So I think it's still a question mark how China reacts in the end.
Dan DeLuce, thank you for staying on top of all of that. I'm sure we'll be talking again tomorrow. Appreciate it. We've also got some new details coming into us tonight about the strike that killed one of the men who organized the 9/11 attack, the mastermind. Remember, this is the guy who took over al-Qaeda from Osama bin Laden. The U.S. has wanted Ayman al-Zawahiri dead now for 2 decades. He is, as of recently, as of this weekend, as the president announced. He says justice has been delivered, showing us a never-before-seen picture from the White House from back on July 1st. Think about the timing, right? And by the way, that picture shows a box that is kind of a model of a safe house that al-Zawahiri was in. This happened, the strike, just this weekend. So think about all the planning that went into this. Officials say it's just a sliver. And here's the thing, right? Al-Zawahiri was apparently comfortable enough to be stepping out onto the balcony of his safe house, where officials say he was targeted, in a kind of wealthy neighborhood in Kabul, like a nice part of town, which raises all these questions moving forward about him living there at all, and how that was apparently okay with the Taliban, even in violation of the peace agreement they signed. I asked Deputy Homeland Security Advisor Joshua Geltzer about that. Watch. What is the U.S. going to do to hold the Taliban accountable here? And how concerned are you that Afghanistan could again become a safe haven for terrorists?
Look, we think actions speak even louder than words, and the biggest action we can take to show that accountability is the one we've already taken. This is a major setback for them on all those fronts, and we'll continue to make that clear.
I want to bring in our White House correspondent, Monica Alba, for more on this. Tell us what else we're hearing from the White House tonight, Mon.
Well, we just had the press briefing right now with the top NSC spokesman, John Kirby, Hallie, who echoed, of course, what the Homeland Security Advisor told you earlier this afternoon, which is the White House has made clear to the Taliban, we know what you did, we know who you harbored, we're staying very vigilant to the threat, and in addition, we know what steps you took to try to cover up some of the evidence of it. So this is something where absolutely the White House is following very closely. And in terms of violating this Doha agreement, Secretary of State Antony Blinken said this was certainly a gross violation. The White House didn't go as far as to say that exactly. They said they continue to communicate essentially with the Taliban about this and making very clear and very known their displeasure with all of this, but at the same time wanting to be very careful not to telegraph any punches that haven't been thrown or any policy decisions that haven't been made yet. So that is something, of course, that will be under discussion. The White House didn't want to get into any details, though, about whether there will be any kind of retaliation, either on the part of the Taliban in Afghanistan or from the U.S. when it comes to that peace agreement that was struck with the Taliban in terms of what this means for al-Zawahiri and this counterterrorism operation. The White House wanted to put the focus on that and again reiterate what they see as a major promise the president made, now kept.
There's also a bigger piece of the context here, and that is we're coming up on the date that is just about a year now since President Biden pulled U.S. troops out of Afghanistan. At the time, and I know you remember this, there was a lot of discussion about, well, what would U.S. counterterrorism capabilities be if we didn't have boots on the ground? The White House at the time had said, hey, over-the-horizon attacks can be effective. We can still carry out operations even without troops in the country. This feels like an example of that they're trying to point to here.
Certainly, and this was the first one they were quick to say in Afghanistan that has taken place in the last year since boots on the ground left, since the U.S. troops were withdrawn after the president made that decision, ending America's longest war. But certainly today, John Kirby said it is the first of course, potentially more, that they're going to be keeping an eye out for that essentially there will be more terrorists who will be in Afghanistan. He acknowledged that, and that he hopes, and the White House hopes, and the president hopes that over-the-horizon capability isn't just going to continue, but will be improved and strengthened going forward. So absolutely making that point. And you mentioned it, Hallie, we're now in the month of August. We're very close to that anniversary, and I'm told the White House is trying to figure out exactly how to commemorate, mark the solemn 1 year since 13 U.S. service members members were killed in Afghanistan during that chaotic and deadly exit we all remember near the Kabul airport. So that's something also the White House is trying to weigh here, how to do the remembrance with some solemnity while also touting the fact that this major al-Qaeda leader who was being hosted and harbored in Kabul is now dead because of what the president credits these months and years of intelligence. We're told that really the president was briefed many times on this. He ultimately gave the green light on July 25th. And then, of course, it was over the weekend when they saw the window and they took it and they took al-Zawahiri out. Hallie.
Monica Alba live for us on the North Lawn of the White House. Mon, thank you. As we talk about the Biden administration on a different front now, they're taking their first legal step to protect abortion access since the Supreme Court overturned Roe versus Wade. Late this afternoon, the Attorney General, Merrick Garland, you see him there, coming out and announcing that the Justice Department will sue Idaho over that state's near total abortion ban set to go into effect later this month. The AG saying, hey, that violates federal law.
Idaho's law would make it a criminal offense for doctors to provide the emergency medical treatment that federal law requires.
So here's the deal. Basically, in Idaho, you have hospitals that receive government funding, that get money from the government. They're required to help patients with life-threatening medical emergencies. It doesn't matter what that emergency is. Meaning, if that treatment means an abortion, if that's what it is, then they have to provide that care. I want to bring in Julia Ainsley now. And Julia, talk to us about this abortion ban in Idaho, the bigger picture of this lawsuit, and the significance at this moment, because this is being, in some ways, praised by abortion rights advocates because the administration is taking its first step now since the overturning of Roe.
That's true. And it could be that we see more of these cases. In the case of Idaho, it was almost the easiest place to start because this law was so blanket, a near total ban on abortion, as you said, Hallie. It even made it so that in the case of ectopic pregnancies, which we know are not viable and often can cause harm to the mother if they aren't terminated, that someone who performed an ectopic pregnancy could be held criminally liable and punished up to 5 years in prison. That was the kind of thing this law was going to outlaw. So now what the AG is saying today is that that violated the Emergency Medical Treatment and Labor Act, which means, as you said, anyone getting federal funds, in this case Medicare funds, has to be able to stabilize and treat a patient for the condition and for which they come into a hospital. And if you can't do that, if you can't provide that treatment, you are in violation of that law. So really, he's taking a step back. Seems like something that they would have definitely gone after, when Roe was in place. But now with Roe lifted, it's going to have to be this kind of blatant aggravation, this kind of blatant just ignorance of a law like that, where you wouldn't even be treating a patient in order to get DOJ's attention. That's where we're seeing them start. We'll see if they start to work their way down the ladder and go to laws that maybe wouldn't violate that quite as clearly.
So that was my question, right? It's like, what is the domino effect of this? We've talked a lot here on the show about how there are a number of states that have moved to restrict abortion access in this country, these so-called trigger laws that went into effect after Roe was overturned. You see them on screen here. How much, right, is the DOJ potentially going to target some of these bans here, Julia? Or is that still an open question? It kind of remains to be seen depending on how this Idaho thing goes.
Yeah, I think it's an open question, especially depending on the law in each state. What the opinion said that we got from the Supreme Court was basically that it shouldn't be up to the federal government to be in the business of determining viability of a fetus. But in this case, they're not even having to answer that question. They're going after the livelihood, the chances of a mother living and her health. And that's why DOJ is coming after this law. I will say there's a provision in the Idaho law that says if a mother's life is definitely at danger, they can intervene. But there seems to be a lot of gray area in this Idaho law over something like an ectopic pregnancy, and also in other laws. Where exactly is it clear the medical intervention is necessary? And if that's ambiguous to any healthcare provider to the point where they would pause before rendering treatment, that's the place DOJ wants to get involved. So we're seeing it happen here. I would imagine we'll start to see it in other trigger laws, but there could be some laws that have been put in place under Roe that they simply aren't going to touch at this point because they want to start first with the widest blanket bans that they can.
Well, can you talk a little bit about the reaction that we've seen to this just in the last couple hours from both anti-abortion activists as well as abortion rights advocates too?
Yes, I mean, we'll definitely see people who are against abortion access, who are saying that this is the Biden DOJ trying to come out against what they saw as a victory at the Supreme Court. And so now we're seeing they will now be pushing back. This could gear them up. This could give them more momentum going into midterms. It's hard to see how abortion won't be an issue for both sides going into midterms. But of course, for the Biden administration, this could galvanize their side to say, look, not all is said and done and settled on this issue. You still want to elect a president who will put the full resources of the Justice Department behind going after states that are trying to take away these rights. So again, this is pushing the issue of abortion back in front of voters as they head into this crucial midterm.
Julia Ainsley live for us in Washington. Julia, thank you. From Washington out west now, because extreme weather in the middle part of the country and further to the coast are causing lots of problems, lots of worries for millions of people. Look at what's happening in Kentucky, where extreme heat is the new challenge for rescue crews who are trying to save people after that awful flooding killed nearly 40 people. It might feel like 100 degrees in parts of the state where people already don't have power. Think about that. You got no power, you got no AC. It's going to feel like 100. Your neighbors may have lost their houses. It's a nightmare scenario. Roads have been washed away in some spots, making the rescues even harder. Then you've got what's happening in California, where the biggest wildfire of the year there has killed 2 more people. Right now, it's getting even bigger and getting closer to the Oregon border. Our Gotti Schwartz is covering that fire for us tonight, but I want to start with George Solis and the rescue push in Kentucky here. 5 days, George. 5 days, and it's not better. It's not easier for people there, people who are still stranded.
That's right, Hallie. It's almost unfair. So the people here in eastern Kentucky dodging that rain only to be contending with this heat. And like you mentioned, many of them without power. On top of that, they are also dealing with a looming death toll. They know that that number is going to go up. The governor said so himself. You also have people that are still displaced, and you have cell phone service that is spotty in some places. So you still have people trying to communicate with loved ones to find out if they're okay, if they're going to be home. And now, at this point of the day when the water has started to recede, you have people going into neighborhoods to see what's left of their communities, of their homes. In many cases, nothing. We have seen crews out there already beginning to survey the damaged homes that have been lifted off their foundation. They're also waiting to see what kind of help they're going to get from the federal government, especially when you consider at this point that they are just left with nothing. It's really just incredible. But one of the things that we want to highlight here is that when things are at their worst, that's usually when humanity is at its best. And we have seen examples of that time and time again in this community, from the organizations that have come into this community to help out, to just volunteers and people from within the state that have traveled to hand out food and water. We had an opportunity to talk to one gentleman who lost everything in the floods, but is still out there committed to helping his community. Take a listen.
And there's a few people up there that we know that ain't got no vehicle, no way to get nothing to eat. The older people, so we've been trying to take meals and food and stuff to them. And water. I lost everything I had. I had to swim out of my house. Yeah. And but you know what? We're going to make it. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just glad to have my life. It took a brand new home plumb off the foundation. Yeah. I lost everything.
Hallie, we can only hope that we'll hear more of these stories. The governor today on the ground, again, surveying some of those areas, hopefully getting a better sense of how many people are still missing. We hope it's not many. Tonight, he has also called for the flags in the state to be flown at half-staff to remember all of those lives tragically lost. Hallie.
George Solis, thank you. Gotti Schwartz to you now, Gotti, where local police say it's now 4 people that have died in this McKinney fire, which is getting closer now to Oregon. Tell us more about it.
Yeah, Hallie, it has been a grim day for crews in the fire zone, going from house to house, unfortunately, trying to locate people that are unaccounted for. And so far, we know that 2 more people have been found dead at homes along State Route 96. Now, in the town of Klamath River on Sunday, 2 more people were found dead in their car in their driveway, presumably trying to escape those flames. Meanwhile, out on the lines, crews have been trying to take advantage of a little bit of a break that they had in the weather since yesterday to shore up containment lines, to build build fire breaks, but this afternoon and tomorrow we are expected to see even more erratic wind. We're expected to see higher temperatures and dry thunderstorms. Those dry thunderstorms that bring that dangerous lightning, but very little precipitation. We know that the most explosive growth happened in the first 48 hours of this fire, ballooning to over 55,000 acres. In the last 13 hours, just in comparison, the fire has only grown by about another 1,000 acres or so. So, Hallie, it's definitely slowing down, but there is so much damage left behind. We understand more than 100 homes and buildings lost, and so far, 4 lives as well. Hallie?
Gotti Schwartz live for us there, covering those fires for us in California. Gotti, thank you so much. We got a lot more to get to here on the show, including voters voting and a whole bunch of key primaries tonight. We're going to talk more about that. Plus, Brittany Griner's lawyer says her trial in Russia should be over very soon. We'll talk about just how soon in our 5 things. And big old NFL news tonight. Why the Miami Dolphins are not going to get 2 high draft picks and what Tom Brady has to do with it. A lot of sports world drama. We're talking about it next.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark.
How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like?
With our NBC News exclusive.
Dateline Missing in America. Hear their stories. Help bring them home.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Voters are voting. That's a sentence that, as somebody who covers politics, I like to say, right? Voters are voting in 5 states today in some primaries that really matter, right? Arizona, Michigan, Missouri, Washington, and Kansas. And here's why these races, these key primaries, are so important. The results are set to give us a snapshot of whether former President Trump and his election fraud lies still have a grip on the Republican Party or not. Right, look at these 3 Republican House members who voted to impeach former President Trump. Not many of them did. These 3 did. They're now running for re-election. They are all now facing some tough fights to try and keep their seats. That's just one of the many storylines we're following. So I want to bring in Vaughn Hilliard, who is live for us in Arizona. And this is another place that's a good example of the Republican establishment, Vaughn, versus the Trumpier wing. Where's your head? My friend, is your head cut off? What happened here? I'm going to have your cameraman slightly adjust unless it's my monitor. Thank you.
It's been a heck of a week, Hallie, okay? Here we go. We're here now. We're here.
It's been a heck of a week. Vaughn, it's been a heck of a week because there's a lot going on there. You've got the governor's race. You've got the senator's race. You have election deniers on the ballot who are saying 2020 didn't go the way it actually went, right? I mean, this is one, I know tomorrow morning this is probably going to be the lead storyline coming out of primary night where you are in Arizona.
Right. I mean, we've got the Secretary of State's race, another election denier, Mark Fincham. You got the Attorney General's race, Abe Hamadeh, another election denier here. I mean, you've got a lot of candidates here with Trump's endorsement. Each of them could pull off a win, but if they don't, I think we could also be talking tomorrow about how Donald Trump has lost his sway over Republican voters. Because here in Arizona, make no mistake about it, this isn't like Missouri, where Donald Trump was coming in the 11th hour and endorsing 2 of the Senate candidates. Everybody here in Arizona, if you're a Republican voter, you have seen the TV ads, you know exactly who he has endorsed for each of these races. And yet at the same time, polling it's not run away for these Trump-backed Republican candidates, including Kari Lake. Ever since these last couple of weeks have gone by, you've seen Karen Taylor Robeson, who's backed by Governor Doug Ducey, as well as Mike Pence, start to incrementally chip away here, and their team believes that they're in this year. And that's also, I think, why you've heard Kari Lake propagate the idea that there are election fraud and irregularities right now in her primary. But yet she hasn't given any exact examples or evidence. I want to let you hear me asking her about that.
Please.
What fraud is there?
This is serious. You want to make this about you? No, this is about Arizona voters and their faith in this election.
The last person on this planet Earth I would tell about what we've discovered is you and MSDNC.
So you know about a crime, and yet you're not reporting it to authorities.
And I'm not telling you about it.
Hallie, elections officials from Maricopa County, as well as the Arizona Secretary of State's office, tell me they have received no concerns or allegations from Lake or her campaign at this hour.
It is, I think, a fair line of questioning, Vaughn. I'm glad you're there doing it. Let me do a bit of a lightning round with you, my friend, and I know you can, because there's a whole bunch of races that are important. Let me hit Missouri. What's the thing people need to know about the Missouri race, and what we'll be looking for tomorrow morning?
Right, Eric Schmidt has been atop the recent polling here. He's the current attorney general. He is backed by the likes of Ted Cruz, but also now quasi-Donald Trump, who late last night threw his endorsement behind the two Erics, Eric Schmidt, but then the other one is Eric Greitens. And the big question was, could the former Missouri governor get a boost by this quasi-Donald Trump endorsement? Eric Greitens, he is under quite a bit of scrutiny. He has been accused by multiple individuals of sexual abuse, of domestic abuse, and yet at the same time is still a viable candidate for the U.S. Senate right now.
Okay, Kansas, because this is another one. We talked about the DOJ moves, the first legal moves by the Biden administration since the overturning of Roe. Now you have abortion on the ballot in Kansas for the first time since Roe. This is another big one folks are watching.
Right. Kansas is a traditionally red state, and this is the first time in which voters are going to be able to decide in Kansas whether they remove abortion rights from the state's constitution. How many folks show up? How many Democrats in the primary? How many folks actually get out there and take part in this ballot measure?
Vaughn Hilliard, forehead and all, I am so glad to see you. You are going to have a busy night ahead of you and a busy morning, and I look forward to all of your coverage, including tonight. Vaughn, thank you, right here on NBC News Now for a Meet the Press Election Night special. That's 9 o'clock Eastern, however you stream your favorite shows. Let's talk about what's happening over in the Senate, because they have started to vote on the PACT Act. If you're like, Hallie, stop speaking Washingtonese. What is the PACT Act? This is the thing about burn pits, right? It's the thing that Jon Stewart has been fired up about. It's the thing that veterans have been doing a sit-in basically outside the Capitol about, that would basically give health care, this bill, to veterans who have exposed to these toxic chemicals while they're serving overseas. We have some new video. And it's Jon Stewart and veterans lining up outside the Capitol, getting ready to go in. They are going to watch this vote go down. We can't show you inside the Senate gallery, like we're not allowed to put cameras up there, but that's where they're going to be to watch this thing. It's a big deal bill. It's one that has been stalled for a while. And I talked with somebody else who's been pushing for it, Montana Democratic Senator and chairman of the Veterans Affairs Committee, Jon Tester. And his message to all the people who have been fighting for this to get passed. Is it because, in some ways, the government's broken, as they say?
Well, maybe this is a sign the government actually works, because people spoke up and people listened. But I'm saying that, assuming this bill passes, it shouldn't have taken this long. There's really no good excuse for it.
It's not like the Senate has a lot of dilly-dallying they can do, because they want to also try to get on to another key item on their agenda, a big climate and health care and tax bill before they leave for recess, which is Senate speak for vacation in August. Scott Wong is joining us now to talk about all this. So, Scott, I'm trying to make this as not D.C. as possible, because this is not a D.C. story, right? There's a lot of ins and outs and drama that I think you and I cover in the day-to-day of our political jobs. But for the veterans who will be watching this vote tonight, this is a significant moment for them and their lives and their health.
Exactly, and this is why so many of them have come to the Capitol over these past 5 days, protesting the Republicans that have been holding up this bill. Right now, about 75 of them have moved in, as you've noted, into the Senate chamber. They've relinquished their cell phones, so I was texting with some of them earlier, but they're now in the Senate chamber. They want to be on hand for this historic vote, $280 billion over the next decade, Hallie, that will be used for their health care benefits as they deal with various ailments related, they believe, to these burn pits, to, open sewage at some of these bases in Afghanistan and Iraq. And the reason why I think, some of these Republicans have now caved is because of the pressure from not only Jon Stewart, but specifically from these veterans. Let's hear our own Ali Vitale caught up with Jon Stewart earlier and talked a little bit about why Republicans are finally moving off their intransigence.
I think they're fraying in terms of their ability to withstand this. I think this is cruel and unusual punishment that's going on, and they've got to end this.
And so this bill looks like it will cruise to passage later tonight, probably within the next hour and a half, 2 hours or so, Hallie. Right now they're going through a number of amendments, but under the deal that was reached with Chuck Schumer, none of those amendments, all Republican amendments, look like they will pass. And so the final bill looks like it's heading towards passage and will be at the president's desk perhaps by later this week.
There's also this other piece of legislation, this other bill that senators want to get done. And we had this interesting optical moment, right? Senator Joe Manchin, who helped work out this deal on climate and health care and taxes with Senator Schumer, whispering in the ear, leaning over, talking with, do you see her there in the middle of the screen? Kyrsten Sinema, who is the kind of holdout Democratic senator, or the question mark, we should say. Any update on where things are with this? Do we think it's going to move forward? Are you going to be there for the weekend? What's the deal?
A lot of good questions we don't have the answers to yet. We asked Senator Manchin as he came off the floor after having that private one-on-one conversation with Sinema, tell us all about it. He was very quiet. He's giving her some space to make her own decisions about specifics about that legislation. We asked specifically about the carried interest loophole that we have talked about that could be a source, a problem spot for Kyrsten Sinema. He would not engage with us about the tax reform portion. So a lot of questions still up in the air on this big reconciliation package, Hallie.
Scott Wong, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Let's get you over now to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, the Biden administration's task force to reunite migrant families says right now 400 children are back together with parents after they were separated crossing the southern border. More than 5,000 families had been separated under the Trump administration, which did not keep records of which kids were separated and where they were sent. Advocates estimate there are still 1,000 families waiting to be reunited. Number 2, an attorney for WNBA star Brittany Griner is telling reporters her trial stemming from drug charges in Russia should be over very soon. This is Griner back in court today. You see her there. Russian prosecutors brought in a narcotics expert who analyzed cannabis found in Griner's luggage. Her defense brought in their own specialist who challenged those findings. The closing arguments are set for Thursday. That's a date you should circle on your calendar for this. Number 3, a new study found eating lots of really processed food like soda and fried snacks and frozen meals could be linked to a faster rate of cognitive decline. You hear that? It found adults who ate more of this kind of food had a 25% faster drop-off in their ability to do stuff, to plan a task, to execute a task, than people who didn't have as much of that stuff in their diets. Keep in mind, this research has not been peer-reviewed yet. Number 4, an airline passenger traveling from Indonesia to Australia got a more than $1,800 fine because they did not declare a McDonald's meal to customs. A detector dog sniffed out the McMuffins and the ham croissant. Australia's got some pretty tough new biosecurity rules because of an outbreak of foot and mouth disease that spread from Indonesia to Bali, so thus the scrutiny on the McMuffin situation. Number 5, the San Diego Padres making a huge splash at today's MLB trade deadline, getting Juan Soto from the Washington Nationals. I'm sorry to break your hearts, Nats fans. The 23-year-old is already a 2-time All-Star, second in the National League MVP race last year. Some baseball people say he's one of the best hitters in the game. There's a lot going on in the sports world because right around the same time that Soto trade news dropped, the NFL dropped its own big news, stripping the Miami Dolphins of 2 draft picks and some pretty big punishments for team owner Stephen Ross for what they're calling conduct that violated the integrity of the game. What is that conduct? basically trying to get Tom Brady and former Saints head coach Sean Payton to come to the Dolphins while both were still under contract. They actually tried this twice with Brady, allegedly, when he was with the Patriots, and again when he was with the Bucs. It's part of an investigation stemming from allegations by Brian Flores, an ex-head coach, who's suing the team for racial discrimination. But the Dolphins are not getting punished for that here. They're getting punished for this other thing. Ron Allen has been following this for us. And Ron, these are some pretty big consequences still for Ross and for the team.
Yeah, we're talking about two things. We're talking about tampering and we're talking about tanking. First, the tampering part. It's a huge black eye for the Miami Dolphins and especially for their owner. Roger Goodell, the commissioner of the NFL, said that what they were doing was unprecedented, that it was in scope and in severity, and that this went on for a period of years, that they were trying to lure Tom Brady to the Dolphins. Remember, this is a time when Brady is talking about leaving New England, the Patriots, and finding another team, and that this went on for some time, and then there were some discussions with Sean Payton, who was a coach of the New Orleans Saints and one of the gurus of the game. So a lot going on there, and there's never been a case like this in the NFL. All the teams abide by the rules, don't contact another player when they're under contract, so that there's an even playing field, and so that everybody has a chance at these high-value free agents and other players. So the owner was fined $1.5 million. He's a billionaire many times over. Is that a big fine? Probably not. And another executive was fined $500,000. The Dolphins also lose 2 draft picks, which could be significant. One's a first-round draft pick, but they have another first-round draft pick from another team. So how serious is the penalty? It's unclear. In terms of the tanking part of it, the allegation was that the Dolphins were purposefully losing games and that Brian Flores, the coach, had been bribed or told that he would be paid $100,000 if he lost games, so that the Dolphins could improve their draft position. They would get a higher draft pick if they fall lower in the standings. The investigators said that what was said about all that was just in jest, essentially. It wasn't taken seriously, and that nobody acted on it. So that allegation essentially, the Dolphins were found not guilty of if this were a court. It wasn't a court, it was an independent investigator. But the bottom line is that Stephen Ross, the owner of the Dolphins, comes out looking really poorly in this as a manipulator, is trying to do things that are just above, that are just beyond the rules of the game. He gets a big fine, and the Dolphins suffer some consequences in terms of draft picks. But this does not deal with the whole bigger issue of discrimination that Brian Flores raised some months ago.
Ron Allen live for us on this story with a lot of ins and outs. Thank you very much, Ron. Good to see you. When we come back, we are on the ground in Michigan, where the Republican candidate who got Donald Trump's late endorsement in the gubernatorial primary is walking a tightrope between the MAGA faithful and the so-called establishment. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
In Michigan, all eyes are on the Republican race to take on Governor Gretchen Whitmer, because that is one that has been absolutely bananas. Okay, you got 2 candidates who were disqualified for fake signatures on their petitions. And then another candidate, Ryan Kelly, was arrested for misdemeanor charges for his role in the January 6th attack. But the coveted endorsement from former President Trump went to former conservative commentator Tudor Dixon just last week. as a new report from the Brennan Center out today is warning of widespread misinformation in this year's midterms. I want to bring in Shaq Brewster. And Shaq, there's a lot of controversy on this, right? Because Dixon is leading in the polls, but other Michigan candidates backed by Donald Trump actually tried to block the endorsement. They're like, oh, she's too establishment, et cetera. Talk to us about this and the stakes here.
Yeah, the name that you hear a lot when they're launching those attacks against Tudor Dixon is the DeVos family. The fact that the DeVos family, through their super PAC, has put up lots of ads, spending more than $1 million putting up ads in favor of Tudor Dixon. And that's why you have one of her top opponents, Kevin Rinke, saying that she's the establishment candidate, dismissing the endorsement of former President Trump, an endorsement that he sought for himself, and saying that President Trump had wrong information and was given bad information by his advisors. So the impact of Trump's endorsement on the results tonight, that is an open question. And when you talk to voters about the impact of the endorsement, it depends on who you're talking to, because just listen to a sample of what they're saying based on what they've been hearing.
Anybody he endorses is too radical for me.
You say that as a Republican?
I say that as a Republican.
Why did his endorsement carry so much weight for you?
Because we were in a good situation when he was in office, and now we're in a really bad situation.
Hallie, I also spoke to some Democratic voters who picked up a Republican ballot because they said the former president has weighed into the local races here. They said anyone that he nominates is too extreme, and they don't want to be, they don't want the potential of that candidate to be on the ballot in November, Hallie.
Before I let you go, Shaq, talk about this new report from the Brennan Center that spotlights these lies that continue from the 2020 election, that the election was stolen. It was not. We know that some of the candidates for governor in Michigan they're on the Republican side, including Tudor Dixon, have talked about these claims as well. She then went on Fox News and dodged questions about this whole thing.
Yeah, and that kind of sets up why this race is so important, because it's not just the lies and disinformation that have come out, but it's also laws that have been passed by the Republican legislature in the state of Michigan that have been vetoed by the Democratic governor here. If a Republican goes on to defeat Gretchen Whitmer in November, those laws would be signed. There would be restrictions on things like early voting, things like absentee balloting, and that's also why you're hearing warnings from the Secretary of State's office tonight saying that it may be a long night of vote counting. She said to beware of that misinformation, because in the state of Michigan, election workers cannot start processing those absentee ballots until polls open, and they can't count them until polls close tonight. And when you have more than 1 million voters who have requested an absentee ballot application, there's a concern that it may take some time, and she doesn't want what she calls misinformation to fill that void as we wait for those vote totals to be calculated, especially, Hallie, if these races are close when we start getting those numbers in tonight.
Shaq Brewster, mainlining coffee, I am sure, and caffeine to be able to stay up till the results come in. Shaq, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
It's an IV.
I believe it. It's not just Michigan, right, but Missouri and Arizona, where it is a big night, not just for candidates, but crypto donations, which are becoming more popular. The subject of our original tonight, in-depth reporting on a topic we've been watching. Super PACs linked to some of the crypto industry's biggest names are spending millions of dollars in different primary races, with the big unanswered question, what's the government's plan to regulate this? Eric Finman, the self-described youngest Bitcoin millionaire, started buying Bitcoins around the age of 12. Now, at 23, he's taking some of the millions he's made and investing it in political campaigns.
The cryptocurrency industry wants to back people that are supportive of crypto and not anti-crypto. And I think that's as simple as that.
Finman's behind a new D.C.-based nonprofit called America's Future, which will finance what he's calling a midterms tour, a series of rallies across the country supporting conservative candidates.
10 million is going to be going to events, and 10 million we're giving away to PACs, committees, and candidates. And then a part of that will be Save Arizona PAC.
That PAC is backing Arizona Republican Senate candidate Blake Masters, who has questioned the legitimate results of the 2020 election. He won former President Trump's endorsement. The Saving Arizona PAC has raised more than $16 million this election cycle, according to Open Secrets. Crypto in politics is not new. The Federal Election Commission voted to allow Bitcoin Bitcoin contributions back in 2014. And since the start of the 2020 election cycle, the crypto industry has poured more than $30 million into campaigns. Adav Nodi is the vice president and legal director of the Campaign Legal Center, which is working to change the campaign finance system and protect voting rights. He's skeptical.
Well, right now, it's really a wild west. The situation with cryptocurrencies coming into campaigns and the political system is awfully close to completely unregulated. It's a terrible idea to have 50 different rules for cryptocurrency in politics. There's a reason that most of these rules are set at the federal level, and that's because we want uniform rules for elections to Congress and the Senate and the presidency.
In California, for example, the rules changed about a week ago. Soon, candidates there will be able to accept crypto donations if they immediately convert that currency into U.S. dollars. But whether it's crypto or dollars, the debate around money in politics isn't stopping.
There's a deep problem in the financing of our campaigns right now in terms of that disproportionate voice that the wealthy have at the expense of voters and average citizens in all fields, including cryptocurrency, as we're seeing right now in real time. Very, very wealthy people are able to pour massive amounts of money into the system and potentially buy results and buy candidates with it.
Finman is one of those people pouring money into campaigns, and he calls it a paradox. He doesn't like how much of a factor money can be, but since it is one, he's going to keep contributing.
It's unfortunate. And then so, I feel like in an altruistic way, I want to put money in to compete with this kind of corruption, in my opinion. And that's what it takes to deal your hand in.
As for the federal level, Washington is still trying to figure out how to deal with the crypto industry overall, not just in politics. After the crypto crash in May, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen called on Congress to pass what she described as comprehensive regulations with a focus on stablecoins. Well, Congress is apparently working on a bill. They're not there yet. Coming up, Alex Jones apologizing in court today. The Sandy Hook families sue him for defamation. We've got that next.
As we look out over the latest city-turned-crime scene, we see the things left behind. Back now with our NBC News exclusive.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now. To look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our Southeast Bureau, people who live in Georgia can now claim embryos as dependents on their 2022 state taxes. The state's revenue department says taxpayers who have an, in their words, unborn child with a, in their words, detectable heartbeat can get $3,000. From our West Coast Bureau, an 80-year-old liquor store owner stopping would-be armed robbers in Southern California. Look at this. Surveillance video shows somebody getting into the store with a weapon and ordering the owner to put his hands up. So the owner then fires off a shotgun at the suspect, who's being treated in a hospital. He'll be booked into jail for robbery and conspiracy. From our Northeast Bureau, a man in Connecticut capturing the moment he came home to see a bear, at his house, just like meandering through the hallway. That's weird. He says he came in through the front door, had to shoo it out, came back the next day. So state officials have set up a trap to humanely relocate the bear. In court today, far-right conspiracy theorist Alex Jones is apologizing to a Connecticut family for calling the Sandy Hook school shooting a hoax. It was obviously not a hoax. It killed 20 kids and 6 educators. Listen to what Jones said not too long ago.
That I never intentionally tried to hurt you. I never even said your name until this case came to court. I didn't even really know who you were until a couple years ago when all this started up.
Jones has already been found liable in this case. Today's trial in Texas is to figure out how much he should pay for defaming Neil Heslin and Scarlett Lewis, whose 6-year-old son, Jesse, was among the victims in the shooting. They want $150 million. Let's bring in legal analyst Danny Savalas. And Danny, I think it's important to note, Jones repeatedly said this lie, right? He said this over and over again. He has portrayed this lawsuit against him as an attack on his First Amendment rights. But now he's apologizing. Legally, does that help him?
This case, as we see it, is only about damages. It's no longer about whether or not Jones is liable. So the question arises, what benefit is there to Jones taking the stand? Well, I suspect, and we may never know, that a personality like Jones as a client believes that throughout his many years in the public eye, through his voice and wit alone, at least in his mind, he's been able to persuade people. So this may be a case where even though his lawyers probably advised him to keep it very tame, that he might have gotten out ahead of his skis and probably didn't do himself any good by trying to explain what he did on the stand. In a sense, this really isn't about whether he did what he's accused of. It's about really how remorseful he is. In a way, it's like a sentencing hearing that we're watching in real time.
You know, what I think is important to center here is the family, right? This particular family who in testimony tried to illustrate just how awful this has been as they've been attacked by people who believed the lies that Jones kept saying. Watch.
I can't even describe the last 9.5 years of the living hell that I and others have had to endure because of the negligence and the recklessness of Alex Jones and his propaganda that he has peddled for his own profits and success.
I have to think that testimony also plays a part in a case like this.
Of course. I mean, this is really a question. Sometimes in the law, in trials, it's really at this point a question of how bad is the jury going to hit Alex Jones, at least in using my predictive abilities, which I don't think take a lot of predictive abilities to decide that Alex Jones is going to get hit pretty hard by this jury. This is nothing but a sympathetic plaintiff situation and a defendant who probably isn't going to acquit himself or didn't acquit himself very well on the stand.
Danny Savalos, thank you for your legal perspective on all of this. We're going to be keeping an eye as that case obviously comes to a close. Appreciate it. Still to come, the hashtag Amber Heard deserves an apology has been trending online. Have you seen it? Why? Because of apparently newly unsealed court documents in the defamation case Johnny Depp brought against her. What we're learning from them coming up.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this? Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive. My name is Lester. Who's
this? News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now. wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive. It was Lester.
Stop me if you've heard this one before. Johnny Depp and Amber Heard fans going at each other. It's happening again now because of what appear to be new court documents just made public. Thousands of pages of this stuff making revelations, including that Heard's team said Depp tried to introduce nude photos of Heard into evidence in their defamation trial. That's according to the Daily Beast. The news got the hashtag Amber Heard deserves an apology trending on Twitter for a bit, with one person saying people need to start believing victims when they speak up, in their view. Another writing that Heard deserves an apology for everyone rallying around her abuser. Depp fans pushing back on that. NBC News has not independently reviewed the documents, but has seen copies online. Attorneys for Depp and Heard declined to comment. You'll remember it was just back in June that a jury awarded Depp $10 million in damages in his defamation suit. Heard's countersuit was $2 million in damages. This is Callan Rosenblatt, who you see on your screen, joining us now. What else do we know about these documents, Callan?
So, Hallie, I just want to reemphasize that we have not seen the original documents ourselves. Right. This is going off other people's reporting. But what the documents appear to show is that Johnny Depp or Amber Heard's team alleges that Johnny Depp's attorneys tried to submit audio recordings that were modified. The metadata shows large gaps in those audio recordings. It shows text messages between him and Marilyn Manson discussing the case. As well as you mentioned, it shows that his team attempted to possibly submit nude photographs of Amber Heard into evidence. We believe that all of this was rejected, that it did not make it into the final court case. But, you know, it appeared that the fan-led fundraiser for this kind of backfired on the Johnny Depp fans who wanted to find more dirt on Amber Heard. That was the original intent, was to sort of dredge up some more toxic information on Amber Heard. And so now we're seeing, this apology hashtag trending as some people start to reassess their position based on these documents reported in the Daily Beast.
Let me ask you to put on your extremely online person hat, right, as somebody who gets the internet and who's online all the time, because this is what we've seen, even just this little bit of sort of defense of Amber Heard, and you've laid out, I think, what we do and don't know about these documents well, and what we do have at NBC and what we don't have. But just as you look at the way that the sort of attitude has been around Amber Heard just recently online, it is different, right? I mean, I remember watching, Steve Patterson for days here on this show talk about how there was so much support for Johnny Depp online. Amber Heard's fans were barely a presence. It feels like a little bit of a shift.
Yeah, absolutely. So first of all, a lot of Amber Heard fans that I spoke with, or they're not even fans. I really want to be careful with that. They're people who just believed her story. They were really nervous about speaking